It's still playing. So why does the poll... I hate that it does this. Hello. Oh, that's literally me starting the poll, appearing on chat there. Sick. How are we all doing today? Whoever is here right now, welcome. We are... It is election day, so go vote if you have not yet, actually. Don't watch me if you haven't voted yet. Go vote, and then you can tune in. But yeah, that is if you're above the age of 18. I don't know who's watching right now, so... But yeah, welcome. Today is election day in Canada. Welcome. And we are tired. Election day, so go vote if you have not yet, actually. Oh, that's why. Yeah, there we go. Fixed it. But yeah, how are we all doing today? Yes, I started the poll, those Thousand Hills. I started the poll, and you're the only one who's voted on it. God, I already know that, like, no matter what YouTube poll I put up right here, conservatives are going to win on the YouTube poll just because people who are online are usually just more right-leaning in general. So I have a feeling no matter what I do, this poll's going to show that conservatives are winning, even though they might not be winning at the time of the what's going on. But yeah. Let us close some tabs here. No, we want to keep the main info. Steve DeLuca fan, Donovan, National Meme Board. Just making sure I got all my links ready and open. CBC Live. CBC Live right now? Election day. There we go. So we will just have this one on in the background, I guess, to switch to and from. But yeah, how are we all doing today? Who's here right now? Who's here? How are we all doing? Have we voted yet? And if so, actually, no, don't tell me who you voted for. I don't really care. You can vote for whoever you want, to be honest. But yeah, we are here, and we are going to be live from noon until I figure out who is going to. Pierre promised to get me out my mom's basement and off the fentanyl. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, get him into that $1.3 million house. Dr. Fauci paid me $50 to be here, brother. Hell yeah. Hold up. Let me get my hat. Hell yeah, brother. We're voting Republican. The red wave's coming to Canada, but not the liberals. We're voting for them. Yeah, Pierre promised to get you out of your mom's basement and into a $1.3 million house with no GST on that house, brother. No GST on my $1.3 million home. I don't want none of that. GST, that's gay. It's probably what somebody from America would say. Paying taxes is gay, guys. Don't pay taxes. Pierre promised to remind women that... Pierre promised to... Listen, I want to remind all the women out there that are on this stream today that... Hey, vote for me, cause you don't got time left. You don't got that time left. You're running out of time. You gotta have kids. You gotta start a family. You gotta have my kids. Start my family. So yeah, make sure that you vote Pierre if your biological clock is running out, chat. I know the woman loved that one when he said that out loud, and I know that's how I know he does not have any woman on his campaign team. Well, isn't actually the leader of his campaign team a woman? I don't know what's the leader of his campaign team ever. She's running a horrid campaign. Let's Google it. Oh wait, no, I want the. Did that do anything to the edit? No, that didn't. Oh, it did. God damn it! I hate when that happens. Push you back up there. Perfect. I want you staying there like that all day. So I'm just adjusting things for the actual live feed. Pierre's plan is buy 20 houses and get one free. Dude, what do you mean? You can't afford 20 houses? I can afford 30 houses personally. That's why listen, I can afford 30 houses as Canadian MAGA. Also, I gotta do this is that woke. Pierre said, ain't no more woke in Canada. We doing that woke here. We do the woke here, chat. I guess we'll just hang this up here. It's like kind of in the background, right? We're doing woke. We're doing woke today, chat. We fuck with the woke in this chat. And we also got our background. I think if I put it here, maybe it shows up. It's kind of in the background there. Take my clock down and put a little flag there. But yeah, we are doing woke today, chat. We are doing woke. Okay, let me get this fucking hat off. And listen, if you ain't fucking with the woke, I don't want to hear nothing. If you ain't fucking with woke, Pierre wants to get rid of the woke. No, I'm keeping the woke. All right, I'm fighting for the woke. We're having the woke until I die. But how are we doing today, chat? How you doing? Make sure you like the stream and share it. I'm going to be here all day, so feel free to tune in, tune out. If you got any questions, we're trying to create like a little safe space for people to talk about like what's going on, what they're concerned about in the election, how they're feeling, how the results are going, what they think's going on. So yeah, we're going to be live literally from now until the moment we figure out if it is probably after actually. We'll probably till like 12:30 Central Standard Time is when I'm going to be live till, so that's 2 a.m. Eastern. 10:30 p.m. Western or Mountain, Pacific. Mountain and Pacific are two different times. I forget which one's which. But yeah, we are going to be going live all day. And personally, my bet is on Bloc Majority. My bets will always be for Bloc Majority. Bloc Majority is the only way forward for everyone. The only path to victory, the only path to salvation for every Canadian is through Bloc Majority. So make sure that you vote for Bloc Québécois today. If you're in Alberta, fly to Quebec right now and vote for Bloc Québécois. I don't want to see no excuses to not be putting up Bloc Majority. Bloc Majority is the only thing that can save us from Donald Trump. Yves-François Blanchet is the only thing that's going to save us. Pierre promised to make measles and polio great again. Dude, I heard he did. He did that in America already. Ronald F. Kennedy Jr. is making measles great again. I love measles. Measles is personally my favorite Canadian thing is measles. Although every time I start jokingly talking about, like, this is going to be a hell of a live stream for anyone who doesn't understand that I'm being stupidly sarcastic with humor. Join the conversation. But yeah, I'm just going to spam. I don't know what this does if I spam emotes and chat and stuff. Engage with my audience. I already started a poll. But yeah, we are doing amazing today. How are you guys all today so far? The polls are open across Canada right now. Go vote. Go vote. I did not eat breakfast today because because of the lost Liberal 10 years. I just realized that I didn't eat breakfast today, and it's definitely because of the last Liberal 10 years. You know, I can't afford egg anymore, so therefore I can't afford egg, so therefore I must deport immigrants. That is the logic that I am running with on my campaign. I cannot afford egg, so therefore we must deport all immigrants. Oh my God, Israel flattens the remains of Rafah. Jesus Christ, why did I open up CBC to see that?
The archives. In 1914, a strike in Turner Valley kicked off Alberta's first energy boom. But it wasn't led by big corporations, banks, or government, and that's
is this like the founding of all the parties? Is that what they're doing on CBC right now?
Province who poured today's equivalent of about
Calgary,
$100 million into the oil and gas sector.
Is this just Calgary news? Is that what this is?
That it was their responsibility to invest in Alberta, to invest in the oil industry. It was how you
CBC is going to be boring until about 5 o'clock, so I don't know what we're going to do till 5 p.m., but we got 5 hours until CBC gets entertaining and the polls start polling and stuff. So we're going to look at what the polls are right now. election 2025. The end has 338 Canada has Liberals 4 points on the Conservatives. Guys, I don't think we're getting block majority. I think block majority might be over. Chat, I'm sad to say block majority might not happen today. And that's depressing. We need block majority. We need block majority. My friend's DMing me. I'm really hoping to see some unhinged shit when I go vote. I bet there will be people with fuck Carney flags and shit outside the facility. He's from like rural Manitoba, so possibly, you never know. But also the fuck Trudeau industrial complex, it usually doesn't make it up north in Manitoba. It usually just hits the border towns. Usually just the border towns get the fuck Trudeau industrial complex. Let's actually see, what do you guys think the average price of a fuck Carney flag is? We're gonna get rid of the Conservatives platform. I can Google it later if I need it. Fuck Carney flag. How much do you think this costs? Oh, it's on Amazon. You can order these flags. ultimatefreedommerch.com. Now that's where I want to go. Ultimate Freedom. What the? Hold up. No. Hold up. What are they? No. They're playing both sides. They can't do that. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Huh? Fuck Christopher Freeland. Fuck Polly. Why they got both sides? What? Chat. What? Only 2 left? I gotta buy one right now. No, I can't. I'm not buying this shit. How big is it? 2x3? That's tiny. Oh my god, that's tiny. God damn. They're playing both sides? Guys, I didn't know they did that. Concerned Canadians flag, concernedcanadians.ca, concern-canada.ca, sales at the key group. Ultimatefreedommerch.com. They're fake. Fake patriots. What about Etsy? Let your disappointment fly with this fuck Carney flag. Fuck Carney Canada t-shirts. Liberals profiting from anti-Trump flags. Those fuck Carney flags are mostly printed in a shop owned. Dude, that'd be crazy. We should do that. Chat, can we start a business selling fuck Trudeau flags? Like, oh my god. Can I get same day shipping? Do you think if I order this now, it'll be here by the time the stream ends, or no? Currently unavailable. God damn it. Fuck. It's unavailable, chat. I can't buy it. Why is the fire department flag next to the fuck Carney flag? I do wonder how much money they made off of fuck Trudeau. What is the Justin Trudeau industrial complex? What do you think? How much money do you think they're making off these? $22.99? $22.99 for fuck Carney shirt. I did see somebody wearing the conservative merch, the Bring It Home merch. I want to see how much that goes for. I've never actually looked. I kind of want to buy one. Bring It Home merchandise. Orders may not be placed. God damn it. May not deliver during the election period. God damn it. Guys, I don't think I'll get it. 35. That's a ripoff. Is this Gildan? Is this Gillidan too? Hold up. What does that flag say? View details. Give me the details. I want to see the details. Is it Gillidan? That's all I want to see. Do you think they used Gillidan to make their merch? Anyone who has this, what is that Gillidan? Le Gros Bassin. I don't speak French. We could do a French lesson today. I have Duolingo. At some point today, we'll do a French lesson. I'll learn some French on Duolingo. You get to watch me learn French. But yeah, no, $35. $35 for the Pierre merch. That's insane. How much do you think? How much is a cap? $35. Okay. How much is Bloc Québécois merch? This is how we're deciding who the richest party is, by the way. Oh, not Bloc Québécois anthem. I want merch. Is this it? $35. Oh my God, it's all $35. Guys, why would they have? I gotta be real. I was about to ask, why is the website in French? God damn it. Oh no. Oh no. To anyone who speaks French, which one of these is merchandise? Where can I find the merch? Is it Le Inja? No, it's not Le Inja. Mememplique? Ferrandon? This is donation. Okay, that's closer. Member? No, I don't want to be a member. Benvol. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna say the Bloc Québécois doesn't have merch because they're French. French people they don't do merch that well. They don't really like sports clothing that much, I feel. Next up, liberal merch. How much is a elbows up t-shirt? T-shirt confirmation. Wait. No, I didn't buy it, guys. I didn't get a t-shirt. No, I didn't get a t-shirt, guys. Guys, I swear I didn't get one. I swear. Where can I? Did I not sell them? Is it only the conservatives that grift? Shop. Send me to the shop. I was gonna be like, that'd be crazy if that'd be crazy if the liberals didn't sell merch. Liberal backpack, $45. How much do you think the making merch industry is for parties? Liberal apron. Yeah, no, this is the most liberal coded clothes ever. This was made by either a straight or a bisexual person, not a full gay. Actually, no, I could see some of my gay friends rocking this. They would be voting NDP, but they would rock the liberal merch. Next election, I gotta get merch from all the parties. I gotta invest. Door knocking essentials. $75? I mean, I guess it's a crew neck. Like, do they sell crew necks? Are the cons selling crew necks? The athleisure jacket is 65. How much is the athleisure jacket here? 69, 69, 69. Liberals are richer. Guys, the liberals are way richer, I guess. That's just how it is. Also, we got a lot of people watching right now. How are you all doing today? Let me know in the chat how you're all doing. And make sure you go vote today, chat, if you are. Go vote today. How are we all doing, chat? Where are you guys from? We're going to be here live all day. Let me know where you're from and I can review your riding as well. And who I think is going to win in that riding. I've got an entire map of ridings here. So let me know what riding you're in and I can go look at it and tell you who's probably going to win. So yeah. All of this is from 338 Canada, by the way. I use their data a lot of the time. But yeah, we're going to be live as long as I can today. Getting ready to vote with my girlfriend at local school? Hell yeah, dude. You said Dream Tracer, you said you're from Calgary, right? Calgary, where is that? Confederation, right? That was it. But yeah, no, have fun, man. It should be a fun day going out. Yeah, Calgary Confederation. Yeah, definitely. If you know people that aren't gonna vote in your riding, Dream Chaser, go out. Tell them to go out because it could swing literally either way. Your riding is it could flip either way. Also, there's no incumbent right now, which means all of the candidates for your riding are new. So there's not going to be the incumbent bonus because usually incumbents get like a little bonus of people being like, I'll just vote for the same guys last time, which you don't have right now. Yeah, actually, if you're in any like major city, a lot of it is a toss-up right now. A lot of it is a toss-up. Like, especially in Alberta. Like, I'm surprised. So, yes, Griesbeck's back. I need Blake Desjardins to win. Blake Desjardins to win. He's so good. I need him to win his riding. If you're in Edmonton Griesbeck, please go vote for Blake Desjardins. I usually don't tell people who to vote for, but I need him. I need him in office. If you haven't seen him, look at him. Look at him. Tell me this man doesn't look like a trustworthy man. Tell me this guy does not look peak. This is who I want. This is who I want in my office right here. Look at him. He's beautiful. Look at that mustache. Oh my God. He's a sexy man. Alberta's only Indigenous member of Parliament. Guys, go vote for Blake. Please keep Blake in office. Please do not put Blake out of a job if you are in Edmonton. Riz the dog, yes. Pierre did promise to make measles go away. Check my party I joined called the Revolution Party of Canada, our platform. I don't know why that doesn't. Okay, some of your things, Riz, don't appear in my chat here. My theory is that Trump sparked a healthy dose of patriotism in Canadians, and not everyone thinks Pierre can stand up to him. Yeah, I agree too. I need to know moderation activity will be shown. Because sometimes that people say things in chat and it doesn't whatchamacallit. It doesn't like appear in like the YouTube chat, but it appears on stream. And I wonder if that's the moderation doing it. I don't actually know how that works. Because I need to find a way to see this chat. Can I get a sidebar of the chat? Because there's things that are getting chatted that are appearing like on the stream that you guys are watching, but I can't see. Top chat. Oh, I want live chat. That's what I want. Okay. There we go. I fixed it. Why did I have top chat on? Ugh. Check my party I joined called the Revolution Party of Canada. Our platform is to eat the rich. We have 343 MPs running next election. I do know the Revolution Party of Canada. I follow them on Instagram, and I don't know too much about their platform yet. So, but as far as I know, they look good. I think they need a better name. I gotta be real. It's kind of hard. One thing about politics that I think a lot of leftists forget, including myself sometimes, it is very hard to get the average guy to vote for a party that has a revolution in the name. Like, dude, no dad over 40 is going to vote for the Antifa party. Sadly. It's unfortunate. We got to get better branding. Like, NDP, good branding. Nobody knows what they really stand for. You kind of want your political party to be niche enough that nobody really knows what you stand for. That's kind of the goal in politics. You don't want anyone knowing what you're doing. If you're a good politician, nobody knows what's going on at any time, ever. So, Revolution Party, very obvious what they're doing. Very obvious what their goals might perchance be. But yeah, let's adjust that again. There we go. I think that's good. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. But yeah, no, the Revolution Party, very cool. Very interesting party. We could go over their platform. We can go over their platform after I figure out how much NDP merch is. I'm still on the merch. I need to know who has the most merch and whose merch is the best. Become a member. I feel like the NDP wouldn't have merch because I feel like they don't have that industrial complex, you know? Also, how we all doing here in chat? There's a lot of you here. Let me know how you're doing today. I don't think the NDP has merch. Workers for Canada, news, executive, fundraising events, maybe? Like, merch is kind of fundraising. Also, I accidentally gave the NDP my email, and now I get an email, like, at least twice a day from them. Like when I tell you they are the worst for asking for money, they ask me for so much money. Like I get like dude, I don't have money. Bloc majority, bloc majoritaire, bloc majoritaire. Absolutely, sir, absolutely. But yeah, no, the NDP, like I get it. I get it. They need the money the most out of all the parties. But why are you asking your base? Like the NDP base doesn't have money. We're broke, dog. Like don't ask us. It's like why you look what are you looking at me for? I don't have anything. I don't have anything to give you. I don't have anything for myself. That's why I'm voting for you. I think that's funny. But yeah, no, they gotta start drop shipping. That's what the NDP needs to do. They gotta copy the Conservative Party platform of Axe the Tax crew necks. I think this is the best part of the Conservative Party platform, is that I've seen people in Manitoba walk around wearing these. I was sitting at the bar watching UFC a while back, and there was me and my friends were like jokingly talking about politics here and there because like they know I stream and they know I talk about it a lot, and they're asking me about like the liberals. Sitting at the table next to us was three dudes wearing matching "Bring It Home" Polyev Axe the Tax t-shirts. That was the most weird people, most weirdest, not most weird people, weirdest interaction ever. Me and my friends are just chatting about like what's going on in Israel and Palestine, and dudes are wearing "Bring It Home" Polyev next to us, watching us. Lots of young people voting. Very good to see voting for future. Absolutely, yeah. Young people are turning out. I believe the turnout for the early vote was about $7 million. $7 million? No. Early turnout. The early vote turnout was record turnout. Oh, they still have this up. Perfect. It's not saying. I thought I saw 7 million. So yeah, 7.3 million voters voted early. This is going to be a record turnout election, and honestly, I don't even care. I'm sorry, no, I don't really care that much who wins. 25% increase from the 5 million. Jesus Christ. Like, I do care who wins, of course, but honestly, if we get a record turnout election, that's almost more important to me, because I'm like, I just want people to actually give a shit in Canada. Like, a lot of people don't give a shit. It's like, the fact that we're, like even if they give a shit in the wrong way, for like if they give a shit differently from what I think, fine. At least they're finally doing something, you know? They're not just sitting on their ass doing nothing. Because that's what most Canadians do. Most Canadians I know have never voted and are going out to vote. I've been convincing people at the place I work to go vote for the first time. Like, so many people I know, like regulars at the bar I work at, are voting for the first time ever. Oh, this is my yesterday thing that I did. This is 2021. I don't really need to look at 2021. Do I need to look at 2021? I should probably have 2021 up. Poll tracker. Oh my god, it went up. This was like 160 yesterday. Or no, it's not 160. 180 yesterday. Now it's 188. Jesus Christ. It's gone up. But I mean, this gap's gotten wider too. So I have no idea what's going to happen in this area right here. It could be, technically, it could be a Conservatives winning most seats. 1 in 10 chance is pretty high. But yeah, chat, if you're in here right now, make sure you like the stream real quick. Just, it lets YouTube know that I'm live, and interactions of any way, chatting in chat, liking the stream. It just lets people know so it can be spread to more people. We only care right now because most Canadians know, yeah, I am 50 and have never voted before, even donated $13 to Carney from my ODSP. Hell yeah. I mean, like, vote for whoever you think is best, Riz, but, yeah, it's nutty. It's nutty out there. There's people that have never voted before who are actively getting into politics. Actively. Like, that's insane to me. Like, I feel like usually people who don't vote in their 50s just will never. And they're going out to vote for the first time. But yeah, alrighty. Now, we're going to do a little meme segment. We're going to review the jokes. I'm a big National Meme Board enjoyer. National Meme Board, if you're ever in chat, let me know. I will mod you. Just kidding, I can't mod you. National Meme Board, I don't know you, but National Meme Board is the GOAT. Oh, yeah. Trump tweeting this morning. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, lumber businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes. If Canada becomes he's saying vote for Trump. Trump's saying vote for Donald Trump, which means it means vote for Pierre. Donald, I think this is an endorsement of Pierre Poilievre. All positives and no negatives, as was meant to be. Yeah, this is liberal majority right here. People reading this are going liberal. I'm gonna go vote liberal. Actually, liberal majority. God damn. Hot girls for Carney. Oh, it's so over. It's so over. It is so over for Poilievre. I told you the Mark Carney brat edit would pay off. Guys, hot girls are voting for Mark Carney. It's over. They're getting Kamala Brat. 100% endorsement of Pierre liberals would never cut taxes in half. Absolutely. Look up Rhonda Nicole. Do I trust you, Thunder? Do I trust you? Is this stream safe? Nicole. I'm gonna pull this to the side just in case it's not stream safe. Federal Liberal of Canada. Oh, it's your Liberal for Selkirk. Okay, I can pull that up. I didn't know who it was. Yeah, Rhonda Nicole. I don't know. She's a liberal, like liberal Interlake woman. Like, dude, I don't know. You've grown up in the Interlake. You know how the liberal Interlake women are. They're like my mom. This is just my mom, basically. It's just she just doesn't like that. She's basically like liberals in the Interlake are basically conservatives, but they don't like that Pierre says woke a lot. Like, yeah, registered nurse, being a mother, grandmother, driven force for bill to a personal car. Actually, interesting. Passionate about healthcare, Selkirk Goomers, Lake Eastman, yeah. Born in Toulon, she won't win. No, she won't. She's not going to win. It's going to be conservative there anyways. Donate to... Why is $17.50 on there? That's a crazy amount to donate. Families of Selkirk, and like, I never got a lawn sign. I just realized I never got any lawn signs. I love collecting lawn signs, but I forgot to this year. Hot girls for Connie. It's so over. Oh, why do I recognize her? I don't know who this is, but I feel like I recognize her. Sorry, mid-white woman. The Vancouverite Latina said vote blue. No, no. Hot girls and it's Timmy. Okay, alright. I don't know why I'd ever trusted Twitter ever. Progressive conservative, royalist. Oh yeah, this guy. I think he's a, yeah, he's a con. It's Carney Big Daddy should immediately go to therapy. It's cute. Yeah, okay. I think he's a, like, if you say royalist, you're conservative, I think. I just don't like James Bezin. Yeah, James Bezin is not good, but he's going to win in Selkirk Interlake. One couple at the voting station in Port Credit said they would rather not speak to America and media than they apologized 3 times. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Go woke or get smoked. Chat, this is what happens. Remember, chat, we are being woke this election. Go woke. Go woke or get smoked, chat. Vote. Go vote. Do it. Vote. I know it's got an orange tip. It's because I don't have my license. But yeah, go woke or get smoked. We're going woke this year, chat. Somebody down there is going to see me like with a gun in my window and they're going to like swat me. But yeah, that's crazy. I'm waiting for the first person to figure out where I live and be standing on this corner here doing something crazy. But I hope that doesn't happen today. Maybe another day. Chat. We are voice of Frankie. It seems 22 minutes had detected the liberal rebound. Yeah, it did. Voice of Frankie. Yeah, blah blah blah. We find out tonight who wins. Yeah, that's how the election works, Joe. Tonight we find out who wins. I don't know who wins. It could go either way. Remember what happened to Kamala? Everyone said Kamala was gonna win. What happened? Who's president now? Like, the liberals haven't really. They've run. I gotta be real. Their campaign's been mid. Every campaign from every party has been kind of ass. Like, the liberals are kind of just running a nostalgia Canada campaign, like an early 2000s nostalgic Canada campaign. The conservatives are just pandering to their base. The NDP is The NDP is becoming TikTok influencers. The PPC isn't real. Bloc majoritaire is happening again. It's always bloc majority. Like, it genuinely could go to like I know the polls say it's like percent chance, but realistically, it could go. I think it could still go either way. Like, do I think it'll be conservative majority anymore? No. But it could be conservative minority very easily. I think it's a 50. Personally, my most likely is it's going to be one of the two parties with a slim minority, I think. It could be the red wave. Red wave could happen, but also maybe the early vote was all conservatives. Cuz like that's the people don't understand the conservative mindset right now. They think that it's the end of the world if liberals win another term. It's not. But the conservative mindset right now is like they think that they are all getting like replaced, and they think that they are fighting for their lives if they don't vote conservative. So like they might have gone out in droves on the early vote, and we just don't see that translating to polls because, conservatives are more likely to shut their door in a pollster's face. So yeah, like it very well could be a conservative minority. Very well could be. Like, liberals haven't really done anything special. Like NDP, there could be a bunch of young people like me who third party voted NDP. By the way, I'm telling you this right now. If the liberals lose, I don't want to see a single person blaming the NDP or blaming third party votes. Hey, you're allowed to think that, Captain. You're allowed to think that. But yeah, it literally could go anyway. It could go anyway. But yeah, if you guys have a riding that you want me to look at and analyze who I think's going to win and analyze how important it is that you go tell your friends in that neighborhood to go vote, let me know. I gotta say right now, if you live in any of like the central areas in Calgary or Edmonton, you have to vote. Like, it literally, every single seat in Edmonton could go either way. Minus this one. Like, minus this one, every seat in Edmonton is a toss-up. Minus these two, all of these seats in Northern Calgary are a toss-up. Like, there's 4 seats in Calgary that are toss-ups. That's insane. Yeah, that's what I said, George. Like that's the opinion that a lot of conservatives have. If liberals win, it will be the end of Canada. That's why I think that like conservatives a lot. I don't think that personally. I think no matter who wins, we're gonna still have neoliberal capitalism. So, but yeah, like no matter who wins, it doesn't really change that much unless Pierre actually does go full Trump and starts Doge cutting services to everything. Like the fact that there's toss-ups in Vancouver, like, okay, Surrey, South Surrey, White Rock, and Langley kind of make sense. These make sense being toss-ups, but like Vancouver East being a toss-up for that. I mean, but like Richmond being a toss-up for Con, that's kind of crazy. But yeah, no, the mindset of conservatives very much is that this might be the last election, and they, yeah, like just look at what George is saying. Like, George is the average conservative right now. I disagree, George, but you're allowed to have that opinion, absolutely. But yeah, George is what the average conservative thinks this election is about. So there could have been a fuck ton of conservatives who went out and early voted, and that's not translating in the polls. Also, Kildonan, like the fact that these are toss-ups in Winnipeg, that's crazy. Like, go, if you were like in a city center, go vote. None of it actually is a toss-up. That's crazy. They probably like there's not enough people. They definitely could have polled every single citizen of Nunavut and asked who they're gonna vote. But yeah, it's crazy that's a toss up. I kind of hope that Nunavut stays NDP. Like, Laurie's good. I like Laurie. But yeah, it's insane. Damn it. Chad, I forgot to pay my fucking cell bill. Give me a second. I gotta pay my bills right now on election day. God damn it. But yeah, no, it literally could go anyway. It's probably because Carney is from Nunavut. Carney's from Northwest Territories. But yeah, that is where Carney's from Northwest Territories. But yeah, it could go through that. That could be a reason why. Just literally paying my bills right now. That's my thing if I ever become prime minister. Guys, chat, hear me out. What was I going to say? I already forgot. If I ever become prime minister, I'm nationalizing fucking Rogers. No more $100 bills once a month, please. Just pay that. Fuck it. And then Wi-Fi. That'd be crazy if MTS shut off my Wi-Fi midstream because I forgot to pay my bill. We'll pay that real quick right now just to make sure. I don't even know how much my bill is going to be, so there we go. I'm just going to send them. I guess I can check. Isn't this entertaining content, chat? You're watching me do my fucking taxes? Where is the app? There we go. Billing and payments. Okay, my bills are paid. Nice. I'm surprised so many people are still watching. I think we only lost 2 people in the bill paying segment. We only lost 2 people. That's insane if you guys are like... The big block. What happened to the big block? This is supposed to be block. Why is it liberal? God damn it. The libs are ruining. The libs are ruining block majority, and I'm not standing for it. The results will be no different. Like, dog, I gotta be real with you, Fox. Like, 90% of Calgary, 90% of Alberta lives here and here. And right now, they're looking pretty toss-up. So I gotta be real with you, Alberta secession is not on the table. Maybe Red Deer secession. Maybe Red Deer becomes like a, whatchamacallit. You know what? Actually, yeah. Hear me out, guys. The solution to everyone's problem is actually if Red Deer, Lacombe, and Penhold all get like these 2 districts right here. These 2 districts become a micronation like Liechtenstein. Balkanization of Alberta. That's the only solution. Red Deer becomes a micronation similar to Liechtenstein, where they're just kind of in the middle of Alberta. They get to do whatever they want. They get to have their own constitution there, do whatever they want. But this is, what the fuck is this? Why is this what's going on in Ponoka? PPC NDP conservative. God damn it. Like this is micronation. This can be the new Liechtenstein. Like, I don't know if you guys know what Liechtenstein is, but here. For all the conservatives watching that don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to show you a map for a second. You might not have seen these before. There is a nation in Germany, or sorry, in Switzerland and Germany, right here. You guys can be the new Liechtenstein. It's literally just one city of people who were too conservative to be Swiss. So they kind of like kept their little kingdom and monarchy. It's a German-speaking town between Austria. It's literally 25 kilometers squared. It's an absolute monarchy. They can do whatever they want there in Liechtenstein. This is what we need to do to Red Deer. We need Red Deer to become the Canadian Liechtenstein, where it's just, it's still vibing. Or Canadian Luxembourg, but nobody likes Luxembourg. Come on. Luxembourg is just Belgium light. So, yeah, I propose that the area of, that's a big area. Maybe not all of this area. Maybe like just Red Deer. We just give them like Red Deer. And that becomes, maybe give them this lake too, so they have like a little beach. Give them Gull Lake, Sylvian Lake. And then, yeah. The border can be like around here. It can be like a little Red Deer micronation. Chat, what do you think? Red Deer independence. The rest of Alberta stays, but Red Deer independence. I'm for it. Personally, I'm for it. Because at least then we have a concentration. Like, we know where the crazies are. Red Deer secessionists, rise up. Where's the block Red Deer? Where's the Red Deer bricks? The brick of Red Deer, that's what it's called. The brick Quebecois. But okay. 1 p.m. chat. First hour of the stream done today. How are we all feeling? 61 minutes of streaming. How are we all feeling? Make sure to like the stream if you're here. It lets people know what I'm doing, and it gets the word out there that I'm live right now. 1 hour in. I'm only going to remind you once every half an hour to like the stream. I'm not going to play any ads for you, unless YouTube is already fucking doing that, which it probably is. But yeah, I'm going to try to keep ads to a nothing, but once every half an hour or so, like the stream and subscribe if you're watching and you're enjoying. I don't even know how the features work for like paid subscriptions on YouTube, but if you can do that, do it. But yeah, okay, let's get back into it. The latest federal polls, Liberal majority or Conservative crash out soon. What's the Dawn doing? Mere hours of sending Polyev to be re-educated in Carney's gulag. Carney's gonna bring back residential schools, but for just for the conservatives. He's gonna put Albertans in. Put the Albertans in camps. Re-educate. Our margins are too tight. I need you. That would be crazy. That would be crazy if Carney and Trump were working together. Hey, our margins are tight. Make another 51st state post. Go woke or go broke. Getting to enter the Axe Taxon bunker for the final days as leader. Yeah, what other ridings are there that are going crazy right now? I'm from Winnipeg, and I'm praying that Winnipeg Center stays NDP because Leah Gazin is the GOAT. Leah Gazin needs to stay in. Winnipeg South Center is sadly not flipping, but this guy is awesome. I love Jorge. He's cool as fuck. He's awesome. I'm not gonna make a joke. I'm not gonna make a joke. I'm not gonna make a joke. I'm not gonna make it. Sorry, I need to get off this riding. Elmwood Transcona. I forget who the NDP is at the moment, but they are also amazing. Leela Dance, right? Leela needs to stay. I hope Leela stays. There's there's a lot of people in Manitoba that I hope retain their seat, because like the NDP fall off is insane. Like I forget where else there's NDP. Like this guy up here, Nikki Ashton. Like, ugh. It's so sad. We're letting Nikki Ashton go. Nikki's been great. I forget how long she's served, but she's been great. Served as if it's the military. I wonder if the PPC guy might actually overtake the NDP for once down here. Kevin Larson. You know, that's what we're going to do. We're going to look at some weird third parties. We're going to go review the third parties today. We're going to look at what the PPC is doing in Manitoba. Manitoba PPC. All right, who is running? Vote PPC. They have not posted since March 20th. God damn it. Hey, dude, can you take a look into the Yukon riding, please? Yeah, I got you out of Nick. What's going on in Yukon? Yukon's liberal right now. Brendan Haley. It's probably going to stay liberal. Ryan Leaf. Catherine McCallum. Yeah. I think Yukon's probably staying liberal. It's only one vote. Like, I mean, it's only one electoral. There's a little come up here, swing. But the incumbent bonus, I doubt. PPC is an absolute joke. Yeah. But I feel like you're saying that, Nick, just because you don't want to split the vote on the right. Like, it's not gonna. PPC is not big enough to split the right vote at all, but they are an absolute joke. Maxime is insane. Join the NDP if you're so pro-union. Is PPC trying to... Are they union busters too? God damn. Like, who even is running as the Manitoba MP for ppcmerch.ca, online retailer of People's Party's merch? God damn it. Nelly, vote PPC, Bitcoin. Of course it's a Bitcoin. Of course it's a Bitcoin. Follower of Jesus, my king, my lord. Can be stupid. Hearing my immigrant uncle shout about Pierre Trudeau politics. Is this who follows the PPC? Or I want to see who they're following. I want to know who is what was the riding name? Kevin Larson. What's Kevin Larson up to on Twitter? Kevin Larson, PPC. I don't know if this is the guy that ran for last time for PPC, but he whoever came PPC in Portage Lisgar, I think they came like second place in 2021. To all CPC voters demanding PPC vote your way, you need to get this into your head. Many of us see you equally as evil as the Liberals. What the fuck? God damn. Is PPC just the Christian nationalists? They should just move with the Christian nationalists here. You stand for the murder of babies right up until birth. You don't have a plan to eliminate MAID. You continue to spend. You will keep bringing invaders who... Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, remember chat, I can't afford eggs, therefore we must deport immigrants. Remember chat. And remember, if you can't afford eggs, you must deport immigrants. If you can't afford eggs, you must deport immigrants. Germany tried that in the 40s. America's trying it now, and also Germany's trying it now, and they're enjoying it. But yeah. Oh my god. What are they doing? What is Kevin doing? Kevin Larson, my guy. Oh my god. Bro is on a generational crash out. How's
civic pride, civic...
still alive?
Unsure who...
My job, what my future is going to look like.
There's lots of worries, but I try not to read the news so that I'm good.
We are very clearly, understatement of the day, in a conservative province, right? There's no doubt about that in Alberta. And I think a couple months ago, we would have been talking about this massive conservative majority, but according to the polls, it's now a race. And I'm wondering how that sits.
Sorry, I'm just putting that on while putting this on while I just go grab some
9-10 years
food.
of this government, that to me it's really sad that we can't be willing to be brave enough to accept maybe change is the way to get onto a better trajectory.
Does that connect with you?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I have a feeling that we're talking about two different parties, but
Conservative Party.
Well, it's just interesting to me that this kind of feels like more of the same. It's really a two-horse race, even though there's technically 6 parties or more if you count some of the smaller ones. And it's a little bit weird to me that we seem to always only really be picking between 2 when there's other viable options out there.
So you're talking not liberal, not conservative.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, I'm a firm NDP supporter, and basically always have been.
I agree with your guys' points on that, but I like competition. I think it's very good that it is tight right now.
Well, I was on the topic of eggs
moves,
earlier.
hopefully.
You know how much this carton of eggs was? Like $3 for 18 eggs. That is not expensive. Why are people complaining about the price of eggs?
A flip. The reason this is flipped is because of Pierre Poilievre. He is Trump light, and people don't trust him. Justin Trudeau getting out of office was the best thing that could have happened, and it's one of the biggest reasons as well that this race has changed. We need someone who is level and even, and who also has a spine and can deal with this threat to the south.
Cody, as I understand it, you work at a cattle feed farm. You also work in oil and gas. Like, you got a lot going on.
It's busy, yes, very busy. Yeah.
So I'm curious, like when it's 3 o'clock in the morning and you're staring at the ceiling right now, what is it that you're thinking about?
I'm thinking about, as a country, we need to succeed. We need to be active in our business sector so we can look after the rest of Canada. We need to be forward-thinking, getting away from goals of these zero emissions and things like that. We need fossil fuels. We live in it's cold, right? So, things going through my head at 3 in the morning aren't necessarily the hot topic of Trump or how the election's actually going to play out. It's how are we going to get Canada on track? How is my business going to fit in going forward?
Okay. What about you? What's your 3 a.m.?
I would say affordability. I think that is something that is pressing down on everybody, but it's really closely tied with the threat coming from the United States. I'm really worried about it. I feel like the days are gone where we could treat Donald Trump, and what he says as entertainment. I take him seriously when he talks about making us the 51st state. I think this is a critical election for all of us.
So if I can add something to that, the Trump scares right now, they are scary, right? But now I feel like our politicians have maybe went on the side of a little bit too extreme, a little bit too pushed back when they are kind of the bully, right? So
I'm literally just
think
making breakfast.
It'd be very wise for us
I'm just frying
to be
eggs.
working on
It'll be like
a solution.
1 minute.
There's 2 ways to go with oil and gas pipelines. There's lots of things we could be doing. That
Medicine
work, I
hat
hope, is
voters.
happening, because what if we lose the states? Are we going to sit here and be like, oh no, Trump did us?
Medicine hat has its
we
own
have
riding, I
opportunity. We just need to work. It's the same when the cattle
no, it's
market
part of
falls.
cards.
We find a different avenue. We feed those cattle
Why
longer.
does Medicine
We
Hat not have
find
its
a
own
different
riding? I
avenue.
swear it's
Obviously, the tariffs
a
are
very
100%
big place.
Something to talk. I do think that they are somewhat a distraction to pull away from like the last 9-10 years that we've had with housing crisis, affordability, immigration, everything. You can the list, it comes from the past 9-10 years. And this threat just is the cherry on top for me. And I think the most important thing is being self-sufficient. What does that look like for Canada? To me, that's building pipelines. And we can do that and be responsible and get our ethical and clean energy out. We, as Albertans, we do care about the environment. People have a misconception of that.
You work in gas turbines. I know you have family all over this country. Do they get you? Do they get you as an Albertan?
Absolutely not. But that's because, and this is like the unfortunate thing of politics, is that either way, if you say I'm a liberal, I'm a conservative, I'm an NDP, right away it'll get branded with a stamp. And it's like you're conservative and an Albertan, they just automatically assume
you're lumped in,
that you don't care about the environment and rednecks and all of that stuff, and that's not true. And most people in Alberta are more central on like the political scale. We are definitely hurt by people are automatically, I believe, out east don't want to even vote conservative because they relate it to this stigma of what Alberta looks like.
There is a stereotype of Albertans, and I understand that some stereotypes are well earned, but Albertans are some of the greatest people, the most loyal people. They look out for each other. I've seen it happen time and time again here in Medicine Hat when someone is struggling or something happens.
How did the viewership go up while I was not on stream?
That is true across the province.
Honestly, that kind of makes
and
sense.
I don't think that gets recognized enough, and I think some empathy and compassion would go a long way.
Still doing
Bad
all right,
news
chat?
travels
How we doing?
way faster.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's
Do
find
you connect to that? Because
something
you're
more
like a
entertaining.
transplant, Adam, right? Like, I know that you
Gatsu is
came
probably one of
rushing
my
from your
favorite
restaurant.
YouTubers ever. We're gonna see what he has to say about Canada. Wait, no, he didn't make it. Was it Geopold that made it? They did an America versus Canada list. USA versus Canada by the
Alright,
GOAT
face it.
Geopold.
Your life is a complete mess right now. The laundry's not folded, you haven't exercised in weeks, you're spending way too much money going out.
The USA, the land of the free, arguably the most important country in the whole entire world. To clarify, I'm personally not the one arguing that. Obviously, Tajikistan is far more world dominant in my opinion. But I'm getting off topic already. Today we're going to be looking at the big bad wolf and its hat, Canada. The more docile, humble one out of these two North American giants. At least that's the perception. And today I'm going to challenge that by putting these two countries head to head in a 10-round battle to the blood. Yes, there is a bitter rivalry between these two plains stretching mega countries, so much so that the 5,525-mile long border, the longest border in the world by the way, is always kept perfectly clear so that the ops can't even share fauna. And today my goal is to finally solve the age-old question: who goated? Category shootout number 1, food. Everyone knows American food is about the worst thing you could ever ingest into your gut health-wise. From red 40 to corn syrup to microplastics to just good old fat. It's really no surprise these guys are known for the physical attributes they commonly display, you know? American food is so bad in this current point of history that the countries they export their food to the most, like basically all of Polynesia for example, can end up with genuinely like 70%.
I keep forgetting about this. Literally all of the islands in the Pacific have probably like the worst obesity rates ever, just because their like main trading partner is America. Like all the food they eat is just horrible for you.
Fucking morbid obesity rates. Nah, but I do have a theory about the other side.
This is Gen Z politics, by the way. For any old people watching right now, this is how Gen Z talks about politics. My generation.
Everyone likes to go on and on about how Canada's so healthy compared to the US. Their food is so much cleaner, etc, etc. Okay, Canada's obesity rate is a lot lower than the USA's, yes. However, remember, Canadians gotta shovel snow. They actually go outside, you know, they actually use their legs. Studies prove that the prevalence of low physical activity is considerably higher in the US, where it's 71% by the way, than in Canada, where it's around 50%. This is why they're less fat. The food is still fucked in Canada, okay? Don't let the pro-Canadian propaganda infest your brain, man. They have almost exactly the same...
No. The Canada National Food Guide... Guys, trust me, the Canada National Food Guide is goated, chat. You don't understand. He's lying. The Brit is lying. It's still horrible. It's so bad here too.
Same food regulation policies. Tim Hortons is low-key way worse for you than most American fast food chains. Right. The only difference is American food tastes
Alright, okay.
Amazing. Canadian food tastes like fucking dog shit. Putin, wait, I mean Pouton, wait, hold up. I mean poutine, you could never catch me eating this slop, bruh. What do you mean this is your prized food? Processed chips, processed cheese, processed gravy. Nutritionally, this is literally the equivalent of licking one of Grand Central Station's public toilet seats, okay? Canadians, do not try give me none of that. Oh, but American food's so bad for you. I'll take my blue, red, and white-blooded dinner any day, bitch. If any of you, ever catch me eating in the Tim Hortons in Birmingham,
New Street by the train station,
kill me. Straight up kill me. Right there. I've hit rock bottom and
I gotta be real. I'm sorry, I keep pausing it. I gotta be real. The best Tim Hortons I've ever had was in like Malaga in Spain. Like on a random Spanish island, they had a Tim Hortons. And it had to be the best Tims I ever eaten.
There's no point living anymore. USA, 1 point up. The next category is just a quick fire one, really. Gigantic 17-foot Cheeto dust monument. Canada 1, USA 0. Next up, politics. It's similar in a way to my food analysis, right? Because both of our contenders are simply just the same evil, unequal, rigged playgrounds for ultra elite rich pigs that want to destroy the entire world and destroy everything that goes against their evil, unending need for delicious dollars, be that Canadian or American. The only difference is they package it kind of differently. America, you can have you a goddamn Chevy and a big old slice of brisket and some god fucking loving freedom. Canada is more like, yo, maybe you can have a 1-bedroom condo and an iced latte. Venti, not grande. So whilst I was researching this video, I had to find out some very niche information about both these countries, and I found a very entertaining way to do so. Polybuzz.
Yeah,
Thank you to these guys for sponsoring this video. Polybuzz is a pretty epic app that allows you to create your own unique character chatbot, who you can then talk to about pretty much anything. Crack some jokes, get some efficient learning done, have a heart-to-heart, discuss the Mongolian carrot farming industry. You know, the usual. From just messing around and having a laugh to researching work, it's a super useful app to have on your phone. Trust me, you want to talk to Ronaldo? You got it. Yo, Ronaldo, bro, what do you think of that statue they made of you at Madeira Airport? It's amazing. I'm very proud of it. Yo, whatever, bro. Don't flatter yourself, bro. I've seen that in real life. I know how you really be looking. You want to talk to Harry Potter? Easy. Yo, Harry, beg you teach me a spell to expel the ops. Please, bro. Why would you want to learn a spell to get rid of the ops? They are harmless. Hey, thank you, my bro. Thank you, Harry, my boy. Ooh. With over 10 million downloads worldwide, Polybuzz is a must-have app for you to unleash your creativity. So what are you waiting for, man? Hit that link in description. Search my code GEOPOD for surprising premium features. But
we're not watching these ads, though. Just like the in-video ads you watch.
that being said, Canada has, you know, a slightly functioning, kind of fair healthcare system. I guess that falls into politics, and personally, if I was out visiting the USA and hypothetically I tripped over and my Glock hypothetically went off in my pocket, or in Canada, let's say my Rambo knife went through my leg, I'd rather not pay 7 million USD for an ambulance, some stitches, and an opiate addiction, you know? I can get that just fine by my own free will around the back of the train depot in downtown Calgary, thanks. See, who really has true freedom here, man? The Americans get addiction forced on them by Big Pharma. The Canadians, hey, it's just free will, my friend. In all seriousness, in Canada, at least people struggling with the aforementioned problems get a little bit of help and sympathy, whereas the American strategy to drop issues seems to be arrest and kill anyone involved instantly, especially the goddamn South Americans, especially them, kill them way more, problem solved. And look, regarding their actions abroad, I know Canada is one of the GOATs when it comes to colonialism and genocide. And this might be just because they're smaller and less powerful, but at least in the modern day, the post-British Empire day, they don't have quite as much of a despicable track record as the USA's, right? So I do think we got the big maple leaf taking the W here. 1 point goes to Canada. Speaking about healthcare, yeah, I'm about to go there, man. I'm about to, hey, it's me, Mario, and Luigi.
Also,
the next
he's British,
category
so
is complete.
He's British. He like the English healthcare system and the Canadian are basically the same. Just England has, I think, slightly less wait times. But yeah, major surgeries, 2 years probably.
Completely unfortunate, absolutely deplorable shooting of a healthcare.
We still do beat America though, just because you're not financially burdened for the rest of eternity after that major surgery.
CEO. All I'ma say is USA 1, Canada 0, baby. Take away whatever you want from that. This next category is humor. A massive stereotype among us Brits is that the Americans got no jokes. They can't take jokes, they can't make jokes, they just quake, flake, and break when they hear jokes. And I know this isn't 100% true, okay, obviously, but you gotta admit, right, a lot of American comedy is either just like cringe, forcibly edgy Joe Rogan, or over on the other side of the spectrum, just the absolute horrors of PG, Jesus-friendly humor. Whereas Canadians, yo, whole different story, man. These guys are like...
Nah, bro brings up... I waited 17 hours? Yeah, dude, that's insane. That's fucked up. You definitely, like, our healthcare system just way overloaded. Like, we just gotta have more doctors. Way more doctors. Also, I need to adjust. How's the audio right now? Sorry, while I have a second while I'm playing another video, I'm gonna see if I can adjust the audio. Because I thought last night when I streamed, I like reviewed the footage and I thought I sounded a little quiet. But also I know if I crank the mic volume like internally, it starts like making a weird ass noise. Like, yeah, if I crank this and I have this open. My God, it's windy as hell out right now. Like, how's that? Windy as hell out right now. Yeah, NDP is doing much better than the than what Pallister was for healthcare provincially. That's not how I'm gonna do it. Sorry, I gotta like open my whenever I want to check the audio. I have to open my own stream on the phone because I only have one monitor, so I can't have like multiple monitors with like a headset going in. But yeah. Okay, that sounds better. A little louder. A little louder. Yeah, that's better. Okay, perfect.
Like proper Northerners. They're very funny people, and their sense of humor is identical to us Brits. Even their accents, they sound like Brummy Americans. It's truly amazing. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, I've got 3 words for you, my friend.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers, couches, mattresses, same day notice or 3 weeks in advance.
Trailer.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Abi Khan. I think me and Nick have talked about him before. I don't remember if we have, but
Park boys. No American could dream this shit up ever, man. It's genuinely one of the clearest insights into Canadian life and Canadian humor. Canadians are also known for just being the friendliest people literally ever. And every single Canadian I've ever met, realistically a pretty small sample group. However, coming out on top with a
I don't got any Nova Scotian
nice
beer to
person,
celebrate
whereas
Trailer Park Boys mentioned, but I do have Alberta Genuine Draft. So Alberta Genuine Draft down the hatch. Yeah, he's all right. Trailer Park Boys mentioned, chat. Trailer Park Boys mentioned. Trailer Park Boys mentioned. It is 1:27 p.m. I'm not chugging this in one go. This does not mix well with the Tim Hortons coffee. There we go. My boys have been mentioned. Absolutely have some beers, Thunder. Thunder, I'll send you my Discord if you wanted to hop in later tonight as well. I think Nick has my Discord already. If you're interested, Nick, that is. Like, I'll DM you and we can text about it, but... Did you see your polls? Yeah, my one at the top of my chat. Bloc majoritaire is my vote, alright? The one at the top of my... Nick, it's the internet. Of course conservatives are going to win. Yeah, my YouTube poll is cray-cray. Conservatives are... It's the internet. People... Like, my analytics are, like, mostly male. Look at the polls right now. These are the CBC ones. Since I've last checked, they've gone up 1. Yeah, link me. I'm interested. Like, my analytics? I'm not linking you my analytics, but my analytics are, I can tell you them out loud. They are, I believe, like 70. On Instagram, it's insane. My Instagram analytics are like 80% woman. Like 80%, like 18 to 24 woman is the Instagram analytics. But YouTube is like all male. Yeah, let's see. Channel analytics. Keep the polls open over here while I look at this. Channel analytics. Audience. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, my last 28 days, my audience is 100% male. So, of course, 100% male, all between 18 and 34. Dude, of course my channel poll is going to be conservative winning. Oh, I meant link me the Discord? I thought you already had me as friends on Discord. But yeah, I'll text you about it. Video you linked if you scroll up. That didn't appear if you linked me. It didn't show in chat what you linked me. Loki thought block majority would go hard. Block majority. Yeah, I'll DM you the link to Discord on Instagram. I thought we already had friends on Discord though. Let's see. DM friends. I have Stefano on Discord. I swear I had you on Discord. Oh well. Yeah, I'll send you. I'll send you it on Instagram. But yeah. Send me the link. Yeah, give me a minute. Give me a minute, dog. Later tonight you guys can hop in. But yeah, the link that you sent me did not appear in chat. I wonder if YouTube has I think I might have automatic moderator settings on probably. Community defaults, hold potentially inappropriate. I don't know, maybe Thunder can see it cuz he's mod right now. Chat filter, all messages. Yeah, no, whatever you linked did not appear, Nick. I don't think it will either. Refresh it, see how many likes we're at right now. So I just gotta refresh the stream on my other page here. Started streaming 92 minutes ago. 9 people have liked so far. Yeah, your link has not gone through at all, Nick. Here we are. Okay, there we go. Shows me chat now. Perfect. Okay, we're caught up on there. 7 people watching, 8 minutes. Yeah, the Streamlabs overlay for YouTube kind of sucks. So I kind of have to have, I have like a second window open on my computer right now. Oh, whoa, is this stream frozen right now? Huh. Is my camera like frozen right now? That's so weird. Oh, that's interesting. Alright, I guess I'll refresh my camera. Okay, there we go, back. Perfect. Yes, I am using a GoPro as my thing. As my camera. But yeah, Okay, we're back now. Camera is not frozen anymore. Yeah. Oh, link you the Discord. Yeah, I'll send you the Discord on Instagram. You too, just because I have you both there. But yeah, I don't have that link that you sent me earlier, Nick. You'd have to text it to me, I think, because it's not going through, and I don't understand streaming settings, so I don't know how to change the settings on chat for that. But yeah, I can see if I can on maybe on this later. But yeah, your friends. Okay, there we go. I sent it to both of you guys. Okay. All right. What were we doing? What were we talking about? The polls here. Yeah, Nick, I don't know what the link is. It's not appearing in chat on my end, so I do not think it works. I'd have to update my chat settings, which I don't really want to do midstream unless I can do it right now. Can I do it right now? Maybe I can. Permissions. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. I will do that for next stream, get links going, but yeah, hyperlinks in chat might not be working on YouTube. I think that might just be a YouTube thing. So yeah, welcome to the stream if you're here right now. We are going to be live until the election is decided, probably later, maybe midnight. We are just having a chill time hanging out. We got people from all different ends of the political spectrum here today. So feel free to chat and chat, see what you're doing, have fun stuff. Get a Thunder, I got you as a friend. I'll have to figure that out later, like how to set it up. So I can do that when there's like a lull in the stream, probably around like 2 o'clock. Like around like 2 o'clock, I'll probably like do.
I'm not gonna lie, every time I hear an American accent in London, I do low-key have some pretty American urges. I'm talking AK-47. I'm talking self-defense. I'm talking freedom. I'm talking stone cold-blooded murder. Canada obviously winning this round, fair and square. The next category shootout is large Jimmy Carter smiling peanut statue. USA 1, Canada 0. Our next
no, I think by default my chat is hyperlinks disabled, and it's because it's on YouTube. I don't know how to change that immediately, so you're gonna have to like text me the hyperlink.
Shootout is rap beef. Look, despite the concerningly massive amount of big music stars from Canada, if we being real, you guys just gotta stop dissing Americans, man. You gotta stop right now. And when I say you guys, I think we all know who I'm referring to, okay? The figurehead of Canadian rap, the Drizzler. Taking the L twice to this extent is crazy. Track record is diabolical, man. First, you get your secret child that you're neglecting doxed. Then you get your a preference for children doxed. Oh my god, man. I might have to give America 2 points for Drizzy's performance here, man. What the fuck? The Drizzler is gonna be taking the L for the whole country, man. I'm sorry, but what else am I supposed to do here, man? Next category up is the climate. Okay, so I know you're all gonna hit me with what the fuck?
I would like to apologize for Drake. Kendrick definitely won. I gotta be real. I can set up a chat bot for you so your Discord invite link gets posted in chat once he takes Discord. I don't have a Discord set up yet, like a community Discord, so I still need to do that. That can be done another day, I think.
Oh, man, are you crazy? But low-key, Canada might win.
But yeah, that in the future, yeah, absolutely. If you want to talk about that, because I don't know how it works right now. Still figuring things out. This is only like the 4th stream I've done. Yeah, I literally have watched no tutorials. I just did it based off what I know. So
weather is like actually abysmal, but hear me out, okay? Tornadoes. I do not want the air to be my op. I do not want the air to fight me. And I
Manitoba's got the L on this one.
I really don't want that in my life, man. You Okay, hold up. So I'm editing this video right now, okay? And I just thought I'd give this point a quick fact check, because I kind of said this for some reason without actually knowing. Turns out,
if you're in Canada and have over $10,000 of debt, payday loans, credit cards, and lines of credit that you can't pay off or get to zero.
Oh yeah, Nick, I know you streamed for 4 years. I remember the days.
Canada actually have fucking shitloads of tornadoes. They even come in second in the world for tornadoes, only to the USA. So frankly, I don't know what I was talking about. This leaves Canada with literally no advantage here. Like, bro, I gotta deal with 20 minutes of sunlight a day, 79 meters of snow, and fucking twisters, twizzy.
They had PPC third to
USA,
top.
Another point up.
That's
Alcohol.
Crazy.
Now, this might be my most
Over
controversial
green and
point
a
yet
DP. I
in
think
the
it goes
history
by
of this channel,
alphabetical
maybe
order
even,
for
but in
names.
my
I think that's why.
opinion,
Last name
Americans
alphabetical order.
Can't drink. Canadians can. I've genuinely seen with my own two eyes Americans on the tube in London talking about how I'm too buzzed off the White Claw. I gotta slow down off this White Claw, man. I might overdo it if I drink any more White Claw, man. White Claw seltzers. Bruh, this angers me so much, man. For those of you who don't know, my Europeans, basically, the American equivalent of like lads, frat boys, for example, those Trump Nelk guys, right? They drink fucking seltzers. And they drink seltzers as if they're like hard. Man, why don't you just shut up and enjoy 1 million beers? And I'm not talking some American piss baby water beer, man. Yo, I think I know which nation invented this. I think I know, and I genuinely think Canadians might have their breakfast cereal in bowls of White
like,
Claw.
dude.
Actually, probably something a lot more alcohol.
Dude, you want to see a ballot, Nick? You want to see a ballot with whatchamacallit? Hold up, fuck Kevin Larson. Carlton ballot. Dude, look at this. This is the ballot in Carlton right now. For Winnipeg South Center, he's a mega chad. Yeah, Braden Rousseau. He looks like a realtor. Look at this ballot, dog. For Carlton. This is Pierre Poilievre's riding. It just it just goes by order of first name, last name. Like, here's the model here. Like, he is right here. Poilievre, Pierre, conservative. Like, all these independents go above him. The rhinoceros goes above him. Yeah, the Carlton one. Yeah, I get it upsets you. My thing is, like, he does though. Yeah, I know, he looks like a fucking realtor. He looks like a real estate agent. I have not looked at his platform, to be honest. A lot of the conservative local candidates, I don't really look into that much. Like, I know who Raquel is, of course, because she is the one right now that's fighting for her life in Transcona. And also I think I've met her a few times, like through firefighting stuff. But yeah, I don't know many of them. Yeah, listen, my opinion on this ballot right here is that this is a perfect example of effective political protest. And, you know, I am for protests. I love a good protest. That's maybe that's the French blood in me, but I love a good protest. Yeah, this is a partisan act. This right here is not. I don't think this was done specifically to attack Pierre Poilievre. This was just done. Wait, no, sorry, nonpartisan act. You said it's a partisan act. I think this is nonpartisan, personally. Like, the longest ballot movement has done this, like, every year. Every election they've done this. Like, not just to Pierre Poilievre. Like, they've been doing this for a while. Longest ballot committee, a movement in Canada. It used to be the Rhinoceros Party, known for flooding ballots with a large number of independent candidates in protest of first past the post voting system and other electoral related issues. The group has gained national attention mostly during the 2022 Lakeshore election, 2020 Winnipeg South Center federal by-election. They did it, like where Ben Carr got elected. They did it. So, yeah, Ben Carr, this election, I don't know if you voted in this, Nick, but the by-election, Look at this. They did it last time too. They've been doing this. I don't think this is a partisan act. I think this is very nonpartisan. It is it is definitely just a random protest. Like they've done this in your riding, Nick. But yeah. Like look at this ballot. Yeah, this is your riding right here, Winnipeg South Center. They in 2023 when Jim Carr died, they did the by-election. I'm sure you remember that. But this was the ballot when they did the by-election and went in your riding. Look at how many. Look at how many. Yeah, like these people have been doing this forever. Longest ballot committee has been doing this for a while. I think this is the first year where they've done it like for a specific leader of a party. Like they definitely chose Carleton because it's Pierre Poilievre's riding. However, they've been doing this a bunch. Demir is my ex's best friend's dad. Oh, was he on that ballot? Yeah, you can see people who are on that ballot. Where is it? See how many votes he got? For which one? Conservative, yeah, Demir Stiponek, 23%, 6,100. Just got back from voting, modest turnout, but it makes sense before lunch in a small center. Yeah, Dream Chaser. Like, did you have any like issues voting or anything, or was it like pretty smooth? And modest turnout probably because whatchamacallit, saw a few punk kids from Kensington. Hell yeah. Dude, that neighborhood's so nice. I love Kensington in Calgary. It's such a nice neighborhood. It kind of reminds me of like where I live in Osborne Village. He's the Tory? Yeah. 6,100, 2370. So yeah, he is the he was the running for Tory against Jim Carr before he was the Tory for your riding before Braden Rousseau was. But yeah, no, like politics doesn't happen in a vacuum is one thing that I learned a lot that I've learned a lot getting more into it. Like everything happens outside. Like everyone exists for a long period of time and nothing happens in a vacuum. Like there's details to every single thing. Like longest ballot initiative, they've been doing it. They started it as a protest against the Liberals actually, because as you remember, Justin Trudeau promised to end first past the post voting. Justin Trudeau was the one who promised to get rid of first past the post and have electoral reform. The protest, I'm assuming, yeah, it started the 2021 federal election. St. Boniface, St. Vital was where they did it. So Winnipeg, Calgary, Winnipeg, Mississauga, Winnipeg, Kitchener, Toronto, yeah. Voting was so easy and seems everyone's super nice. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Voting in this country is very easy, very chill. Like, I think for like, there's like a global institute for election integrity, and we're like one of the highest, I think. Integrity Project. I think this is it. Maybe. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's based out of Canada, so I think we're gonna rank higher. The index of election and integrity. Like Canada's, I think, very up there on it, which kind of makes sense. Home index. Okay, Harvard databases. Give me a list. Give me a ranking of countries. World Value Survey. Country legislation list. Is this it? God, why do like nerds like the Election Integrity Institute always gotta have like boring ass websites like this? Like, just give me like an animated little list of everything. Overview articles, reports. Is that gonna be it? God damn it. Okay, I cannot. It's nerd shit. It's nerd shit. I cannot. Video pause. Keep watching. What? I don't even know what this is. Can I send you the link? Yeah. Send it to me on Instagram, and I will send it over to my computer. Or did you get that friend request on Discord? Just text it to me on Discord and send it on my computer. But yeah.
Alcoholic. Trailer Park Boys taught me all I needed to know, man. Ever since I finished that series, I've looked upon Canadians.
No, for
with
real.
nothing
More
but
picture, more
respect
color.
and
Like, look at
admiration.
this shit. Sorry, not this shit. This is the thing, dude. Okay, honestly, you say that, Nick. I gotta be real with you. We say that as like a joke and as a bit, like to be like whatchamacallit. That's not it. Where is it? Oh, I know it's the Unite, Secure, Build, Protect. Like, we say that as like a little bit of a joke, right? Like, we need more picture, more color. Black and white text is boring. The conservatives took that literally. Like, Pierre's platform is a picture book. I gotta be real. Pierre's platform is a fucking picture book, dog. It's got like a picture of him and his wife as the cover. Goes to another ballot picture of him. Down here, got some color, black and white text, a little signature letter. Like, this looks like a fucking medication ad. This looks like an ad for life-saving medication. Keep scrolling down. More pictures. More pictures. I like. Yes. Give me picture. Give me picture. Yes. Picture. Military. Yes. Dude, the fucking liberal ad, this is the only picture in it. Dude, liberal is 67 pages, conservatives is 30. Like, there's just so many pictures. www. Oh god. Bro's flooding the chat. Yeah, no, like, there's that one picture, and then literally the rest of the liberal platform is just text. It's just text. Black and white text. I read this whole document, Nick. This is the only picture. There's like this and one more. It's so boring. Like, nobody's gonna read this shit. Oh, let's see, Jagmeet. Jagmeet, he didn't even do like a PDF document. His is all on the website. Which, honestly, you might like the NDP's the best. That looked like AOC next to Pierre on the pic. Yeah, no, that's his wife. I forgot her name, but yeah. NDP. You might actually like NDP's platform the best, Nick, because it's interactive. Like, if you're trying to have, like, look, lots of color. You got interactive little buttons you can click. Get your ass on Grock, copy paste it, and read it like an audiobook. Bro, I'm not getting my ass on Grock. I'm not talking to Grock ever. Homes for families, not corporate landlords. Yeah. Like this one's interactive, got lots of color, lots of little pictures. Like, their platforms are very interesting. Okay, these are the ridings we're watching as well. In this election, the ridings I care about are Kildone and St. Paul, which, oh my god, Thomas has taken over. No, I click button. Yeah, NDP needs to have a, whatchamacallit. Yeah, NDP spent their budget on the website. Yeah, dude, they spent all their budget on this website and nothing on the campaign. Like, I wish they did a PDF. Sorry, Mr. Sin, I like button, but no vote. Like, yeah, he does give you buttons. So his is the easiest to read for, like, those who don't like reading, like, page reports. But I do wish they had a PDF page report. But yeah, the ridings we're watching, this is Kildone and St. Paul. Rachel Dancho's incumbent. She might get overthrown by a Liberal. Yeah, dude, look at how tight this one's been. This is in Kildone and St. Paul, Nick. I think Tanner the other day told me he was part of the Winnipeg South. Yeah, dude, it's insane, dude. The Tories have so much money. I wonder why the Conservatives have money, chat. I wonder why the Conservatives have so much money. Nepean, yeah, Carney's winning Nepean. We don't gotta watch that. Calgary Confederation. This is you, Dream Chaser. So we're gonna keep this one. We're gonna watch this one. Jesus Christ, Liberals pulled ahead today. It was a Conservative 2 days ago when I streamed yesterday, and we were talking about it. What does it make me if I vote provincially NDP and federally Tory? No, it doesn't make you lean left. The NDP provincially is not very left. Wab Kinu's like, yeah, he's an Indigenous guy, so of course he's got his leftist ideas. But provincial it's the same thing as like people who voted Doug for like a lot of people in Ontario are Doug Ford Trudeau voters that vote for both Ford and Trudeau. And like those people, would you call them right wings? Yeah, it makes you Albertan, LMFAO, voting for NDP provincially and voting for Conservative federally. That's average Albertan. Like, it makes sense. Parties, it's how it should be. You shouldn't just stick to your party based on like provincial versus national politics. Like on a national scale, the NDP isn't really good. NDP provincial in Alberta is centrist. Yes, exactly. Like the NDP in Manitoba, yeah, they're like a little left, but they're not leftists by any means. Like Wab Kinu's not a socialist. Wab Kinu is just an Indigenous man, so of course he's got just like inherently more left-leaning ideas. That's it. Like Wab Kinu's actually pretty fiscally conservative in some instances. But yeah, average Albertan votes NDP and Tory. But yeah, like look at this. Edmonton, insane. Like the fact that Edmonton and Calgary are battlegrounds this election, it's gonna be so fun to watch later. I don't know when do the first polls close. I gotta get rid of the Geopold video, sorry. CBC Live. Wait, did you vote in South Center? No, I vote in South. I'm Winnipeg South riding still, where I grew up, because I didn't re-register my address in time for the election, so I voted in Winnipeg South. It's a colors team sports, right? That's Canadian politics, basically.
That's the color of the Quebec flag. Colors are important. They help you
Look, right here, it's telling you. It's a color party, color team sports.
By its cover. Find out what each party actually represents by going to their websites or listening to their leaders.
Is it possible for Canada's voting system
Don't know when the coverage starts. It's 2 p.m. here, so that means it's 4 p.m. in starting soon. Mark Carney votes in the federal election. What is this? It's frozen. CPAC, it's frozen, my friends. Did you vote for Cam Scott? In the provincial? Cam Scott is in your riding. He's the Communist Party, right? I think he's the Communist Party. Federal map again. Cam Scott's communist, right? That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Cam Scott. I like Cam. He's a nice guy. Cam is a nice guy. But I gotta be real. I think leftists, I gotta be real. The Red Scare anti-communist propaganda did way too much damage to the left. It did way too much damage to the left. If leftists call themselves communists, they're not going to get votes because everyone just hears communist and goes evil. Like, you're not going to be able to convince people. There was too much propaganda. Imagine if Pierre wins and Carney wins his riding and he has to stay in office. That'd be jokes. I think Carney's getting ousted as the leader if he doesn't win the election. I think Carney will be ousted as leader and he will just become an MP, which would be insane. Like, the federal polling is 4 points. 4 points is the final polls. And then after a certain time today, I don't think any more polling is, like, legally allowed. Starting soon, Mark Carney votes in his federal election. Mark Carney casts his ballot at a polling station in Nepean, Ontario. So eventually, we're going to see that happen. Tate Pson knocked on my door. He's cray cray. Which one's Tate again? Tate is independent. Is Tate what kind of crazy? Like, is he crazy right or crazy left? Can you turn down being an MP? Yeah, you can. It would just mean that the riding of Nepean would have to do a by-election if he turned it down, or if he resigned. But I gotta be. I don't think Carney stays on as official opposition if he loses the election. How many people have voted in my YouTube poll? 99 votes, almost 100 votes in that YouTube poll that I have here. What time do polls close in Manitoba? Usually around 6:30 p.m. For every polling station. Or maybe 8:30. Yeah, 8:30 for our time zone. Wait, no. The first polls would close in... I can just Google this, actually. Yeah, 8:30 p.m. Newfoundland time. So that is... I forget the translation. Like, I don't know, like 4:30, 5:30. Conspiracy theorist. Wait, he's left-leaning but anti-vax? I don't think he's left-leaning if he's anti-vax and 5G. I think he watched Joe Rogan and thinks Joe Rogan is a socialist. If you think Joe Rogan is a socialist, you're not left-leaning. What's it like when a candidate knocks on your doors? Yeah, I don't know. I've lived in, since I've been an adult, I've lived on my own. Like during the when I've lived with my parents, it was they just come up, they like talk to you real quick and stuff. Like Nick probably has better insight because he actually talked to him today. But they do just knock on your door and like ask if you want to talk about the election. You either say yes or no. They give you a little pamphlet maybe. But yeah, Newfie time. I think it's 4 hours. 2 hours. Oh. Wait, no, 2.5 hours. Okay, so we will get our first polls. The first results will start coming in at 6 p.m. Winnipeg time. So 6 p.m. Winnipeg time is when we start seeing the results come in from Newfoundland. Talked to him for like 20 minutes. Conspiracy theorist? Yeah, he's not right. Like, a lot of conspiracy... Okay, I gotta be real. The left-right spectrum is a horrible... decider to like it's a horrible political tool for people to figure out if you're left-leaning, right-leaning is stupid. With like a hobo sign with his name on it. Nice. I love it. But no, the left-right spectrum is kind of stupid. Did you ever send me that link you wanted me to watch, Nick? So I'm just like, my work chat's popping off right now. Vote. Bro, no. Hold up. I'm sending that. I'm showing that on stream, Nick. I gotta show that on stream. That's crazy. Give me a second. I gotta put it to like my OneDrive or something. That's fucking nuts. Sent the link on Discord. Okay, got it. Tight election, polls show clear path to conservative victory. Chinese votes? What? Trump already won? Dog, this is Canada. It's got Canada in the name, dog. Alright, we're gonna pause this for now. I don't really care about seeing Carney vote anyways. Dude, this is insane. Oh I gotta upload it to my fucking camera roll. Give me a second. Oh my god, dude, this is this is so funny. Okay. Oh my god, this is so silly. Oh, it didn't work. Fuck. Unless I do this. Didn't work. Never mind. I gotta do this instead. This is the image. Guys, make sure you vote Tate Pson. Go to votemate.org. I'm not posting this picture of your... I'm posting this picture of his sign, bro. He came out with this. Vote Tate Pson. Go to votemate.org to learn more. Like, he can go to, like, an office supply store and get one printed. He knows that, right? I kind of don't want to go to votemate.org. I don't trust this. I don't trust this. God damn it. Bro pulls up with this. Do you vote for him? Yes or no? Yes or no, chat? Do you vote for him? No, it's absolute jokes. I don't... How did he get a... How? Like, that's insane. Pulls up with this being like, guys, how did he get 100 signatures? That's what I want to know. How did he get 100 signatures? How? Okay, let's watch your video, Nick.
Hey guys, Wyatt Claypool here. Because this is my show, of course we're going
Oh, it's
to
the
be
National
breaking down-
Telegraph. Okay. The National if he wins over 100 votes, bro. Let me look at the riding again. No, he's gonna get over 100 votes just because people are like. How many people voted in the last election? He's gonna get at least 100 votes, dude. I think he's gonna get at least 100. I don't know. He's like I'll do a $20 bet on this. I say Tate Pson gets at least 100 votes, unless you agree that he's gonna get at least 100, because I think he will. The 5G towers. But no, the National Telegraph claims to be yeah, that's what I was saying. Like they definitely present themselves
Hey guys, Wyatt.
the home of Canadian political commentary videos. Like this guy, oh, from a conservative realist perspective. Okay. I thought National Telegraph was trying to claim like this title right here makes it seem very much like they are, you'll take the under? Okay, I'll bet $20 on that. But yeah, who's calling me? No. No calls right now, please. I will take that, God damn it, get off my watch. Sorry, the National Telegraph, by like making your title like this, it makes it like most people aren't going to go in and read this and find it's from a conservative realist perspective. He's very much presenting himself or presenting theirselves as a whatchamacallit. He's very open about being conservative. I assume when you watch the videos maybe. But I just think that like this is kind of misleading. Like I make it very clear that I'm just a guy. I am biased, but like calling yourself something like the National Telegraph makes it seem like you're an actual news source. Like that's not, I don't know. I just have an issue with the name. That's it. But yeah, what was the video? It was this one. It was Steel Hunters Early Access. That's what you wanted me to watch, right?
Hey guys, Wyatt Claypool here. Because this is my show, of course we're going to be breaking down the state of the polls in Canada on the eve of Canada's federal election. To put it in a nutshell for people who don't want to watch the entire video, the polls are very tight, but there are some very bright spots for the Conservatives. This is going to be a turnout election.
Well, yeah,
Who
he's
can
got,
turn out
dude. Yeah, he's got his UCP here. Like, are you UCP, Nick? I don't know, but he's got his UCP here. He's a conservative.
Base more than the other party in the regions that matter. Now,
but like, if you don't know anything about politics, you don't know what UCP is. You don't know. Like, unless he says in the opening of the video that he's conservative, you don't know. He could be presenting himself as a partisan, nonpartisan, like objective media source, but he's not.
Or like I'm about to show, whenever you ask people who's your neighbor voting for, the Conservatives are doing much better.
Yeah, no, he looks like he's a
This
conservative.
election has the capacity to have one of the biggest national polling misses in Canadian political history, because there is just so many pressures to not say you're voting Conservative.
UCP is like. It's basically United Conservative.
And the Conservative base has actually become very minority-heavy. People
Calgary
who are very
West.
unlikely to take polls, and I don't think pollsters have properly adapted to this. Before I get into the polling details, I just want to remind you guys, if you like my show, if you've been liking my federal election coverage, make sure to leave a like on this video, subscribe to the channel if you're not yet a subscriber, help me get to 100,000 subscribers by mid-December. Juno News Neighbor Poll. Why I want to talk about this is when we get into other polls that are very tight, remember that this is how things tend to shake out when you ask a slightly different question.
Okay, Juno News Neighbor Poll, April 23rd. Let's look at that. How does Juno News poll? That's what I want to know. This is the one he was looking at here, I think. April 9th. Who do you believe your neighbors are voting for? Juno News poll, April 8th, 2025. This poll is for paid subscribers. Since I'm not paying for this, but I want to know how they conduct their polling, because Juno News isn't an official pollster. Maybe turn it up one notch. U of Calgary, poli-sci is full of these dudes. Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, you got it. Wait, sorry. Where is he?
Juno News, in their final normal poll, just asking people, who are you voting for? It came down to 39 Liberal, 39 Conservative, and like 10 NDP. When you asked people, who's your neighbor going to vote for? Which tends to overcome the shy Tory effect, Conservatives not wanting to say they're voting Conservative or they're not picking up the phone, and also minority voters who are very unlikely to take a poll. This kind of...
Sorry, I need to know if Juno News has any... I need to know if they have any sort of, whatchamacallit, exclusive poll. Polls for paid... I'm not paying to subscribe. But Conservatives and Liberals deadlocked ahead of election day is their poll. Juno News final poll. Official Pollsters Canada. That's what I want to Google. Because pollsters in Canada are very good at their job. I gotta say that. List of pollsters. Or sorry, 338 ranking of Canadian pollsters. They're independent? Okay, so yeah, they're not going to be on any official pollster here. Yeah, they're not going to be on here. 338 Canada ranking. These are usually Ledger and Nanos are the two that I look at. Ecos, the founder is a liberal, but he seems to be like morally unbiased on his elections. But yeah, if it's not an official poll he's looking at,
it because you're asking.
I gotta be real. In like pollsters have a lot of regulation on how they conduct their polls.
And right now, the Juno News poll had it at 40% Conservative, 38 Liberal, 11 NDP. When you ask that question, and then Abacus Data, their final poll.
Okay, this one, Abacus Data, we can look at. Abacus Data, that's trustworthy. But Juno. A Juno poll is the equivalent of this poll that I have running in YouTube chat. I can say 110 Canadians voted on my poll that I posted saying that they think the Conservatives are going to win, and 74% think Conservatives are going to win. That's official data. But because I'm not a registered pollster, like the data comes off the same as Juno News. Like it's it's not official. It's misleading data because I can just say, I can make a graphic saying I asked 100 people who they're voting for or who they think is going to win. But I only gave them these 3 options. And I could present this exact data as it is, the same way Juno is doing, without any context that it was a YouTube poll, without any context that 100% of the viewers were male, and without any context that it came from a live stream with like 10 people watching. I thought my poll was federal. It is. Dude, this is an official poll right here. What do you mean? Conservatives are winning. Yeah, I'm sampling primarily Prairie's voters, and my sample size is far lower. Yes, I'm saying raw data can be misleading. Yes. Like, official pollsters have laws they have to follow so that their data isn't as misleading. But yeah.
Been +2 for the Liberal Party when they asked.
Yeah, I'm saying obvious shit is what I'm saying. I'm saying shit you guys already probably know. Raw data is misleading.
Voting for. The results turned into Conservative Party 44%, Liberal Party 40%, which is far better than the original result of 40 Conservative and 42 Liberal. So yes, I think that this is actually going to be I think this is actually going to play out on election day. I do, if I am ballparking the chances for the Conservative minority government, I think it's a little bit better than a 50% chance for them. The thing that the Liberals have the advantage of is when you actually look at age demographics, it's just true that older voters tend to be more likely to vote Liberal. If you're an older voter and you're watching this video, obviously you're voting Conservative, but many boomer age people are voting Liberal, and they tend to turn out and vote more than younger voters. So we need very, very good middle-aged turnout and youth turnout tomorrow, as well as it would be good for basically everyone to turn out, because if we can keep it tight with older voters, then we are in business because we have a very strong lead with people between the ages of 35 and 45 and 46 and 55. Those voters are very conservative. And so now I want to jump over to some other stats and some new polls that have just come out recently. Let's actually first start with this new poll from Innovative Research, who's kind of been a little bit all over the place in the last few days, but that's okay. It just happens with the sample sometimes. I think they generally do a good job. Sometimes they might just have a more liberal heavy sample one day. But they did specifically a poll of Chinese Canadian voters in British Columbia. And this is extremely encouraging information. This guy...
Bias-ass poll. National Telegraph, what the fuck? Polling just the Chinese Canadians. Oh my god.
Christie says innovative...
Okay, I've not watched this video. He's gonna say, from the thumbnail, this poll's gonna say Chinese Canadians. Oh wait, the Conservatives lead along Chinese Canadians. Then why are you saying the Liberals? Then why are you saying the Liberals are the party of China? Chinese Canadians want the Conservatives.
Specifically, and their voting intentions linked below. And look at this. Conservatives are at 43% with Chinese Canadians in BC. Liberals are at 34%. That is fantastic news for the Conservatives. Because do you know how much Chinese Canadians voted for the Liberal Party back in 2021? They voted for the Liberals with a margin of about 13 to 15 points.
Okay, I gotta be real with you guys. This is not like I'm not gonna go find the official data for this. At least to me, immigrants by far are more right-leaning, by far. Like, you saw the Latino vote for Trump. You've seen the Modi, I forget what it is, the Modi vote for Pierre. Like, a lot of like Indian immigrants are voting for Pierre because they also voted for Modi when they were like in their home country. Like, it's a lot of immigrants that come to Canada come here with the mindset of coming here to like build a better life and like start a small business and like work hard. They have that dream, you know, that like work hard, get rewarded dream. And they come to Canada for a better life because of the Canadian dream. Does the Canadian dream not just sound like what every conservative has been saying is their like propaganda for the past 6 months? Like, yeah, immigrants are going to be more right-leaning. They come here with the idea of building an independent self-life and maybe starting a small business. By far, immigrants are going to vote against their own interests and vote conservative. When, you know, the conservatives, like Latino voters in Florida right now, are freaking out because they're like, wait, I thought you were only deporting the bad illegals or the bad immigrants. and like all the left is like, no, dude, they're deporting you too. It's all of them. Yeah, Venezuelan, Canadian, lots of immigrants. Yeah, it's a weird Stockholm syndrome. I don't know what it is. Like they forget that people that like Canada and America like bombed Venezuela. Like they bombed your countries. Like do you not remember this? Like, and it's I think it is like a weird Stockholm syndrome, or like a weird little, like, I don't know, I'm not an immigrant, but it's one of those things where like if you go to a place expecting a better life, usually you're going to vote for the party that is promising like, hey, you don't have to pay taxes, you can just build and work, and like if you work hard, you get rewarded. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps and work for it. Yeah, that's what it is. So
15
Chinese Canadians voting conservative, I'm not surprised.
points higher than what the Conservatives got is what the Liberals got with Chinese Canadian voters. In this election in BC, where the most CCP pressure would probably be on Chinese Canadians to vote Liberal, the Liberals are falling behind the Conservatives by 9 points. This is fantastic. And again, I could even see this being a bit of an undershoot for the Conservatives, because if you're in the Chinese Canadian diaspora, do you want to admit that you're voting Conservative on the phone if you don't exactly know how polls and their data privacy works, considering that you could have family back in China and the CCP might come after you and put pressure on you for voting Conservative? So this is fantastic. This 1% Conservative, 8.8 NDP, 6.7 Bloc, 1.8 Green, 1.1 PPC.
Okay. The Toronto Star is slightly trustworthy. Gen X and Boomer Chinese Canadians. Yeah, no, exactly. like Boomer Chinese Canadians came here to get away from Mao, to get away from the CCP. Like, and like Chinese Canadians that are coming here now might also be trying to escape the CCP, or might also be, you know, or they're like South Asian immigrants that are like kind of like Singapore / Hong Kong / Macau, like mega city Bitcoin guys, like the Binance CEO. Like a lot of immigrants are conservative by heart and by nature. And that's just because it benefits themselves personally. Like, I think, like, a lot of leftists stay in their home countries and try to fix it, actually. Think Libya, think a lot of African nations that are getting a lot of socialist revolutions right now. A lot of South American nations that are getting a lot of socialist revolutions right now. Usually the left doesn't move. Usually the left starts a revolution at home. Like, immigrants coming are going to be right-leaning most of the time.
This is fantastic results for the Conservatives, because if they are this close with the Liberals and the Bloc is at 6.7, it means the Liberals are getting a bunch of new votes. Those are at 40.1. Let's move the NDP. I don't want to keep you in the dark.
I'm just going to let this run for a second. I kind of get what he's saying, but if you guys are
I have
curious.
the Liberals at 40.8. The Conservatives are at 40.1. Let's move the NDP, as Robert has it, to 8.8, which is actually a little bit higher. They have the Greens, Toronto Star, at 1.8, so they get a decimal point higher. We have the Bloc at 6.7, and we have the PPC at 1.1. And there's still a margin of 0.7% of the vote that's not going to any of the major parties, and that's to be expected. There's always a bunch of independents that run. There's a bunch of other small minor parties like the Christian Heritage, Libertarians, Marxist-Leninists who get a smattering of votes here and there. So let's see what the results are with this seat projection. About what I had actually kind of expect from this election. 148 seats Liberal, 154 Conservative, 10 NDP, 1 Green, and 30 for the Bloc Québécois. So based on the polling projections of the Toronto Star as of yesterday, things are going quite well for the Conservatives. But now let's go over to the recent poll by David Coletto and Abacus Data, or Abacus Research, which has this as a very tight race, leaning a little bit Liberal. But remember, I just went over their neighbor polling. When the Liberals are 2 points up, when you ask people who their neighbor's voting for, the Conservatives are actually 4 points up. So this is how the course of the election has gone since late March. Start off with a slight Conservative lead. Liberals pulled ahead, Conservatives pulled ahead, Liberals pulled ahead, it tied, Liberals pulled ahead, and now it looks like basically we are back in that stage of the election where it's gonna the Conservatives are coming up and the Liberals are coming back down. So this is a big turnout election, as I keep saying. If the Conservatives can turn their people out in the places that matter, if minority voters show up for the Conservatives, like in the Chinese community in Richmond, in Markham, like with the Indo community, Hindu Canadians and Sikh Canadians in Brampton, in Mississauga, in Surrey, there is a very clear path to victory. The Conservatives already have some clear pickups they can get on Vancouver Island. They can get clear pickups in the southwest of Ontario. I think they're going to grab up a couple of seats in Ottawa. And if they can even...
he's got a point, but also at the same time, my opinion on National Telegraph is that I think he's kind of huffing a little copium here. I think he's huffing hopium a little bit. He is definitely just praying, and trying to find justification to pray it. Sorry.
Even keep it tight. Even keep it within 10 points of the Liberals winning. So if the Liberals win Atlantic Canada by 10 points, that's actually not a good result for the Liberals because they want to win Atlantic Canada by 15 points, 17 points. If it comes within 10, that means rural Maritimes probably are going Conservative. So yeah, right now, I would just encourage all of you, make sure you go out and vote. Let's look at some of these results that have come, some of the detailed results. I think this is kind of interesting. Central argument for the Conservatives, when you ask Conservative voters, or you ask voters in general, what is the Conservatives' message? It's actually a little bit all over the place, but not in a bad way. It's all about reform, about economic prosperity, about freedom, all that sort of thing. But when you ask Liberal voters and Conservatives what the Liberal campaign's all about, it's only about Trump.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of Liberal, the Conservatives are, of course, it's been 10 years of Liberals. The Conservatives are going to run a campaign on massive, quick change. They have to, or else they just sound like the Liberals. That's what Trump did. He ran a campaign on massive, quick change in whatever direction Trump thought was going best. Kamala ran a campaign on saying, I'm better than Donald Trump, and that we need to restore, protect our values. As the right gets more and more desperate for power, the right is starting to run the change campaigns, and the left is starting to run the protectionist campaigns. So, of course, the Liberal campaign is going to be a protectionist campaign. A campaign on protecting Canadian values, protecting our things. It almost sounds like the Canadians are running the Conservatives in the early 2000s would run the protecting Canadian values campaigns, not the change campaigns. Justin Trudeau would run the change campaign against Harper. Do you get what I'm saying? As a group has had power for a long time, the other group is forced to run a campaign on massive quick change. And the one in power, of course, is going to run on a let's protect our values of what we've created. Like it's the antithesis of any sort of political battle or political face-off. One person is the change candidate and the other person is the protectionist candidate. It's whatever you want. Does CPC keep Pierre as leader? There's two outcomes for Pierre if he loses. This is going if he loses. Sorry, one sec.
I find that so sad in an election that
there's two outcomes for Pierre if he loses. One, he does the Trump thing. Trump lost in 2020, and Trump doubled down. I already see it happening on Twitter, where right-wingers are saying that this is too big to rig. Well, this is Donovan. Donovan is not a right-winger. But like right-wingers on Twitter are already pushing the it's too big to rig narrative. They're already I'm going to go find it, actually. Fuck it. What's his name? Dacey Media? Dacey Media. This guy, very big conservative. I follow him just so he doesn't block me. But, hundreds of signs were removed last night in Nepean. Yeah, like, there's no... they're providing no evidence for this. They're already starting... Like Mario Zelaya, liberal fact checker. I donate millions to the CRA. Like these guys are already starting the it's too big to rig thing. Like the former truckers. Nepean, never forget your voices were not heard about a sportsplex. Like any conservative looking to stay at home today. Elite corrupt liberals go out and vote. Yeah. Like, no, yeah, he doesn't have the Riz. That's the thing. So there's two options. There's two options for Pierre. He doubles down and tries to hold on to power, and he caters to this right-wing base. This right-wing base of people that will deny the results of the election. Like I saw the tweets yesterday. I should have saved them, but there was a bunch of tweets about election day is tomorrow, bring it home. Arrived at the final rally, arrived at Carleton. They keep talking about their crowd sizes. They're saying it's like, where's the too big to rig? Maybe it was Pleb Reporter. It might have been Pleb Reporter who said it, who keeps talking about too big to rig. Liberal door knocker was caught on camera taking a conservative pamphlet. Whatever. Behavior of the left. All right, bro. As if the liberals are the left. Okay, that's valid though. Ontario is the battleground of this election, and Pierre took the lead there. I'm trying to find him talking about too big to rig. I'm just gonna Google it. This is too big to rig prediction. Too big to rig, question mark. Got Israel and Georgia in his bio. Too big to rig. Basically, this is what too big to rig looks like. This is the tweet I saw. He can double down and cater to this base, claim that the election was false, and pull a Trump thing. And maybe it works out. Maybe he stages a Alberta January 6th where everyone in Alberta goes to the Edmonton capital and invades the Orange Island. Maybe he stages that. Maybe there's a trucker convoy and everyone in Edmonton, everyone in Alberta invades Strathcona. Who's to say? Who knows? Maybe they do another trucker convoy to Ottawa. Maybe they do it again. I don't know, but there's that way. There's that path. The other path is he just gets immediately ousted. Immediately, like within weeks. Maybe even before Parliament resumes, he gets ousted as leader. And the takeover is either someone more moderate or someone more right-wing. No in between. It's going to be a moderate. It's not going to be another Pierre. It's going to either be a Trump with more charisma, like a right-winger with way more charisma than Pierre has, who takes over, or it's going to be a someone who's a little bit more moderate. Like, yeah. I really hope that they just concede. I don't want a January 6th here. They will be on Twitter for sure, but that's already dumbstruck. Yeah, they're going to be on Twitter for sure. But the thing is, they organized the trucker convoy. Like remember, it wasn't Canadians that organized the trucker convoy. It was Americans. Americans funded the trucker convoy that came. Like, most of the funding came from American corporations and from oil, from big oil up in northern Alberta. Like it's fueled by misinformation that's already spreading. It's getting worse with misinformation on Twitter because of Elon's takeover. Like it's very possible that they do another trucker January 6th. And if they do it, catch me in Ottawa. No, if they do it, I'm going to be staying home because I work. I got rent to pay. Like, sorry. I got rent to pay. I don't have the time to take off work and go to Ottawa to trucker protest. But no, that's what's going to happen. But realistically, the only thing that's going to happen in this election is bloc majority. Bloc majoritaire, bloc majoritaire. That's the only thing that matters in this election. Does Eve keep official party status? Eve, please. Please, Eve. Yves Francois, please. I don't even know what riding Eve is, but I need him. I need him to keep his official party status. So yeah, go out and vote today if you haven't. There's still a lot of hours. There's 4 more hours in Newfoundland, in Atlantic Canada. 4 more hours of voting there. 4.5 in Quebec. You got so much time. It's 8:30 p.m., whatever your time is when the polls close. But yeah, I yapped for a bit there, so I need to put on YouTube. My take of... Did Mark Carney already vote? Yeah, here's him voting. Here, we get to watch Mark Carney vote, chat. Is that Mark Carney? That is not Mark Carney. There's Mark Carney. Is that Mark Carney? Why is it so low quality? Coming in to vote, looking like a grandpa.
Lots of ID, yes. I know, it's not unusual.
Never had, yeah. Well, all of us always had one ride where there was a marching run ever since I've been here 30 years. But that is a gym I think maybe we died off. 90? Right here. 90?
How's turnout? Steady?
91? Yeah.
Steady. I'm pretty tired. I was in Victoria. Last night, so.
I didn't know you were going. I did one thing that you did. And that's why I'm such a strong fan.
No, I went on to Vancouver for the memorial. So.
Official instructions, voter, my grandmother used to run polls in downtown Toronto. And they used to say that all the time.
Make it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bro is voting. I wonder who he voted for. Do you think Mark Carney... Guys, do you think Mark Carney was a Ford voter? Do you think Mark Carney voted for Doug Ford? That's actually what I want. Guys, chat, what I want Pierre to lose so that Doug Ford can win. I think the best option for this country is Pierre loses and Doug Ford runs as the conservative leader of the party. Doug Ford, Prime Minister, is what I want. Not because I think Doug Ford is better than Pierre, but because it means that Doug Ford is no longer Premier of Ontario. It means that Ford Nation is finally broken up. That's what it means. Just voted and wants you to do the same. Blah, 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 blah. What's the National Meme Board got to say today? Yeah, dude. The polling firm only polls 1,500 people. Guys, raw data is accurate. Remember, chat. Raw data is accurate. I have a poll with 132 votes saying conservative 75. Raw data is accurate, chat. Raw data is accurate. Always remember. Be gone, American scam website. Yeah, Polymarket's fucking shit. I hate Polymarket. Bet now and you can 5 times your money if Polyev wins. Chat, go bet. No, do not gamble. I swear to God. Polymarket is probably the worst invention ever. I hate Polymarket. Jesus Christ. Projected seats. Like, Polymarket isn't... This is so stupid. Trending markets. How do I bet? How do I bet? How do I bet? Let me bet. Let me bet. Let me bet. Chat, let me bet. I want to bet on Carney. What is it? $100. So I put $100 on Carney, what happens? That's not worth it. $1,000 on Carney. Chat, should I put $1,000 on Carney to win? Not giving Polymarket any money. Buy yes. Buy no. What does this mean if I do $100 here? Dude, if Mark Carney loses, I get $500. The second I went on Polymarket, everyone left the stream. This is the most dumb website ever. I hate Polymarket with a passion. Be gone, American scam website. How's Polling Canada doing today? Polling Canada probably has a gun in their mouth. Oh, I just realized I should probably tweet out the stream. No, not that. I just want to just post in general, please. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. God damn it, the Sean Newman podcast has got more viewers than me. Fuck. Not the Sean Newman podcast. Guys, we are way more entertaining than the Sean Newman podcast. Just remember that. You know what, for being only my 4th stream ever, I think we're doing good. I think we're doing pretty good for my only 4th streaming ever. Or wait, is that how that works? I don't know how Twitter works. We are having a watch party, chat. We will be cracking open some cold ones later. Should we make a drinking game, chat? Should we make a drinking game later tonight for watching the election? I want to have fun with this, you know. I think the most important thing about this is to have fun. Watch party. Live all night. Canada election watch party. Post that. Okay. But yeah, no, we're having a little watch party in here tonight. Anyone who wants... Should we make some things? Should we do some fun things tonight, chat? What do you think? I think the first and most important thing is that you vote. And then after you vote, then you can have an opinion. I'm getting lit for the election. Absolutely, Thunder. Thunder, later, do you have a setup with a camera, Thunder? Because if you do, later, I'm if you want, you can join the stream as like a second opinion. I gotta be real, I have no idea how to do that, but we'll figure it out together. But if you got like any sort of setup with a camera or something, or if you just want to go on your phone too and do it. But yeah, no, we're getting lit for the election, chat. We're getting lit. This is what Gen Z does. I should probably post on my TikTok too. All right, let's go. Let's put on some YouTube while we're doing this, because what's Hassan Abi up to? My Hassan Abi heads, what are they doing? Oh, is Hassan... I wonder if Hassan is finally covering Canada. Do you think Hassan might actually cover Canada for once?
Same kind of fucking slop that you hear
No,
from
he's
all these other places.
Bro is never going to
that,
cover the Canadian
ultimately serves
election.
the purpose of writing.
I could do it with my
Israel
phone,
defense.
yeah. The dog is never going to cover anything in Canada.
Yeah. I brought this up on an episode a while back, but it really made me
100
laugh
days
when one
of
of these big
burger
Hosper accounts posted this poll as if it were a major coup for Israel. Roughly one.
Hassan will never, ever talk about Canada. Please, Hassan, it's our election. Please. Please, give us attention. There's no Canada flag emote? What the hell? Please give Canada attention. Bro is never going to give us attention. We're never getting. This chat is never, ever, ever going to talk about Canada. We only get talked about when Trump talks about us. It's depressing. That's so depressing. Alright, let's see what else is going on. How is the CBC live? Oh, Trump becomes...
Look,
Trump's talking about us again, chat.
Anything done by watching another YouTube
Yippee.
video. In fact, you're
The United
literally
States of
only
America is going
procrastinating.
insane right now.
It
And
is
also,
election day.
hold up. 2:30. Oh, 3 hours
In
in. You know what that
Canada,
means?
one of the
We
major
finished our
issues
coffee. It's
driving people
first
to the
red
polls
sugar-free
is
Red
trade
Bull of the night.
and our relationship with the United States. This morning, President Donald Trump is weighing in on the election, sending out a message on his social media platform. And the CBC's Richard Madden joins us now live from Washington with more on all of that. Okay, Richard, let's first talk about what Trump is saying on Canada's election day.
Yeah, President weighing into Election Day in Canada. But
Yeah,
just
Thunder
for
later
context,
tonight.
We have
Hop
seen
on.
American politicians publicly endorse Canadian leaders in the past through their social media accounts. Of course, that's raised questions of election interference or meddling. So in the grand scheme of things, it isn't out of the ordinary. And President Donald Trump is injecting himself into Canada's election with a bit of trolling. Now, he didn't specifically endorse any candidate by name. Instead, he chose to push his 51st state nonsense on his social media site. Just let's pull it up now so we can read it. He says, "Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America. No more artificially drawn line from many years ago." Now, Trump goes on to say, to falsely claim that the U.S. subsidizes Canada, writing, "It makes no sense unless Canada is a state." Now, just yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio sidestepped a direct question whether his department has, quote, taken any steps to carry out Trump's annexation plans. Here's what he had to say.
They're going to have their...
Somebody just texted me asking me why there's pencils at the voting booth.
a new leader, and we'll deal with a new leadership of Canada. There are many things we work with cooperatively on Canada on, but we actually don't like the way they've treated us when it comes to trade. And the president has made that point when he responded to the previous prime minister in regards to this.
So does the U.S. still want to make Canada the 51st state?
I think the president has stated repeatedly he thinks Canada would be better off as a state.
Okay, so as I noted earlier, it's not unusual for a U.S. politician to weigh in on a Canadian election. Former President Barack Obama endorsed Justin Trudeau. Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders endorsed the NDP. And now we have Trump essentially endorsing himself. He's certainly not on the ballot in Canada, but he's definitely become a talking point and in some ways the elephant in the room.
And it's not the only message that we've heard come out of the White House today. This morning, the White House held a press conference. What did we hear on that front?
Yeah, so the White House is marking a key milestone because tomorrow marks Trump's first 100 days in office of his second term. So all week, the White House plans to highlight their greatest hits, their policy wins from their perspective. And this morning, Border Czar Tom Homan promoted the administration's record on immigration, where he dismissed criticisms of his mass deportations rollout, shipping migrants to a giant mega prison in El Salvador without due process, and arresting a judge accused of helping an illegal migrant evade authorities. Listen to this.
It's because of what has happened on the last minute.
We're going to do a fun game chat called You Get to Watch Me Edit a Clip. Actually, I don't even know how to do that yet.
One ounce of fentanyl comes across the border to kill Americans.
How do I clip things?
This is the biggest national security failure this country's ever seen. This is a border emergency until we end it, end all of it. We're making good strides. Right now, it's still an emergency until we shut it down.
Hey, we've had 800 people total tune in today so far, chat. That's really good.
At this stage of his 100-day
We've almost hit 1,000 people total
in
tuning into the stream.
An average of some 59% of Americans disapprove of, his presidency.
Keep on
He's below water on
liking
almost
the stream.
every
Keep
issue,
on commenting.
handling the
Keep
economy,
on telling
relations
me
with
what's going
other
on in your
countries,
lives.
tariffs, and general management.
Well, I figure out how to make clips that I can post on Instagram.
Trump is polling better than congressional Democrats on the issue of trust. Now, tomorrow, Trump will hold a rally in battleground Michigan to officially mark his 100 days in office as the so-called grace period of his presidency symbolically turns the corner.
Change this a little bit.
Oh, wow. She's been looking for an insight in that data forever. Oh. Hi. I'm gonna find it. Did you tell her about that?
But yeah, we are doing surprisingly very well right now on this stream.
To help Nunavimiots struggling with substance use.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. This would not be possible if you guys did not
to remember while growing up. That's usually the cause.
Literally, I think it was chat donate. It was literally people donating to me on TikTok that funded this PC. So if you came here from TikTok, hey, thank you. You guys are the reason why I'm able to do this. Take a vote. Election Day Party? I think Canada Election Day Party is a good name for it. But yeah,
also
make sure you guys have all voted today. I'm not reading chat right now because I'm adjusting things on it, but I'll get back to chat and read it real quick.
She says they constantly
Analytics, we've had 1,000 total viewers of this stream, which is insane to me. That's insane. Like, even though there's only 8 people here now, 1,000 throughout the day. That's insane.
In order to being well.
And she says they'll continue the fight to be heard. Samuel Watt, CBC News, Iqaluit.
$1:57, we'll be right back. Okay, so yeah. Overall today, this is going to be a very interesting election, I think, because in my opinion, we are going to know who the Prime Minister is about the time the polls get to Manitoba. Once the polls in Manitoba closed, I think we should have enough seats over here to know who's going to be at least the minority government. I genuinely think it might go all the way to Alberta before we find out if it's a majority or minority for whoever's winning. Like, if it's a conservative minority called around here, it's a conservative minority. But if it's a liberal minority, we might not find out if it's a liberal minority or majority until places like Edmonton and Calgary are called, which is super late. Like, we might be up for multiple hours tonight waiting to figure out what's happening in this election, which is, like, it's probably the closest election we've had in a long, long time. This is going to be the closest election we've had. Like, way closer than 2021, way closer than 2019. And in 2021, remember, the Conservatives won the popular vote. The Conservatives won the popular vote in 2021, but they still didn't get enough seats, because first past the post. So yeah, like, this election will be going all night, and we have no idea who's going to turn out on top. What do you guys think? Who do you think's going to win, chat? I already got the poll going up there, but feel free to vote on that.
Hi, I'm Kobino Duro. I'm a news reporter with CBC News Montreal, and we have got you covered this election. Across the country, CBC is covering the biggest stories coming from the campaign trail. Now let's take a look.
The words on the lips of many party leaders.
Arctic sovereignty is a strategic priority of our government.
Our sovereignty and our interests.
With Donald Trump attacking our very sovereignty.
There's rising interest in the region and threats from the likes of America, Russia and China, and some Nunavummiut like activist R.U. Peter are concerned.
I take it very seriously.
Though she believes there are other issues Canada has to solve, and they're ones we can't blame other countries for.
I mean, we have the highest food insecurity, we lack housing, we lack jobs, we don't even have a university.
Kugaruk's Vincent Ninguk agrees. He believes there are still broken promises from Ottawa which stem back to the days of forced resettlement of Inuit.
Sovereignty is, for me, it's an excuse to divert.
I'm trying to make some clips right now for TikTok to
Premier
advertise.
PJ Ahiagok believes
almost
Arctic sovereignty is about healthy communities. That, he says, can be achieved through infrastructure projects like the Grays Bay Porton Road and the Kivalliq hydrofiber network. The main takeaway from him is that any talk about the North must include the voices of the North, something for federal leaders to remember as we enter the last sprint to Election Day. Samuel Watt, CBC News, Iqaluit.
Politicians on the election trail are promising to spend more on the military. If that happens, Garrison Petawawa, about 600 meters behind me, stands to benefit. But so too the civilian community, the town of Petawawa, right here. So I came up to the Ottawa Valley to hear more. It's morning rush hour here. Thousands commuting to the Garrison.
Pointing a gun at the screen and said, "Go woke" or "Go broke." I'd probably say that's a good spot to do
Probably
it.
about 90% of our client base
That we are
is
woke.
military.
I am
so
the woke
we're glad
left.
to have them. They support our businesses so very much.
It's a fantastic opportunity for us. We've been very fortunate. We have so many clients that come from base Petawawa, which is a huge advantage. We know they've got money in their jeans. We also know that if they've been on tour or otherwise, they come back and they're ready for a new car.
The military is a driving force with the economy in Petawawa. We live and die by how well the base is doing.
6,000 soldiers and aircrew are based here, 900 civilian jobs, the largest employer in the newly named federal riding of Algonquin-Renfrew-Pembroke. The D&D payroll, $400 million.
I'm gonna pause this for a second just to hear this clip. We're doing woke today, chat. Oh, my gain on my mic's too low, so you can't even hear me say the woke shit. That's depressing. Oh well. We do the woke here, chat. That we are the woke left. The only thing that can save us from Donald Trump. Yves Francois. Okay, I don't remember any moments need to be clipped. I gotta start clipping things like as they happen, like as they're funny. Okay, we're gonna remember how to do that now, and we're just gonna start clipping things like as they happen instead of
$1 million annually.
going back in
Garrison
time. 'Cause I don't
Petawawa and
remember
the
how to
town of
clip.
Petawawa are so closely linked. We're like one big happy family.
You see it every day, you hear it every day with the artillery training and the helicopters flying.
If I could do it on my phone, maybe I
The
could
military is our backbone.
Hani Diab runs a Lebanese restaurant in town. His son Mark dreamed of having a shawarma joint near base, but Trooper Diab was killed in 2009 while serving in Afghanistan, and the family started up this business in his honor.
We hope that they will pump in some money.
Diab hopes the increase in spending.
Whatchamacallit? Here's the
If you're shopping for a new car, you need to check out this site. Without a doubt, it's the easiest and smartest.
Please stop with the car ads.
Hani Diab runs a Lebanese restaurant in town. His son Mark dreamed of having a shawarma joint near base, but Trooper Diab was killed in 2000 while serving in Afghanistan, and the family.
I have 2 fucking audio tracks playing that whole time. That'd be insane if I did, right, chat? Yeah, 2 audio tracks playing the whole time. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, you're muted. And you're muted, right? Yeah, you're muted. Perfect. Alright, 20 seconds until the CBC Election Day coverage begins. I believe this is what that is. Let's see what they think. And of course, did they cut the greens out of the thumbnail, or the greens in the thumbnail this time at least? The greens are in the thumbnail at least. Perfect.
Stand up for Canada. Who is ready to vote for change in Canada?
This is the most consequential vote of our lifetimes.
This election is really about the cost of living.
We can control our destiny with a plan that meets the moment.
After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs and crime, we cannot afford a 4th Liberal term.
Our country works best when one party doesn't have all the power.
Canada Votes 2025 is beginning.
How many of us will go in Ottawa and fight for Quebec?
In a trade war, just like in hockey, we will win.
Never entrust the solution to the people who made the problem.
We need New Democrats now more than ever.
We know how, as America retreats from the world, Canada will lead it.
This election comes down to one word only: change. Change, change, change.
It all comes down to Canadians tonight. Who will be the next Prime Minister and lead this country through one of the most serious economic challenges it has faced? The first polls begin to close in just a few hours,
Jagmeet as
and
well?
results will start pouring in after
yeah.
a 36-day race that, let's face
I
it,
did.
just 5 months ago.
My riding has a Liberal incumbent for like
Justin
20
Trudeau's
years, so
exit
yeah,
and
Jagmeet
Donald
vote.
Trump's entry changed everything. Voters turned out in record numbers in advance polls, which suggests Canadians are deeply engaged in this election and anxious about the country's future. Will they choose a 4th Liberal term under new leadership, or will they opt for a change in course and elect a Conservative government for the first time in 14 years? We're also watching how the other parties fare, because their fortunes
I'm
could
like trying to
determine
make
whether
clips
it's a
on my
majority
phone to
or
advertise this on
minority
Instagram at the
government.
same time. So
Hi there, I'm David Cochran in Toronto for Election Day, and Power and Politics starts right now. We're going to hear this hour from CBC reporters from coast to coast to coast to find out what's at stake in each of the regions, as our party insiders guide us through the party's paths to victory. Greg McEachern is here with me. He is a former Liberal ministerial advisor. Sitting next to him is Fred Delory. He is a former Conservative campaign manager. The St. FX boys are here today. And Mel Richer, fresh off the campaign bus with the NDP. We've got the gang back together. Guys, Mel, it's great to see you all. Let's start with your thoughts on where we are. Greg, not the election we were expecting when we said goodbye for the Christmas holidays. Where do you think we are now that it is election day?
It's stunning, the polling turnaround. I think you have a lot of Liberals holding their breath and hoping that it's true, but they're also very conscious that this should.
I found the clip of me at the beginning of the stream pulling out a gun and going, "If you ain't fucking with woke, I don't want to hear it."
I'm not sure that the Conservatives were able to. The overused word is pivot, But for the Liberals, this is remarkable, but everyone is kind of holding their breath until the final votes are in.
Right. The polls at this point, Fred, they've been suggesting a Liberal victory, majority, minority, we don't know. I mean, what's the view of things from the Conservative side of it all?
Yeah, from the Conservative side, we have seen a tightening in some of the polls. We've seen some numbers come together. If you look at the lead the Liberals had at the beginning of this, that has dwindled significantly in some parts. Now, is it in the right regions? Is it going to make up the difference in seats? We'll have to find out tonight. But it's been a campaign that I think we really, to win this for Conservatives, they need to get that vote out, which is a unique vote for them, that younger demographic. It's angry young people that don't generally vote all the time. The Conservatives will be depending on that. It's hard to ID, it's hard to identify that person into your system and then drag them out. So we'll see how successful they are tonight at doing that. And if they are, they may overperform what we're expecting here.
Yeah, that's the real trick, right? Young people tend to be what we call low propensity voters. They vote rarely, not all the time, and so it's tough to rely on them, but that's kind of the gambit today, right? All right, let's check in with Melanie Richer, who is out on the West Coast in British Columbia with the NDP campaign. Mel, it's not a path to majority or minority for the NDP today, but it is a path to viability
I found the clip.
And credibility in the parliament. How are you feeling on now that it is finally election day?
Yeah, I'm feeling good today. Of course, it's been a hard few days for the NDP campaign or here in British Columbia, so that's still looming. That's still looming a little bit, but I think everybody is feeling good today. What we're hearing from folks, on the ground from where we've been, whether that's in Ontario and British Columbia, is folks who were really worried about Donald Trump and really worried about Pierre Poilievre are telling themselves, okay, I feel better. I feel like I have permission to vote for what I want. And those folks are saying that they want to vote for the NDP. So that's what I'm looking for today. I think that's what the campaign's looking for today, is how many of those folks are able to get out to the polls and get to vote for some good NDP candidates and send some MPs back to Ottawa. And again, when you talk about, voter efficiency, we know that the NDP is good at this. We know how to indicate who it is that's voting for us and to get them out to the polls. So that's what I'm kind of paying attention to today. I didn't get to go pull the vote with my coworkers on the bus today because I was stuck here at Party HQ setting up for tonight. But what I hear from folks who are out on the doorstep is that it feels good and they're getting some good responses from folks that they're reminding that today's election day. So waiting to see what that looks like tonight. And of course, because we're in BC, and I think BC may be calling whether it looks like a majority or a minority or what it looks like. I think a lot of tight races, particularly for the NDP, because we have so many MPs and seats, before dissolution here in British Columbia. I think it's going to be a late night.
I think I shared the clips. I don't know how sharing clips works, but...
Yeah, unless there is a wave early.
Is it in my shorts? Is that where they appear? No.
BC will not
Live.
be the empty net goal
No.
of this election because it will very much determine.
Someone who's more versed in how this works, where does clips from my live get shared?
Or a minority. So look, with this
When I
extra
share
hour that we have,
clips,
'cause we're on a 4 o'clock
posts.
Eastern today, we're going to go coast to coast and have a look at the different battleground ridings
Should I
and where
do
we
a
think the parties
post
need to
here?
be and where they maybe expect to be by the end of the night. So we're going to start with the East Coast, where the first polls will begin to close in just a few hours. Our CBC reporters are going to break down the state of play in Atlantic Canada.
Well, David, there are 7 seats up for grabs here in Newfoundland and Labrador, and no matter what happens in this election, there will be a slew of new faces representing this province in Ottawa. We saw a mass exodus of Liberal MPs in this election. 5 of the 6 Liberals decided not to seek re-election. We have one Liberal incumbent, Joanne Thompson. She's the fisheries minister, recently appointed. She's hoping to hang on to her seat here in St. John's East. And we have one Conservative incumbent, Clifford Small, in central Newfoundland. He may have the best shot at holding a seat for the Conservatives in this election. Party support here has largely mirrored what we've seen play out across the country. Months ago, it was expected that the Liberals would be completely wiped out, that a blue wave would wash over the province, but a lot has changed since then. Trump happened, the trade war happened, Mark Carney happened, and we saw this collapse of the NDP vote, all to the benefit of the Liberals. So polls close first here in Newfoundland and Labrador, so we'll find out how all those factors will affect the Liberal fortunes here as those results start rolling in. David?
Where'd those clips I made go? God damn it.
David, we're here at O'Leary's Pub in Uptown St. John, where Liberals will be gathering tonight to see if Wayne Long will get a 4th mandate from the voters of St. John Kennebecasis in this election. Wayne Long was the first sitting Liberal MP to call for Justin Trudeau to resign in June 2024, and he likes to tell people that he's been proven right by how the polls have changed. So that is one part of the election drama here, is will Wayne Long be returned again? The other is that St. John has been ranked the most tariff vulnerable city in Canada because of the huge amount of exports from the province that go out through this port. And so the issue of Donald Trump and his tariffs has been very tangible in this riding. So this is really one of the key ridings to watch. We're also going to be watching Miramichi Grand Lake tonight, a real toss-up where no one from any party is willing to predict who will win. The Conservative incumbent, Jake Stewart, dropped out of the election just a couple of weeks before the writ. And then lastly, Fredericton Oromocto, which was won by the Liberals last time in a pretty close race. It took several days for that race to be called, and it is also a riding where no one is really 100% sure what is going to happen. But the Liberals are going to hold on to power tonight. They've got to do well. They've got to win 2, maybe even 3 of those ridings. David?
I just want to download
David,
the clip.
leading into this
God damn
campaign, all the big issues, healthcare, housing, affordability were top of the list,
to get it.
but all that
I'm
changed
still like
when the
hyper
question
focused on this
became
fucking clip
who
thing.
would be
I
best
want
able
this
to deal
clip
with
and I
Donald
want to
Trump
edit it
south
and I
of the
want to
border
post it to
and its
Instagram
region.
chat. You don't
There
understand
are
how
11
badly I want to
seats in
do this.
total up for
It's such a
grabs
good
here in
clip.
Nova Scotia.
I
3 of them
literally
were
just whip out the
Conservatives,
blicky
the rest of them held by
and
the
point it
Liberals.
at
And there has
screen.
been discontent of Ottawa
That would
in
bend to
this
Trump
part of
as
the
Jagmeet in the
country
block.
in recent months and years, particularly around the access to the Indigenous fisheries
I don't
and some
think
of the
block guy
affordability
would.
issues.
Carnegie
But
is
when the
coming.
Liberals
Like
changed
low-key, I think if you look
leadership
at track
and Mark
records, Carney is
came on
more
board,
similar to Trump.
the push from the Liberals was strong to try and get some of those red Tories
I mean,
in the
honestly,
province
at this
to
point,
vote
everyone's
Liberal
already
and
decided who
line
they're
up
voting
behind
for,
Mark
I think,
Carney
so
to
we
do
can
the
have whatever
best
opinions we
deal
want in chat.
with
Yeah,
the
I guess
situation in
so.
the United States.
If you
The
think
3
so.
main party leaders were all in the province once during this campaign. The Liberals
Oh,
and the
clipped by
NDP
Thunder.
candidates were
Thunder made a
very
clip
visible
too.
at debates and happy to do interviews.
My
The
clips. I
Conservatives
didn't realize you made a
less
clip,
so,
Thunder. Nice job.
relying
It's
on
good.
the federal
It's a good
leader
one.
to be their voice and not having a lot of public questioning of their policies, although they did have very big rallies throughout the province. So they are relying on that as a way of getting their message out in this campaign. The popular progressive conservative premier here, Tim Houston, interesting to note, did not campaign with the federal Conservatives. Doesn't seem to be a lot of love lost there. So the progressive Conservatives,
this is going to be
maybe
such a good
not,
clip. Oh my
too
God.
keen, to line up. Certainly the Premier wasn't behind Pierre Poilievre and the leader of the federal Conservatives. The turnout at the advanced polls has been impressive in this election campaign, up significantly from past years. About 25% of people have already voted, suggesting that a lot of people had their minds made up early, David.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jacques, and thank you, Carolyn. We'll be seeing them later tonight on the full election special. Look, this is the results as they stand today, but this is how they were the last time Canadians voted. And with Greg and Fred and Mel now, we're going to kind of go
We got it.
through,
Oh my God, this is going to be
region
so
by region, province by province to get a sense of what we expect. So
Take this
let's
into like
start in
Premier
Newfoundland
Pro
and
Mobile.
Labrador.
I'm
This
not
is how this
focused on
ended up,
anything the
after
CBC
the
is
last
saying right now.
election. You see
I'm
one
making this
Conservative
clip
there
and
in
I'm
central
posting it to
Newfoundland.
Instagram so I can
Greg,
hopefully
let's
get more
start with
people
you.
in the
That's Cliff
stream.
Small. He won the blue seat there that you see on the map.
Whatever,
6-1 Liberal, but only
like I
one
think I was
Liberal
still
incumbent
waking
running
up
again,
at
this
like
time
noon
Joy
when I
Thompson,
started the
Fisheries
stream. I was
Minister.
still
What
mentally
are your
waking up, so I think
expectations for
that's
the,
why
for
I
my
thought it was going to
beloved
be
home
okay
province
for me
tonight?
to pull out
I
a
think
gun
generally
and point it at
hold for the
camera.
Liberals, kind of baked in.
But it was really
Whether or
funny,
not
so I
Smalls
support it still.
continues to go along. There was surprisingly, and Fred probably knows more about this than
Premier
I do,
Rush
in terms of the
Mobile.
People's Party had a
Premier
very
Rush
big
Mobile is about to
impact
make
in a
me
couple of ridings
a beautiful
in
clip.
Newfoundland and Labrador, whether they were present or not present, had results in terms of a loss for the Liberals the last time and a win for the Liberals last time.
Yeah, Cliff Small was the only Conservative who never had a People's Party candidate running in his riding, and he beat Scott Sims, right? And that may have played a factor there. So that's the one seat the Conservatives got. Fred, I know they've got their eyes on Long Range Mountains, where Carol Anstey ran last time, got 40% of the vote, hasn't stopped knocking on doors since, and Goody Hutchings, the Liberal incumbent, not running again. What's your sense in terms of the opportunity for holds and pickups?
Yeah, and Terra, what's it called? Terra Nova.
Terra Nova in the Peninsula.
That's another riding there, 3 ridings that I think that, and Avalon is one to keep an eye on. That's a traditional Conservative seat.
Yep.
Got to keep in mind here, we have not held seats there for decades after the whole Danny Williams, anyone but Conservative movement. Clifford Small, we put a lot of resources in last time to win that seat, and he's been a great MP since, so obviously want to hold, and if we can pick up those other seats. It'll be interesting with polls closing there first, seeing what happens with, is the Conservative Party growing? And if it's a sign right out of the gate if we do pick up or at least hold.
So, Mel, on that, the NDP, I know, had high hopes for St. John's East, right? Mary Shortall is running there, former president of the Newfoundland and Labrador Federation of Labor. She is the national president of the party, running against Joanne Thompson, the fisheries minister, and David Brazel, the Conservative, who's a former provincial Conservative Party leader. What are your hopes and expectations for your party there? It seems like it's turned into a long shot as this went on.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be competitive. Obviously, people quite like Mary in the riding, and of course, we'll remember that Jack held that riding for a while. But yeah, it does seem like, well, a lot of folks will have to come our way, particularly in this time of what's going on with Trump. But it will definitely be a competitive one for the NDP. So how competitive, we'll see. But yeah, a different election than a few months ago for sure for Mary Shortall in St. John's East.
Yeah, and for the Liberals overall, they were expecting to get wiped out. Andrew Furey was losing provincial by-elections by 50 percentage points. It was a bad scene for the Liberals. We'll see where it is by the end of the night. Okay, let's go to Nova Scotia. Greg, Fred, your home turf. 11 ridings, split 8-3 right now. Yes, I'm doing that right? Yes. Greg, I know there's targeting of South Shore, St. Margaret's and other things. What are your expectations for the Liberals in Nova Scotia?
It's something that I'm going to be watching for in terms of there is a lot of chatter on the ground in Nova Scotia that especially South Shore, St. Margaret's, and the Cumberland Colchester ridings, the candidates were in trouble. Right. There was a reason why Mr. Poilievre went to Nova Scotia last week, but he didn't go to their ridings because it would be.
What are we thinking, chat? 2 hours till the first polls close? Oh my God, we have a trek to do. Okay, so the plan for tonight is, we're going to make this clear right now. Plan for tonight is, I'm going to finish editing this while this is playing, the little intros that they do, the opinions that they do right here. At about, when this hits 1 hour left, or sorry, when this hits an hour and a half, I'm going to cook myself dinner and take like maybe like a half-hour little break where I'll just leave it running with this and I'll periodically check up on it. Maybe I'll mute my mic so you guys can't hear me. Like I'll like, I don't know, text some people and do that. Maybe set up the things for later. When this hits 1:30, 1 hour, 30 minutes till polls close, I'm going to cook dinner and take a little 30-minute break. At 1 hour left, we start party rocking and we start celebrating, and then we just go crazy all night. Maybe over the next hour and a bit, we create some like little games we can do for ourselves. We create a little party game that we can do. I have to go vote at 5 o'clock, then I'll be home. Okay, you're voting at 5 o'clock. Crazy. That's crazy late to go vote. Go vote right now. All right, so maybe you need a ride. That's right. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, that's the plan for me, at least.
I got that wrong. Or did I get that? I don't know. Anyway, Fred, tell me, what do you think is going to happen with the Conservatives in Nova Scotia?
Well, look, Kate Breton Canso-Antigonish, as you said, former Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance running there, very popular individual. And in Atlantic Canada, we do tend to go a lot at times with the local candidate if they have a strong name. And he definitely has that in a strong team. Central Nova, traditionally a very conservative seat. Sean has won that. He beat me in 2015 and has held it ever since. I thought we were finally going to get rid of him on his own volition. Maybe we will tonight. But yeah, that is absolutely one we are targeting. South Shore, as you mentioned, no NDP candidate, so that is tricky for us. The splits help us when the NDP and Liberal split. But Rick Perkins has been an incredibly effective member of Parliament there, so hope to see him re-elected tonight.
Yeah, Sean Fraser, good at beating Fred, bad at staying retired. I think that's what we can take away from this. Mel, if there was going to be a riding for your crowd, it was going to be Halifax, right? This has been really without an MP since Andy Fillmore quit last year to run and successfully become the mayor of Halifax. And this is one the NDP have won in the past, and this would have been the seat you were really targeting in this campaign.
For sure, and Lisa Roberts was an MLA for a while and is quite liked in the region, and I hear that folks from the provincial party are also out there campaigning with her. Jagmeet's been there a few times, so it'll definitely be competitive. Again, I think we're going to see what that looks like, what that wave looks like. If it looks like a red wave, that may be a little bit harder for her, but has been the candidate for the last few elections for the party federally as well, so has been, on the doorstep working that, so hoping that works in her favor so that she can pull it off tonight.
Okay. Look, I don't want to short
Real talk, be serious, Graham. PP or Carney. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. I'm just trying to edit this. Let's be frail here. Like, who's gonna win, or who do I want to win? Want to win, Carney. Who's gonna win? I think Carney minority, and he's gonna make a coalition with the Bloc. I genuinely think that's what's gonna happen. Bloc majoritaire is not a meme. I genuinely think that's what's gonna happen. Carney minority with the Bloc. That's also kind of what I hope, what I think the best case scenario is, because a liberal majority, I kind of don't want them to have free reign to do whatever they want.
Very popular local candidate there.
Okay, so the Malpeque riding here, this is
Simply because I don't trust liberals with free power and unlimited reign to do whatever they want.
You see anything here on Prince Edward Island?
But yeah,
I mean, there's no
that's what I think is going to happen.
Signs of concern.
No, Gail Shea was the last conservative.
Who actually knows? Carney did kind of run a mid-ass campaign. And listen, Kamala, we thought Kamala was going to win. We thought Kamala was going to win. Do I think Carney's Kamala? No. I think Carney is... I think Carney is Joe Biden. No, not Joe Biden. Who is Carney?
Move on. I was just going to say my sister-in-law's from PEI, and she tells me there's a lot of red
No,
flags, so
it's not.
that's,
Carney's not Kamala. I just know that Carney doesn't give off the Kamala energy.
worth to hear from
Because Kamala didn't, not me. What do you think, Nick? Also, I'm just running the wash real quick.
Look, you kind of get this split, right? You see the cities going red, and you see the more rural areas, especially in southern New Brunswick, with the heavy Anglophone population versus the northern Francophone population. That's sort of the liberal-conservative split. Greg, I know the Liberals are keen on ridings like Miramichi that they think they might be able to pick up. What's your sense on how New Brunswick might play?
Yeah, there was a incumbent Conservative MP that was expected to run. There was a bit of controversy just around the start of the election and announced that they're not reoffering. So that's a seat that was Conservative held, but there's no incumbent. So that's, I think, one the Liberals are really targeting.
Right, so Miramichi Grand Lake, that's the one I think they're really targeting. Fred, I know, not Tobic Mactaquac, we're pretty sure that's going to stay conservative or likely to stay conservative. Fredericton Oromocto, that might have been the big conservative target in New Brunswick, don't you think? Jenica Atwin not running again, David Miles going in there. What's your sense on the potential for change here?
Yeah, that and the other St. John seat, the Liberal one.
St. John Kennebecasis, where Wayne Long is seeking re-election.
We put a ton of resources in this campaign into those two seats and hoping to try to turn those around. I would say we are safe for sure in 3 New Brunswick seats. The Miramichi one, as Greg and you mentioned, is one that with a new candidate, it's hard to decipher. But Fredericton and St. John, we absolutely wanted to pick up, and a few months ago we were going to.
Okay. All right, that's the 32 ridings. Mel, are the New Democrats in play in New Brunswick anywhere? This is pretty much a traditional blue-red fight, is the way it typically goes.
Yeah, for sure. We've had some luck, obviously, in Acadie Bathurst before, but I'm not sure that we'll be super competitive in that riding this time.
Okay, all right, let's head to Quebec, where you will be competitive in a couple of ridings. It is one of the crucial battlegrounds in this election, and the CBC's Quibina Orduro is in Montreal. Quibina.
Hi, David. I'm in the Montreal riding of Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, where NDP MP Alexander Boluris is trying to regain his seat. It's a seat that he's been holding onto since 2011 when we saw the orange wave. Other things that we're looking for in Quebec is how the Bloc Québécois is going to do tonight. Are they going to gain more seats than they had, stay at the same number, or lose seats at the hands of the Liberals and the Conservatives? When I have spoken to people throughout the election campaign, their issues that are top of mind have varied and changed. At the beginning of the campaign, a lot of people told me that what they are thinking about is Canadian sovereignty and who is the best person to stand up against U.S. President Donald Trump. As the campaign trail continued, a lot of Quebecers told me that they are thinking about things like housing. Young people have told me that they're thinking about the environment. And lately, even today, people are talking about the cost of living, and they say they are putting their vote into who they believe is the best person to deal with the cost of living and the housing crisis. And then some say in the back of their mind, it's the trade war with the U.S. There are 78 seats up for grabs in Quebec, and tonight we will know where Quebecers chose to put their votes. David?
All right, Kwabena, thank you very much. This is CBC's Kwabena Oduro in Montreal. So, Mel, let's start with you there. I've got it highlighted here on the map. Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, this is Alexander Boulouris's seat. There is expectation from the Bloc, the Liberals, and the NDP that he is likely going to survive the night. Is he going to get company? I know Ruth Ellen Brousseau, you've got high hopes pinned on her.
Yeah, from what I understand from internal stuff from the party, that things are going well for Ruth Ellen. Obviously, making sure that people go out to vote today will be super important for her team and folks in the region. But I was in both ridings, and both ridings feel good for sure. I think people really felt a lift from the leaders' debate performance.
Okay. Oh my God, I missed a lot there. Oh my God, the Ann Seltzer poll chat. I studied American polls like a hawk for 4 months. Can you show me how to get that 338 interactive map? Yeah, right here. It's literally just go to 338.com.
And not the appearance, but the way that the Bloc has managed this campaign.
Then literally just click on the map.
Topic they spent time talking about that also.
Oh wait, no,
helps,
that's
right?
not it.
So
is this
them
it?
Not doing well.
Where was it?
Definitely helps the NDP and
maybe I don't remember how I got it.
I think we're super confident about that.
Oh, map right here. No problem. I was just in the washroom, but I just didn't see it. I wasn't reading chat in the washroom. I was finishing that edit. But yeah, the interactive map's really good. Hoping for conservative minority with Bloc power. Yeah, I am a big minority government fan. I know people hate minority governments, but I'm a minority enjoyer.
That folks are paying attention to from our side.
Okay, so Greg, on this,
Carney gives off Epstein vibes.
To the majority for the Liberals.
He sounds like a little bit of a, well, maybe a little bit of a stretch. Listen, I don't think Canada politics is that.
They kind of want that number to start with.
Maybe this is just me being naive and hopeful for the world, but I don't think Canadian politics are that freaky. Like, I don't think we have, you know, the elite pedophile cabal in Canada or whatever they claim the Democrats are in the States. Like, I do think that's just straight misinformation.
You're absolutely right.
I like the NDP better than the Liberals. I don't think we're progressing as a country with their prior coalition. No, we're not.
The other thing I think
the prior coalition, it really didn't do much. I like the Liberals.
To make after this election, and they may be looking.
I see the Liberals as the better of two evils when it comes to conservatives. And I know that might confuse you, but sorry, there's a fire. I live right next to a fire station, but
they picked up several seats in the '97 election, and that's pretty much gone. So if the NDP is going to start rebuilding based on polling,
this right here, there's a section in this that I am very concerned about, and it comes down to. I disagree with his economic things. Just that's just like economic stuff. I disagree with economic stuff. Of course I do. I think that we should be more socialist when it comes to economics. You can disagree with that. That's fine. This is the stuff that I am actually like slightly very concerned about. The courts have already ruled that this is unconstitutional. 3 strikes are out rule. Supreme Court already said this is unconstitutional. Life sentences for fentanyl traffickers, gun traffickers, and human traffickers. Life sentences, like, what's the point? I don't see the point of a life sentence, personally. Unless you're gonna try and rehabilitate someone, or they've committed, like, a super crime. I like, no. Just, no. The catch and release bill, dude, it's not even a catch and release bill. I genuinely... I've read Bill C-75. It is not a catch and release bill. And when I genuinely tell you that local police forces do not know how to apply the law, like, police forces do not know how to apply the law. They just listen to whatever their chief tells them to do. So catch and release, that is not part of the law at all. I think that I agree the drug problem is really bad here, but I don't think life sentences on fentanyl traffickers is like what do you define as a fentanyl trafficker? What do you define as an illegal gun trafficker? Like yeah, that sounds kind of obvious. A fentanyl trafficker is somebody who's smuggling fentanyl across the border. But what if he's just doing it? What if he starts just throwing in, like, you know, street level drug dealers into this that are just maybe some guy who's down on their luck and got unlucky and started dealing to make rent? What if they start throwing that into life sentences for fentanyl tracking? It's the same thing with like in the States with whatchamacallit. Like, yeah, I think fentanyl is a scourge. We need to get rid of it. But it's the same thing in the States where they have like life sentences for like, they used to at least have life sentences for whatchamacallit. Like holding a pound of weed. Like if you had an ounce of weed, you could be considered a drug dealer and you'd go in jail for like 30 years, and it was mostly black people they arrested. They're just gonna start doing that, but with like indigenous people and immigrants. Like end tent cities. Yeah, I think we should get rid of the tent cities. Yeah, there is a certain amount of fent that could kill a certain amount of people. I agree. But ending tent cities, I agree with. But what does empowering law enforcement to do this mean? What does empowering law enforcement mean? Like, are you just gonna encourage law enforcement to go like beat up people? Yeah, Kamala passed a bill. I called Kamala out on that. Kamala's not good. Like this one, sure. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with combating human trafficking. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this, sure. Minimum penalties are unconstitutional, but sure, if you can get that fixed, when it comes to crime, I'm not the best. I'm not a cop. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I don't think minimum penalties should be there, but this is unconstitutional, minimum penalties. Ensure safe hospitals for penalties for weapons in hospitals, sure. I'm fine with that. Protect Canadians online, sure. Then we get to this one. The title, that sounds normal, but then in Pierre's campaign, what has he referred to as an anti-Semitic riot many of times? I don't know if you know. He's campaigned a lot, and anytime he's asked about anti-Semitism, he talks about the same thing, the anti-Semitic riots taking over our streets. By anti-Semitic riots, though, he means the weekly protests against the genocide going on in Gaza. The weekly protests that are going on. And of course, my viewership drops the second I say genocide. But that is what the thing. And I'm guessing now I'm not going to get platformed as much because I said that on YouTube, but whatever. The weekly G word in Pala word. Like, I can't say Israel or Palestine, but penalties for masked rioters. He's like actively just saying tougher sentences for these things, for protests, which I personally consider peaceful. So then you take that and you combine it with these two down here, creating an anti-hate crime task force to protect threatened communities. Sure, sounds good. Sounds good. But when you combine it with stopping anti-Semitic riots and masked rioters, what exactly are they protesting, and what outcome do they want from the Canadian side of the government to do? They want the Canadian government to actually recognize what's going on, which they haven't. They want the Canadian government to divest all military aid to Israel. And they want that's fair. It's fair to be curious, and they just want recognition. There's a lot of Canadian politicians that straight up deny what's going on over there. The Conservatives do that a lot. The Conservatives are staunchly pro-Israel, as in they're pro-sending, and I don't care whatever side you are on this conflict. Killing children is bad. I want a ceasefire no matter what. The Conservatives unanimously voted against the ceasefire in Gaza. Unanimously voted against it. So that's why I am another reason why I'm anti-conservative. But this creating an anti-hate crime task force combined with stopping anti-Semitic riots and penalties for masked rioters kind of sounds like me. He's going to embolden police, give them more funding and a task force, and usually task forces don't have to use warrants. They can just kind of pick people up whenever they want. And that is a thing. Like, task force usually have like judicial powers. So this task force is just going to be able to, find protesters and arrest them without due cause and throw them in jail without due cause. I just don't know what Canada can do to stop it. We can stop funding it. A lot of money goes from Canada straight to Israel's side. Like, if we stop funding it and we stop, like we're a Western nation with power. If we start actively, if our government started actively pressuring Israel to stop, it could start a chain reaction in which other Western nations fall in line and do it too. That's literally it. It's just more international pressure on Israel to stop. More international pressure. More international pressure. Canada, as a federal nation, is a member of the G7. It is one of the leaders of the United Nations, one of the founders of the United Nations. Globally, we have a lot of power federally. Like, our federal government has a lot of power and say. Our prime minister has a lot of power and say in what happens in the world. So yeah, and then also directing CSIS to implement threat reduction measures. Like, all right, bro, you're going to have a CSIS-sponsored task force to arrest protesters. That is what I take from that. But yeah.
Action, obviously,
that's just what I take away from his platform, of one thing why I'm very against it. Yeah, sorry, 1 second.
Plays a big role in this province, but you also got to talk about Doug Ford, the most powerful conservative politician in this country. The tension between him and Pierre Poilievre really burst out into the open during this campaign, and you had as recently as this weekend Doug Ford criticizing how the Conservative campaign was being run. Remember that Doug Ford's key to victory in his provincial election just a couple of months ago was winning a bunch of seats in the GTA. David?
David, this community is symbolic of some of the key issues in this election. Sault Ste. Marie is a steel town. Algoma Steel is the main driver of the economy here. And with the 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum in place, there's a lot of fear about the future of local jobs and how that will trickle down to other businesses here. It is also a border city. On the other side of the river is Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, and the two sides are inextricably linked. People move across the border, they have friends and family on either side, so there's a personal connection in this trade war. And there are also local issues affecting the community in this riding. Crime has been on the rise in the last decade, and Sault Ste. Marie has one of the highest rates of opioid deaths in the province of Ontario. So it will be interesting to see how all of these priorities translate into the votes of people here in this community tonight. David?
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Mike. And look, I know people who don't live in Ontario get a bit sick of everyone talking about battleground Ontario and vote-rich Ontario and seat-rich Ontario. But here's why we do it. Ontario has as many seats as Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland and Labrador, Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia combined. It's just the math. That's the ball game. And Fred, for the Conservatives, there's one key area of Ontario.
Yet again, really Ontario decides the election.
Had 7 seats, the Liberals 4, and the NDP 3. The Conservatives and
no,
the
Manitoba,
Liberals
Manitoba.
Or if we needed a few more
Talk
days
about Manitoba. Talk about Manitoba.
The Conservatives had 7 seats, the Liberals 4, and the NDP 3. The Conservatives and the Liberals are hoping to add to that tally tonight.
Like 1150, 1200.
They have. There's 2 ridings.
Way
to
too
watch
expensive.
Here. One is Elmwood-Transcona in eastern Winnipeg. In the fall, the NDP's Leela Dance won a by-election narrowly against Conservative Colin Reynolds. They're in a rematch tonight. And in Winnipeg West, a newly renamed riding, Conservative Marty Morantz beat former Liberal MP Doug Elfson in the last election by only 400 votes. They're back at it again. And another riding of note is Winnipeg South. It's a perfect bellwether in Canada. Since its creation in 1988,
Not broke.
the candidate elect.
I'm going to show you something crazy. I don't know if you can see it. Sorry. This is my bed right here. Like, it's a 1-bedroom studio. Like, that's my bedroom behind me. That's my bed. Like, I have a couch, I have a TV right there next to me. Like, I have a little kitchen over there. It's a tiny-ass apartment. Like, this place is tiny. Like, that's my room. Like, yeah, this place is tiny.
In Winnipeg South has been from the party that wins the overall election. Back to you, David.
David, Alberta is a Conservative stronghold. 30 out of 34 available seats went to the Conservative Party back in 2021. Because of redistribution, there are 3 more seats up for grabs, and the Conservatives are hoping to defend their territory. There are a few open races in Edmonton, specifically Edmonton Centre. Now, the Liberals are hoping to hold on to that seat, which was former Cabinet Minister Randy Boissonnaud's, but that riding in particular has been known to swing back and forth between blue and red in the past. The NDP have an opportunity here in Alberta's capital city. One of their most statistically safe seats is Edmonton Strathcona, and that seat could have national impact as the NDP fight to hold on to their official party status. Now, the NDP do not have any incumbents in Calgary, but the Liberals have one. George Chahal, who's running in Calgary-McKnight, is hoping to become that city's first Liberal MP to ever have 2 consecutive terms in the House of Commons. Rural Alberta consistently votes Conservative. We'll just have to see if voters keep that pattern. David?
David, I'm outside the polling station here in Iqaluit at the Cadet Hall, where people have been coming and going all day since the polling stations opened. Now, some voters in Nunavut have told me that one of their top issues this federal election is housing. There just is not enough housing for enough people in the territory, and that, of course, leads to overcrowding. Now, the Nunavut government has said that it will attempt to build 3,000 homes by the year 2030, and that's because they estimate about 3,000 people are on the wait list for a public housing unit. Now, other major issues in the territory include the big infrastructure gap. There are many aging power plants, schools, and health centers all across the territory in many of its 25 communities. And another issues in Nunavut that a lot of Nunavummiut are talking about this federal election is the cost of living and the cost of food. Now, those issues are not new, but they are hoping that this next federal government can do something about it. Big ticket item this federal election, of course, is Arctic security and sovereignty. In fact, 3 political leaders traveled here to Iqaluit even before the election was called to make promises about beefing up Arctic security and sovereignty, and that, of course, is because of threats from the United States, Russia, and China. But Nunavut Premier PJ Akarok has said time and time again that Canada cannot have Arctic security and sovereignty until it invests in its people. David?
David, where I live in the BC Interior, the Conservatives are hoping to sweep the Interior, winning 2 ridings from the NDP, one in the South Okanagan and one in the Skeena-Buckley Valley on the
NDP fall off
coast.
in British Columbia is insane.
Issues like homelessness, the toxic drug crisis, and affordability are key to voters in the Interior, and the federal Conservatives enjoy a lot of support in rural BC. Meanwhile, in Kelowna, the Liberal Party is hoping to win back a riding as a former MP is facing off against the Conservative incumbent. This is a crucial election for the NDP in British Columbia. The party enjoys a lot of support on Vancouver Island and in the Lower Mainland, but recent polling suggests that it could be a very close 3-way race in some of those ridings. The outcome here in British Columbia could determine if the NDP has official party status in Parliament. David?
Okay, we just covered a lot of the country there. Thank you to Bartley, Sam, Juanita, and to Brady. All right, look, the North, there's 3 seats. There's a massive landmass, not a lot of people. The Yukon and Northwest Territories probably going to reliably stay Liberal. There will be a fight, most likely between the Liberals and the New Democrats in Nunavut. But I want to start in Manitoba, because this is where all 3 parties have real skin in the game. This orange riding you see up north, this is Churchill, this is Nikki Ashton's riding, but the battleground is really going to kind of play out in Winnipeg. And right now you see it's a split of everything, right? So, Greg, I want to start with you. I mean, you've got 4 seats there now for the Liberals. But, you know, they feel good about Winnipeg West, as I understand it, and Winnipeg Centre, and it might be a blue-orange battle in Elmwood Transcona. What's a good night for the Liberals in Manitoba? What do you hear and what do you think?
Tonight Manitoba could look like it has a NDP premier, but no NDP federal seats. That's a potential outcome. You mentioned Dr. Doug in Winnipeg West, high hopes.
Sorry, I'm like high-key focused on making this video. I'm like not saying anything.
Ridings you're not worried about, and I don't think we're worried about
60
Winnipeg
candidates
Centre, and
across
I don't know
the
that we're
14
worried about
ridings
Churchill
in
either. I think
Manitoba.
folks
Jesus Christ.
quite like those MPs, and there's a lot of good support in both those ridings. I think the one that's going to be tighter is Elmwood-Transcona, and that's, you know, an orange-blue fight, and making sure that folks know that to beat the Conservatives in that riding, it is a vote for the NDP that matters. Of course, Layla is new and is not a Blakey, so that is a thing. When I was in Winnipeg a few days ago, Daniel Blakey was there. I was really happy to see him. So that's definitely the one that's a little bit closer. And you'll remember that the Conservatives poured a lot of money in that riding leading up to the by-election, and a lot of money actually against Jagmeet Singh leading into that election too. So that's the one that I would be watching a little bit closely. But from what I understand, folks feel pretty confident that it'll stay orange.
And look, you go to a densely populated, concentrated place like Winnipeg, you're hitting the media market more than you are hitting the particular riding in a lot of cases, especially in the final week of the campaign. But Fred, as I understand it, a little bit of concern about Winnipeg West. You know, Marty Morantz and Doug Otterson, I think they've run against each other like 4 times, you know, in the last little while.
Christ.
And even sort of at the north of Winnipeg, it's Kildonan and St. Paul, where Kel Dancho, the public safety critic and Conservative MP, that one may be getting a little bit tight because of, you know, just the way urban centers tend to go when the Liberals are out front. What are your expectations on Manitoba before we move on quickly to Saskatchewan and then get to the rest?
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, Winnipeg West, we won by 300 votes last election, so that's going to be tight. Kildonan St. Paul was tight in 2019. It was really a safe seat for us in the last election, so would really would hope that we would hold that and see no concern there. And Elmwood-Transcona, though, that NDP seat, we are obviously going very hard on that, and Colin Reynolds has been working very hard to steal that.
Yeah, that's the gain target for the Conservatives of that. Okay, I want to go to Saskatchewan, and I kind of want to go through this a little bit quick because we do got to get through a few things. This is Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River. This is not a Liberal seat right now. What's happening here is we've updated the boundaries to incorporate the new electoral map, and we've transposed the vote from last time on it. Had people voted the way they did in northern Saskatchewan last time with the new boundaries, the Liberals would have won the seat. So that's why it looks red right now, because of those changes. But Greg, this is target number 1 for the Liberals, Buckley Boulanger running up there. And then really you got to get into, it sounds like Saskatoon, which is all blue right now, but Saskatoon University, Carla Beck and the NDP did really well here in the provincial election. That's where the Liberals are looking to grow here.
Yeah, short strokes. Liberals hold no seats in that province. They win a seat. That is more, and that is better.
It is. Yeah, no, that is what elections come down to. Nowhere to grow for you, Fred, but it's hold, right? This one's going to be tough, it seems. And then how you feel about Saskatoon and Regina?
Keeping in mind Desnethe, yes, it's with redistribution, we wouldn't have won it last time. We have swept the province in the last 2 elections and absolutely want to hold. And no, Desnethe is going to be hard, though, because of the boundary changes, but still hoping to hold it. Saskatoon and Regina, not hearing much out of Regina, but I think Saskatoon may have some battlegrounds for us. As you mentioned, West and University may be tightening up a bit.
Mel, Carla Beck showed New Democrats can win in Saskatoon and in Regina in a pretty big way. What are your thoughts on the 2 big cities for the NDP tonight?
Yeah, what's interesting is Jagmeet was in Saskatoon West a few weeks ago. Really good, and I think that's where folks are feeling good about potentially being competitive in that riding. But that's really the one that I'm paying attention to tonight.
Okay, all right, let's move to Alberta, and then quickly we'll finish on British Columbia. Look, Alberta, you know, it is, I clicked on British Columbia by accident there. This is the heartland of the Conservatives, right? 37 ridings, they always win over 30, except in rare elections. Most of it is going to stay blue. No one is expecting Red Deer or Lethbridge or Fort McMurray to change tonight. But when we go into Calgary, we do have, right here, we do have Calgary McKnight, which is where George Chahal is the MP. He was in Skyview last time, but he's moved there. Calgary Nose Hill, they're not going to win. Calgary Skyview is one they're targeting, as is Calgary Confederation, as is Calgary Centre. Greg, the Liberals I speak with seem fairly confident on Chahal, maybe one more. I don't know how you feel about that, but also in Edmonton, we get up there, this is where the New Democrats are. Edmonton Southeast, where Amarjeet Sohi is running, and Edmonton Centre, where Randy Boissonneau was the MP. Those would be the seats they'd be targeting. What's an optimistic expectation for Alberta for the Liberals tonight?
Go Oilers, Mark Carney in the Oilers jersey. I mean, this is an opportunity. The Liberals
cost them Calgary. They're all
This is an opportunity that the Liberals have a leader with who has grown up in Alberta. So and it's really been a different tour approach than other campaigns that I've seen. The Liberal campaign ended up one of the final stops was in Alberta. There's a lot of hope around around Edmonton and Calgary. We've also heard that on the doorstep, the Premier comes up as something that people are not happy with, and occasionally the leader himself has been helpful for Liberal vote in Alberta.
Right. So, Mel, this is where your two New Democrat MPs are. Edmonton-Griesbach, which is Blake Desjardins. They've held that seat since the last election, so that's one that you currently hold. And the other is Edmonton-Strathcona, which is Heather McPherson. That is Heather McPherson's seat. All right, I was trying to show that there to the audience. There we go. That's Heather McPherson, Edmonton-Strathcona. That's Edmonton-Griesbach. That is Blake Desjardins. Mel, I would rank McPherson as safer than Desjardins, with no disrespect to Blake Desjardins. That is just my understanding of Edmonton. How are you feeling about those two seats, and is there growth potential for the NDP in Alberta?
Yeah, feeling really good about those seats, actually. I was in Strathcona a few days ago, and it was all orange signs. It was really cool to see. The Alberta, or particularly the Edmonton team, they're a door-knocking machine. I think Blake Desjardins is the MP as part of the NDP caucus who's knocked on the most doors since the last election, and that's important, particularly for those closer battles. And of course, he's up against the Conservatives in that one. There is actually potential. It was interesting for me to hear the journalist earlier say that Edmonton Centre was a red-blue fight. I think the NDP actually has an opportunity to be super competitive in that one this time. Trisha Esterbrook running, and she's quite liked, and from what I hear, has the Heather and Blake machine helping her get to foot. And of course, last week, 2 weeks ago, can't remember now, Rachel Notley was in Edmonton, introducing Jagmeet, and I had goosebumps the entire time. So Rachel Notley telling progressive voters in Edmonton to vote for Jagmeet Singh, and the NDP is not nothing.
Basically
so
done.
hoping
How are we
to
all
see,
doing, chat? The three people that are still
we got
here,
about 6 minutes,
hardcore
and
chatters.
Then we gotta say goodbye, and I want to get through British Columbia. Frank, quickly on Alberta, the only thing I can say from the Conservatives' point of view is that I've heard
Six watching
in the
here.
Edmonton
All right.
seats,
How we all
campaigns
doing,
are
chat?
expecting
What are
the
we
NDP
thinking
vote to
so
collapse
far?
by at least half
Yeah,
in the
not
riding,
too
and
bad,
they're worried
no.
about that does with vote splits. Are you worried about that in Alberta, or is it maybe just one or two extra Liberals? What's your sense?
Yeah, look, any seat loss is a seat loss, and we don't want to see that. Edmonton provincially is dominated by the NDP. There is a progressive vote there that is big, and if it goes behind one party, you could see a number of seats go to that one party, and it looks like it's the Liberals who's eating that NDP lunch right now.
Right, okay, all right, we're going to close out with British Columbia. And when you look at this, you can see a lot of orange on Vancouver Island and up north and in the interior. When you go down to the greater Vancouver area, it gets a little bit more compact and a little bit more mixed with Conservatives in the south. And then as you get closer to the center of Vancouver proper, there are 5 New Democrats there and surrounded by a cadre of Liberals. So Mel, I want to start with you because this is the Alamo for the New Democrats, potentially at the end of the night. If it doesn't go great in Eastern Canada, it's going to be Vancouver Island, and it's going to be the greater Vancouver area. I mean, just what are your thoughts on this race at this stage of the campaign?
Right. Well, most of the seats that we have in British Columbia are orange-blue races. So the message, I don't know if you've seen the signs in BC, the NDP beats Conservatives, that those were kind of plastered all over the island, and they're definitely in Skeena-Bulkley Valley and in the Okanagan as well. So that is kind of the argument. If you actually want to beat Conservatives in these ridings, you've got to vote orange. And again, giving people permission to vote for the NDP, to vote for what they want. To send New Democrats back to Ottawa to keep a potential Liberal government accountable. It's been really important in those ridings. Whereas the Lower Mainland's a little bit different. Those are orange, red, and sometimes orange, red, blue races. And what will be important, I think, in those ridings is to make sure that the vote lines up behind New Democrats so that you don't see a split in a potential Conservative win in some of those, because those are more three-way races. And the same thing could happen on the island, but there's a bit more Liberal support in those ridings. So just making sure that folks get across the finish line. Sorry, I'm taking up so much time.
I've made it. I've made the goated. All right, I've made it. I think I gotta log into TikTok to do it, to show you it. But it is an amazing creation that I have created. This is the clip I've made from me earlier pointing a gun at stream. Once I post it real quick. Okay, I gotta log into TikTok to show you this.
Carney mayor yesterday endorsed Jagmeet.
Going.
That'll definitely help Jagmeet and Peter Julian get across the finish line there too.
Right. Okay. So, Greg, when I look at all of these are the incumbents and the holds that Mel Richer wants to see stay orange tonight. But when I look at all of these, I see conservative target, conservative target, conservative target, and they just keep going. I mean, what are your expectations for these parts of British Columbia, Fred?
Those were always major targets for us starting 2 years ago when Pierre Poilievre became leader of the party. His path to victory was the 905 Northern...
Okay. All right, let's get my TikTok up here. This is what I've just created. This is the hell that I just created.
Ain't no more woke in Canada. We doing that woke here. You do the woke here, chat. Listen, you ain't fucking with the woke.
Why is it so
you ain't
quiet?
Fucking with woke. I don't want to hear nothing. If you ain't fucking with woke, Pierre wants to get rid of the woke. No, I'm keeping the woke. Pierre said, ain't no more woke in Canada.
Why is it so quiet?
You do the woke here, chat. Listen, you ain't
Why is everything so quiet? God damn it. Everything is just way too quiet. But yeah, this is it. What do we think, chat?
fucking with the woke. If you ain't fucking with woke, I don't want to hear nothing. If you ain't fucking with woke, Pierre wants to get rid of the woke. No, I'm keeping the woke. Pierre said, ain't no more woke in Canada. We doing that woke here. You do the woke here, chat. Listen, if you ain't fucking with the woke, if you ain't fucking with woke, I don't want to hear nothing. If you ain't fucking with woke, Pierre wants to get rid of the woke. No, I'm keeping the woke. Pierre said, ain't no more woke.
I think it's a cinematic masterpiece, personally. But that's just, I might be biased.
Ontario.
Suggesting that they
is what
believe
I've
the
spent the
polls.
past fucking, like,
This
half
is
an
the first
hour
election in
hyper-focusing
quite a
on
while that I
creative.
was actually on the ground. I was on the ground in Nova Scotia, and I'll tell you, I'm very much an old dog, and I got taught a new trick, and I'm embarrassed. I was asked, there's a app that records when you go to a door what they think.
Yep.
And I was asked if I have minivan, and I said no, I have an SUV. So I think I'll probably stay off the campaign trail for a little while. Yeah.
All right, so seat count, where do you think it ends up? Got a guess for the Liberals. Where do you think the number is? Give me a range of like plus or minus 5.
184 to 189.
Okay, so a majority, Mark Carney, government.
I hate when you...
I know you just jinxed it, Greg. If it doesn't happen, we're playing this back. Fred, what do you think? Where are you right now?
What's interesting in this election is in every election I've worked on the last 3 days of the campaign, the Liberals seem to eat up some NDP vote that helps them greatly and keeps it either us a little lower or keeps us from winning.
You're killing me.
Yeah.
We're seeing the opposite happen this time because this is a bizarro campaign.
They ate it up at the beginning.
They ate it, and now it looks like it may be coming back to the NDP, and obviously we're hoping that happens. And with the polling, you know, there's an interesting poll that Hamish Marshall, who was the campaign manager in 2019 for the Conservatives, his firm One Persuasion did a poll on your neighboring votes, and it was a similar polling technique used to predict the Brexit outcome. And they show the Conservatives actually doing well based on you think your neighbor's voting Conservative. So it'll be interesting to see if that's accurate.
Keep
we'll see that.
Canada
In terms of a
woke,
prediction,
Chad.
you want a
Keep
number?
Canada
I'm not going to give
woke.
you one. I'm not making any predictions.
By the way, okay, all right, that's telling in of itself. By the way, it wasn't Alan McEachern, it wasn't Alan McIsaac, okay, right? It's Alan McMaster.
I said McMaster.
Did you say McMaster?
I thought you said McIsaac.
I thought you said
That's
McIsaac.
why, and I was
there's
just...
a lot of McIsaacs from there, man. That's
Yeah,
field territory.
Yeah.
Okay, Mel, we're going to give you the last word because we're basically gone over time. I'm sorry to the control room. Where do you think this ends up tonight? Who do you think is the government? In what form? And where do the NDP finish in seats?
Who do I think is the government? I'm going to go with a Liberal majority with Greg too, or a very bigger, slim minority. That's going to be right on the
That took way too long to do
I think
that
it'll be
quick of an
important
edit
to
on
have
my
NDP
phone.
MPs in Ottawa.
I don't know why I decided
the
that my
one thing
phone
that I
is where
think
I'm
I'm
gonna
looking
edit
forward
things
to
from.
is, or looking at, is whether or not that message of, because of you, New Democrats were able to get these things because you voted for us, to see if that continues to track in the right direction from the last few days, and whether that pushes a lot of our fights across the finish line. I'm obviously hopeful, and just really proud of my guy.
Okay, we got to leave it there. Our apologies to Alan McEachern and Alan McIsaac, and mostly to Alan McMaster for getting that wrong. Mel, great to have you back. That's Melanie Richer, Greg McEachern, and Fred Delory. We're going to see you all back in Ottawa on Friday. Still lots more to come right here on Power and Politics. We've got reporters staked out at each of the parties' headquarters to give us a sense of how they're feeling before the results come in. All of that is next.
We did it. We made our stupid little thing. We made our stupid TikTok. We are keeping Canada woke. Woke is us. We are woke. Pierre will never take the woke away from us. Pierre will never take away our woke. Okay? What is up with the Don of Vaughan, the goat himself? What is he thinking? Experienced wanker is back. God damn it. All bro does is say... Okay, it's a good meme, though. It is an amazing meme. The experienced wanker meme is so good. I love it. Maybe that's just because I'm woke, but I love the experienced wanker. It's amazing, personally. But yeah, I might actually, on the live, trade out this picture of Trump that covers chat into, like, something else. What do we think? Because it kind of does, like, block chat a little bit. It's hard to see what's going on in it. Lots of Nick Ingleson chats right now if he's still here. Like, if I just mute that. That's just black now, hey? I wonder if I can, like, edit and turn down the opacity on it or something. No, I can't. Just because it's kind of like, it's a little interesting. It's definitely an interesting image. I definitely love that image. Maybe if I do edit the chat box a little bit. Ooh, wait, I think I know how to do it. If I switch it to Twitch style, maybe? No. Boxed. Chunky. Old school. What's the old school one again? No, absolutely not that. I think maybe boxed might look good on that. Oh, that did something bad. Did that refreshed the chat hidden messages? God damn it! Of course it would. Of course it would do that to me. Of course it would do that. Okay. Okay, so let's edit that again then. Let's do boxed, just because it gives like a little font size, background color. Yeah, just black. It gives a little separation between the image and the message, so it might be easier to read whose message is. That's my only thought. But yeah. What do we think, chat? Oh my god, the vote is insane of who's winning. Are they back live over here? No, they're not back yet. Are they?
Live from Toronto on Election Day. Canadians across the country are casting their ballots after a fierce campaign. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre voted with his wife in his Ottawa area riding this morning. As you can see, that ballot is long. There are 91 candidates on it, and most of those candidates are linked to a group advocating for electoral reform.
And I'm looking at it and I hate it.
All right, everyone, get out to vote for a change. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you. Just old school.
It's like shoving a phone book in there. Liberal leader Mark Carney also voted in Ottawa this afternoon. This is Carney's first time on a ballot.
Let's switch like again.
Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet cast his vote in his Quebec riding this morning. He'll spend the evening in Montreal watching the results roll in. And NDP leader Jagmeet Singh cast his ballot in advance polls, but he was out today with supporters in Port Moody, British Columbia. The first polls will close in just 2 hours. We have the power panel all here in studio, and we have reporters standing by at the major party headquarters. We'll hear from each of them throughout the show, but we are going to start with the Liberals.
Who is ready
Rush hour traffic
to
right
stand
now.
up
Freaking
Canada
out.
with me?
Can't wait till this is over. The anchor's
We
going to have the
need
charts.
to
Who you voting for, Ryan B?
fundamentally reimagine our economy. We also have to stand up directly to a man named Donald Trump. We're going to fight, we're going to protect, and we're going to build.
That was like
Double
one of
the
the first
pace,
chapters
housing
he said.
construction build. Baby build. With respect to my personal assets, is I have complied with all of the rules.
Ryan,
It may
who
be
you voting
difficult,
for?
Mr. Polyev. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone.
What's your thoughts on
They're
the
both
baby
gone.
no
We
money
need a
song?
majority
That's my real question.
because we need big changes.
Liberal leader Mark Carney is spending election night in Ottawa. The CBC's Ashley Burke is at the Liberal headquarters in the nation's capital. So, Ashley, this could be a big night for the Liberals. What's it like at the headquarters right now? I'm guessing it's empty because they're all pull and vote. What are your thoughts?
That's exactly it. They're out getting out the vote. This is a room where Mark Carney's
Polyev
volunteers
needs
and
something
supporters
new.
are expected to start
Well, did you already
filling
vote?
into
Make sure
a
you
little
go
later
vote
in the
then if you
night
think
when the
that.
results start coming in. And right behind me, that's the podium that he is hoping to stand on later tonight and claim victory. But people here
Vote
are
for
not
whoever you
popping the
think represents
champagne
you the
yet.
best.
They think
That
those
will always
around
be
him
my
that I'm
opinion and
talking to that are
take.
part of their campaign think
Whoever
that they
you
do
think
have a shot at a
genuinely
majority,
represents you
but
the
they
best,
are watching
vote for
for a
them.
lot of really tight races in places like Saskatchewan, Ontario,
personally
and
voted
BC.
NDP.
And we saw Mark Carney earlier in the campaign. We didn't think he was going to do what his predecessor did, which is the final day of the campaign, travel across the country, across time zones, try to hit as many places as possible to really energize people to get out the vote. But then in the last couple days of the campaign, we found out that
We
was
still
happening.
got so
he
many
left
hours. I
Ontario
just remembered
yesterday
until the
morning.
polls
He headed
close.
to Saskatchewan,
We're going
Alberta,
back
then
to
BC, and we ended with
we're going
an
back to
event
map time.
in
We're going back to map time. I
vineyard
took a
kind of
little
area in
time there to
Elizabeth
like
Mays, the Green Leaders,
view
co-leaders
that stuff
riding
and like make
just
that
before
TikTok
midnight,
map
where he
time.
wrapped up his campaign there. They've been going.
Map time, chat. I'd vote NDP, but I don't think they get enough votes to make a difference. See, I find that weird that there's so many conservative / NDP voters. Like, do people just like hate the Liberals that much? like I understand that's the reason why there's conservative / NDP voters, but like conservatives and NDP are like the opposite of the spectrum. They're not doing anything similar. Like Jagmeet hates Polyev personally with a passion. Like, so let's go look at the polls out east. These are the first areas we're gonna see reporting. Ooh, toss-up Newfoundland. Okay. Still looking very okay. Since I've last looked at Toronto, the Toronto area has gotten a little bit more toss-up looking. It was way more red this morning. Way more red this morning. Now it's like light red, so it means it's like toss-up leaning conservative. But yeah, there's a lot. Could flip NDP. Interesting. But yeah, no, there's a lot more toss-up going on in Ontario, which is bad for everyone but the Liberals. I mean, bad for everyone but the Conservatives. Carleton, Ottawa, still. CPC leading. It's not toss-up. NDP fights for unions. That's why I used to vote for them, but I'm more concerned with the cost of living. That's valid. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. Big union guy. Yeah. Cost of living crisis. I gotta be real with you. Unless you're a billionaire, conservatives aren't gonna make it too much better for you. Their platform says it's cutting taxes for the lower classes, but it really is just cutting taxes for wealthy. Like, especially the GST on homes. The GST on homes basically just turns buying a home into buy 20 homes, get one free, because of the amount of money that billionaires save. Like, I'm not really often buying 20 homes to actually get like a major benefit. Like, if it was only first time home, but like the fact that you can infinitely buy homes without tax if he gets in, that kind of only benefits people that are like, yeah, benefits the individual person buying one home. But you know who benefits way more? People buying like 10, 20 homes, then renting them out to students or renting them out to immigrants. That's not going to decrease the cost of living. That's going to make it way more expensive. His tax cut, he says he's going to cut 15% off your income tax. It's not. It's 15% off of the current income tax rate of 15%. Do you think he will make... No, I don't think he'll make marijuana illegal. Where did I... Yeah, actually, you know what? No, there are no stupid questions. That's a valid question. I keep forgetting that nobody knows what anyone's platform is because I'm like the only person that actually read all like hundreds of pages of the specifics of every party's platform. Like nobody else did that. Maybe like other journalists did. I mean, I'm not a journalist, but like, yeah, I guess that is a valid question now that I think about it. Okay, it's a 3-point gap instead of a 4-point gap now also in the polls. What is that's last year's. What is the CBC saying? Yeah, 3-point gap instead of 4-point. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Making marijuana, yeah, no, dude, we have like a shit ton of our economy. Like, I don't think people realize how many taxes, like taxes on alcohol kind of fund like so much stuff. Like the government makes so much money off alcohol, off cigarettes, off marijuana. And like that, and like, hear me out, like that's a good thing because those are vices. Like I'm totally fine with like a 100% tax rate on marijuana or something because they're vices. Like if the government wants those industries to make a fuck ton of money for them so they can like put it in healthcare, put it in other things, then I'm fine with that. I'm so fine with government doing industry like that. I think that's how it all should be. Donna Vaughn, are you still tweeting? Make the right choice, Canada. I'm not voting Carney despite being bland but stable. I'm voting Carney because he's bland but stable. Big Daddy. Donna Vaughn is voting for Big Daddy, chat. The Donna Vaughn is Big Daddy. In Canada, you must have a photo. They will take you to the Enviro Gulag. I should have printed out a photo of Carney. What's my... I think my favorite image that ever came out of this election was like the Chairman Carney. Chairman Carney memes are so funny. No, that's not it. Bad news for Carney, he became a meme. What? I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it. I think I just need to search it. I'm annoyed at the length of time it takes approval to get to build something. Depends on what you're building. Liberal, yeah, this one's amazing. Chairman Carney is our hope. He will save us. Media. Okay, interesting. These edits. Vote Carney. This one's great. I love this one. This is an S tier image. S tier image right here. Chairman Carney. This one, this is the one. This is my favorite by far. I posted this on my Instagram story today. This is by far my favorite one. Right here. I'm posting that right now. I am posting that right now. Cool. Glory to the World Economic Forum. Glory to the World Economic Forum. Carney will make our military great again. We're making Canada great again, chat. Oh my God. These are like why is Marxism trending in politics? Stop the fat Nazism versus Marxism. The reason we're all being called Marxists, whether we're Marxists or not, is because anti-Trump people are anti-fascist. What? Anti-Trump people are not Antifa. Oh, wait, no, anti-Trump people are Antifa. Sorry, I got confused. Yeah. Marxists organized a huge rally. Yeah. A video essay on the politics of Andor Season 1. Has anyone watched Andor at all? Andor was kind of goated. Andor Season 1. I love Andor. Andor Season 2, I watched the first 3 episodes. They're amazing. I am yet again being radicalized. My favorite... Oh, right. The stupid character with... Vader wouldn't tolerate that shit, nor does the Empire condone... This shit was so cringe. Star Wars theory going, sexual assault is unnecessary. Vader wouldn't... The Empire would not tolerate sexual assault. Yes, my favorite character with family values and moral integrity, Darth Vader. Andor is goated, by the way. Andor is goated. I love this show so much. What were we talking about? Politics, right? Chairman Carney is going to save us. Settle down, boys. Yes, sir. Glory to the natural governing party. Oh my God. How are my posts doing? Me to my 85 followers. Can I see my... I don't even know where my thing is. Profile, is that it? There we go. Glory to the World Economic Forum. Go woke or go broke. I have it on like max volume. I don't know why. The Carnegie has only just begun. Live all night Canada election watch party. Vote to protect us from the woke bloc. Bloc majoritaire. I spelt majoritaire wrong. Are you ready, Ottawa? Carleton CPC leaning. God, please. Please. Please save us. Alex is going to be tweeting so bad all day. Pierre, did you hear they're still selling dollars for 80 cents? Oh my God. Thank you, U.S. taxpayer. Voted conservative ×2. Hell yeah, brother. I love illegally voting. I sent in my mail-in ballot. I voted early. And then I voted again today. And they didn't question nothing. They did not question nothing. Oh my God, not JJ. Not JJ. Guys, I thought we were executing JJ McCullough. I thought Mark Carney was breaking. Mark Carney is executing JJ McCullough. What happened? What happened to that? I voted and it felt better than any slogan. Valid. Why is there no volume on this? There better be volume on the one I posted on Instagram, I swear to God. Woke in Canada. Yeah, I did. Okay, there's volume. There is volume on the one I posted on Instagram. Perfect. That's all I care about. Live now to keep Canada woke. Mark Carney did it not. Pierre getting rid of the penny? The penny's already gone. Actually, wait, no, that's... Chatter, are you joking? Are you fucking with me, Chatter? You would never fuck with me, right, Chatter? Ryan B, you would never fuck with me, right? Polyev is trending. Mark Carney did a Nazi salute? No, he didn't. It's a bad image. No, he didn't. You know, ready for this? Carney Nazi. I know what they're going to show. They're going to show, I've seen the image. It's him standing. Yeah, it's this or something. No, that's not it. I don't know. I saw them posting the image earlier. Oh, I spelled Carney wrong. God damn it. Yeah, this one. Turns out I'm a Nazi. Yeah, it's literally just him waving to a crowd. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm using Trump's words here. Yeah, I know. It was a bad photo. Guys, this is the same as this. This is the same. You don't get it, chat. This account is so silly. Just like Justin, but worse. Because I can't tell if this guy is a liberal or not. Because he's like making fun of... Oh, wait, never mind. He's not a liberal. Damn it. Why do they gotta always use the slur for me? This is the slur for me. Why do they always have to use it? Yeah, okay, so this guy's not a liberal. Never mind. Is this the the Canada Proud one? God damn it. Canada Proud is the stupidest Twitter account ever. It's so funny. Canadians trust Pierre. That's why there's about to be a big blue wave. Why can I hear anything that's on Twitter? I have Twitter muted, that's why.
So many decades. The hell with years. They have destroyed our armed forces. They've destroyed life. The way I grew up, it needs to stop. We need the...
So it seems like the conservative vote is just people who hate the liberals. So, yeah. Canadians are rallying across the country to support Pierre. Yeah, this one was stupid. I saw this one in Winnipeg. Like, it's just annoying. The truckers are back. Like it's gonna be these people that are gonna whatchamacallit go do January 6th here. They're gonna do May 6th. It's gonna be on May or something. It's like stupid. No, they're gonna go out for Canada Day. I'm telling you right now, if Pierre loses, there's gonna be a trucker convoy on Canada Day to Ottawa. They're doing it. Caught stealing conservative campaign material. Like, dude, it's just a fucking door. It's just a door handle. It doesn't matter. Like, nobody cares. We'll be back in 1 sec. Let's see what the live's doing.
For conservatives because they have hope of the future and they want more change. It's people who are more concerned and anxious that are voting Liberal now.
Right.
And so hoping that hope converts, is I think where they're at. And also that the way these seats fall, maybe they pick up some seats from NDP, the NDP party, for instance, in British Columbia and other places where
Northern Ontario, maybe.
Yeah, this realigned voter base is actually could serve their interests in terms of.
But just not, it is amazing here on April 28th, like you said, surprise victory. If for so long it was inevitable and him and his party seemed invincible. I mean, it's weird to ask this question, but what does Pierre Poilievre need to see tonight to stay on as leader? Like, is there an outcome where he can't stay on as leader? Does a Carney majority end his ability to lead the Conservative Party?
No, I don't think it does. I think he should stay on as leader. I hope he does. I can't speak to his mindset, but he is a guy who's incredibly popular with the Conservative Party
Is
membership.
it still the boring people on? They're not doing
Which is how
fun
the
things yet,
Conservative,
right?
yeah, he's
No, they're
young.
not.
He's very popular.
Okay, I
with the
believe it's
Conservative Party
still
membership,
an
which is how we
hour
elect
and a
leaders in
half
Calgary.
until,
He's very popular
or
with
maybe 2
the
hours
40%
until
who
we
are
get
likely
the
to vote for him
first
of the country.
polls
I mean, that's
closed
millions of
in
Canadians. That's a lot of people.
Newfoundland.
And so I think he,
So we
if
still
he's
got
not
lots of
successful, he
time
should
to
stay
hang
on
out
and
and
figure out how to
chill,
convert
talk about
that,
what we think's going to happen.
figure out how to get to the end of Mark Carney's honeymoon as fast as possible, which I don't think will take too much time. And I also, I want to point out some structural forces. There's the U.S. and Trump. There's also the fact that we went from a 5-party system to a 2-party system in 12 weeks. I mean, that is a structural, massive challenge for the Conservatives and for Pierre Poilievre. And he's the one to turn his mind to it, because I think if he's able to get one of the stronger results in our Conservative Party's history, it would be foolish to switch horses mid-race.
Brad, Ginny is right about the polarization of this election and how it went essentially down to a 2-party system. But, I think the issue for the Conservatives is that when it became a choice between who are the 2 best people to deal with what's happening right now, the answer wasn't them. You know what I mean?
Because so 5
going
more
to keep the high 30s.
338 Canada's got to update.
And
it's now
that all moved
343
back to
Canada.
the Liberals once Mark Carney became the option. That's
Can't.
the
338. What are you doing? Come on.
If it doesn't go their way
it's
tonight.
343 now.
That is true. Poilievre's, I think the support when we saw it at those historical highs was due to him being in a contrast to Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
And I think that the minute that the comparables among the 2 major parties were changed, therefore the 10 points came right.
Guys, no more penny.
But you could take a look at the architecture of Mr. Poilievre's
Pierre's going to take Greenland from
should
Denmark.
be proud of the Conservatives.
That's what Pierre should have been running on. Why is Pierre not running on taking back Alaska? Taking back Alaska and giving it back to our Inuit brothers. That's what he should be running on. That's where he should be running. These polls are going to be so thing. Does it have the CBC there? Is it there now? Politics. Is this the thing? I need to find the CBC vote tracker. The election. Or is it going to be... Is it on CBC or is it on Global? Canada election. I think it's Global that has it, maybe? No, not Elections Canada. I don't want that. Here we are. It's the Global one. So this is what we got. We need this open here. Nothing yet. Live results from the election as it's opening. So yeah, the path to victory, of course, is always take Toronto. Take Toronto, take Montreal, which the Liberals are leading in right now. That's both of their paths to victory are through Toronto and Montreal. But if Toronto and Montreal are tied up and they kind of split a little bit, there are second paths to victory. The second path to victory is prairies. Prairies is the second path to a minority government. So if by the time we get out of Ottawa, and if by the time we get out of Toronto and Montreal, we still don't have a minority government selected, the next battleground is going to be here. Mainly in Winnipeg. Like, when I tell you Winnipeg is a battleground to decide who the minority government is going to be, it is. Then we go to Saskatchewan, which is very blue right now. So if it doesn't get decided in Winnipeg, Saskatchewan, basically if it's going to be a Pierre minority government, we'll know about here. If it's going to be a Carney minority government, we'll know about here. And if it's going to be a Carney majority, we won't find out here. Till here. This is what's going to decide, whatchamacallit. Like, technically all of it decides. All of it does decide. But, like, because of the order of the votes, we know if it's going to be a majority government before BC even finishes voting sometimes. Like, just because Canada is so big. Or, like, I think it's, like, not before BC finishes voting, but it's, like, before BC finishes counting their votes. We know who's going to be leader. But yeah, all of this is going to be a battleground. All of this is going to be a battleground. Winnipeg is another battleground. And Toronto and Montreal are the other two. But yeah, it is going to be a fun night. Fun night. Popular vote. Whoa, okay. The poll that I have running still says conservative, which makes sense. Most whatchamacallit, people are going to be doing that. Most people on YouTube are going to be voting for conservative, I feel like. Okay, we're going to end poll. We'll end poll in a minute, actually. We'll keep it open for a while longer still.
These are not things that help you and feel like issues that should have been resolved so you can build a more enduring coalition, right?
Yeah, actually, when I started working in politics, one of my really good friends who's been in politics a long time said, when you go into politics, remember, people have been there forever. You have to get along with everyone because you'll see the same characters over and over again. I'm sure we've all worked with people that we've worked with 10 years ago, but I think that to have that coalition together would have been beneficial for Mr. Poilievre, because even if he's seen as an attack dog, if he's seen a certain way, and even if you don't believe him when he talks about his family, you have other people. It would be great to have Doug Ford on side, Mr. Houston on side, and have that voting coalition together, because if you don't like Poilievre, but you like Doug Ford, you might be like, okay, well, if you trust him, I'll lend my vote.
Yeah, instead Doug Ford's having breakfast with Mark Carney, and Corey tonight is making more news than Elizabeth May. Okay.
Do I do the
Jane,
break
you the last
now?
word on this. You wanted to jump in there.
That's a low bar for making news, to be fair. I said earlier, going from a 5-party race to a 2-party race, it's not just the Bloc and the NDP. The PPC.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to mute my mic, chat. I'll still be like viewing the chat and stuff. Feel free to talk and stuff, but
conservatives. That is a huge achievement. You want to talk about holding the whole coalition together. You've got, centrist.
sorry, I'm going to make dinner quick, and at 5 p.m. I will be back fully live. We're taking a kind of mini break halfway through just to cook myself some food, because I need to eat dinner before this starts.
I think that's pretty impressive achievement.
We're going to be taking a somewhat break, so if you guys need to go out and vote, need to go do anything, now's a good time. Or if you guys just want to hang out here and keep chatting in chat, go crazy. I'll run we'll end the poll for now, actually.
To as a conservative and not sacrifice those voters on the right, I think is foolish. And it's not just PPC voters; those voters stay home. We saw a bunch
180
of
votes, pretty good. And we're going to do Q&A. So to ask me for when I get back.
And so it's not. I'm painting a picture to show how difficult it is to hold together that coalition. And speak to the successes I think that we'll see tonight.
Yeah, there's not a natural governing conservative coalition, right? And Pierre Poilievre, to his credit, he believes what he is running on and doesn't want to move off those principles. He made that clear that he'd rather kind of like run and lose on his principles than moderate and win and then having to change. But winning back the PPC, I know that was a big priority early. The Portage
you guys can ask me questions for when I get back.
To smash Maxime
there.
Bernier. They've successfully
I will be
grafted
back
that
at
those
5
percentages of
p.m.
the electorate back in, but does that then become a bit of a shackle that stops you from moving too far into the middle to break into the GTA in the way you want, because you risk losing it at the other end?
I mean, not if you focus on the issues that you think 40% or more of people care about, including everyone across that whole spectrum. So you said, well, he's going to stick to his principles even if it means he loses. To a certain extent, I think what he was really saying is, I'm going to stick to talking about cost of living and people who are suffering, which maybe is about principles, or maybe it's just about those voters. And that is a lot of people in Canada right now. And it might be, we might forget that quickly come tonight, because the Liberals might win on the Trump issue, and that might be all we talk about. But there are still going to be millions of Canadians who are like struggling to afford food, struggling to fill their cars with gas, and those are going to be people who voted for Poilievre, and we're going to feel really, really disenchanted, I think, if the Conservatives don't.
Yes, there's going to be geographic and generational challenges for Mark Carney should he win tonight. We're going to check in now with the NDP campaign and see what is at stake for that party tonight.
You deserve a government that has your back, and we will fight like hell to make sure that happens.
To describe what has happened when Donald Trump stabbed us in the back, it's a betrayal.
We got to fight back. We got to protect these workers.
We're in it for the working class. We're in it for you. It's not going to be Mark Carney and the Liberals that are going to stand up for you. And Pierre Poilievre's plan is one of cuts.
That's why I'm putting myself forward as a candidate for Prime Minister.
I'm running to become Prime Minister.
Are you still running for Prime Minister?
I've seen the difference that we make in people's lives. Concretely, we made a difference. And that's why I say it would be the honor of my life to serve as Prime Minister.
We were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare.
Pharmacare, we made happen. Anti-scab legislation, we made happen. If you want to see more of those things happen, vote for a New Democrat.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh will spend election night in Burnaby, British Columbia. And the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg is at the NDP headquarters in Burnaby. So, Marina, what does a good night look like for Jagmeet Singh and the NDP?
A good night for the New Democrats would be holding on to as many seats that they have as they can. They went into this election with 24. If they can keep a majority of those, maybe pick up 1 or 2, 3, 4 extra, that would be a very good night for them. A bad night for them would be losing official party status, going below 12 MPs in the House of Commons. The last time that happened was in the 90s.
We're just setting this up as like a traffic cam to like watch, see what's going on in the world out there while I'm gone.
At the beginning, I would say it was sleepy. At times, it was strange. I remember one time going to Hamilton. Jagmeet Singh went to a rec center twice, but didn't speak to steelworkers. And it speaks to the issue the party had with speaking to the Trump and tariff issue. You know, Jagmeet Singh, he was just kind of focused on certain things. And the real thing that I noticed was that he kind of stayed on message track. He talked a lot about the idea that Pierre Poilievre wasn't the person for people, Mark Carney wasn't the person for people, but he couldn't clearly articulate why he was the person for people. And of course, he was dogged with his relationship with Justin Trudeau, you know, voters holding on to the concerns that he had continued to support this Liberal government for as long as he had. But then there was this very clear change. I noticed it about 10 days ago, I would say, when the tactics changed and the messaging changed. And the NDP really went on the defensive. They had bigger events. They had more energetic events. We saw an energy in Jagmeet Singh we hadn't seen before. They hit ridings that they had already and were trying to shore up support. And his language changed. He started talking about holding the line. He stopped talking about being prime minister and started saying that people should vote for New Democrats because they would be the ones to hold a future government to account. And they were the ones that had proven that they were the people that had made sure that, you know, brought in different programs that had made people's lives better, like dental care, like pharmacare. There was also this change in Jagmeet Singh as well. I feel like for much of this campaign, he was very much on message track, but then we saw this realness to him just within the last few days. You know, he spoke very openly about his decision to support the Liberal government, saying in his words that he couldn't stomach the idea of a Conservative majority. He talked about how he wanted to make sure dental care got through so that Canadians would start to receive it before an election, making it harder for any future government to take it away. He revealed for the first time that a year and a half ago he had faced death threats. And then, of course, after this horrible incident here in BC, at which he was at this event just minutes before it happened, he spoke very emotionally yesterday about that. And it speaks to Jagmeet Singh's strength, which is understanding people's struggle and speaking to that. But the issue is this is a very short campaign, and the question will be whether voters will feel that they should support Jagmeet Singh and go to the ballot box with that.
Okay, Marina, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg in Burnaby, British Columbia. Brad, I want to start with you. I always feel like on election night, the best assignment is the NDP campaign because you get to be in Vancouver, in the Vancouver area, until there's a national leader from St. John's. I think that wins out. What is a good night for Jagmeet Singh? Because, you know, it went from I'm running to be Prime Minister to give me the balance of power to please elect as many of us as you can.
I think that there's a contrast between the Conservative campaign and the New Democrat one. One is inability for Mr. Poilievre to pivot, either to the issue of the day on that, and then you've got, I think, in a campaign, technically serviceable, run by Mr. Singh, like no major mistakes that cost them to support. The drop in support happened at the beginning, and it's not necessarily because it's a lack of embracing of the values of the party, because those that even are moving over to Mr. Carney, now they're coming back a little bit, but those that moved over to Mr. Carney in the middle of the campaign, we're talking about, I haven't given up as a Democrat, I just can't have Poilievre and Trump at the same time. So I give Mr. Singh tremendous credit for being nimble enough to say, okay, here's where we want to start, here's where things are after maybe the end of the first period of the campaign, and here's where we want to be in the second, and then we'll see where we are in the third. Exceeding expectations, I think, would be a good night. Right now, the expectations are low. And I think that
what is exceeding expectations? Is how many
is a
seats
good,
is that?
when you said what's a good night for the NDP, exceeding the expectations. So if you look at, I mean, people like to, as a whole industry now in this country of aggregators, where people translate what the vote is and hopefully do some smart work to see what the seats is. But it's returning the caucus. And if there's any slippage within returning the caucus, then it's some of those key ridings, like my riding of Parkdale High Park here in Toronto, there's no incumbent. It is a neck and neck between the New Democrat and Butila Capoce and the Liberal candidate. So that's a good night for sure. It's a good
official party status, though. It has to be that. It has to be 12 plus, right?
That is the minimum bar for sure.
Yeah.
No, there's no question about it. Nobody goes, oh, I hope we get it. I mean, listen, we've come a long way. Like, listen, 14 years ago, right? I just got my Facebook. This is what happened 14 years ago during the Orange Wave. We had 103 seats. Within just a handful of cycles, we're now debating whether or not we want to be there. Yeah. But here's where I think that the supporters are rallying, and I think you'd rather end up on the dip on the way up than on the way down. And that is when Mr. Singh rightfully was saying, well, listen, I'm going to run for Prime Minister. Canadians were saying, we don't think that maybe this is the right time for somebody like you to be the Prime Minister. We're looking over here. And then you could see that in the tee up here from the reporter on site in Burnaby was saying that things changed because I think there's a heck of a lot more people that go, you know what, we do want you as an insurance policy. We do want you in the House of Commons. If Mr. Carney has only got to listen to Poilievre and the extreme conservative movement in this country, that's going to be a very bad House of Commons for working men and women. So now we have the NDP where people like us, and that is under Mr. Singh's leadership. They want us to make the case and make sure that Mr. Carney is held to account and doesn't, again, for a guy that we don't know much about, the NDP is insurance policy. And that's where I think the crowds got more excited. They got bigger. Okay. And I think that's where we saw the dip up in the polls.
Okay, V, what are your thoughts?
I think, I do think Canadians like Mr. Singh generally. I mean, my mom was really sad to see. He was like, I wish he would do better.
He's been very cheery for a guy in a tough spot. I will say that. He's been very positive.
And as he should be. And I think his heart's in the right place. I think, and I did sit in focus group. People do like the Immigrant, do like Jagmeet Singh, and just are too worried of Mr. Poilievre. And they're worried about tariffs. And they're like, he doesn't have a chance in being Prime Minister. I don't want to split the vote. I'm going to make sure I vote for the Liberals. On my algorithm, on my TikTok, on my Instagram, I saw a lot of people saying, where can you strategically vote? And they mentioned Parkdale High Park, they mentioned other places, and where do people feel on these social issues? And they would compare the Liberals and New Democrats, trying to give voters an understanding of where do you feel, and does it make sense for you to vote New Democrat here or Liberals? I think the thing is, what Mr. Jagmeet Singh hasn't been able to do is prosecute why he needs more seats in the House of Commons. I think as much as people see Dentacare and Pharmacare, and he's talked about it, I think he hasn't been able to take that full credit for the work he did there. And no matter what happens, you won't get that kind of agreement again. So what do you do if you're an opposition party, right? What kind of power do you have? So I think that's where people have a hard time. But I do think attacking Jagmeet Singh isn't the right strategy, because I do think Canadians generally like him. And I'll say this, he's also a racialized man who wears a turban. He is going to have a hard time in some parts of the country.
Yeah, Rob, it's also his third national election as leader. If there's the same question I asked Ginny, right? Like if there's a decline here and barely holds on to party status and his own seat is still very much in play tonight, it may very well be his last election.
I'm sure he'll be given a courteous 15 minutes to make up his mind, and then he will be roughly shoved out the door. Look, there are stumbles, there are sags, and then there are spiraling swan dives, and we've seen a spiraling swan dive with the New Democratic Party. Yes, absolutely, this has turned into a two-party race. But if they're ever going to form a government at the federal level, I think New Democrats need to understand that their enemies may be as much the Liberals, if not more, than the Conservatives. When Brad was working for Jack Layton, they seemed to realize that. Mr. Layton went after Michael Ignatieff, the Liberal leader, with more vim, more vigor than he did go after Mr. Harper. The result was the NDP formed the official opposition for the first time. New Democrats have no trouble governing at the provincial level, it seems, because they've shown to be reasonable financial managers in places like Saskatchewan, for instance. They need to be able to show that. They're not going to be able to show that if they remain a conscience party of parliament. There is a role for that, if they decide that is their role. And I imagine that argument is going to break out, if it hasn't already, shortly after.
Brad, I'll come back to want to get you in here. They're good in those binary races out west. It's when it's a multi-party race. That's where the NDP gets squeezed at the national level. They haven't figured that out yet. Your thoughts, Janine, over there?
Like, the question for the NDP is, what is the raison d'etre of the NDP? Because it would appear to be today to stop Conservatives. And if so, they may be successful. But that is not a parliamentary party in our democratic system, or at least it's not, it's not working in its rational self-interest, let's put it that way. The NDP, by opposing Poilievre, has refused to acknowledge that he's attracting young working people who are traditionally the voters of the NDP. And you may say that has hurt the Conservative because they've gone after the NDP and it's boosted the Liberals. But that's how they're growing their voting coalition. Mm-hmm. And the NDP has chosen to insult those voters by saying you're voting for someone who's a bad person, who's immoral, who's unprincipled, and certainly not courting those voters back. And they've said to Canadian voters, the only rational choice you have if you're progressive and on the left is to vote Liberal. And I just think that's a huge political failure. And if that's what the NDP wants to do, they should just pack up shop and stop being a political party.
Well, there is a lot of insulting leaders going around, I think it's safe to say, in the parliament, and denigrating the integrity of your rivals, which is probably not a good thing in the long run for civic virtue. But Brad, last word to you.
Just on Rob's point about the notion of conscious versus government. I mean, so in Western Canada, the New Democratic Party is either the government or the official opposition because we have predominantly two-party systems.
Two-way races, yeah.
And we've spent generations elbowing out the Liberal Party from being a contestant in that. And there's good people attempting to do that good work here in the province of Ontario. That is going to be the discussion going forward after this election campaign. Whatever happens tonight and all the things come down. And we've had this discussion. This is when you talk about what is the raison d'etre, where is the soul of the New Democratic Party? It is between those within the party that seek to influence others when they govern versus they themselves wish to govern. And that it's not left or right. It's not east-west. It's whether you want to be governed or you want to be the conscious. And that we will talk more of, and I'm sure, in the coming days.
Yes, there are no participation medals in politics. You win or you don't is really, I think, the question they need to sort out. But let's check in. Let's head to Quebec now. We're going to check in with the Bloc Québécois campaign. Leader Yves-François Blanchet will be in Montreal to watch the results roll in, and the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian will be there to watch the results roll in. He's at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. So, Rafi, a little bit like the question with the NDP, what is at stake for the Bloc and its leader in the results this evening?
David, in one word, relevance, and that is the struggle the Bloc Québécois has had throughout this campaign as well. This is a party that can thrive when they can shine a spotlight on Quebec-centric issues. Think of, the legal challenges against the provincial language protection or secularism laws, but there's been very little room for that kind of talk in the last 5 weeks. It's all been dominated by Donald Trump, and who is, best suited to stand up to the U.S. economic threat. And Yves-François Blanchet has had to kind of elbow his way into that conversation. He's tried that. Their platform actually came out before the platforms of the parties trying to form government, and a lot of it was about protecting Quebec economic interests from Donald Trump. He's tried to suggest Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, would not be good at that. But over the course of the last few weeks, he's also started predicting Mark Carney would win and form government. There's a bit of strategy going on there. Blanchet essentially saying, listen, Quebecers, you don't have to worry about Pierre Poilievre forming government, so vote for me instead. But this is a party that a few months ago may have had some official opposition dreams, right? Think about the by-election they won in Montreal, Liberal Fortress Montreal. That was at the height of Justin Trudeau's unpopularity, and things have certainly changed for them since then. So they're heading into tonight with more modest goals. They've talked about trying to hold the Liberal government to account by, holding the balance of power. Nobody wants to come out of election night with fewer seats than they went into it. But if Blanchet can turn around and say, listen, sure, we're down to 20-something seats now to his people, but, we get to hold the balance of power, that's a bit of a consolation prize for him.
Okay, Rafi, thank you so much. This is CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Montreal. We're going to go from the BQ back to BC in British Columbia now to check in with the Green Party. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich is at the party headquarters in Victoria. So Olivia, Elizabeth May, I know she's the co-leader. Jonathan Pedno's in Montreal. What are Elizabeth May's plans for this evening?
Well, David, this is expected to be an election night watch party unlike any other because we're not in a convention center or a ballroom without any windows. We are here at a beautiful winery in Elizabeth May's riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, and she says that she plans to have fun tonight no matter what happens. There's going to be live music from Bill Henderson, the lead singer of the Canadian classic rock band Chilliwack, poetry by Lorna Crozier, and May herself is expected to take the stage with her husband, John Kidder, and the two are expected to perform a duet at some point in the night to cap things off. May says that she feels good about her chances, despite the fact that polls have her party polling at its lowest level, David, under her tenure. So it's a difficult situation, and she acknowledges this. She's in basically the race of her life, facing a three-party challenge here between the Greens herself and stiff competition from the Liberals and Conservatives as well, who are trying to unseat her. May herself has been an MP since 2011, and she was the first elected Green MP, and she's hoping to get more of these MPs elected, but pollsters are even saying that it's quite possible that the Green Party could be wiped off the electoral map tonight. So she's aware of these challenges. She also has raised concerns about the fact that the Green Party was shut out of the debates. And this was supposed to be her co-leader's moment to shine, Jonathan Pedno. But of course, the Green Party did not meet the participation requirements. So Pedno was not able to get that opportunity and join the national conversation. May is also concerned, David, with how this federal election has unfolded, with it largely being seen as a two-party race between the Liberals and Conservatives. May says she's concerned about this because she says that it seems like Canada is heading towards the direction of the United States when you have a choice between just the Republicans for the most part and the Democrats. So, you know, May is concerned about this, and she wants Canadians to remember that there are more than just Liberals and Conservatives here, that there are people who support other parties. And she says this is just healthy for Canada's democracy because she says it forces politicians to work across party lines and work for the greater good of Canadians.
Okay, Olivia, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Olivia Stefanovich in Victoria. The power panel is back. Rob Russo, Ginny Roth, Vandana Cotter, and Brad Levine. Rob, you know, election night in a winery with Chilliwack is probably not a bad idea, though the most famous Chilliwack song is Gone, Gone, Gone. She's been gone so long. You know,
you're not old enough.
More seats or more leaders at the end of the night for the
Yes,
Green Party.
and warbling a tune may soothe the savage wound if she's going to go in that direction. You know, Olivia raised an interesting point. This is the first time since 1958, and Brad, no, I did not cover that election, that we do really face a choice between two parties, and that no third party is going to, it seems, if polls are to be believed, play a determinant role in the outcome of this election campaign. I was interested in the report from Rafi as well.
Yeah.
The Bloc is employing, in effect, the strategy that Kathleen Wynne employed in Ontario, saying, I'm going to lose, but I acknowledge that we still need a presence in the legislature in Ontario. The Bloc concession speech, it'll be interesting to see if that does convince some Blocists to come home. The best result for him, for Mr. Blanchet, even if he loses seats, as many are predicting, would be to hold the balance of power. That would not necessarily be the best result for national unity, I would say, even with a diminished Bloc vote, because we all know that will undoubtedly engender a whole bunch of alienation from the province of Alberta in particular. But I do find it ironic for those of us who have watched the national unity debate for decades that Quebecers may turn, it seems, to a man who doesn't know the province of Quebec very well, who did suffer some stumbles himself in the French language early on, because they see in Mr. Carney someone who will represent the federal state that will be a better buffer against the Anglo menace that can be that's representative to the culture and language of Quebec. that would be, I think, a bitter irony for Mr. Blanchet.
Yes, and Ginny, the E. Francois Blanchet decision desk has projected a Mark Carney government. It's just a question of majority or minority in the leader of the Bloc's view. When you're watching the Quebec results come in, I mean, if the Bloc are in the high 20s, low 30s, that makes the majority a whole lot harder, right? Yes. I mean, what are you looking for in there in terms of seat splits in the 78 Quebec ridings?
I think exactly as you say. If the Bloc outperforms the polls, even by a little bit, like it doesn't have to be that much, if they see a tick up and a bit of a resurgence, that will keep the Liberals at bay. The Conservatives could also increase their seat count in Quebec, in parts of the province where they're a little bit more popular.
Jonquière, Beauport, Trois-Rivières, those places.
That's right. Yeah. And so if Quebec starts to split a bunch of different ways and the Liberals are not able to consolidate power and pick up a bunch of seats the way that, or hold a bunch of seats the way that that the polls looked, you know, a week, 2 weeks ago, that I think could play a spoiler for a Liberal majority, certainly, and potentially even a Liberal government if the Conservatives have been picking up in Atlantic Canada before that and continue to pick up into Ontario and BC.
V, your thoughts on the Greens and the Bloc?
I think for the Bloc, looking at a few key seats like Abitibi, La Prairie, Shefford, we have great candidates there. I think there's a lot of options there. I think Mr. Carney put a lot of effort into Quebec. We had a great Quebec team as well. And his command of the French language only improves over time. And I think he's been able to keep at bay some of those issues that Quebecers that can cause problems. Like he talked about the notwithstanding clause across all provinces rather than just focusing on Quebec, etc. I think with the Greens, I think Pedneau is actually more of the future. I think Elizabeth May, as much as everyone likes like Elizabeth May, I think, you know, not being able to restructure and have some fresh takes on it kind of holds them back. But what I'm looking at for the Greens, I'm looking at Kitchener Centre, I'm looking at some of those BC ridings where they can split that votes. But I do think Mr. Carney has talked a lot about an environmental strategy as well, enough to give people comfort enough. But I also think it's time for them to reflect on what the leadership looks like in the future.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to make the transition, then make the transition. It seems like there's been more focus on constitution of the Green Party and internal mechanisms and all these things rather than building as a party. So I know they're playing 2 seats, Brad, you know, in Saanich-Sooke and in Kitchener Centre, and we'll see where it is at the end of the night. But, you know, the Bloc will obviously have a much bigger determining role in, you know, who is Prime Minister and whether it's majority or minority.
It is unfair to lump these two parties together in the same segment, but I respect the fact that we only got so much time.
Right? We only got an hour, you know?
We only have so much time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Greens are. The Greens used to play back in like 2000 when Elizabeth May first came on the scene in 2008. She played a significant role in the public discourse. We had I think, the luxury to have a wide policy discussion back then. The environment and climate change was emerging, and it was a significant issue. I believe that it's got to be hard for any Green Party in the Western world right now to keep the environment on the public's radar when things like inflation, cost of living, housing crisis, and with Trump taking on the whole world with tariffs. Got to be very difficult. So I think they're going to be in for tough tonight.
They've also lost exclusivity on that issue. You know what I mean? Like Mark Carney is not a climate denier. Neither is Jagmeet Singh. I mean, I know
they were successful in spreading. Yeah, they were successful in spreading their kind of get this on the radar, and now they just be kind of. I think it's a very kind of more of a niche. Let me just a polite term for saying that, as opposed to previous election campaigns. For the Bloc, yes, it's got to be frustrating. I think the two groups who are going to be most frustrated tonight will be the Bloc will be among them in terms of that, because it was just a short while ago we were talking about the Bloc playing either the official opposition or balance of power, particularly after the La Salle-Mard by-election win, where again. And we talked about this at the time. We always overestimate the ability of a by-election to then predict the next general election and its outcome, because the Bloc have gone down ever since.
Right. If Trudeau hadn't left.
No. I know. Stuff changes. No. I take the point, but things do change. I think Quebec will be interesting. It'll be one of the first rounds of results that we'll get back, and I think it'll set the table for what we are to understand to be what the next parliament will be when the Eastern time zones come in. The splits will be interesting. I'll be looking for La Salle-Mard, Craig Sauvé, obviously Rosemont with our incumbent.
Fortier-Masconanger with Ruth Ellen.
And of course, we'll be rooting for Ruth Ellen from all corners of the country.
Well, the fascinating thing is that, so like the Newfoundland and Labrador polls obviously close first, and then the Atlantic opens, and Gaspé, the Ile de Magdalene will intrude into the Atlantic results for a bit, but then it's Quebec, Ontario, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta all at once. and it's going to be this torrent of seats. And so keep an eye on the Quebec story. It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Is anybody here willing to make predictions just before we say goodbye? What the outcome?
There's one of the rare times when us babbling members of the punditocracy should get out of the way and allow the great Canadian electorate, in its wisdom, to cast its verdict.
Love it.
That is such a coward's
Let me
answer. No, I hear you. I hear you. Look, and the polls are still open, but I have to say, like, you know, as a guy that does a TV show 2 hours a day, every day on politics, what I was covering when I came back from Labor Day to where we are a week from my birthday, it's like a totally different political system, right? And it's just... I've never seen a period of change quite this rapid in my
what's happened in the interim as well, more and more Canadians are watching your program and listening to us. They're more engaged than ever before. They're paying attention, and that is why I get out of their way.
You say Canadian politics is boring.
Look, it's the eye candy. That's why. All right, we got to leave it there. As long as we're avoiding the predictions, that's where we're going to end it. Look, I want to thank you all for being here and going through this with us, and throughout the campaign and after the campaign. You know, we'll have everyone back to talk about. We'll have to pick through these results at some point. Vanda Nakata, Brad Levine, Rob Russo, Ginny Rothman. Great to see you all. Thank you very much to the Power Panel. We're going to take a break, but coming up, we're going to talk to another pre-election panel about what to watch for as the polls close. But first, a look back at this campaign, which was full of character attacks on all of the leaders.
A liberal is a liberal is a liberal.
Pierre Poilievre's plan is to divide and be conquered.
The Liberals and Conservatives, their plan is one that helps millionaires the most.
It is a teachable moment. It teaches us that Mark Carney will never stand up for Canada.
I don't think any woman wants to hear Pierre Poilievre talking about their body, period.
Mr. Carney is not a businessman. He is a political grifter.
Pierre Poilievre was not at any of those tables, was not given any of that responsibilities, and note further that in subsequent years he has not gained any responsibility.
Mark Carney's Liberals are even more costly than Justin Trudeau's.
Conservative math is not mathing.
There's a phantom growth that comes from the sky in his platform.
When Liberals have all the power, they ignore people, they forget people.
One of the conditions that should be imposed before you do politics is to have art in your chest. And Mr. Poilievre seems to have shown that he lacks it.
Sadly, the Bloc is basically a useless party.
I might tell myself, I won't miss this guy.
Mark Carney's plan is to do exactly what Trudeau did on steroids.
In 9 days as a new government, we did more than Pierre Poilievre has imagined in his decades in politics.
to vote for change in Canada.
This is the most consequential vote of our lifetimes.
This election is really about the cost of living.
We can control our destiny with a plan that meets the moment.
After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs and crime, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term.
Our country works best when one party doesn't have all the power.
Quebecers will decide how many of us will go in Ottawa and fight for Quebec.
In a trade war, just like in hockey, we will win.
Never entrust the solution to the people who made the problem.
We need new Democrats
We
now
are
more
back,
than ever.
chat. Hello, hello, hello.
We know.
We are
How,
back.
as
I gotta be
America
real, I lied to
retreats
all of you.
from the
I
world,
did not make dinner. And I gotta be
Canada
real, I gotta
will
adjust
This
this
election
lighting
comes down to
situation.
one word
Cause-
only: change. Change.
Yeah, we're gonna have to readjust
change.
this lighting.
Change.
Yeah. It's legit Alberta's fault. What did I miss while I was gone?
It all comes down to
Somebody's
tonight
talking
and
about
what
national
Canadians
debt.
decided as they
All right,
figure out
whatever.
who will be the next prime
Alberta's
minister
fault
and
for
lead
relying
this
on
country
oil.
through
Yeah,
one of the
valid.
most serious
Any
economic
questions did I
challenges
get?
it has faced.
All right, nobody
The first
gave me
polls
any
begin to
questions, of
close
course. All right,
in
running
less
the
than an
Q&A
hour,
then.
and results will start pouring in.
In 1
after a
hour,
36-day
the
race
results
that
will
just
be start
5
pouring
months
in.
ago, nobody
Will
saw
be
it.
start pouring in.
But
So
Justin
we're
Trudeau's
starting the
exit
new
and
poll.
Donald Trump's entry,
The morning
both
poll
changed pretty
had
much
conservatives in the
everything.
lead.
Voters turned out in record
But
numbers in
what is
advance
our
polls,
evening poll gonna
which
be?
suggests Canadians are deeply engaged in this election and anxious about this country's future. So, will they choose a fourth Liberal term under new management, or will they opt for a change in course and elect a Conservative government for the first time in 14 years? Now, we're also watching how the other political parties fare because their fortunes could determine whether it is a majority or a minority government. Okay, that is a live shot of Conservative Party headquarters in downtown Ottawa. That is where Pierre Poilievre will be addressing supporters once we get the results of this election tonight. And also in Ottawa, that is where Mark Carney is going to speak to the Liberal faithful
Who
in the
is
national
winning,
capital
chat? Who is winning
later
tonight?
as we are less than an hour away from the polls closing. And I can hear someone talking there, so we're going to move on there before they say
Less
something
than 1 hour
limiting.
until the
We're going to
polls
start with our
close
pre-election
nationally.
panel now that we're into the final half hour or so of this show and a final hour before the polls close out east in Newfoundland and Labrador. Amanda Alvaro is a former Liberal Party communication strategist and co-host of the Beyond the Ballot podcast. Andrew Thompson is a former Saskatchewan NDP cabinet minister. Amanda Galbraith is here, so two Amandas, that won't be confusing. She was an advisor to former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And Rob Benzie, or just Benzie to his friends, is the Queen's Park Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star. It's good to see you. I get to see so many people in person when they let me go on the road here. Look, it is the last day of an election that is very different than the election we thought we would have, you know, when the school year began back in September. I mean, Amanda, what are your thoughts? Here we are now that we're going to get the first results coming out of, you know, Newfoundland and Labrador in about 54 minutes or so. Your thoughts on where this is going to go tonight?
First of all, when the school year began feels like an actual lifetime ago, right?
Sure does.
Everything was different and everything has changed. If you had told me even, 3 months ago when we were 20 points down that this could have been the outcome or the potential outcome of tonight, I would have never believed you. And I think that, where we're at today is a testament in many ways to the change that happened for the
sugar-free
Liberal
Red
Party,
Bull o'clock.
obviously,
Second
and for
sugar-free
the
Red Bull
circumstances
o'clock.
that surrounded it. So Trump tariffs,
I think
who's going to
the
lead
lighting
us
will
through
fix
that trade
itself
war.
as we get
And the
later
one thing that
today.
Carney, I think, has presented throughout this campaign is that
It is just
consistent,
sunset right
clear
now. It's
through line message. Like if you ask Canadians, we know that this is one of their top issues, this and the cost of
PP
living,
says vote for
affordable
change. I hope
living.
Carleton votes
But
for
if you
change.
ask
That
them,
would be
what
crazy.
did Carney and the Liberal
That
Party
would
stand
be
for? They will tell
honestly
you this is what they stood for.
the
The
best
majority
plot
of Canadians
that could
know
possibly
exactly
happen,
what
actually.
the Liberal Party is bringing to the table. And I think that matters,
The
especially
best
because
plot
the
that could
Conservative
possibly
Party
happen
pivoted a lot
is
in
that,
this
actually.
election.
Well, I mean, Amanda, the thing the Liberal Party stands for right now is not being led by Justin Trudeau. It's the biggest electoral
very
thing, right? I mean, Pierre Poilievre must feel like Charlie Brown trying to kick the football, right? The carbon tax and Justin Trudeau both got yanked away by Lucy in the form of Mark Carney.
Yeah, I mean, the Conservatives won the election campaign before it even started, right? I think, and that was a very successful routing of Prime Minister Trudeau and the carbon tax, things that they defended for years and years. Instead, we were faced with a brand new ballot box issue, a brand new leader, brand new organization, and I think, yeah, the party had to shift to address that. I do think that they ran a solid campaign where they're polling out, as if we believe the polls, is Stephen Harper majority government territory poll levels. What the story here today, to me, honestly, is the NDP collapse and all those voters stampeding over.
Sorry, I just was putting the stream on like my TV there too, so I can like keep an eye on it while I like look
Well, you know,
away
Andrew,
over here.
this is the
But yeah, or sorry,
meta story, right? That you support broadly.
Mute you for a second. Okay, let's see what is going on. What the world is thinking of the election right now. What is trending? Canada election 2025. Vote Conservative is trending. Vote Conservative is going to be trending, of course, on Twitter. Twitter's basically a right-wing propaganda platform as of now. Like, let's be real. Twitter is just a right-wing platform. Okay, let's do election 2025. Okay. Yes. Yes, 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 chat. Yes, yes, yes. I want this picture. Everyone go out and vote for LeBron James, the real king. I want to restore the absolute monarchy with the king of the court. I think if Mark Carney doesn't win the popular vote, there's a greater chance that he wins the most seats, whether it's a minority or majority, due to voter efficiency. Yeah, Mark Carney, seats-wise, I think is going to win. Nah, otherwise, I have no idea. Here you go, folks. Trump has spoken. I won't vote for anyone who aligns with Trump. Also, chat, if you've been here since the start, minus that little half-hour break I took to go make myself food, which I actually didn't do. I didn't make food in that half-hour break. I showered and cleaned my apartment a little bit because I might have people coming over to join the stream later. So I didn't even have time to make food in that half-hour break, so I'll probably just order something. But, yeah, if you have been live for the whole, what are we at, 5 hours now. We still have probably 7 hours to go tonight. Make sure, just like the stream, share it if you really want to. If you want to get your friends in here, this is a great place. I'm just trying to make this a great little place for, like, to build a community of people who just want to talk about what's going on in the world, you know? And we're not judging anyone based on who they vote for. We're just hanging out, having a good time watching the election, and also maybe spreading some slight revolutionary ideas, and also maybe instilling class consciousness among the populace. But that is besides the point. Chairman Carney will save us. And yeah. So like the stream if you've been here for a while. Feel free to share it. Feel free to subscribe. I really do appreciate it. I don't know if that does anything. Oh my God, for the first time in the night, Mark Carney is ahead of Pierre in that poll. The poll I did throughout the day was very conservative, very, very conservative. But yeah, Elon Musk is amplifying tweets to undermine the liberals. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not going to claim that without evidence. Like, let's be real. Elon Musk has personally endorsed Pierre Poilievre. And also, I think I saw rumors that Pierre might be trying to start a form of Doge in Canada. And if you know what Doge is doing in the United States, you don't want that here. Keep calm and Carney on, baby. Democracy. Less than 7% of the world has full democracy. Irrespective of who you vote for, make sure you exercise your democratic right to vote. Please do. Please go vote if you haven't already. 8:30 p.m. in your local time. If you're Canadian, you have until 8:30 p.m. to vote. While we are here, I'm just going to quickly check on the status of the things that I posted earlier. Chairman Carney will save us. Go woke or go broke. We keep the woke. We are here for the woke. All right, the first comments I'm getting on my little video are conservatives going, "It's not a real gun you're holding. You're weak." And I'm like, "Yeah, of course it's not, dude. I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm not going through 10 years of like, I'm not going through like the like 10-year process of getting a license to hold a Glock. All right, for the bit, I will own a plastic Glock, and I will be happy for the bit. Remember, chat. Go vote today. Go vote. Do it. Go vote. Right now. I want you to go vote. Vote for whoever you want. Just do it. Go vote. Right now. Get up. If you haven't voted yet. Walk, drive, bus, whatever, to your polling station and vote. Okay? You hear me? You hear me, chat? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you for listening. But yeah, make sure that we are voting. Get out there and do it. Mommy, what is a Canadian? It's an unarmed North American with health insurance. Valid. What? Okay, no, actually I do get this now. Election prediction, 70% voter turnout. Jagmeet loses seat. Pierre loses seat. Conservatives on the... I don't remember what Jagmeet's seat is. What is his seat? Vancouver Burnaby? I'm watching the ones that, like, I'm just putting on some ones that I want to watch. Nunavut, okay. Edmonton Griesbeck, Calgary Skyview, Calgary Center, Calgary Confederation, Kildonan St. Paul I want to watch. Is he Vancouver Burnaby? Burnaby Central? Oh my god. Oh my god. Jagmeet is losing his seat, chat. Oh my god. Jagmeet is unemployed. Rest in peace, Mr. Singh. He did his best. Rest in peace, Mr. Singh. We will keep watch of that riding. Burnaby Central. New boundaries. Ooh, maybe the new boundaries adjusted it. Because that's another thing this year. Almost every electoral district or almost every riding has slightly adjusted boundaries because of the new the 10-year census. So a lot of demographics of certain areas might change. Like there's new boundaries on basically every single. I think maybe like, no, it's everything. Everything has new boundaries. Yeah. In Winnipeg, I have Kildonan St. Paul. Did I have Winnipeg Center on watch? Winnipeg South Center. I'll keep Winnipeg Center on watch. Out here. Of course, I want to watch Carleton. Jesus Christ, Toronto looks like a mess right now. I don't know what they're doing here, but it is a mess. An absolute mess in Toronto. And unfortunately, this is going to decide the election, which is depressing, but yeah. Really, the only thing that matters is, do we have bloc majoritaire? Bloc majoritaire, bloc majoritaire, bloc majoritaire. Vive la Quebec, vive Quebec, vive le Quebec, la Quebec, le Quebec. I don't know if Quebec is masculine or feminine. Vive les Québécois. That's all I have to say. Is this? Okay, I was like, is this its own riding up here? That would be crazy. But yeah. And alrighty. Also, if you are just tuning in now, we are live from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. We are streaming the entire night, watching what is happening in our election, watching the polls update, watching things get filled out. In 41 minutes, the first polls close, and we will start seeing results flow in 31 minutes. So stay tuned, because we will be live reviewing everyone's opinions, except Canada Proud. Canada Proud does not get an opinion. What is the guy? Canada Polling? Canada Polling gets an opinion. He absolutely gets an opinion. My goat, Canada Polling. Who else gets an opinion? The Don of Vaughn. The Don Vaughn gets an opinion. And also this guy. Duplicate tab. Where's the Don? The Don gets an opinion. Looks like the final day to celebrate 4 months. Here's a send-off video. Carnegeddon, baby. Live from Winnipeg, Manitoba, watching the Carnegeddon happen. The Carnegeddon will happen. Here's the send-off video. Great job, the Donovan. Great job. The GOAT, Donovan. The meme board. Hitler rants about election 2025. Okay, no, I'm not watching that. Get ready to see a third time in a row. Guys, will Maxime Bernier win Beauce? Is he even on Global? He's not even on Global News. God damn it. Where even is Beauce again? I'm assuming it's a conservative riding. Is it outside Quebec? Oh, here it is. St. George's is Beauce. Guys, will Maxime Bernier finally win Beauce? Will Maxime Bernier finally win Beauce? That's the real question. He might beat the Bloc this year. Who's to say? Who's to say? Maybe 338's wrong. Who knows? 338 Canada could be wrong. I just think Maxime... I don't even want to talk about Maxime Bernier. But yeah, back to...
May not and could
38
retrench in Nova
minutes.
Scotia, and I just wonder what the point of all of that was.
I don't know what the point of it is that the most powerful conservative in the country, the Premier of Ontario, continues to punch down on a campaign.
Punch down on the national conservative
on the national,
leader, have a 25
but on the national campaign, that I do not. And I respect Premier Ford very much. I think he's a very effective politician. I do not know why our party continues to infight unnecessarily. So it's in our DNA in a weird way. We go knives out really fast on any of our leaders. On any time there's any kind of disappointment. I think part of it is it's a hunger to govern, but it is, I will say, as a conservative who works with both provincial entities across the country and federal, it's frustrating. It's frustrating for our volunteers to see that happen on these days. And it's frustrating for the candidates. So at the end of the day, we can all argue about, this strategist is fighting with that strategist, but at the end of the day, there are people out there who are door knocking, who are putting their lives and their families on the line to do this, and it doesn't need to happen.
But Amanda, in a lot of the ways, it's because purity tests and loyalty tests were applied.
Yes.
Right? You're not conservative enough. Oh, you want to run? What have you done for me? You can't. You haven't done anything for me. You can't run. And that just creates hard feelings and divisions that you can live with if you keep your 25-point lead.
Yeah.
But you can't if you lose the 25-point lead.
Absolutely not. And I think that there's been this kind of undercurrent, this stubborn undercurrent that we hear often about, and Amanda would be better to tell you about this than I would, about the federal Conservative Party, their inability to pivot off an issue, the fact that they ran against Trudeau for the first couple of weeks of the campaign, or their demands on some of the other leaders to get in line.
I want this flag.
And, none of that is going to serve you well when you find yourself in the position that they found themselves in. So, I agree with you. I don't think that having strategists, make these big proclamations on TV that end up dousing a party is the way to go when you're trying to win an election. But I also think that it feels like there hasn't been a lot of olive branches from the federal Conservative Party, and their closed-door approach has turned
We are
people
getting
off.
the
It's turned
woke
people off
flag
in their own party,
up.
and frankly, it's turned Canadians off as well.
Yeah, so Andrew, I wonder, if we were having this conversation 5 months ago, it's an inevitable Conservative majority. Do they go over 200 seats or not? Tonight, all the indications are Mark Carney is going to win this election in some form or another. If Carney gets a majority, can Pierre Poilievre survive as leader of the Conservative Party? Because he's built the coalition, he's made it younger, he's made it durable. Does he last if he is not the Prime Minister designate at the end of the night?
Yeah, the fascinating thing about parties are the factions within the parties.
Yes.
I mean, any of us who've come up through party politics know that is really where the problem, rises. And I think the challenge for Poilievre is that he has decided to carry the banner for what is essentially a Western reform group within the party.
Raising the banner in the background.
Unfortunately, in this election, that is largely coded as U.S. I mean, it is MAGA, it's U.S. ideas, it's that kind of, rough and tumble kind of politics. It's a style. And that's worked against him.
Yeah.
And he spent years building that out, not only building that out, but wanting to kind of supplant whatever this Doug Ford populism is, or whatever it is that Tim Houston's doing in Nova Scotia. It is that sense that there really has to be a litness test, and there's true believers.
We're raising the black flag.
In that environment. But I don't know what's left within the Conservative Party to fight against it.
I don't want to take space, but can I just jump in there real quick?
Yeah.
I don't agree the idea that he's got a coded Western reform base. I actually think if you look at the coalition that he's built out, it is, we've, for the first time in the history of the party, have leading under 40 voters, which I don't even know what to do with that.
We have raised the black flag, Chad.
I mean, part
I think
of
that's a perfect
the other
placement
flip
for it.
is we've lost the
It's
over
visible
60s,
there.
which is the whole other
The
problem.
woke
for
is
the party.
visible.
Yes, it is.
That's what
But
matters.
I'm talking to young people in my office, truly young women in my office today who said, I'm going to go vote for Pierre. Like, actually did. I was shocked. I was in, and it's not because she works for me, it's because...
What have you done to her?
But I do think there is an underestimation in the vote coalition that Pierre Poilievre has put together. His focus on housing, I think, is really actually pushed forward. We can argue about some of the rhetoric around it, but I do think that is an interesting, appealing thing to raise our floor from that 30 to like 35% world. It still isn't enough to win when you have a two-party system.
Right.
But I would not characterize it as Western reform, because candidly, I'm part of that coalition. I'm not Western reform. I'm a Harper conservative that came together when that party came together.
But the question is
I don't have enough hooks to raise the Canadian flag properly, but it's okay. We don't need it. We just care about the black flag. As long as our black flag flies,
great. We didn't
I'm
love what the
happy.
Liberals did. But we've got a different set of issues. There is still definitely, and I see it in young people too, I mean, there's that real frustration that this just is not working for them. And I think that's going to be the challenge when if Carney gets elected.
He has to deliver real change there.
That's right, with exactly the same caucus, with the same set of advisors, with essentially the same table set.
Yeah.
So what changes in that? Now he's got an ability, obviously, to change it. Prime ministers are powerful people.
Yeah.
But that'll be the big question, and he won't have a lot of time to demonstrate that.
Yeah, look, I think the advisors will change. The priorities will definitely change. I mean, Pierre Poilievre has largely the Aaron O'Toole caucus. It's a very different party, right? So
I think
leadership
that's
can
the
do
best
that.
spot for it.
But look, we got about 2 minutes left. I mean,
okay, Chad.
what do we think? Is anybody willing? I asked this
32
last
minutes
panel.
till
Anyone
go
willing,
time. What are we thinking?
Can Pierre Poilievre win tonight? Does Mark Carney get the majority? Like,
What are we thinking and how are we feeling?
Yes, so all of the above, I know, Amanda, is there a path for the Conservatives to win the most seats tonight? That seems credible at this point, do you think?
I think there's a path. I think it's a narrow one, but I think there's always a path to victory. I do think our GOTV operation is in front. Like it's very good, but I don't know if it's good enough to overcome what's happening in the country right now and overcome Donald Trump.
Rob, what do you think?
Unless all of the polls, every single one of the polls is wrong, and unless the campaign strategy is all a big fake out, they're trying to out-fake us with some of the things that they're doing, Pierre Poilievre being in his own riding on the night before the election, I think I'd be very surprised if Mark Carney doesn't win the election tonight. I don't know if he has a majority or a minority.
So when was from looking at this guy's thing, when was the Canadian dollar ever 110 USD?
Suffering from the PTSD of the last 2 years.
Definitely.
And really saying, oh, it might be a minority, it might be this, and then in an honest moment saying, but there is this upside potential. I mean, what do you think you might see?
I'm one of those liberals. So I think we were talking about this before we came on, and I think, listen, it's close, it's tight. Every vote actually matters.
When was it ever 110?
Really matters. But liberals have a good track record of being able to do that, and I think they're in a better
like 107
position
in 2007
two
with the
elections,
crash.
if you believe their internal data and if you believe the polls. So, fingers crossed that we're able to make up in vote-rich Ontario, make up that ground, and push it from a
I
minority
feel
to
like a
majority.
strong
That would be a
dollar
good news
doesn't
story for us.
really
30 seconds left, Andrew.
indicate,
big question is what happens in Quebec. I don't think any of us really know enough
global
about
wealth.
how those splits are going to work. That makes a big difference if the Tories only get 10
Yeah,
seats.
October. Yeah, it's always been 72 cents, I thought.
And I think the same with
Sorry,
NBC.
where is this?
There's a lot of fluidity
Yeah,
there.
when
and
the
it's
Trump
gonna be very,
tariffs
very hard to
started,
see. It'll
like
depend a
around
lot on
December is
turnout.
56
It's gonna depend
cents,
a lot
which is
on,
crazy.
Yeah, the
But,
Liberals need about 145 to 150
yeah, I don't
seats
think
when they
it's
hit the
ever
Manitoba
been
border. So
a
I think
dollar
25 in
10.
the Atlantic,
Like
40 in
even on the
Quebec, and 80
5-year
in Ontario,
thing,
if they're above those
in
numbers,
2007 the
they
highest
could
is
be on their way,
$1.07,
to getting to where they need to
which
go.
fine, close
Amanda
enough in
Alvera,
2007,
Amanda Gaunt,
but
Rob Benzie, Andrew Thompson,
a
thanks
strong
so much.
dollar doesn't
I'm
mean
David
a
Cochran.
strong
Thank you for
dollar.
watching
Like,
Power and Politics
it
today.
doesn't mean a
Every
strong
host of
economy.
this
I don't know.
campaign.
I don't know what to
Stay
tell
with
you.
CBC News now, though, for election night. Our chief political correspondent,
Like
Rosemary
Trump
Barton,
actively
picks up
wants to
special
lower the
election
value of
coverage
the
next. I'm
American
gonna be
dollar
running
because it
out of
makes
that
it
set,
really
joining her
hard
along with Adrian Arsenault,
to
Ian
have an
Hansing,
export
Catherine Cullen,
economy.
and
It makes it
CBC
really hard to have an
reporters from
import
right
economy
across
if
the
your
country.
dollar is
We're going to
strong.
bring you the results as they come in this evening. We're going to be on very late. Canada Votes with Rosemary Barton.
Yeah, October was
starts
72
right
cents. I don't know
now.
what it is now, but I could have just looked, but I didn't. But yeah, make sure that you have all gone to vote, chat.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
Oh, is it starting?
It is Monday, April 28th, 6:30 Eastern Time.
The
in
US dollar
downtown
was
Toronto.
into Canadian.
For 36 days, federal leaders did their best to
Well,
sell
that was
their
in, like,
visions of the future to
2007.
Canadians. And judging by the voting numbers so far,
Like in 2007,
Canada
everyone's
leaned
dollar
in.
was good.
There is a lot
I don't
riding
know.
on this election. We're live from the atrium of the Canadian
Like, it
Broadcasting
doesn't really
Corporation.
translate to
I'm
being
Rosemary
good.
Barton. It's election night. This is Canada Votes.
Who is ready to stand up for Canada with me? Who's ready to vote for a change?
This is Canada at a crossroads, with the U.S. threatening economic upheaval and the cost of living squeezing households. Canadians are turning out in droves to choose their path forward.
It's a big deal for Canada, what's going on.
This is a vital election. A record number of voters, more than 7 million, cast their ballots in advance. Millions more are doing so today.
It's good to see so much voter turnout.
Who will they choose to lead?
Send more New Democrats to Ottawa because we're going to stand up and fight for you.
Nobody loves Quebec more than a Quebecer.
Trying
And
to take
who
time
will
to
be
look
the
at my
one to take
analytics
on
of this
Donald
stream
Trump?
so far.
Knock it off. Stop attacking America's friends.
Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves.
Tonight, together, we learn what Canadians have decided. This is Canada Votes 2025.
Canadians are always ready when someone else.
Hello, and welcome to your election night. Thank you for being here with us. Over the next number of hours, we will start to see the results of how you voted. It is election night, and our team is ready, here to bring you all the results and analysis you will need to make sense of tonight. Tonight, we are going to find out, riding by riding,
Christ,
who
we got
will form
1,000
government,
views.
who will lead this country through what could really be some very turbulent months and years ahead, facing an existential threat from the U.S. president. Joining me tonight, of course, the CBC's chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault, host of The House, Catherine Cullen, and Ian Hannah-Mansing, host of the National and Cross Country Checkup. And David Cochrane, the host of Power and Politics, will join us shortly as well to help us chart the paths to victory tonight. First, though, let's start with Adrian to get a sense of what you're watching tonight, Adrian.
You bet, Rosie. I'm looking at the north.
Yeah,
I'm
our
looking
produce
at Prince
has
Edward
gone
Island,
down,
and
but
I'm
it's
looking
like,
at the
doesn't
biggest
really affect
province,
that much. Also,
Ontario.
okay,
That
I'm
behemoth
adjusting my,
has
what you call it.
122 seats. Liberals and
While we are
Conservatives
live
both
here,
need to
I'm
make
gonna make a
gains
new
in this
format
province,
for
not just
election
hold
night,
what they
'cause I don't like
have.
this
And we're
format.
checking on a pattern here because people in Ontario tend to vote one way provincially, another way federally. So Premier Doug Ford's Progressive Conservatives just picked up a third majority in February. Does that mean Ford Nation becomes Carney country? They both campaigned on Trump, on tariffs. They've both been wearing that cape of Captain Canada. Does that strategy hold with those same voters, Rosie?
Okay, some big things to watch for you tonight. And Catherine Cullen, what are you watching?
I'm going to be watching Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Alberta. In Quebec, Rosie, we are going to be wanting to keep a close eye on those bloc numbers. If the bloc can hold on to their 30-plus seats, it makes the path to a majority government much harder for any party, but particularly the Liberals, which have long relied on Quebec.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine. Down at the other end of the table, our friend Ian Hannah-Mansing.
4 provinces I'll be looking at, Rosie. My home province of New Brunswick, your home province of Manitoba, as well as Saskatchewan and British Columbia. BC has been really important for the 3 major parties. In 2021, 14 MPs from each of the Liberals and Conservatives came from BC, 13 NDP. Now, if the polls are right, and if NDP support is going down, maybe even collapsing, what does that mean for the other 2 major parties? So we may be counting late into the night. The other thing about British Columbia, of course, that terrible tragedy in East Vancouver on Saturday night, a cloud over the country to an extent, and certainly over the province. And we're thinking of people who have been touched by that tragedy tonight.
Okay, we sure are, Ian, and that's why we're going to talk about that for a moment, because that moment, that tragedy in British Columbia, did mark the last day of campaigning, a day that's usually about parties trying to build momentum, get their message out. It was much changed following a car ramming at that Filipino street festival in Vancouver that left 11 dead and more injured, as many as 20 others injured. Vancouver now in shock and disbelief, the city in mourning, and of course the Filipino community stricken with grief. So we want to take a moment to go to Lindsay Duncombe now. She's in Vancouver to give us a sense of how people are doing there today. Lindsay.
Okay.
You know, Rosie, absolutely everything has been overwhelmed with the grief, with the shock, with the sadness, with the anger about what happened here on Saturday night. I've been standing at this memorial all day, and it just keeps growing. People just keep coming to pay their respects. It's interesting because we're actually just around the corner from a polling station, and those bright yellow and black Elections Canada vote signs look almost exactly the same as the police tape that is still up from Saturday night. And a lot of people we would see would go vote, and then they would come here and they would say a prayer, light a candle, show their respects. As much as there is grief here for everything that's been lost, there is also anger. The person charged in connection with these deaths, facing right now 8 counts of second-degree murder, it's expected that will go up, had mental health problems and a history of interactions with the police. Certainly, the mental health crisis in this city, in this country, is a public safety issue that is on people's minds. And right now, the people here are just so incredibly, incredibly sad.
Okay, Lindsay Duncombe, thank you for that. We appreciate you coming to us from Vancouver tonight, because as we've been talking about, that tragedy also weighed heavily on that final day of campaigning. In fact, the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, he was campaigning at that very festival in Vancouver just moments before the attack.
Nothing happened. I'm just doing. I'm just trying to set something up.
For those that have lost loved ones, those that are injured, those that are in the hospital, and the people that saw this violence are going to be traumatized and are going to need support and care as well. And I just want to acknowledge them as well.
Anna and I just wanted you all to know that our hearts are with you today. All Canadians are united in solidarity with the Filipino community.
Families lost a sister, a brother.
Oh, what happened with the Filipino community?
A father, a son, or a daughter.
Saturday night at
Those families are
Lupa
living
Festival, I believe it's called.
every family's nightmare.
A car drove through and
Just
killed
some of how the
11
party
people.
leaders reacted on that last day of
And now
campaigning.
everyone is
This, of course, after a
campaigning on it
5-week
very
election campaign
shamelessly,
dominated by U.S. President Trump's tariffs and threats to take over Canada. There's a lot at stake for the country, the parties, and the leaders. And tonight we have reporters right across the country with those leaders, watching the results closely from east to west. 2 party leaders are in the nation's capital. Both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre are running in ridings in Ottawa. You'd have to go back more than 100 years to 1921, when 2 leaders both ended their campaigns in the nation's capital. That would be Mackenzie King and Arthur Meehan. So let's start with the Liberals and the CBC's Ashley Burke. She's at TD Place. Ashley, what is the campaign saying about their expectations tonight?
Yeah, Rosie, I'm at Liberal headquarters, and we're not expecting supporters or volunteers to start filling into this room later tonight. Right now, they are focused on getting out the vote. But as you just saw, they're testing out the video system. They're getting the stage set up. And if you can see behind me here, that podium, that is where Mark Carney is expected to appear later tonight, where he is hoping to claim victory.
Yeah, it was mental
in
problems.
The campaign
It was.
today
The guy
they're
had
feeling optimistic. Others say they're feeling
he
cautious
had
because there's
severe
so many
mental
tight
illness, was known
races,
to
especially in
police,
places
and
like BC.
as usual, the Canadian healthcare system did not help him, and he crashed out and did something insane.
I was traveling with that campaign, started in Ontario, ended just before midnight.
That happens all the time.
Vancouver Island, and he's running a really disciplined campaign focused on one
This
thing,
might be a
and that
little
is who
cleaner
is best
to
to take on
watch.
Donald Trump. That has been his
Just a little
message
cleaner
from
for
the
everyone to
beginning
watch.
to end.
I'm
And he's been
out
prime
of
minister
order
for
on my camera, but I
45
can't
days.
find the
Tonight,
assets
Canadians will decide
that I
if he
had.
becomes the
Yes, I
shortest serving
do.
prime minister in history, or if he will continue on and lead this country and get that strong mandate that he says he's after.
Well, after competing with that PA test of the system there, you've already won the night, Ashley Burke. We will come back to you later. Thank you so much for that. Kate McKenna is with the Conservatives at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Kate, how is the Pierre Poilievre campaign feeling tonight?
Rosie, Pierre Poilievre has been waiting for this exact night for more than 2.5 years, and it may not end the way that he was hoping. Now, the Conservative campaign says that they're optimistic. They say that they have a great get-out-the-vote machine, that could make a difference in key ridings, and that they are expecting to have a good night. But the reality is, if you look at the polls, you know this is Mark Carney's race to lose. That said, the campaign is very satisfied with how the race has gone. They point to higher polling numbers than the modern Conservative Party has had in its history. They look to the rallies that have drawn thousands of people. They look to their base, which appears to be growing. It appears to be younger. And they look at Pierre Poilievre, who has crisscrossed this country, not just during this campaign, but before this campaign as well. He has really positioned himself as an agent of change, trying to make that the ballot question in this campaign. But he has faced criticism from inside the party and from outside the party
on CBC as an
for
extra
not
this election.
being strong
You've
enough
I'm
on
never
Donald
going on
Trump. So
CBC.
tonight
You
we'll
really
see
think they're going to invite my ass?
whether or not his change message
They ain't
is
inviting
what
my
ends up
ass
resonating
anywhere,
with
bro.
Canadians.
Okay, and
Anywhere.
Kate, you've been doing
They
a
are
great
not
job
letting me go
chasing
anywhere
the Conservative
near
leader
that
right across
studio.
the country, because of course he didn't have the media with him. So kudos
They're
to
not
you
letting
for
me
that.
go
We'll
anywhere
come back
near
to
that
you for
studio,
the
dog. I got to be
appreciate
real
it.
with you.
Let's move all the way over to the West Coast now. Marina von Stackelberg is with the New Democrats. Marina, this is Jagmeet Singh's third federal election as NDP leader. He is not publicly campaigning to win, but instead to try and hold winners accountable. What are you hearing from them tonight?
Yeah, well, success tonight for the NDP would be holding on to the seats
Alrighty.
that they have right now, 24 of them. If they can hold on to a majority of those, I think that the campaign team will feel like they've come out on a good end of things. Failure for them would be losing official party status, going below 12 MPs. The last time that happened was more than 30 years ago. You know, the NDP has really struggled to be part of the Trump tariff conversation.
I think
You know,
we are good now.
Singh has
18
also
minutes till
struggled with the
polls
fact
close,
that
chat.
he
18
kept
minutes.
the Liberal minority
Back had some
government
hiccups,
afloat
had to get
for
my
as long
vote
as he
transferred.
as long
What?
as he did. It's something that he has
Get your vote
really
transferred.
been
What does that even
dogged by,
mean?
throughout this campaign. We really saw him go quite on message track for
Alrighty.
much of this campaign,
Guys,
but then
welcome
we saw
if you
a
are
real
new
noticeable
here.
switch.
If you are new here right now, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. No, that's not what I want. I want this one. No, I want this one. I lied. Welcome to the stream tonight. We are going to be live until we figure out who is our next prime minister and if they are a majority or a minority government. We're going to be live, talking to everyone, getting their opinions. If you got any questions, ask them there. My experience is I read a shit ton of books. That's it. That's all my political knowledge. I'm going back to school in the fall, so maybe next election I'll have more intelligent political analysts to give you. I went to the wrong voting station. Yeah, that sounds about right. As in, not for you, as in like average issue. Yeah, that sounds fair. But yeah, we are going to be live all night. So yeah, like the stream if you were enjoying it so far. Let people know if they want to come hang out. How do they let you vote in the first place? He went to the wrong station. It's like rural ass towns. Rural town. Okay, but yeah, we got the election going. Oh no, they're on a We'll Be Back. They're doing commercial right now. Okay, CBC's doing commercial right now, so it's just me again. Yeah, school. I love school. Do I have Spotify on this? I do. Perfect. Okay, we got the Spotify going. Some royalty-free lo-fi. Okay, wait, hold up. I don't know what is the damn fine coffee. Sure.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know, this is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee.
We are live from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And yeah. Creed? I can't play Creed, it's DMCA. I cannot play Creed. It's not copyright free. If you find me music that is DMCA free, then I will play it, but I cannot. It is Grandma, welcome everyone.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every day, once a day, give yourself a present. Don't plan it, don't wait for it, just let it happen. It could be a new shirt at the men's store, a catnap in your office chair, or 2 cups.
I also have some people coming over later tonight to join the stream live. They'll be sitting on this couch here, and I'd like to adjust the camera equipment at that point. So we'll do that. We'll figure that out all out later. But yeah, I will adjust the camera for over here and stuff, and the mic down there. But yeah, we'll do that later in the stream. For right now, just for the opening, it's just gonna stay as me.
Nothing like a great cup of black coffee.
That'll be around 8 p.m., so in like 2 hours. In 2 hours, we'll get more voices here hanging out. Hello, Danny. Hello. Welcome. Oh my god. Wait, no, it's this one I need to be brighter. I don't know. I still figure out my lighting. So I do this one. You get to witness me adjust things live. Okay, they are back on the election. So back to the show.
Canada workers in Ottawa counting.
I was waiting to be addressed. Oh my god,
These
thank
are
you.
ballots
Welcome.
cast by
I can't see
Canadians
when you join the
outside
stream.
their
I can
bodies,
only see when you
those who might
chat.
be living abroad or
But yeah,
traveling,
welcome.
students on campus, and Canadian Armed Forces members. In Canada, as you
The stream
probably
is
know,
so far
voters
going
don't
pretty
cast
well.
a ballot directly for Prime Minister. You, the voters, vote for your member of parliament, and we'll need to know the results of these local races to know the bigger national picture.
There are 343 ridings right across the country. Each of these local races form the building blocks of the federal electoral map. Results tonight will come in from east to west. First results will come in from Newfoundland and Labrador, and then over the course of about 3 to 4 hours, we should know how Canada has voted from coast to coast to coast.
So I'm joined by three former MPs representing the three main national parties inside the House of Commons. Arif Irani is a former Liberal cabinet minister. Jason Kenney is a former Conservative cabinet minister and also former Premier of Alberta.
No. Why is Jason Kenney there?
Is a former New
Why is
Democrat MP.
Why is Jason Kenny on the panel? Who let Jason Kenney on the panel? Why? Who let that dog in the house?
To get your sense of the night. Arif Irani, what are you
Who
hearing
let
from
the
Liberals in terms of expectations?
Oh my God.
Well, there's a lot of cautious optimism.
Do we have any Alberta? Danny, you're an Alberta expert. Alberta expert in the chat. What do you think of Jason Kenney, your former premier before Daniel Smith? After 8, how long is the stream going to be? I am going to be going until probably like 10:30 to midnight-ish Central Time, because I kind of want to. Listen, I might not get to it tonight, but I want to know a little bit if Jagmeet loses his seat or not, because he might. Jagmeet might lose his seat, and I will be depressed if that happens. But
secondly, they've also been gravitating
yeah, Burnaby
towards
Central.
what the Liberal government has to offer.
Jagmeet might lose his seat tonight, and I kind of want to be there if that happens. But
one thing I think that may be very
we might
clear
not.
tonight is we're going to see
On a
record numbers
budget,
that may exceed even the
yeah,
numbers we saw in 2015,
we're on a
which is
budget with
interesting
time.
because that was a
Nah, not
change
really
election.
on a budget.
This is about sort of,
But yeah,
you know, an
Jagmeet might
existential
lose
challenge for the nation.
Well, Jason Kenney,
all
for
his shit
Conservatives,
tonight.
it is a change election. At least
And
that's
I will
what
be
Pierre
depressed
Poilievre
if that
is hoping to
happens.
see tonight, I think, right?
Yeah, and the majority of most of the polls are indicating
Just
that
realized
actually
your name's
change is
already on
the bigger
screen.
issue than taking on Trump right now. And that's where Mr. Poilievre wanted to steer the question for Canadians. I'm actually picking up a lot of optimism. You know, obviously, we can see where the polls are, but I think every Conservative I've spoken to expects them to outperform the polls. I wouldn't be surprised. When I was elected Premier with a 21-point margin, the public polls the week
All right,
before
bro,
said
keep
I was going to
flexing.
win by about a
I was
7-point
elected
margin.
Premier with a
There's the
21-point
Tory
margin.
phenomenon,
Keep flexing,
and there's
dog.
also
Why?
I
There's
think
no
a
point.
probably disproportionate intensity on the Conservative
Premier
side.
with a
You've seen that
21-point
at
margin.
the turnout, but also there's a new composition of the Conservative coalition. Younger people. People who've never voted before.
Young men?
I heard today
Also, I'm
that,
just
that
looking at other
70%
places
of the
to
people who
see.
voted in the
Albertan
advance
guy, that's why he's here.
balloting
Yeah,
had
no,
never
they're-
voted before. I take a positive inference from that for
Maybe
the
maybe
Conservatives.
those
So I
maybe
think
those
they've got a lot of
conservative
intensity.
funding cuts the
Whether that
CBC
will
already hit.
overcome the
That's why
Liberals'
they got
natural geographic
Jason
efficiency
Kenney as
or
an
regulatory
official
concentration is another
commentator
question.
of the election.
Brandel Garrison, how about you? How are you
Oh my
feeling? I know
God.
that
Jason
NDPers
Kenney,
are not
official
feeling
commentator, is
super
crazy.
great today. What are you hearing?
Well, can I just say one thing to
Yes.
start with? There's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that Canadians will continue to come together and surround those who lost friends and family in the Filipino community with love and support. That's the one thing I'm certain of tonight. For New Democrats, our job is easy. We have to exceed expectations tonight. And
I forget
since
who
they've
this
been
guy
driven
is.
down
I
to the
wasn't paying
floor,
attention.
that shouldn't be too
That's the
hard.
one thing you have going for you tonight.
That is. But let me say this,
Yeah.
is that what I hope to see is that the poll aggregators are as wrong in the federal elections as they were in the Ontario provincial election, where the NDP got more than twice as many seats as predicted. And what we have is a caucus of very strong incumbents.
I mean, that's
with very
valid.
strong organizations on
The
ground.
polls were
There's
really
a
bad for the
few
NDP
ridings
when it came to the
where
Ontario
we've come close
election.
before, and those
And I know a
organizations are
lot
still
of
intact.
people
So I
who
think
are
that
voting
polling in those
NDP.
aggregators,
So maybe
tend to discount the ground
maybe
game
it's an
and
under
the
polling on
local
NDP
service
on
of
NDP over polling on
incumbent
Liberals.
MPs. And so
Who's
I'm
to say?
hoping and I'm expecting that we will exceed those expectations tonight.
Okay, the thing, Jason Kenney
me
called
up a
himself a
little bit.
recovering politician on Sunday. The thing about recovering politicians is you all speak very frankly, and I appreciate that. We'll come back to you through the evening. Thank you all so much. At issue, of course, will be
Who
joining
let
us
Jason
later
Kenney on
tonight
that fucking
once we start
panel?
to see more of those results.
I feel
We
like
will
I
bring
would
them
be a
in
better
to chat with us
conservative.
through the night as well. I know you want to hear
Jason
what they have
Kenney.
to say. Stay with us.
They should
We'll
put
be
me
right
on the,
back with
on
more
the panel
Canada Votes.
supporting the Conservatives. That's what they should do. I will just be riding for Trump as much as possible. Oh my God, we'll be back again. Okay, well, while we're waiting for them to come back, mute them real quick. We're gonna look at the polls. They're not even putting his face on here. They're not even letting Maxime Bernier's face get on the Global News seat reporting. The poll tracker. We got the poll tracker here. It looks Liberal majority. Oh my God. Official party status for New Democrats. I will kill myself. No, I won't. I'd fund you. Thank you. Thank you for funding me. It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. NDP losing official party status will be crazy. Rest in peace, my boys. But you know what? the NDP's downfall only means the rise of the Bloc Québécois. Bloc majorité, bloc majoritaire, bloc majoritaire. That's all that matters. All that matters is the bloc majority. The bloc majority. This is last year's election, by the way, or the last election, by the way. Here's the map. Zoom that out again. While they're riding, so I want to watch. Bloc. This is all I need. Please, please, please. Please, please, please. Give me my bloc majoritaire. Give me my bloc majoritaire. Bella. Okay. I mean, honestly, it's too late, Bella. Bella, you're about 2 days too late. The election, I think everyone already knows who they're voting for. I think most people have already voted, Bella. Too late. The NDP hasn't overtaken the Liberals. Bloc majoritaire, bloc majoritaire. All right, this guy's a conservative, but yeah. Can we reach 20K followers tonight? Just realized I still can't vote. This is a child? No, we're not watching his opinion then. Never mind. Get ready to see it the third time in a row. The PPC cope. The PPC cope will be insane as always. Do you want to lose your rights as a woman? I'm not a woman, but oh, Bella, right? You guys can feel free to debate and chat with everyone. A lot of people do just come into chat, say one thing like that, like Carney is cheating, and then they leave. So don't expect a response all the time. Oh, they're back live on this.
Expected to more this election, including party leaders. Many, like you, cast their ballot today, and then some, like the NDP leader, did so at an advanced poll, a record number, actually, more than 7 million. That was just last weekend. Welcome back. Only a few minutes to go until the first polls close in the country. We want to remind you, though, before we get there, of how things stood after the country last voted. Take a look at this House of Commons. This is how it looked after redistribution, which happens every 10 years and happened for this election, and some by-election losses. The Liberals stood at 154 seats, the Conservatives 128, 35 for the Bloc, 24 New Democrats, 2 Greens, and now let's just wipe that clean tonight. We're starting at 0. And Canada votes, you vote, to determine the makeup of the next Parliament.
All right, CBC lost.
Let's take a look at what you'll be seeing on your screens through the night. You can see there at the bottom of your screen what we call the count. As soon as polls close, those numbers are going to start to move around, up and down, based on the number of ridings each party is leading or elected in. So we'll keep bringing you back to that number.
5 minutes till polls close and we start getting the official results. Jesus Christ, the PPC isn't even being recognized.
As you know, they're going to come from the East Coast, so let's gear up for that.
The PPC, I don't think they've been recognized on this screen since like 2019.
In New Brunswick, and in 2021, only one of those flipped. Miramichi Grand Lake went from the Liberals to the Conservative, but the incumbent is not running this time around. So I talked to Mike Dawson, who's the Conservative candidate, and Lisa Harris, the Liberal candidate. Both feel confident with what's happened during the campaign, but both acknowledge it feels like it's really close. So as we did in 2021, we may be counting late into the night to see what happens in Miramichi Grand Lake. St. John Kennebecasis, the port city, the biggest city in New Brunswick is St. John. It has elected Conservative MPs many times in the past, but for the last 3 elections, Wayne Long, the Liberal, has been the MP there, and Jacques Poitras, our legislative reporter in New Brunswick, is at the Wayne Long Liberal Watch Party in St. John. Jacques.
Hold up. Thunder,
Good evening, Ian. Yeah, I'm here at O'Leary's. It's an Irish pub in the uptown of St. John, and shortly,
as the results start coming in, if there's ever like boring, I'm gonna keep it just me for the first like 5 minutes of polls coming in, and then after that, we will work on getting you in here because I still need to set up my Discord
he was ahead of the curve, and he will tell you that the polls
So yeah,
proved him right.
It'll be a minute.
The other reason we're in St. John is
Like
because
probably 15
this city has been rated as Canada's most
6:15, let's say, around there.
vulnerable city because of the sheer number of exports that go out from the whole province through this port. And so the Trump tariff issue has resonated very tangibly in this riding. And we will see what that means for Wayne Long, Liberal candidate, here tonight.
Yeah, lots to talk about tonight, Jacques, when it comes to St. John cannabis cases, including what happened within the Conservative Party when the candidate was chosen for that riding. So we'll check back with you to chat about that a little bit later on. Rosie.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. And I'll turn things over to Catherine Cullen in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Nova Scotia, Rosie, a great place to talk about political currents.
Remember,
in 2015, the whole province was awash in red. The Conservatives have chipped away at that since then, taking
We're keeping
3
Canada
of the
woke
11
tonight.
seats in the lead up to this. And a few months ago, they thought that number was going to get a lot higher. They thought that they were going to be able to grab ridings just like this one. Central Nova, Sean Fraser, former cabinet minister, he had announced he wasn't going to run again. He was stepping away from politics, but there was an 11th hour phone call from Mark Carney. Housing
in Manitoba averages
feeling, I think,
$450K.
less confident about this riding tonight.
Like,
Let's
I don't know
take a
what
look at
part of the
another
country you're
important
from.
riding,
Like, yeah, I know the
Annapolis.
housing crisis is
This
way worse in
should
Ontario.
be a safe seat for the Conservatives. Chris
But it's
D'Entremont,
fine here.
Deputy Speaker
And you
of
know
the
what
House
government
of
we
Commons,
have
won
here?
by more than 20
An NDP
points
government.
last time. But the Liberals
So,
are trying to give him a run for his money.
If
CC's
housing is your
Taryn
issue,
Grant is in the riding
do I
tonight.
think Pierre
So,
is your best
Taryn,
choice?
tell us
No.
what you're seeing
But
there.
do I respect your decision? Yes.
Well, Catherine, if I look to my left out the window, I can see a wharf full of fishing vessels, and over to my right, there's a tank full of live lobster, and I'm standing in the middle of a seafood restaurant. We're really delivering on the Nova Scotia stereotype tonight, and that's because Conservative candidate Chris D'Entremont chose this location for his watch party. Some of his supporters have already started trickling in to see the results as they unfold over the coming hours. And it's really appropriate that we're surrounded by these symbols of the fishing industry because the fisheries are an important election issue in this part of the province. In southwest Nova Scotia, there's been a growing anti-Liberal government sentiment over the last few years as people have been dissatisfied with the way the Trudeau government handled regulation of the lobster fishery. But that isn't stopping the Liberals from trying to flip this seat. They nominated a former lobster fisherman as their candidate, Ronnie LeBlanc. He also was a one-term Liberal member of our provincial legislature. If he can unseat D'Entremont in this riding, it will be a big upset for the Conservative Party. Catherine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just making sure the stream looks
Thank
perfect.
you
That's
very
literally
much for
it.
that, Catherine Cullen. If you are in line in Newfoundland
NDP
and
go!
Labrador, don't
But
forget
yeah,
that
no,
the polls
the
close. But if
NDP
you're
is
in
doing
line,
great
you
in
still have
Manitoba
the
so
right
far,
to vote.
and
So
we have,
stay in that
I think,
line.
probably some of the
Newfoundland and
cheapest housing in
Labrador
the province
always the
in
first
the country.
region,
We're
the
going to
first
turn down
province
this a little bit.
to set the stage for how this election will unfold.
15
We'll bring you
seconds
those results
until
as soon.
the polls close. And to celebrate 15 seconds until the polls close, we once again bring it back to the dawn of Vaughan. To celebrate the polls closing and the start of the election results coming in, I present to you the dawn of Vaughan. Glory to the World Economic Forum. Glory to the World Economic Forum. Carnegeddon is here. Carnegeddon is here. And the polls are coming in.
Former provincial
It's going to be like still like this just means that they start counting the votes.
Of all the PEI
Like,
ridings, this is the only one since
yes,
the early
Chef.
80s that's ever gone conservative.
Carnegeddon is here. Glory
Logan
to the
McCullough
World
do that, he has
Economic
to get
Forum.
past, Bobby
Glory.
Morrissey, who certainly has been
Okay,
around for a
I'm
long
gonna
time.
open Discord.
Let's
and
see
try to
how
figure that
all
out.
of this is landing with someone very familiar to Islanders. That's Louise Martin, who's at a watch party in Charlottetown. How are you, Louise?
I'm doing really well, Adrian. And listen, I'm in the province that had the highest voter turnout, right, in 2021 in the last federal election at nearly 73%. So it's no surprise that I'm
Okay,
surrounded
Thunder,
by
I invited you to a Discord server.
a bunch of political junkies. I'm at University of Prince Edward Island's campus bar. It is closed for the season because school's out and there are still people here. Even the Premier of Prince Edward Island is here watching the election results come in. There is a lot on the line, as you mentioned, for the Liberal Party. All four ridings are Liberal red. Will the Blue be able to chip away? I mean, the appetite for change is real here, but is a change in leadership enough? or will it have to be a change in party? So the polls have closed in Newfoundland and Labrador. About half an hour to go here. Lots of people watching and waiting.
All right, you bet. We'll check in with you later. You ask a question that is relevant countrywide. Rosie?
Okay, thanks for that, Adrian. We will start to bring you.
Sorry, I'm just muting it for a second. Thunder, you're in The Voice right now, right?
Hello.
You're in The Voice right now? Okay, I want to just see if it already works like that. Like, talk for a second?
Yo, I'm talking. I am here. Mark Carney for the win.
Okay, yeah, you're on. Okay, so you're on the thing. Okay, so you're in the stream right now.
Through the stream?
Yeah, you're here right now. So,
Sick.
yeah, you're on the stream right now. Or your voice should appear. I kind of want to make a little overlay
Damn.
so it can show
There's
what
like,
you're talking.
I gotta turn your stream down because it's like coming in late. I'm like hearing what I'm saying.
Oh,
and then
yeah. I'm on a little bit of a delay. So,
yeah.
Hold up. Let's see if I can screen share with you what I'm looking at. Do you know how to do that on here or no?
I'm on my phone right now for this, and I have everything. Dude, my monitor is like crazy. I got like all the polls like just up. Plus your
everything?
stream is like, yeah.
Okay,
So I'm looking. I'm following it along with you.
Hold up. I'm sharing
Like
my
as we speak.
screen to you. Here. This is what I'll share to you. Okay, can you see that on Discord now?
Yeah, I can see it. I would use my whatchamacallit, my like on my computer, but I just like I don't have a webcam, but I would use like my digital camera, but like it's just like I have to set up like a tripod and shit, and I don't want to.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't want to do
valid.
that.
Okay, but yeah,
Yeah.
we're so while we're watching, hold on, I just want to hear what this guy's saying.
The member of the provincial legislature running there. The polls have been suggesting that you might see one seat coming out of Saskatchewan for the Liberals. Then I skipped over Manitoba. My apologies to friendly Manitoba.
Oh, they skipped over Manitoba. What the hell?
How dare he? How
They
dare
want
he
to come out
skip
of the
over
prairies
Manitoba?
essentially with 10 seats. They're strong in Winnipeg. If you're a Liberal, you want to see 6 seats coming out of Manitoba. Then you get to Alberta. They've got 1 seat in Edmonton last election, 1 seat in Calgary. They're hoping to gain a little bit more. Then you want to see 3 seats coming out of Alberta. This brings you to British Columbia, where there are 43 seats. The Liberals need 15 seats to form a majority government. So all of that gets you to 172. The polls would suggest all of these outcomes are probable, if not likely, maybe a little bit more upside in Eastern Canada, but that is the path to majority for the Liberals. Now, let's look at the Conservatives. It gets a whole lot more difficult. We're going to start in Western Canada. There are 43 seats up for grabs in British Columbia. They're going to be hunting these orange seats. They have been throughout this campaign. You'd like to see a number somewhere around 25 for the Conservatives coming out of BC.
I've never
the
used
Prairie provinces, in
Discord on
particular,
stream yet
Saskatchewan
before,
and
so I'm
Alberta,
trying to
that
make
is the
like a little
political home for the
overlay
Conservatives.
that can
The
appear
problem
on the
is that
stream so
home
people
is a
know when you're
bungalow.
talking.
There's really no second floor. There's
Yeah,
only a
that'd be
basement.
cool.
They tend to sweep Saskatchewan, do really well in Alberta. 37 seats up for grabs.
Well, I was
there.
thinking, like, what
I'd
if,
like to see
like,
them get 35. Sweep
what if the
fourth
Interlake
wing
just
in
magically went
Saskatchewan,
red?
And then you want to see them get about 8 in Manitoba.
I would be
and
very
maybe get
surprised
lucky
if the Interlake
and
just
flip one up
magically
north. That
went
gets you
red.
83 seats. We got a first
Yeah,
result.
me
We're going to
too.
go to that in a
Interlake,
second.
red
In the
Interlake
Harper
would be
majority years.
the
They
ultimate.
got 11 seats in Atlantic
ultimate
Canada.
But they've been
thing.
campaigning
Let's go
hard
12
up here.
for
I
this
will be
thought
honest with you. They've been
exercise.
campaigning like heavy up
12
here.
in
Like
Quebec. This leaves you
I feel like they're getting a lot of
65
support. I
seats
feel like
short, and that
the
is what
Interlake.
they need
Like I
in
don't think they're
Ontario.
gonna. I don't
To
think the
get to
Liberals are gonna
65,
win for
they're
the
gonna have
Interlake
to
riding, but I
bust down the
think
doors
they're
of
not going to be
95,
too
break
far
through that Liberal
behind.
wall around
If you know what I mean.
the
I
city
see
of
what you're saying,
Toronto
I see
in
what you're
places
saying.
like Mississauga
Yeah.
and Brampton and in the York region. That just shows you how
But we'll
potent
find out
Ontario is
at
and how
8:30 our
difficult
time.
the
So
path is in Ontario and in Eastern Canada for the Conservatives to get to a majority.
And that's sort of what Jason Kenney was saying about vote efficiency and how
Exactly.
it breaks down. That's what it shows you.
I
Okay,
think
tell
I
us more
found a
about
way
this
to
first
do it.
result we're seeing on the board here.
All right, well, this is one of the seats the Conservatives picked up in the 2021 election in Newfoundland and Labrador. It's split 6-1, and this is the one. Clifford Small, he defeated longtime Liberal MP Scott Sims. People watched the election last time. They learned that Clifford Small is a businessman who owns Smitty's Restaurant in Mount Pearl, amongst other different ventures. Lynette Powell is running for the Liberals. She's a doctor, former president of the Newfoundland and Labrador Medical Association. And this riding, of course, Rosie, this is where Gander is. This is where Mark Carney went on day 2 of the
There we
campaign
go.
to
That's
do
what
that
I wanted.
9/11
Okay.
themed reminder of how Canada was there for the United States in an election. That's
We're
really all about the
almost good at
Canada-US
setting it.
relationship.
We're almost good at setting
David,
it.
I'll let you take a minute before we get some more results. Maybe I'll go to our panel, Jason Kenney. What do you make of David's math there? I mean, that's all informed by what parties are telling us, obviously, and, and what their expectations are.
I broadly agree. Look, it's cliche for a reason that these federal elections very often come down to the
Hey, just as you were saying, like Jason Kenney, I was like, I went and had a shower, and so that was the last thing like I heard, and then now Jason Kenny's back. Like, why is this guy?
When Stephen Harper
I don't know why
I
Jason
don't
Kenney's
same
like
with the
that
Liberals
right
in the
now.
last 2 or 3 federal elections. And,
Yeah,
and my sense is, those are a lot of young aspirational families, a lot of new Canadians who are very focused on affordability and the cost of living. They, like all of us, are concerned about.
Is it just me, or does Jason Kenney give off Ted Cruz
This
vibes?
issue about affordability. And what I've been hearing from conservative candidates in that 905 region of exurban Toronto is
I'm not going to say nothing.
5 to 1. When conservative candidates are at the door in those ridings, what they're hearing about is
I
cost
am
of
not
living,
gonna say
affordability,
there.
housing, food,
But
more than they're
you might
hearing
be
about
onto
Trump.
something.
And
How did I get
crime is
that
thrown
up?
in there,
I
but
just had it.
the overwhelming concern seems to be about
Hello.
those issues.
Does it show that
at
I'm
least the
speaking?
Conservatives
No,
have
it
been
doesn't.
majoring
Not
on in the
yet.
campaign.
I just
Very
had
what
a
did
little
you make of the
pop-up
math and,
here.
and the
This is
possible
it?
path
Okay,
to
here we
victory?
go.
Well, I think
What
it's
about
interesting. I
you?
mean, I noted obviously as an Ontario MP that we had, by my count, about 78 in the last parliament. So getting to 80 in Ontario, when I'm seeing on the ground and I'm hearing from my colleagues about the tremendous upsurge in support, seems very doable. Is the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that in terms of the vote efficiency point, is that I know in 2019 and 2021, we lost the popular vote, we as Liberals.
North
and
York.
Yet, because the vote was better distributed, we were returned to government. So that's
I
very,
literally
very
just
important
had
in
it and
terms
I
of
forgot how I did
that
it.
vote efficiency point. But I think what's really resonating for me is that, you know, if we talk about the 905 and how important it is in this province,
It was like
is that if you
create a
take a bit of the
pop-out, but I
playbook that you
could-
saw with Doug Ford in the
pop-out, there we
February
go, okay.
election, I mean,
Got
he
it.
talked about the one thing that Mark Carney's been talking about, which is how
Okay,
to take on
so
Donald
now
Trump
if I
with
go
a
to
actual achievable plan. And for my colleagues that are fighting in those 905 regions, they're seeing that
capture, add
sentiment is
source,
resonating, as is Mark
new
Carney's resume,
source,
because it's clearly showing to
Discord,
voters that, you know, you need to have an actual plan and a business pedigree to back it up, as opposed to, unfortunately, what we've seen a lot of the last 2 years, which is 3-word slogans that amount to basically a polarization. And instead, you have a person who is a newcomer to politics, who's actually engendering a lot of support by people towards his vision.
Okay, let's thank you for that. Let's take another look at this result. One on the board. This is how it goes.
Let's just cut
it
him
goes
off.
slow and then it goes
Or never
really
mind.
fast. So as we get a big dump of polls when Quebec, Ontario, and everything out to Alberta closes. But at the beginning,
Okay, so yeah, it should be there
Newfoundland,
right
Labrador
now.
gets a lot of time.
Hello.
And so David
Check,
Cochran
check.
is very happy. What can you tell us about this one?
Oh yeah,
blue
there's a
on the board
delay
here?
as well, so
Well, I
I
mean,
keep
it is
forgetting.
the Central Newfoundland riding. It is where Cliff Small busted through last time, and you know.
Is my audio okay?
It's
My
very
I'm
small,
using
it's
an
very early
AirPod.
polling. Not very small. It's very
Using
early.
an AirPod.
108 to 30, a 78
Yeah.
lead with one of 233 polls reporting. You got
There's
big
a good
towns,
view.
Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, but a very rural riding.
Okay, we're just gonna do
So it's
this.
going to take a bit of time before we get true clarity on how this is going to go. But Heather Gillis with CBC Newfoundland and Labrador is standing by in the riding near the Clifford Small campaign. Heather joins us now. So Heather, what's the latest you're getting from Central Newfoundland?
Okay, well, David, we're outside Clifford Small's campaign, and we just heard a big roar of applause from inside, and that must be that one poll reporting that you were talking about. So just to let our viewers know who Clifford Small is, he's got ties to the fishery. He owns some restaurants. When Pierre Poilievre was campaigning here, he was front and center, of course, because he is the only Conservative MP in our province. He's up against Lynette Powell,
there.
who's
There
a
should be a
doctor,
little,
was
like,
president
Discord
of the
pop-out
Medical
now that
Association
appears
in
in
this
the top.
province. And when we've been talking to people in this area today, the Conservatives are confident that Small will be reelected. The Liberals, on the other hand,
Okay, DC,
saying
it should be
that
there now.
it's close,
It's like a little
but,
Discord pop-out in the top
feeling
corner that
here
appears now.
tonight
Little
is that Clifford
Discord
Small,
pop
they
up.
do believe
Oh yeah.
will be
Yeah,
But it
so
shows
that's
the
area, and
whole
this is,
thing.
you know,
yeah, so it
one
should
seat
it
to
should like
watch,
highlight
because if
your
the Liberals
thing
want
green
a
when you do it. If
majority,
you ever
well,
switch your
this place
camera on,
was
your
a
camera will appear up there. But yeah,
long-time
okay.
Liberal riding.
now in
Will
the
they
stream.
flip
Yeah.
it back red? And
Yeah,
for the
cool.
Conservatives,
Gives
if
off
they
I've only
want
vibes of a
to
been
win
on
this
Toastmasters for a
election
one
tonight,
live
this is
stream
one
before.
area that they're going to have to
What's
hold
up?
on to
I've only been on one live stream before,
even
so this will
make
be my second one I've
inroads
ever been a
in
part of.
this
But I've been
province.
thinking, yeah,
Okay,
this is pretty
Heather, thank
cool.
you.
Chat, it's
I
over.
really like.
CBC's Heather
Chat,
Gillis
it's over. The
outside Cliff Small's
Conservatives have
campaign
one seat.
headquarters. Rosie, we don't know if she'll get inside Clifford Small's
That's a
campaign
bad sign,
headquarters.
brother.
God damn it! It's already
I mean,
over.
This
It's
election
already over,
campaign.
chat. It's
Some
already
breaking
over.
of that,
Whoever
though, in
wins,
Flannel,
I'm
Labrador,
not
David Brazel, who's the
too
candidate
like. I
in
feel
St.
like I'm
John's,
not going to be
did
too
a debate,
upset. Like
did
if
it
the
on the
conservatives
CBC,
win,
has
like
done
fair,
media interviews.
I guess.
So they
But
tend to
like,
go their
I'm
way.
really
But this is a super
hoping
important seat
for
for
like
the
a
Conservatives
liberal
because,
minority,
and Jason Kenney
because
will
like not
remember
all the
this.
liberal policies
Danny
I
Williams scorched the earth
mess
for the
with. So like, you know what I mean. There's got to be some opposition there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. There's gonna be some like. I don't want them to have like full 100% control. That's literally just
That
it.
would, yeah, that would not be good.
No,
I
not
feel like,
particularly good. Yeah.
especially for the younger folks.
No, that would be the probably the worst scenario. The younger folks on it. But
What my concern is like Pierre Poilievre's been so vague over many things. Like you know how he is. He doesn't answer questions.
yeah, he does
Right? Well,
not.
he answers a question, but he kind of glides around the question. Like what I noticed during the debate, you could tell the you know the English debate we had that had to be like we had to reschedule the hockey game for.
Yeah, the Habs game.
Yeah, the Habs game.
I
Yeah.
thought that was so funny. I gotta
During
be real.
during the first like 10 minutes uh, of the debate, they asked Pierre Poilievre like the first question, but then he only had like what, like a certain amount of seconds. Was it like 40 seconds or something to answer the question? He obviously did not know how to answer the question, so he started off with like, "Oh, I'm very happy to be here with everyone," and blah 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 blah, just to like um get through some time. And then after when he started answering, actually I forget what the question was, but it's just I could just tell he was like stumbling just in the first question. It was I don't even remember what it was actually exactly about now that I look back.
Was this the
But
debate you're talking about?
the debate that just happened, yeah.
Oh,
But then
yeah.
everyone said that Pierre Poilievre like did really good in the debate, but I don't
No,
really
he didn't.
agree with that.
He did not do good in the debate. He's
No.
not. He's really good at saying 3-word slogans.
Yeah, and that's all he is, and that's what's been really annoying. Like I just think it's just so annoying that it's
Chad,
just
it's
slogan
tied.
that he's making.
It's tied 1-1. It's tied.
I gotta update my poll tracker here, dude.
Update your poll tracker. Fuck. Something stuck on my lip. I think it was skin I just ripped off. But 1-1, it's tied now. What do they think?
Becoming more and more confident it's probably going to be Carney. And so, therefore, who's going to keep the banker in check in the House of Commons if you don't re-elect some New Democrats?
Well, that was
Yeah,
Doug
exactly.
Hudson's
Who's
closing
gonna
argument.
who's
Jason
gonna
Kenney,
keep the
quick-
banker in check?
We have so many time zones to go. Still, this is gonna be a long night.
No, dude, it will be going on as long as possible. But yeah, so your riding is Interlake Selkirk, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look just at your riding.
You know what's weird is I found out today when I went to the polling stations, I'm on some weird border. I'm on a weird border between like
Because you're really-
Interlake and what's this? Actually, I don't know. They were confusing me when I went down to the poll station. I went down there and they're like, "You're in the wrong riding." I'm like, "How can I be in the wrong riding? I live in Cam Morton and I look like I registered and it said that to go vote in Gimli." And then they're telling me to go vote in Riverton, which I originally was going to go vote in Riverton, but it's just like,
Oh,
I
you're
don't
at the
really
wrong.
want to
Yeah,
drive 30 minutes.
yeah. It's your polling station is where it's like everyone has a different polling station written on their voter
Yeah,
card.
so
that
I
they get
guess
in the
I just
mail.
went to the wrong one.
Yeah.
I guess I just thought that I could just go to the Gimli one just because it's like closer and I wouldn't have any problems. But I didn't like what they did was they did not want me to leave. They're like, "You're a young guy. You need to vote. We're gonna figure this out. There's a way
Yeah.
we can transfer your vote to the other polling station." So I did my vote there.
Okay,
And
so you
then
did
I
your
had to
vote
do
in
all this
Riverton or in Gimli?
documentation. I had to do all this documentation and then they sent it, or they're gonna like, I guess, tell the other polling station or something. I don't.
Yeah.
I was very concerned of like, are they actually gonna get my vote?
Your
But I
vote
know
will
that,
go through. Yeah.
yeah, like my vote will go through, but
So
I
yeah,
was just
in
like,
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, like you can see the screen I'm sharing, right? With the
yeah,
popular
I
vote
can see
here?
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
like the Liberals did have a bump after the Carney thing, but it's just never in
it's
an
just
area,
not going to happen. But
yeah, in an area
it's just not going to. I've already
as
accepted
blue.
the fact that it's not going to happen, but like one can only hope. Eh?
Yeah, in an area as blue as Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, like that is all farmers. That is all
Yeah.
farmers.
And James Bazan, like he was what was it, what's it called?
Incumbent?
Actually, let me no, let me look it up. James, I'm just gonna look it up on my. I just don't want to say the wrong information, give out
Okay,
some
yeah, that's valid.
misinformation. James Bazan, he was Department of had to do something with cattle with the government or something like that. But then uh don't quote me on this, but he had a big influence on Harper sending our soldiers to what was it, Afghanistan. So that's the reason why I don't really like the guy.
Oh,
He was a
yeah,
very big he's a very big warmonger, is what is my opinion.
yeah. I don't know exactly what seat, or sorry, what position that would be, but I'm honestly not surprised. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised. Like, there's a lot of the conservatives are just big war guys. They love war in the Middle East. They love the military
Yeah.
industrial complex.
And they
And
also love Israel like crazy too.
yeah, that's the thing. Like even the liberals love Israel a lot. But yeah, we can
Oh yeah, the
start.
liberals love Israel.
We're
Yeah. So
slowly
Justin,
getting the
when they
polls coming through.
when they had the like I don't know, with the vote in the United Nations, like Canada voted like against ceasefire or something, and like
Yeah, weird.
wouldn't like Justin Trudeau have to have something directly to that? I'm not sure, but I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep this view for the popular vote. I like this view for the popular vote, and then I'll keep this.
What
CBC.
website is that? Is that the CBC?
This is the
Canada
CBC. The
Votes.
one with this map is
Okay.
CBC. Then I have, yeah. If there's any links that you find too, that or anything that you want me to look at, just text it in the
So
Discord and let me know.
the probability now of Liberals winning is 70%,
Yes.
which is
Which is
so 2 seats, 1 Liberal. All right.
well, but like this is early. Like we're not
Yeah,
gonna get
yeah.
anything big until later.
Yeah.
The only thing that we can look at is what's leading here, and then if I go to the federal map here. Sorry, I can get rid of the polls. Federal map here, and then look at what they polled. So what they polled is what people said they were going to vote. So this is what Nova Scotia is it was polled to look like here.
Yeah.
Red with a few toss-ups. On the map now, it's blue.
Oh, buddy, it's just went blue.
Well, but the thing is, that's only 100 votes, so it'll still be a while. Like, look, in this riding, there's only 10 votes counted. We're not going to see real results for another half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to see real results for another half hour. So
I remember the last election I voted in was when Justin Trudeau got in. I voted NDP. I actually voted for Leah Gazan or Gazan.
Yeah, Leah Gazan's awesome.
Yeah, she's great.
Dude, you should have stayed registered in Winnipeg Center. She's her seat's at risk.
Yeah, I know her seat's at risk, but like at this point, like she's great. I love her. She's been like, but like it's to me, I don't know. I guess I just don't follow her as much.
Yeah,
I
you follow
moved
the
away
party.
from Winnipeg Center, so I didn't really like. I don't know. I voted for the party.
Yeah,
but
did you vote NDP
I don't know,
in Selkirk or Liberal?
I voted Liberal in
It's valid,
Interlake. Yeah.
Yeah, Interlake.
For Ron and Nicole. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any Interlake NDP push.
Oh,
so.
hell no, that'll never happen. Provincially, yes. Provincially, the NDP does have a stronghold. They came really close last provincial election and the provincial election before that.
Yes.
So and also the Interlake provincially has actually been NDP provincially and federally before. So it's like, we've been NDP provincially and federally before, like years ago, but that's why I'm like only hoping, you know what I mean? But dreams can only go so far, I feel like.
It can only go so far indeed. But yeah, chat, what do you guys think that's going on right now? How do you feel? Proud NDP voter myself. If the cons win, I'll never forgive myself. Dude, don't worry about a vote split, because the thing about NDP is, if you're an NDP voter, I'm assuming that you're in favor of electoral reform and proportional representation.
Pierre Poilievre was behind. Forgive me if I'm wrong. But when Harper was in government, Pierre Poilievre and Harper, or Pierre Poilievre was the men who are behind to make voting harder in a way. And I don't know the
Yes,
exact
he
details,
did.
but it's just yeah, exactly.
I forget the
We can't have
exact
that.
things, but voting is a lot harder in
It's
Canada now because of what the Conservatives have done in the past.
Yeah, and I think that's really ridiculous, and that is not good at all. And just like that on its own should be an incentive to not vote conservative. But
Exactly.
again, vote whoever you want.
Well,
It's
the
your
thing with
right.
voting whoever you want, though, the thing I'm saying is, I didn't say this a lot. Okay, I should have shilled for the NDP a lot more in the lead up to the election, because I
Yeah.
did forget one crucial thing, that if the NDP does insane numbers, like I think I've showed the popular vote statistics from. Let's look at the popular vote statistics from 2021. Not a block majority. Election. Like, look at this image. Fair Vote Canada. So seats. It's these things. Every single time that Canadians get to see these graphs, where
Yeah.
only 35% of Canada voted Liberal, but they got 47% of the seats. Every single time that we see this graph, it pushes people to be more like, okay, how we voted. This is how we voted. This is how many seats we got. Sorry. Proportional representation would have given us this. This is the ideal with proportional representation. How we voted was this. Sorry, my bad. I just forgot how to read. If we vote,
you know what happens to me all the time.
Yeah. The more we vote NDP and the more we get this 17.8% popular vote, but 7% in House of Commons, the more times that this happens, the more national pressure there becomes for electoral reform, because there's more and more people looking at that and going, that's stupid. There's more and more people looking at this, 32.6 to 47, and going, that's stupid. Even conservatives are for proportional representation, because technically in 2021, they would have won. They would have won the election in 2021 if there was proportional representation.
Yeah.
So, every single time that there is bad distribution of seats like this, especially for the PPC, they had 5% of seats, or 5% of the vote, 0 seats. Like, independent candidates had 1% of the entire vote, 0 seats, which honestly that makes sense, but it's every single time that you vote for a third party, you are actually making it better for us, because you're bringing more attention to the inequality of our electoral system. So keep voting. Yeah, first past the post cheats voters across Canada. We do have an archaic voting system.
When I was looking at my ballot, I was pissed there was no Bloc Québécois.
Yeah, dude, I want to vote for Bloc Québécois.
You know what I was thinking, dude? Okay, this might be off topic, but man, I want to go to like I said, like you're going into school for economics. I want to go back. I haven't been to school yet, so I want to go to like school for economics. But then eventually, dude, you should run for Winnipeg South, or where you're riding. I'll run for Winnipeg Center. Let's start our own party, dude.
The Bloc du Manitoba.
Did you know that
the Bloc du Rivière?
My mom had a provincial party way back in the 90s. It was called the First People's Party. She never won. But
Sorry, I was just closing that because I was closing my blinds because the sunset was happening, so I was going to blind the camera. But yeah.
I'm going to actually Google this.
What?
Did you not hear what I said?
No, I missed it a little bit.
My mom started a party back in 1995 for the provincial election of 1993.
Okay.
It's called the First People's Party. She never won. They never won a seat, and the party ended. But it was just like, it's just cool history to say. Like, my mother tried to run for MLA like way back in the 90s, actually.
And had a campaign run.
Yeah, but it didn't work out, which is fine.
Well, yeah, a lot of the time it's not going to work out, but especially for
Oh, yeah.
first-time parties and such. Block.
Yeah, first time.
Dude, that John Doe's got it. We got to start the party. The name is the Block River Rouge.
No, it's literally gonna be block majority. That's what we're gonna call
Oh
it.
my god. Block
We're literally gonna-
Majoritaire. Block Majoritaire. No, we need the
Bloc
River Rouge
majoritaire.
block. The Red River block. The Red River
Like,
block.
I feel like,
What?
like you could run for NDP, and I should run for Liberal for Winnipeg Center.
Oh my
in
god.
like 10 years from now, and we'll both be in the House of Commons. Like we'll be across from each other in the House of Commons.
Oh my god. No,
It'll be
dog.
sick.
Dog, what we need to do is we need to do the third party thing because for the first election we run in, we got to do a third party because that's the only chance we're ever going to get to seriously run for a third party when we're still young.
Yeah.
Because
I feel like
in the future,
like
if I actually want to get into politics, I'll probably be NDP.
like, let's be real. If Pierre Poilievre can do it, then fucking anyone can do it. At
Oh,
this point.
absolutely.
Sorry for my
Absolutely.
French. Sorry for my bad language, but
So your bad language, just saying like facts.
yeah, but I feel like I was looking at old debates back in the day of like Pierre Poilievre in the House of Commons. Like, how old was he when he
20
became an MP?
He's like all right. He was like our age when he got elected.
Like 24, 23 or something like that? 25,
No, he was a bit
wasn't it?
older. He was a bit older.
Oh, I thought it was younger than. I thought he was like a teenager. I thought he was. Well, he joined the Conservative Party when he was like 18, didn't he, or something? I'm not sure.
He got elected 2015. So he would have been. Wait, no, that's minister. Never mind.
Wait, what?
Assumed
not
office
elected for
2004.
minister, but-
Sorry, he assumed office 2004. So he would have been 24 or 25 when he got elected in Calgary.
Okay.
So he's been a career
I'm
politician.
23, so like that's just 2 years off of me. Like if he can do it, then like honestly, like I can do it probably. Like I feel like I got some pretty good
Oh, yeah,
ideas.
yeah,
I could run. I'd probably run as a liberal.
Like, dude,
But
also
I don't know.
remember though that when he ran for member of parliament as whatchamacallit, as a conservative in a did he flip this one? Nepean Carleton? Yeah, district abolished 13. This used to be the party. Yeah, he flipped it from David Pratt to this one. But like he ran in a contentious riding as a mainstream party. So of course
Yeah.
I think he was gonna win. Yeah, and
Put him on the
also
watch, I'll be right back.
in his election, did he flip it or did he did flip it? Okay. He did flip it from David Pratt during a 2004
back, my
conservative
friend.
rise.
I
So you're
gotta
gonna be
go.
back in a sec, or
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec. I just gotta go to the washroom, my friend.
got it. Just mute him real quick. Okay, but yeah, chat. What do we think of the results coming in so far? We're not really getting anything yet. But
3 leading and elected for the Conservatives, 2 for the Liberals, but very early results. But guess what? We're now going to add to that 25 more seats in the Maritime provinces. It is now 8:30 local time in the Maritimes. Polls have closed in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island.
Okay.
The 25 seats here will start to give us an early sense of Canadians' voting intentions tonight. Will it be a trend for the rest of the country? We'll have to wait and see. Okay, and so those 25
see how
seats
they're
will bring
flooding
us
in.
up to 32 as these polls start to close, and we'll start to give you a picture of what else is happening in Atlantic Canada. And as David pointed out, if the Liberals want to form
So
government,
at the
they
moment,
really need to
Conservatives
perform
ahead.
well in this part of the country.
At the moment, NDP fall
Yes,
off. but-
Rosie, Randall Garrison's been telling us about Halifax as a potential bright spot for the NDP in Atlantic Canada. One thing that
wait
makes
a
the riding of
second,
Halifax
wait a second.
particularly interesting, those folks haven't had an MP since September.
10 out of
And the
27,
Liberal Andy
270
Gilmore
polls
decided he was going to
reported.
leave the House of Commons, try to run
If
for mayor
he's
of
able to
Halifax,
flip
succeeded, and he's been the mayor
some
for
Newfoundland
months.
seats,
They're
that
still waiting
might
to
not
find
be
out who their
good.
new MP is going to be. So let's visit the CBC's Tom Murphy, who is in the riding of Halifax. Tom, what's going on?
Yeah, another reporter reporting from another bar on election night. Don't read too much into that. But it is it's half-price wine night here. It's half-price
I think
wine
cons
night
are winning.
for some of the curious in the room. No, this is a, your panel
Like
was talking about
these
how
numbers
this,
are very
would
early.
be a strong riding for the NDP.
Like we
It
don't know
really
which
is.
polls have
I
been
know the
reporting.
Liberals you
Only
mentioned
10
have
out of
held this seat
270 have
most
sent in
recently,
their reports.
But this is a seat that was
But like
held
this is
by
a
Alexa McDonough,
Liberal incumbent. They should be
leader of
winning
the
this.
NDP, and also Megan Leslie MP after that. Real
Like what is
big,
the
NDP roots here for sure. Now,
yeah,
obviously
like,
some of that frustration that we're
hello,
panel
welcome
talking
back.
about as well about how some of those NDP issues
Sorry, I
seem to
didn't think
get
you would hear me.
lost
No, I got you. Yeah, we got new polls reporting right now,
healthcare,
so
affordability.
we're gonna see some
All
more
those big
results coming in
issues,
soon.
certainly in the city
I'm
of
just listening to this
Halifax,
guy.
many cities across the country. But there was that frustration during this campaign. How did they get the time for that? But Lisa Roberts is a very popular politician here, a former MLA in the provincial legislature, lives just down the street from where I am here now. She almost won this riding. She's about 1,000 votes short the last time around, so she has come close before. NDP, of course, famous for the ground game. We'll see how that goes. Will they be celebrating with the wine or crying in their beer later tonight? We'll find out.
Nothing says affordability like half-price wine. CBC's Tom Murphy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so yeah, new polls are opening. We'll be getting new results soon. What is our national meme board saying? Our national meme board is saying nothing. What is our Donovan saying? Our Donovan, oh my god. Don just hates Pierre Polyev with a passion. Can you see these memes or no?
Yeah, I can see them. Yeah, this is crazy.
Dude, literally like Doug Ford and what is this? The Nova Scotia Premier, I forgot his name, dogging Pierre. Dogging Pierre. Oh my god. It's amazing.
Nova Scotia, forgive me from, they're liberal. What are they?
Provincially, they are not liberal.
Like,
we will now spend 2 hours.
Provincially.
No, literally, for real. Polling Canada is so real. We will spend 2 hours analyzing Atlantic returns way too much until Ontario and Quebec close. We still got 2 hours. 2 hours until the big dogs close. At 8:30 our time is when they close. Or sorry, no, 8:30 their time. So they should be closing in an hour? No, in 1 hour.
Yeah. Yo, I got to, I'll be right back again. I just got to grab something. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. I will just, yeah. Just let me know when you're back.
Montreal tonight. Rafi, what are you hearing?
Well, Rosie, I will say I think Yves-François Blanchet was actually watching TVA, not Radio-Canada. Basically, this is a challenging campaign for the Bloc. They tend to do
okay.
well.
All right. No, pause. Ryan B., did you just say Doug Ford is left-leaning? Did you just say Douglas J. Ford is a leftist? I don't think I've ever actually heard that take ever in my life, that Douglas J. Ford might be a leftist. I don't even know if his middle name starts with a J, but he is not left at all. At least in my, semi-professional opinion, not at all in the left. Bro, I swear he is. I'm in Ontario. Dude, I'm not in Ontario, and I can tell you, from outside Ontario, brain rot, he's a Trump wannabe. Yeah, Doug Ford is not a leftist. Doug Ford is an industrialist. He's a 1960s industrialist. He's a capital industrialist. He just loves building, like he would be building coal power plants in the 1920s and wearing like a big top hat. Like, you understand? This is literally Doug Ford. If I just search capitalist images, where is it? Tell me this is just Doug Ford right here. Doug Ford is every single like capitalist whatchamacallit. This Doug Ford right here. He backed off on the electricity surcharge. Yeah, that doesn't mean he's a leftist. Just because he didn't do the electricity surcharge. All right, I'm Googling now. Is Doug Ford left? No. Like just because he's cooperative with the Liberals does not mean he is left. Right-wing populist becomes Canada's anti-Trump. He's anti-Trump because he's a right-wing populist. All he cares about is saying what is going to make you vote for him. That's literally all he cares about. So, right-wing populism, he cares about saying what's going to make you vote for him. We've got zero. Oh my God. Like, I know I'm analyzing Atlantic Canada too hard, too early, but oh my God. What the f is this? The NDP fall off will be abysmal, I fear. I fear the NDP fall off is going to be atrocious. But yeah, okay, we've got Liberals leading there, Liberals leading there, okay. I am worried about this riding. I kind of want to be watching this riding. I'm going to close a lot of these, actually. Selkirk Lake. I just want less tabs open, that's it. I literally just want less tabs to have less tabs at the top of my screen. But yeah, I will be watching Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. This is the only ride that is kind of a little bit concerning right now. But it is, and it is updating every second. So who's to say what happens? This riding is very hello, sir.
I am going to switch from my phone to my iPad. I'll be right back.
Okay, got it. Yeah, this here is concerning. Long Range Mountains have an incumbent Liberal who's down 400 votes. That's concerning. This one, I don't care. Central Newfoundland's going Conservative. They're not going to take out Clifford Small. But if these two go out, I mean, it doesn't really matter to be at the end of the day. As Polling Canada said, we're going to spend 2 hours over analyzing Atlantic Canada just to get to Ontario and have the Liberal sweep. Like that's what happens every year. 5 votes for the Green Party so far. We got some PPC votes.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Sorry. I had to make sure. I was like tripping out there. I was like, bro, he can't hear me. What did I do wrong?
No, I can hear you. Are you on your iPad now?
No, I am. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
It's just a bigger screen so I could see what you're doing and stuff. And plus, I got my monitors up on the thing. I just don't have Discord on my computer.
Ah, that's valid. But yeah, also you have to hook up a mic to your computer then too.
Yeah, and a camera. Yeah, I didn't want to set up all that stuff. So, yeah. Anyways, back to the election.
Yeah. So
sorry for the hiccup.
Basically what's going to happen right now, Thunder, is we're going to spend 2 hours looking way too into Atlantic Canada, only to remember that there is only how many seats there? Like,
there's a lot
in Atlantic Canada.
Oh no! Sorry, I thought you were talking about the rest of the country after Atlantic Canada. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, let's see. Atlantic Canada. How many seats are here? 32 districts. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we are going to look way too into this. There's only 32 federal seats here. So it's not that crazy. But
yeah.
Like if Pierre flips some seats in Atlantic Canada, doesn't matter too much, but it could show signs of a nationwide trend towards the Conservatives. That's the only thing it could show, really. Is do we think that trend will be, valid or not?
Yeah.
But yeah, fun nights.
I'm honestly like, this is like one of the most hyped up things in my life right now is this election. Like, there's just something about this. Is like I feel like this is probably like one of the most important elections, probably for like a long time.
I'm still like a hope guy. So I don't think that Pierre. It's not even that Pierre might not win. I'll have Boots on as well. But I'll have Boots muted, okay? The Boots stream is very good. The Boots stream is amazing, but I need my own stream going. I'm subbed to Boots, right? Yes, I am. Give his stream a like. But yeah, oh my god, he's got way too many boxes open. Oh my god. This guy is a teacher from Saskatchewan. He's a great streamer as well. But I'm just gonna have as many tabs open on YouTube as I need. I want the Liberal Convention tab, or Liberal Headquarters. Is there no live Liberal Headquarters? Liberal video. They're not live right now. God damn it. Okay, never mind. Well, we'll keep this
Liberal
one
media
closed
is
then.
screwing us over.
In Ontario, everyone can't stop talking about conservatives. Didn't used to be this way. Yeah, no. Whatchamacallit? Justin Trudeau lost a lot of respect with people and broke a lot of people's promise. Well, not promises, but like.
I mean, like I was in high school when he got elected, and I remember my dad telling me that he voted for the Liberal Party. Actually, he voted NDP because at that point he really liked Tom Mulcair.
Yeah.
But I was really like disappointed over the years because his whole campaign, Justin Trudeau's campaign from the get-go was, giving northern, reservations like clean drink would never happen. You know what I mean? It was just a lot of broken promises, and he did do like a lot of good things, but I don't think he's as bad as everyone like says he is. I don't know.
Like he wasn't as bad
Like, I
for
just feel
Canada as
I feel
the
like it was just
Conservatives.
more of the misinformation.
Yeah,
like all this. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he was as bad for Canada as the Conservatives make him out to be. However, I don't
Yeah.
think he was a good politician. But that's just because I kind of hate all politicians.
Me too. Like at this point, like I don't really stand for any party, but you gotta pick one.
Oh no,
but
I stand
don't
for a
know,
party, sir. I stand for a party. I
Yeah, I
stand
don't
for
know.
a certain party, all right?
I always switch between NDP and Liberal. Like that's my thing. I'm always
No,
first
no.
election because I only turned 18 when what was it? The election I voted for Leah Gazan. I forget what Leah Gazan lost to Robert Falcon Ouellette that year.
Okay, I didn't.
I just
Leia
forget what
Gazan
year it
lost
was.
1 year? I didn't know that.
Pardon?
Did Leia Gazan just get in 2021?
No, it was before that. It was what was the election? What year was the election before that?
Blue Wave 2025 is what they're saying.
Because Leah Gazan has had 2 terms now.
I believe she said 2 terms.
Yeah, she's had 2 terms. Yeah, because I voted for her in the first one, and then we had that snap election, and I was in between addresses, so I didn't really know. Like, I didn't vote in the snap election, but
The snap, was there a snap election in Leia Gazan's riding? Could be internet malfunction, but it does seem there's a cultural shift back towards conservatism in North America. No, it's not. It is the internet magnifying it, but it's not a cultural shift towards conservatism. It's a cultural shift towards hog Trump misinformation mentality. That's what the cultural shift is. It's a cultural shift towards dumb fascism. Burger fascism is what it's a dumb shift towards.
It's a culture shift to misinformation. That's literally all it is. It's just misinformation. Like
Yeah.
a lot of these people that up here, especially where I live, they're always talking about conspiracies and like things that just are completely out of this world
The
and
World
not true at all.
Economic
And they
Forum.
believe
The
them.
World Economic Forum. They're gonna get you.
Yeah, like, what is your opinion on the World Economic Forum?
My opinion on the World Economic Forum? Like,
Yeah.
my opinion?
The thing is, for me, I don't know too much. I don't know anything really about them. So can you please like enlighten me a little bit?
Oh, yeah, the World Economic Forum is a bunch of rich people doing like rich people things. It's what all rich people do. They literally they just they have like a yearly meeting at a certain place. But
yeah,
which is Davos in Switzerland. And they meet there, they just yap, and then that's it. They don't do anything. They kind of just like, it's literally just a bunch of billionaires having a club. That's all it is. It's a billionaires club.
Yeah.
And, like a lot of these like global economic forums and stuff, like nobody actually does anything. It's just chatting, and it's just like whatchamacallit. It's like a networking event, kind of, is what it's like most of the time. Like it's like a global networking event where it's a place where like Mark Carney gets to meet like the Chancellor of Germany and start a relationship and then do things outside of the World Economic Forum, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it's not.
But it's like they all just get together and trying to like, you know, influence policy in their own countries or like.
Like we can look at the World Economic Forum website right now. Their mission is to bring like they're globalists. They want like a global economy, global money, and like
a new world order. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, they want the whatchamacallit. Where's the Klaus Straub? The New World Order.
Whatever happened to that guy?
Dude, I'm showing you right now. The New World Order. You will. I really hope the video comes up. This. This is the World Economic Forum. This is all it is. Can you hear? Can you hear it?
Like, pardon?
Could you hear it?
Yeah, I could hear this perfectly, dude. Don't play it again. I don't want to.
It's literally just like literally just New World Order. It's just like European German guys who really like it's just a meme. The World Economic Forum at this point is just a meme. It's a bad meme. Like it doesn't do anything. Like it doesn't do anything. It's nothing. I respect everyone's decisions, but I think we need to test pilot the Conservatives and give them a chance. If it doesn't work out, we can always go back to Liberal. I get where you're coming from. I disagree. Because we
me?
No, with Ryan B.
No, I don't believe those conspiracies at all. I just.
Oh no, sorry. I was talking to someone in chat. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Somebody in chat said they respect everyone's decision, but we need to test conservatives and a chance. Is what somebody in chat is saying.
Yeah.
And I disagree because we have test piloted the conservatives, and they came out with this plan.
Up. Like Harper. Like I see. The thing is, I'm not too familiar with Harper's policy because I was very young by then.
We have a 30-page document saying exactly what the what Pierre Poilievre wants to do. And I've read all of it. I don't want to read it again. But
yeah, no, I don't want to read that again. I've read it as well, and it's
stupid.
It's just a lot of it just reminds me of Pallister's policies.
Yeah.
Like it's the exact same thing, and I like.
Yeah, Brian Pallister
baffled me about Pallister.
Brian Pallister
is crazy. He closed an emergency room during the pandemic.
Yeah, why? Like to
save
save money,
funding. Yeah, and then he like cried on CBC in like a interview saying like, "I'm so sorry that I had to take your toys away," and blah blah blah. It's just like, dude, you're the reason why we got into this position. Because if you actually funded healthcare properly, I don't think Manitoba's healthcare system would be in such a deep hole. Because before the pandemic started, they were just cutting healthcare like crazy.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic hit, and they're like, "Oh shit, our hospital's overrun." It's like, "Oh, I wonder why. Like, you know what I mean? And they never took any accountability for it, and that's just what like kind of really got on my nerves like during the pandemic. Like I hated them, but I don't know.
No, it was so bad. It was not good at all. But yeah, no, the oh, sorry, just like checking it on Steve Boots. I'm like, man, I wish, bro. Bro's got 1,000 viewers right now. He's living laugh.
Oh, I love Steve Boots. I watch his videos like literally every day.
No, he's so good. He's so good. He's my
he's like so amazed with Manitoba.
He loves the NDP in Manitoba. He loves Wab Canoe.
It's crazy. A few years ago, before the last provincial election, I actually went to a barbecue with Wab Canoe because Sarah Pinsett was running for MLA in the Interlake.
Okay.
And my dad was working for the NDP party, volunteering, so I was able to go to a barbecue out in like by the lake, and a couple NDP MLAs were there, and then Wab Canoe showed up, and it was just like just from my interactions with him, he's such like a down to earth guy. Like he's a great person, in my opinion. Like I think he's just good. Like he's just like a. When I was talking to him, it didn't even feel like I was talking to like a politician. I was just talking to like a dude. You know what I mean?
Dude, have you heard Wob Canoe's rap?
Yeah, I have.
Wob Canoe's got bars. That's all I gotta say.
I got to collab with him.
I wonder if I can play it on the stream. It can't be copyright.
No, I don't think it's copyrighted.
Oh yeah. Wap Canoe. It's quick. When I'm on the English, I feel bloody nicely. I'm a nobody, there's nobody like.
This is our goat. This is our premier chat. If you're not from Manitoba, this is what you're missing out on. You're missing out on this.
A chance to reach the people. Bow down on stage like as if it was my steeple. Praying to the gods of the hip-hop religion. I ain't start shit, man. This what I was given. Living, loving, laughing, rapping. What happened to that good old time so crapping? He's so capping when he's just rapping. You won't dancing and I'm just
Chat, what do you think? Bars? Does Wob Canoe have bars, chat?
Are you playing it?
Yeah, I'm playing it right now.
I can't hear. Oh, I gotta turn up the screen, bro.
Oh, then it's gonna echo for you.
Oh, I won't turn it on, but I already know how it sounds.
Yeah, it's the whatchamacallit one. Give it up.
Give it up. I forget how it goes. Give it up. I always knew you had to bars. I'm friends with Post-War. You know Post. We had a conversation the other couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah, no, I know Post-War.
And I remember like I didn't know that Wob Canoe had a rap career, and then I think it was like 2021. I was hanging out with Colin, and then he showed me Wob Canoe's bars, and I was like, "Damn!" I was like, "I hope this guy becomes premier."
No, absolutely.
And then he did. I was like, "Hell yeah!" And that just proves that like anyone, no matter where you come from or what you've done, as long as it's not like too crazy, like you know, you can do anything. Like if Wob Canoe can become premier, then like you can literally do anything.
No, Wob Canoe will remain the GOAT as Premier of Manitoba for as long as.
But what I'm concerned about is what's his name, Obi Khan. Like he's very conservative. He has some like very
Obi Khan was the guy.
views.
Was Obi Khan the? I forget if Obi Khan was anti-abortion or not.
He is. I'm pretty sure he is.
No,
Man.
it was.
That's why I'm a bit like.
No. Obi Khan wasn't anti-abortion. Sorry, he was transphobic. Obi Khan was the one that did the You remember there was like that policy in Saskatchewan where what am I thinking of? Schools are now legally required to like out trans kids to their parents or something. Like Obi Khan is in support of that.
Yeah, I don't think it's like I don't know, man. That's just something that just like
is not.
If there's when the next provincial election, I don't think the Conservatives are going to win. I think that even a lot of Conservatives have understood that Wob Canoe's doing some good things. You know, but then a lot of Conservatives are just you know how they are. So I've seen a lot of Conservatives turn to NDP, especially in the last provincial election, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's very strange what's going on with it.
Yeah.
Riding results. They got more PPC. Dude, I just want them to get to Quebec. I want to see Block.
Wait, PPC got two. Wait, is that
two
votes or
votes?
seats?
Votes.
Oh, okay. I was like freaking out for a second. I was like, two seats? What?
PPC is not getting seats.
No, they're not. Didn't they have one seat once? Yeah, Maxime Bernier had a seat, and
he only had a seat because whatchamacallit. Maxime only had a seat because he left the Conservatives while he was still like member of Parliament. He left the party and then started the PPC while he was member of Parliament. So that's the only time the PPC ever had a seat, because he formed the party while he was a member of Parliament.
What
he got voted out of his seat
before that? Was he Conservative?
He was a Conservative, yeah. But he went.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought,
he didn't think. Okay, so the trends for Nova Scotia is not looking. Or sorry, not Nova Scotia. Newfoundland isn't looking good. It's against what was polled. What polled is turning out slightly different in Newfoundland, but Doesn't matter. It's 2 seats. Who cares? 2 seats.
I'm gonna make a post saying I'm on stream on Instagram. I'm gonna put the link and
Oh yeah, just
hopefully more people.
link and share the stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
I put a bunch of
sent the
things.
stream to so much people. So yeah.
But yeah, no, I think it's good.
And I just need to grab the link. Gotta go on my phone. I'm doing this. That's why I switched to my iPad, because I wanted to like have my phone available.
Oh, absolutely. We just like him because he's more centrist. Wob Canoe. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Wob Canoe on the left-right spectrum is very strange. Because, like, you got to take in the perspective of the fact that he's an Indigenous Canadian. So on certain issues, he's going to be way more, like, reconciliation is going to be way more, but, like, on other issues, like economy, he might be right-leaning. Like, it's just that perspective of being an Indigenous man, you know?
What do you think, like, after, like, do you think Wob Canoe would go into federal politics?
I don't know if he has that ambition for it. First seat
I
officially
know Brian
called,
Powell
officially
still wanted
elected Philip Earl, the first seat in Labrador. Let's see what they're saying.
Nice. How Mr. Poilievre in particular responded to Danielle Smith and Preston Manning, but I think with respect to people that want to keep this country united and dampen Quebec separatism, that has been a phenomenal achievement that has been presented by an external threat. And I think that's why people are gravitating towards a different message, and that seems to be Mark Carney's message.
Sure. I mean, I would say, as someone that covered Quebec politics for a decade, that you would never count the Bloc Québécois out, and the Parti Québécois continues to be strong.
Him and Ford, most likely.
Yes,
Yeah, I
there's
think
certainly a rallying
Ford.
around the flag effect right now. I don't
Here's
know
right
how,
now.
I don't
Ford.
know whether that's something more.
David
to lean
Ebby's
into, I
never
guess,
going to go
is
for
my point.
NDP,
And
I
certainly
think. I don't think
Mr.
David
Blanchet
Ebby
at the end
for
was saying,
NDP.
"Come back to
What
us
is your
because we are
opinion on
only
Doug
a
Ford,
week
like,
into defend the Quebec interests." I wanna
as
know
of
about
now?
the Western
He's
piece of that
funny,
first
but
bit
he's
of
a
the conference,
hog.
a result.
I think
Yeah, I feel like
I just think Ford Nation is hilarious. That's it.
Yeah.
They are
I
probably
actually like kind of like the guy.
You kind
I
of
don't know
what?
why, but I hated the guy for like a bit, but just because like I've watched like all the CBC like things where he's like, you know, talking shit about Trump and you know all that stuff, blah blah blah, and that kind of like added me some respect for the guy. But I'm never like really I'll never vote conservative in my life, but he's like if he ever to run federally or something, I feel like I would. I don't know why, but I just feel like I would.
It's because he's a he's really good at saying what people want to hear. Ford has no actual good policies in my mind. No actual decent policy in my mind. He is very much a populist and very much just you know, not a good candidate, not a good person. Ford is he's really funny because did you know about his brother who used to be the mayor of Ontario? He's personal. He's got a personality. He's like, that's the thing. If it was Ford running as if it was Ford instead of Pierre right now, Ford could do the Trump thing and claim it was a stolen election. Pierre doesn't have the riz to claim it's a stolen election. Pierre just doesn't have any riz.
Because like Pierre asked for Doug Ford's like what's it called?
Yeah, Doug Ford doesn't like Pierre, I don't think.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I think is funny because I thought that he would.
No.
Maybe just because he's conservative, I thought he would, but I don't know. But I feel like Doug Ford's got like more worries on his mind. He's got to deal with America, so like you know.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like Doug Ford just doesn't want to meddle into that kind of like stuff. So I don't know.
I gotta be real with Doug Ford. It's whatchamacallit. The only good thing about him is he doesn't like Trump. Actually, I think no, because Doug Ford like literally until Trump attacked Canada, all of Doug Ford's campaigns were in support of Trump. Like the Doug Ford like sucked for Trump until Trump started doing tariffs. Like Doug Ford is a populist. Like yeah, I'm glad he switched up his attitude when tariffs happened, but Doug Ford is a populist hog. Like he's not good. He's really funny. That's about it.
In reality, like which politician is good? But it's like like
Leah
I said,
Gazin's
like you
really
gotta
good.
vote for. Yeah, guys, like it's majority like the only ones that I actually really like are all NDP.
Yeah, Leah
But
Gazin's
it's
really
like at
good.
this point I gotta like, like I don't know. I hate the fact that I have to like I would vote NDP where I'm from, but there's no chance.
Yeah,
But
you're
that's why I voted
strategically
Liberal.
voting.
I had to switch because I think like in where I'm from, sorry to bring up Interlake
Exactly,
riding so
Ryan.
much,
Yeah.
but I feel like tonight we'll find out. Like once it gets to Manitoba, let's focus on like the Interlake and see how many votes Rhonda Nicole is behind. Because I'm actually really interested to see because there's been a lot of support for the Liberals in the Interlake.
Oh yeah.
I know that the PCs are going to win, but I feel like Rhonda Nicole is not going to be too far behind, which is a good sign, But
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I know she's not going to win, but if I see on the screen that she's like not that far behind, I'll be pretty happy.
Well, polls in Manitoba don't close for another hour and a half, so we will not be
We got a
seeing for a
long
while.
ways to
Also, I
go.
think some more polls might have just closed
The
at
lead,
7
and this is a
o'clock.
surprise, but
So I'm
you'll
just
note
tuning
that
in.
that is a 3-vote difference. Chris d'Entremont, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, and well-liked across the aisle, I'm told, which is interesting. The Liberal...
Thunder, know how these like graphics work that the CBC shows, or no?
Pardon?
Do you know how the graphics work that the CBC shows, or not really?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I know how that.
Yeah.
What you just pulled up the graph? What link is that? Because I'm looking at something completely different now.
The graph?
What you just pulled up? You had a graph. Was it the? Oh, my 338. It said a connection timed out. I feel like there's so much people on 338 website right now that
Oh, dude, they got
it's
cyber
crashing
attacked a while back too. They got cyber attacked the other day, so they might get cyber
Oh,
attacked again.
okay.
The French version of
Damn.
the website is up too, so I might switch to there if I
Okay.
need to. But
Yeah, I started learning French.
Oh, dude, I
Because, like,
forgot to
wanna
do that part
run-
of the stream. I was gonna do a part of the stream where I did French. Yeah, Ryan. Sorry, talking to someone in chat. Ryan. Yes, absolutely. Ontario's entire steel and car industry and like manufacturing industry is now entirely dependent on the United States and trade with America because of what Doug Ford did with his policies. Doug Ford made Ontario dependent on the existence of the United States. Without Doug Ford and without the United States, like
Kind of reminds me of Pallister, eh?
yeah. Pallister almost made Manitoba Hydro dependent on its sales to the U.S. Like he killed Hydro.
But they're trying to privatize. They're trying to privatize Manitoba Hydro.
I know, and fucking Obi Khan wants to privatize it too. Like, no. Why are we
Yeah,
privatizing
exactly.
electricity?
That's no.
As
And
if
now we're sending electricity to Nunavut, aren't we? Didn't Wab Canoe pass a bill that we're going to send instead of sending like a certain part of our energy to the States, we're sending it back up. We're sending it up to Nunavut.
Yes.
But does that line like the hydro lines? Do those hydro lines already exist, or are they building them? Is like I just don't understand.
I am not 100% certain on the infrastructure we have for that.
Yeah,
but I do
I
know.
gotta keep up to date with the infrastructure.
Yeah, like I don't know exactly what infrastructure there is there. I do know, however, that it's going to be very hard to build power lines to Iqaluit. It is in fact on an island in the Arctic. So I don't think the power's going there. I think when he says he's selling power to Nunavut, maybe he's exporting minerals or something. I don't know. But batteries maybe.
See, they gotta be more specific. I wish in like the
Like, probably
interviews
to this
like
area
on the
and
news.
such.
I wish that they would like be more specific on things, even like NDP, liberals, conservatives. I notice just like every single politician is very vague on what they're gonna do. And then it's like you think it's something, but then it's like something completely different. So when I thought that Manitoba is going to export energy to Nunavut, I just magically thought that like there's already like a power line going up that way that we just like never really used or something. I don't know.
Like
I
there
don't
is
know.
power lines going up north.
Yeah, so if those power lines already exist, that means that we're probably just going to be exporting the energy rather than to the States to up north to Nunavut.
Well, no, like we're gonna start doing it. Dawn is
Yeah.
very. Don't think my heart can take the Ontario results. Newfoundland, IDK, we might need change. The rest of the Maritimes.
Love that one. That the
Dude,
you gotta. Can you save that and send it to me? 'Cause
dude,
that is
I
great. I
saved it.
can't
I've
find it
saved
on
it.
Twitter.
Ready?
I can't find it on Twitter.
I'll send it to you later.
My
but yeah,
Twitter
no,
feed. I don't know why,
Jason
but my
Kenny,
Twitter feed.
who invited my bro? A lot of it is gas powered. Yeah, like when I hear that they're sending energy up north, I think it means that they're sending resources. I think it means that they're sending
Yeah.
megawatts of power via gasoline and generators. Like, I think that's what they're sending up north, or maybe charged batteries, power through power lines. But anywho, Jason Kenny really, like, what is he doing there? Get him off. Our coverage will resume in 1 minute. Get him off.
Honestly, I hate Jason Kenny to like a bone. Like I just do not like that guy. Like at all. Like he gives me the creeps. Same with Pierre Poilievre. Like have you ever like seen Pierre Poilievre like talk and
Yeah.
like how he interacts with like even like just his wife? I'm like how like bro, that is like just creepy. His eyes are weird.
Yeah, how he interacts with normal humans. Federal election
Yeah, he seems like kind of
results,
like
leading
robotic in a sense. You know what I mean?
elected total. So there's only been one person elected so far. Labrador. Only
And who
person
was it?
elected so far.
Who got elected?
Let me check again. Earl. No idea who Philip Earl is. Gotta be real. But he is the member of parliament for Labrador.
I
He is the
see.
first to be elected.
First a Liberal.
Yeah, Newfoundland. Maybe we want change. Nova Scotia. I wonder if we can flip South Shore. Hell yeah. Nova Scotia. The Nova Scotia flip would be my dream, honestly. Red Scotia.
I knew this like
Chat,
back
what do we
in
think
the
about
day,
Red
but
Scotia? Are we going to see a
Red
Lib
Scotia
majority
would be
tonight,
dope.
GM Tracer? I do not know. We might just. Sorry, what were you saying there?
I forgot actually.
Shit, sorry. I keep interrupting.
No, I feel like I keep interrupting.
No, you're good.
But I feel like there's a bit of delay. I'm like, you start talking and then I talk. I'm like, oh shit, gotta shut up.
Were you listening to me on Discord or on the stream?
I'm listening to you on Discord.
Okay, then yeah, it should be fine. But
Yeah, it should be fine.
Lib majority. At the moment, what was the thing? Like, we'll see when we get into Ontario. And what?
Yeah.
Who did they elect? Where did they elect a conservative? What? Global saying. Oh, I guess Global has different. Yeah, Global has different polls than whatchamacallit. What is Global saying? Where is Global saying they elected a conservative? Here? Because Global uses different polls than CBC. Or different results. Like, CBC is saying that this guy's elected in Labrador. Global's saying Central Newfoundland is elected conservative. I mean, they're probably both right, but... Lib majority is definitely a maybe. Definitely a maybe, Dream Chaser. Yeah, definitely on the maybe list.
The global one. What is? It's just polls like global or like what? Like what is that? Like what?
Like
the one that you just had, like the one you have on the screen right now, like the federal election.
This is global
shows,
news.
Like okay, global news. Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is global news. This is
Global
338.
news.
This is
polls.
CBC. Global CBC says Liberals are holding Cape Spear, which is it really doesn't matter till we get to Toronto.
So the path to 11, where they are now and higher, that is
cool.
It starts here on the rural part of the island of Newfoundland. We do have another elected though in Newfoundland and Labrador, and this is in Cape Spear, I believe. Okay, I'm gonna just make sure my fingers can get
This
to
is
the right
getting
one. Here we go.
interesting,
Spear,
man. This is getting.
Tom Osborne.
Dude, we still
Comes
got
from a
like
very,
so
long-time
long,
political
so
family.
I
long
know. That's why
until
I'm like, this is getting interesting. I'm really interested in like the total outcome.
the overall outcome.
Yeah, like this, but I'm just like, this is the first time where I'm like following it like time zone by time zone.
Oh
So
yeah, I guess what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, so this is the first time I've ever done this, right? So
Well, like this is the first time I'm following it with like poll maps on the screen, but like I don't know, the last
yeah, me
election I went
too.
out to a bar with my friends, I think. Or no, sorry, last election was
Last election, I
2021. We were
slept
all
through it.
drinking on Discord last election. That's what it was. We weren't at a bar. Maybe it was 2019 we watched the election in a bar.
2019, I watched the election with like my high school friend.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it was like me and a few people in a bar watched it last time. 338 map down for me and I'm sad. Yeah, I think 338 might have got hacked again.
Yeah, because it's not working for me, man. It's not working for me.
Try their Quebec site. If you go on Twitter, hold up. Where's our guy? 338
Oh, it's working
contributed.
now. It's working. It's working for me now.
Not working for me.
Oh shit, it's not working. What the hell? Okay, well, I guess 338 is probably not going to be reliable tonight.
Well, 338 it
but
just shows polls. It doesn't show results.
yeah, I just realized.
338 French is I forget what the website is for 338 French. Like, I mean, the polling doesn't really matter that much. It's just to compare matching polls to results. That's all that matters. To see if the pollsters were right. That's the only thing that the polls matter. So if I go to the map, is the map down still? Yeah, the map right there. Hacked? No, it got hacked a few days ago, and it was down.
I just don't understand how they could let something like that happen.
338?
Like, you know what I mean?
You do realize 338's like ran by like 5 people.
Yeah, but like still, like they should have some sort of like better firewall if you're like actually predicting the like political results of a country. You know what I mean? But whatever. I don't know. I'm not too upset about it. We got the global news and the CBC telling us, so as long as they don't get hacked, we're good.
They're not getting hacked. 338, like whatchamacallit, is just it's independently run, so it's a lot harder to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, I found the French one here. Carte. Is that French for map? That is not French for map. Fuck. Sunday Federal. Okay. 343. I don't think it's gonna show the map, but
Block majority. That's what we're doing. That's what we're getting.
block majorité, block majorité, block majorité.
I literally started learning French. I downloaded Duolingo today, and then I realized they don't do Canadian French. But then I found another app
No,
that
they only do
teaches
French.
Canadian French. Yeah, I found another app that does Canadian French because I genuinely want to learn French, like another language. I feel like that'd be cool because, like, I don't know. Eventually, like, I genuinely want to run for like MLA or MP someday. So I'm gonna have to like learn it anyway. So might as well start now.
Yeah, that's
Like,
fair.
Graham, I'm definitely considering like after I go to school, I'm definitely considering going into politics, Canadian politics as a whole.
Yeah, I think me too. I don't know yet fully. Somebody
Yeah, I
says they
think more
heard on
young
Global
people like
News
us.
Trump says he's happy with the damage he caused the conservatives. Wait, what?
I fucking
Trump?
hate Trump. Like I don't understand what it is about this. Like when he was not prime minister, president before. Like I don't know. He was like he wasn't the best. I still hated the guy. And now he's the leader of the United States, and it's like, dude, like what is happening now? Like you are completely like he was already bad before when he was president the first time. But now it's like, what the hell is going on?
No, he is nutty.
Like, he is a nutty guy, and I think like what do you think about like whoever wins tonight? Like, I feel like genuinely, like, this has always been like a concern on my mind, and I feel like I want to bring this up just to like ease my anxieties about it. But what is your opinion on if say tomorrow or in a few weeks from now Trump annexes us? Like, do you think like he says he wants to economically annex us to become the 51st state? But what if that doesn't work? And what if he's like, this doesn't work? It's not working. Like, do you think that he would ever use military force?
Not really.
You don't think so? Okay.
Like, it's hard to say, but like at this moment, I'm not really worried about it. At this moment, I'm kind of just still thinking of the election. Like we can worry about Trump later. Just I'm kind of like hard focused on the Canada election at the moment. But I don't think he'll ever. I don't think he's bold enough to invade. Maybe his whatchamacallit would, but like I don't think he would ever do that. I don't think he whatchamacallit.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Anyways, back to the election.
Yeah, back to the Canadian election. I just don't want to talk about Donald Trump. I could talk about how Trump is a fascist for hours, dude. It's like, I could spend hours talking about that. But yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to pause that.
Now the Liberals are leading in popular vote, but it is. I wanted to dwell on
Liberals
it for
are
a minute
back up on
because it is
popular?
interesting that
Ooh.
Conservatives frequently win the popular vote.
Yeah.
And yet it doesn't translate into forming government. And I gather that's all again about voter efficiency and where the seats are.
Right. So each of the last two elections, the Conservative Party obtained more popular vote than they were at 33-34% versus 31-32 for the Liberals. And I think it's entirely possible tonight that we'll see a Conservative popular vote, if they get out that vote, which I think is more intense, more motivated, north of 40%. It could be the first Conservative campaign since Brian Mulroney in 1988, 37 years ago, to do that. A very good chance of exceeding Stephen Harper's high water mark of 39%.
Yep.
And yet you could still see the scenario where they achieve that, but fall short on seats. But what we're seeing early here is, I think, it is early, and I do think that smaller population rural polling stations tend to report earlier because they're quicker to count. But
It was on the Global. They interviewed Trump, and he was happy that he hurt the Tories.
So I think most
Global stream.
That's why I brought it up. The only reason why I brought it up because I just know that Trump's just been on the radar for all the parties during this election. So that's just
and
why
a
I
lot of
brought it
those
up.
shy
I'm
conservative
also going to get the
voters
Global stream on
perhaps
as well,
felt
I guess.
intimidated into saying they were going to vote for
Like the
Conservative.
CBC stream is probably the more accurate one, but Global, I guess it's important to have private.
That's happened in previous elections where Conservatives outperformed the polls so far, very early indications.
Canadian press, absolutely not the Canadian press,
I
dog.
don't know a lot of shy conservatives, so that is not a thing that I am familiar with. I'm not doubting that it can
Canadian
happen.
press
but
will
most
be
of the conservatives I know
insane.
are quite out there and proud about it. Arif Ronnie, talk about that issue, that poll, popular vote versus voter efficiency, and whether we should read anything into things so far. And again,
Let's see what Global's saying.
Total of +4. So they're at +4, but you add to that the Liberal numbers, which are at -4, because the Liberals right now have only gained one seat or only gaining one seat, but they're losing in 5
have a
others.
live
They're
chat?
at -4. You put those two numbers together, -4 and +4, you have for the Conservatives +8. That is starting to climb towards
Global so much
27.
louder?
And this is just Atlantic Canada. So, for example, the Liberals are looking to get to the majority.
Why is Global
of
so much
18.
louder than the other?
They're sitting down at -4 right now.
stream?
They're not,
Also,
they're
why is
heading
it
in the
like-
wrong direction to head for a majority? So at this stage
Why is
of
there
the
this
evening,
here?
some really interesting numbers that are foreshadowing if it carries on
why-
like this.
why is there this
that
box
the Conservatives are starting to make a move that could be very much threatening to get to their number.
Close
Donna,
live
for,
chat. I
to
don't know why
form
there's a
government.
live chat panel on
way
Global
too
News.
early to say
There's
that.
no live
But,
chat going on.
I don't think anybody saw these numbers coming up for us
Okay,
that
well.
the Conservatives would be pulling ahead and up to like 10 ridings in Atlantic Canada already. That's a good evening for them in Atlantic Canada, I have to tell you.
You know,
Like,
what?
I don't know. The global news one's just interesting. It exists for sure, but we're just gonna close that one. I actually don't want the global one anymore. We're just gonna keep the CBC one only. The CBC one's the one that I care about.
Yep.
So.
Political scientists
Gotta support the
demonstrates that we have an
CBC.
archaic electoral system, and most world democracies, most advanced democracies, have moved to proportional representation, where every vote actually counts toward getting representation in the national parliament. And so, if we had change to that, which the Liberals promised to do, and then reneged on the promise, we wouldn't be having these arcane discussions about voter efficiency and other things. We'd be talking about
Voter
what
efficiency.
people actually wanted being reflected in Parliament.
Yeah, that was not a
I'm
conversation
still
at all during the election
horrendously
electoral
disappointed
reform.
that we
Okay,
never got
gentlemen,
the
thank you very
proper
much for that.
things
I'm gonna go
passed
now
for
to, David Cochran.
Rosie, this
first
is how
past
it is,
post
still
voting to
across
end.
Atlantic Canada. We're still waiting on results
Yeah.
from one riding that appears
Like
to be
that's the most
solid.
depressing
agree.
part about all this is that we're still in this fucking archaic voting system.
As Clifford Small has been projected,
But at least we
elected
don't
by
have
the
voting
CBC decision
machines.
desk, winning his second term in the House of Commons in the riding of Central
Yeah,
Newfoundland. You can see
fair.
there a lead that
But
has
it's still
just kept
Like, you know what I
growing
mean?
throughout the
At
night,
least
more
it's
than
on
3,000
paper.
votes ahead of Lynette
Like, you know what I
Powell,
mean? I
the Liberal
trust that
candidate
way
and Dr.
more.
former head
Oh,
of
yeah,
the
absolutely.
It's just the
Labrador
fact that
Medical
it's a bit
Association.
harder
This was the
for
big
some
target
people
in
to
Newfoundland and
vote.
Labrador by the Liberals,
But
who are now
like today,
behind their
they didn't
performance
make
of
it
6
very
seats,
specific
in
on where I should
province,
vote. I'm in
in the
my
last
riding,
election.
right? But my
And Heather
poll
Gillis with
station was
CBC
like
Newfoundland and
somewhere
Labrador
else. But
standing
then I
by
went
with
to a
Clifford
different
Small, I
one because
believe.
I just
Heather.
thought I was like dumbingly, I thought that I was in the same riding. So I was like, I could just go to any poll station in the same riding. But apparently, that's not how it works.
No, that is not at all how
has
it
a
works.
commanding lead
So
here.
I learned something new
so much for
today.
joining us
That's
and
all
being
I
Learn
can
with
something
us,
new every
Clifford.
day, bro.
How
Learn
do you
something new
feel
every day.
about your win here tonight?
Okay, well, I feel great. I feel very happy.
Is this the first guy elected, or?
The people of the riding of Central
Egmont?
Newfoundland
Heath
and for the people
McDonald? What's his,
behind me
who is this guy?
who made this possible. It's their victory.
Don't remember.
It's a victory for Central
You don't want
Newfoundland
voting
riding
machines?
and
Believe
a
me, so you're gonna
victory for
experience.
Newfoundland
Dream Chest, you
Labrador.
said you're from Venezuela,
What are you
right?
hearing from people at the doors? What were the big issues
I think
for
that's what
people
he
who
said.
came out and voted for you today?
At the doors, cost of living was number one. Crime, it really, at the doors, things haven't changed since the way they were in December. So it's no surprise to me. We soldiered on, we worked hard.
This guy, I think he said
we
he
knew the
was.
support was there.
He's probably the guy from
The people
Labrador,
have
Philip
spoken,
Earl, or
and I
one of the
thank them
guys from
very, very much
Cape Spear.
for the support that they've given
Not
me
Tom
here
Osborne. He's
in
not
the
Paul
riding in
Connors.
Central Newfoundland. And it's from all over the riding. It's not concentrated in any one area. It's from everywhere. So my heart is bursting.
Clifford Small.
Oh, so he's a conservative.
Wait, so this guy's a conservative. Okay, okay.
Oh, he's Central
Fair,
Newfoundland.
fair.
Okay. So it's the party for
Congratulations
Central
to this
Newfoundland.
guy.
What?
Congratulations.
Very humbling.
Say congratulations to this guy.
And I'd like to thank
Yeah, he
people
won
again.
Central
I can't
Newfoundland.
thank them enough, and my volunteers.
And what are you looking forward to about your second term in Ottawa?
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Conservative government. I'm
Okay, I'm just gonna let them
expecting that
yap
we're
for a
going to
second.
double our seat count in Atlantic Canada. That was my prediction right from the beginning of this election. I predicted 3 or 4 here in this province. I'm predicting 16 to 18 in Atlantic Canada. The blue wave has started, I think.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on the polls. Congratulations,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, David, so Clifford Small there, the MP for Central Newfoundland yet again.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. That's a happy crowd. there in Central Newfoundland.
This is
Clifford
my
Small
dinner
is,
tonight,
on
chat.
his way back to Ottawa. You can see on
Hawkins
either side of him,
cheesies.
These were the two Liberal-held
Because I
seats
didn't make
that the
dinner when I
Liberals worried
took my
about,
break.
just because of the loss of incumbency, weak ground game they believed in this particular riding. Clifford Small elected, and one more Liberal in Newfoundland and Labrador to tell you about who's been elected, and that is Paul Connors, who holds the riding of Avalon. He now has a 2,100 vote lead over Steve Kent, the former Deputy Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of those ridings where there was a nomination controversy where the party nominated Steve Kent, displacing
Sunset.
people
Is
who
this-
had
is this
been
still bad if I
gearing
open
up for
this?
months, if not more than a year, to seek
like-
the
I don't
nomination
like
for the
having-
party there. But Central Party headquarters came in and made Steve Kent the candidate there at the last minute. And Rosie, there's some other controversies.
For the,
Mr. Kent,
bro.
an old selfie of him
Oh, yeah, it's
surfaced wearing
really
a Make
dark.
America Great Again hat. You don't know how any of those things play out, but when you upset some
Oh,
of the
we'll leave the
grassroots
sunset in,
and you're
fuck
running
it.
in a liberal
it's
held
it's
seat,
aesthetically
where you have
pleasing,
no typical
and
roots.
it's better
This is
than
often
the
kind of
that.
result you end up with.
Okay, that was a nice moment with Clifford Small, and that's a good reminder to everyone that these are people who are working really hard to serve you and get your confidence and get your vote, and they are delighted when they get it, as you saw from Clifford Small.
So
Okay, I do want to show you
Thunder, you still there?
one board, one graphic. that
Yes,
might
I am
give you a
still here.
sense of
I'm
where
just
we are
letting
right
the
now,
people listen.
in
Yeah, I guess we can let them listen too.
change,
Or I'll turn on
just to give
CC.
you a
That's
sense
what I'll
of
do.
who is.
Okay, I'll turn on CC and we'll start talking. So if they want to still watch it, okay. I have with me in front of me a bottle of Chinese liquor. This is Chinese liquor. It's just called distilled grain spirit. It is 56%, and what should be the condition that I have to drink this? I think we drink it on a depressing thing, but I don't know how depressing we're talking about. What do you think,
Damn, you know what I
Thunder?
just realized right now? I'm drinking American beer.
How dare
I
you?
did not know.
Drink
I did
Chinese
not
like a
know.
real man. What beer are you drinking?
I'm drinking PBR. It's made in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I had no idea. That's why it was more expensive. That's why
Wait,
it was more expensive.
Did you buy it from the
Damn.
liquor mart?
I bought it from the vendor where I work at. That's
Wait.
why I was like, it's a bit more.
That's not right. I don't think I thought PBR does it say brewed in Milwaukee? Like I know it's a Milwaukee beer.
Oh wait.
Because
wait,
they might have
I'm looking at the AI thing that Google does. Sorry, misinformation. Duh. Sorry about that.
Yeah. PBR it's the same thing like Budweiser is an American beer, but it's still brewed in Canada technically.
All I'm seeing is American names. Like it was started in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now it's still in America. It's still an American company, is what I can see. Oh wait, no, it's just available in Canada. That's still an American company.
Yeah, it's an American company, but is Pabst brewed in Canada? Yes, PBR is brewed in Canada.
Is it? Because I'm looking right now. Oh shit!
Like,
I guess I don't.
The thing is, it wouldn't be available to buy because you remember we pulled it from the shelves.
Yeah, so the vendor that I'm working at, they're still buying like some things. I feel like, or they still have stock of PBR because like we buy so much beer, right?
But like,
We
I can
bought
go
all
to the
this
liquor
PBR
mart right now and
before.
buy a case of PBR because it's made in Canada.
Oh shit! Really? I don't know.
Like,
I guess it is.
I've seen
You
it in
probably
there.
know more than I do.
Like it's
Yeah.
it's a silly thing, but it's whatchamacallit. Like certain companies, big brewery. There's a lot of big breweries in Ontario and Quebec that brew like a lot of these American beers. So technically they're products of Canada, but they're owned by American companies, if that makes sense, because it's a lot cheaper to brew in Canada. What?
Like Budweiser. Like I thought Budweiser was.
It's
an American
really
company,
cheap
but
to
then-
brew beer in Canada. I don't know why, but
Yeah.
it is.
As long as nothing happens to Labatt, I'm good. They're from BC, so or actually no, they're from Ontario or something. But yeah,
No, I don't know where they're from. But basically, I'm drinking only Chinese. We got the Chinese spirits
Yeah.
here. I'm gonna watch some specific races. So, for Atlantic Canada, which one do I bet on? Terra Nova.
Yo, let's start betting money.
No, I'm not betting. I'm not betting
I'm
money.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I already bet money with Nick Ingleson earlier.
Damn.
We bet $20 on a random independent candidate in our riding, getting more or less than 100 votes.
I'm just like interested to like I'm so interested in like Montreal and like the next time
Oh,
zone.
shit.
Okay, so the next time zone
Whoa,
is gonna
pause.
be
Pause for 1 second.
yeah.
First major conservative flip. Don Bradshaw is ousted, and Carol Anstey goes to, Long Range Mountains, Newfoundland goes to the Conservatives. Let's see what
Okay,
the
so
see what
I'm looking
Miles,
at
the Juno
here.
winning
CBC has to say
musician,
about that.
who's trying his hand at politics. I'll have more to say about that as the evening progresses, but not a lot, 7 of 175 polls, Rosemary, but fair-sized lead for the Liberals there.
Yeah, I should tell people, though, that all 32 polls in the in the Atlantic provinces are reporting now. So we do have results coming in from all of those ridings, which will make everyone really happy here because they're all concentrated on their results and the ridings that they are looking at. Look there at the bottom of your screen. That is the beginning of the story of this election. The Liberals leading or elected in 21 as we come out of Atlantic Canada, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 11. Those numbers have changed. They've shifted, and they'll continue to do that as more polls close. We've had one additional poll close in Les Îles-la-Madeleine-Gaspésie, and we'll have another big dump of them at 9:30 Eastern, of course. But let's go to Adrian, who has some results. Adrian.
Well, very relieved to see that Charlottetown is okay.
Good.
We're getting first results from Charlottetown. Let's have a look at that. The incumbent, Sean Casey, has a lead there. Just one poll reporting, lead of 53 over Natalie Jameson.
Why I haven't started talking about the fact that long range just flipped?
Point there, has been campaigning hard. Just a
Dang,
here, only 10
that's
they
the
were
first
liberal,
flip of the night.
across the whole
That's the
island
first
are reporting,
riding
so
to
obviously
flip fully.
These are still early, but why don't we flip to the ones
I have
we
to
have some
follow
more
on your
information.
screen because your screen's
Bobby
working,
Morrissey,
mine's
the
not.
incumbent, a
So
lead of,
I'm looking at your screen right now.
69 over Logan McClellan. Again,
Yeah,
someone who's well known there. This is a matchup from 2019. Just 20 of 99 polls reporting. The third riding here, Malpeque, Heath McDonald. Slightly bigger lead of 250 over Jamie Foxx. 16 months Jamie Foxx has been on the hustings there. And the last one to have a look-see, Kent McDonald. That is a big lead for Kent McDonald over James Aylward. Kent McDonald, the only Liberal candidate that isn't the incumbent on PEI. Liberals are holding so far, but again, just 10% of the polls reporting so far on PEI.
Okay.
If
thank
Prince
you for
Edward
that,
flips,
Adrian.
that'd be
Glad
crazy.
That, Charlottetown's doing fine. Me too. Yeah, we like it there. Okay, David, I hear you have a pickup of some
Yeah,
kind.
and can I just say, because of the slow count in Charlottetown, someone working on the campaign there took pictures of the results the scrutineers have and sent it to me. Said, here, because you're not getting them, they have a bunch more results. So we should expect to see more.
I don't know if they're allowed to do that, so don't
No,
reveal
the
any
scrutineers
names.
call it in, the campaigns have it, and it says how they know whether to be happy. Look, we got one more elect in Newfoundland and Labrador, and this is a gain for the Conservatives. Carol Anstey has done it in Long Range Mountains. She came a very close second in 2021 to Goody Hutchings, the former cabinet minister who decided not to seek re-election right now. But
First flip of the night.
135 of 253 polls reporting, the lead is big enough over former NTV broadcaster Don Bradshaw, who was used to getting the views from people in Newfoundland and Labrador, but he did not.
The question
get
is,
votes
do
of
we
the people
drink
of Long Range
because
Mountains
this
in
is
the mass that
depressing?
he
I
needed
don't want to take a
defeat
shot
Carol
at this. It
Anstey
smells.
tonight. So, you know,
I've
going
already
back to that
started,
path to victory
man.
we talked about, Rosie. The Liberals are at 24.
They're
The
crazy.
Conservatives are at 8.
This
You see where
smells
the
just
standings
like,
are now. The Liberals are
dude,
down
this smells
too.
like cleaner.
When the
This smells like cleaner. Like what? Oh my God! Okay, wait, hold on. This bottle smells like cleaner. Look,
What are you drinking? What
dude,
are
look
you
at this.
drinking,
I
fam?
told you, it's
What
Beijing
is-
spirit. It's Chinese spirit. It's just
You
made
gotta
in
start
China.
drinking some. You got to start drinking some Canadian spirit, my friend.
It's
Come
for the
on.
Alberta market. It's 56% alcohol. It's just distilled grain spirit.
What would you be on your opinion on someone who just goes down to like Grand Forks or something and they just buy American bourbon?
I don't care.
Yeah, word, me too. I might do that.
Like, the thing is, like, the whole elbows up campaign is kind of cringe. But you still should buy. You still should try to buy Canadian, your best. But also,
Oh, dude, because
boycott
where I'm from, Crown Royal is made where I'm from. The distillery for Crown Royal is in Gimli. So I've just been like buying Crown Royal from now on.
Dude, they have
and
a
then I
what's
go
it
to the
called?
liquor mart.
You
Yeah, I
should go to
the
the
liquor mart
museum
and just ask
sometime.
them, like, see, I went there. They closed it down. They don't do any tours. There's no museum. There's no nothing there anymore.
What? Why?
They don't do that anymore. They don't. The Crown Royal thing. They don't do tours or anything. They don't have anything anymore, which kind of sucks.
Sorry, I was grabbing a beer.
No
We're
problem.
gonna start
Me
off
too.
light with beer, but we might. The spirit. I only take a shot of that spirit if something truly depressing happens.
Yeah.
If that 50 literally smelt like Windex. It smelt like bleach. Like that was horrid. Also, I think the closed captioning isn't
When Atlantic Canada
the same
gave
as
a
what they're actually
slap to
saying.
the Liberals, and everyone said, "Oh, the Liberals are going to have a bad night," and then we got into the rest of the country, and Jean Chrétien walked away with a significant majority.
Man, this
government.
lady, I've been
I'm
watching,
not
she's
even
been on
saying-
like
I'm not even
CBC
calling
for
Atlantic
years,
Canada
man.
big
This
yo-yo.
lady has been like with it for like, I remember when Stephen Harper was running for the Progressive Conservatives when they just started that party, this lady was talking about him.
This one right here, the older lady, or Rosemary Barton?
Yeah, the older lady. Yeah, she's been around for a long time talking shit about politicians. It's great.
Yeah, Rosemary Barton's been on for like
is that
I don't know exactly how many years, but quite a few. The other girl I don't know at all.
Indicative of a national trend.
Right. Yeah, chat. How are we doing tonight? What are you all thinking? We're still doing good, chat.
This is clearly at this point Liberals underperforming, and you're more inclined to see national trends in that. The difficulty is we don't know how much of this is rural versus
Also, am I
urban, how
not
much of this
live
is
streaming it
municipal
anymore
versus,
through Discord or no?
election day voting, and so one
Pardon?
has to be really, really.
Is the Discord screen share still working or no?
Oh, I think it is. Yeah, it's still working for me.
Okay.
I believe. I don't know if anyone could hear me, but
No, I
whatever.
think you're still appearing in the thing. I think people can hear you talk.
I gotta grab a sweater. My room is so cold. God damn.
You can.
This is not.
Bloc Québécois. Bloc Québécois.
This is a lot tighter. I think we're all getting.
Bloc majority. Bloc majority.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! We got one seat. We got one. What is that?
The
one
bloc.
seat? One seat?
The bloc majority begins. Bloc.
Yes.
Bloc majority begins. What's your writing?
That they were hoping
Yeah, I'm not pronouncing that. Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine, liste to you. Gaspésie, la Île de la Madeleine, liste to you. That's what I'm saying it is. Gaspésie, la Île de la Madeleine, liste to you. Bloc majority starts. Bloc majority begins.
Okay, thank you all. Everyone's glad that you're here. We'll come back to you, of course, but Catherine Cullen has some early results.
I
It
cannot
would be
wait.
crazy, man. Like, what if in like an alternate universe, like right now, the French had so much, influence that just all of Canada just decided to just go French.
So Diane Leboutillier was the incumbent, but the
Sounds like those PBRs have been hitting, brother.
Oh yeah, definitely, dude. It's I'm in my hypothetical range
He's in his,
right now.
Hold on, let me see. At 8 o'clock, some of the guys might come by.
and this is definitely going to be a
Hell yeah. Who's all coming down?
Rhea Wellman, Paul, and Dylan.
In Montreal.
Tommy's not coming?
He hasn't texted yet.
About that riding.
I see. Man, I could have came to Winnipeg tonight, but I decided to just stay out here. I don't know. I'm coming in on Friday for First Fridays, but
Yeah, I'll be there first Fridays as well.
Riding twice, that may not seem like a big number, but keep in mind it's a little difficult to get to, especially for a party leader who does not have his own plane, unlike all the others. So he would have had to charter a plane.
But I feel like around like maybe like 9 o'clock. I may just try and like I feel like I'm gonna be so distraught.
You're still gonna
Whatever
what at 9
happens,
o'clock?
I may have to like
But never in his
Pardon?
home riding, never where he lives, and they're hoping that'll make the difference for them this time around. That being
How are
said,
we doing, chat?
They
We
might
still.
have also been hopeful that Diane Leboutillier would not run again. She used to be cabinet minister, was shuffled out by Mark Carney, but she decided to run again. And the Liberals
7
seem to be aware
hours
that
and
there
40
could be a
minutes. We
challenge
are
for them
almost
there. They
reaching the
actually
8-hour
flew
mark of
Nicolas
being
over
live.
from his campaigning in New Brunswick to go reinforce her. Now, if
A
the
total,
Bloc ends up
even though there's only 6 people here right now, a total of 1,232 people have checked out the stream today.
That's really good. That's really good. How many people do we have watching? 6 watching right now?
Six concurrent right now.
Very early results in that riding, of course.
So
it's been pretty steady.
Pretty steady, but yes, 6 concurrent right now.
Across the country,
Everyone who's in chat right
still,
now.
Right now at this hour, because polls are.
Let me know how you're
large
doing. Let me know what
parts
you're
of the country,
feeling
but many of them will be voting in new ridings in this election, and here's the reason why.
When Parliament dissolved, there were 338 seats in the House of
but yeah.
Is it just me, or does our Parliament building just look the coolest?
It's very cool. I'm a fan of it.
5 more ridings are
I'm a
being
very
added,
big fan of
1
it,
in
to be
Ontario,
quite honest.
1 in BC, and 3 in Alberta. That's all thanks to redistribution. It's a process that happens every 10 years. Independent, non-partisan commissions were tasked with redrawing the electoral map as populations change based on census data. The idea, each riding should have roughly the same number of people, while taking into account factors like community identity and geographic size. And the brand new ridings aren't the only changes. A number have been renamed.
Hey Paz, how's it going? Hey Nick, welcome back.
Changes. In fact,
I just made $3 grand on Polymarket. What are you betting on, Nick?
The redrawn map also means a new threshold for a party to win.
Nick is the chaotic gambling route, is what he's doing.
172 seats.
Okay, so that's why you might be voting in a riding that looks different or has a different name.
Everyone's here. My friend Thunder's in the Discord right now.
Just for that kind of population growth, and why now the number is 3.
Who is Nick? I noticed he's been a pretty prominent character in the chats in the since yesterday, at least.
Me and Nick used to go to high school together. He's from Winnipeg.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Beyond the seats, we're curious what's happening to the votes. Where are the votes coming from?
So
let's look at a vote change.
Yeah, no, the
what you will
start
see
for
there,
Pierre has
Liberals
been
up
interesting.
11.2 percentage points, Conservatives up 5.8.
They flipped
but
1
look
seat
at
so
who
far.
is down.
Long Range
The
Mountains has
Greens have
flipped.
been such
It
a
was
huge
Don
force in
Bradshaw,
provincial
but
politics
they are
on
predicting
PEI,
that it's
but
going to
look, they're
flip
down
to
7.3
Carol.
percentage points,
What
NDP
is
down 7.2
they saying
percentage points.
on Global?
That is a big deal, but good
Global's
old,
giving
good
it
old
a...
PEI, they have already
Dude,
got
this is
a
insanely good
projected
start for
elect.
Tories.
So let's look at Cardigan, because this is a big deal.
Yeah, like
This is
them
a
flipping
huge
seats
lead.
already is a good start for them if you're a Tory
is
fan.
going to Ottawa.
Which is
That
the same thing that I
majority is
said.
Bigger than the one earned by Lawrence Macaulay last time. That is a
Everyone
big deal
thought
for him.
Kamala was going to win.
Well done for him.
Maybe
Completely different story.
she doesn't.
Another part of the island. Let's
Or
look at
maybe
Egmont.
Carney doesn't
A
win.
lead of 13, just 13.
Do I think the
votes with 30 out of
pollsters were
99
incorrect?
polls
No,
reporting.
but
Egmont, if you recall, is the one riding on Prince Edward Island that has flipped between Liberals and
that
Conservatives
2%
at some point
variance
over the last 40
in
years. It has
polls
been bouncing a little bit.
could mean a
on
lot
the
of
screen,
seat changes.
over tonight, and it is
Some
not
some
over
like
yet
this.
in Egmont.
Okay, Adrian, thank you for that. Let's go down to Ian now, who's also got some results.
Well, let's start.
But yeah,
Rosemary,
they might.
with
Yeah, there's always that
change
chance. They
in,
might
the
take this
vote
one too,
in New
but this
Brunswick
one's
from
too close to call, in my
2025
opinion.
compared to
600
2021,
votes
and you can see
separated.
Both the Liberals and the Conservatives up considerably, and to an extent at the
Yeah,
expense of
everyone
the
is
NDP
down, but
as
Liberals
well
and
as the
Conservatives.
other
PPC
parties.
are
You
going
know,
Conservative,
votes are
NDP
kinda
is
like
going
shots on
Liberal,
goal
Green
in
is
terms of
going
the actual
between the two.
goals, the seats that parties
338
are
had
leading
long
or
range as a
elected in.
tie,
Well,
brother.
nothing right now is changing
338
in New
is down
Brunswick. Let's
me
take a
right
look
now.
at
See if I
Madawaska,
can get it back
Rescouche.
up.
Last time we looked here, the Conservatives were in the lead.
Let's see what
That's
338.
changed. And what happened is there was a huge swing in Madawaska.
I wanted this.
almost
I
like
wanted the
7 or 8
map for
percentage
338,
points
but it was
just
down earlier.
in a matter of minutes. This is more of what we would expect in that riding. 3 times in a row, the Liberals have won there with Renee Arsenault and new candidate, but old story in terms of a lead. Miramichi Grand Lake, this one has been going back and forth, and right now a 52 vote lead for the Liberal. This would be a flip. And so this just happened a moment ago, but it's been going
May
back
take
and forth
a while to load.
exactly as we expected. Not that we could predict who would win, neither could the candidates when I talked to them, but they did predict it would be
I didn't
close,
realize I
and
was on
indeed
mute
it is
for like
close
so
at this
long, and I was like,
Oh yeah, I
talking,
was
and
like,
why
yes,
isn't-
Thunder's taking a break or something.
I was like, why is no
elected
one
in New
answering
Brunswick,
me?
and
But
no
then I realized
surprise,
like my
Lieutenant
iPad,
LeBlanc is one of
I don't know
them.
why, but my
Not
iPad
only
like
has he been
freezes
the
out,
MP
and I had
Yeah.
to like
for Beausejour,
rejoin, but
Dude,
whatever.
338 had
But it's
Liberals
one of the
leading
free
in
ridings
both of
across the
these
country, Rosemary, that
ridings
we're
here,
covering. One is in
which are
Manitoba,
both now
That's why
called
I'm
for
like-
Conservative.
British Columbia.
Like if
where
the
there's
like
kind
I
of a
really
father-son
want Carney to
dynasty.
win,
And,
but
and Romeo LeBlanc,
I
of
feel
course,
like you
loyal
said, like we all
lieutenant
thought
to
Kamala
Pierre
was gonna
Trudeau,
win, right?
won
So I
in
feel
what
like
was
I honestly
Westmoreland
like
Kent
my
4 times,
my feeling
and now
is the
Dominic LeBlanc has
PCs
won
are
many
gonna
times. I
win.
know this riding well because of the
Like, you know what I
town
mean? but
New Brunswick
I
is
hope
right
not.
in
but I have a feeling they will win.
And Dominic LeBlanc is such
Like,
an
you know what I
interesting
mean?
story through the past
I don't know.
6
Listen,
months
bro,
of
we gotta keep
turbulence
hope.
in Canadian politics. Stepping in to
Yeah,
become
we
finance
gotta keep
minister
hope, yeah.
for Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland.
It's only the
quit,
first
and then
time
stepping
zone,
up to
so.
help
Yeah, Nick,
Mark
like-
Carney with some of the negotiations with the
Sorry,
United
Nixon
States,
chat again.
and dealing with
No,
the
like,
issue of trade.
I got what you were
we
saying
are
earlier.
Going back to David
Like,
Cochran.
polls
Rosie, that's why we
could
called
be
Don
wrong.
the Minister of Janitorial Affairs
However,
on my show.
Canadian
Whenever there's a
pollsters are
problem,
very
they
good
just
at their
shuffle them
job.
into
Like
there
that video
and
you
try
showed me.
Because like,
Everything.
you remember the
Yeah,
election
well,
in
that's
2000, what was it, when Trudeau was running, when he first became prime minister, everyone thought that it would be a liberal NDP, NDP, it would be majority or minority
Coalition.
liberal, and then the rest would be NDP. But then that never happened, and then Tom Mulcair resigned.
Terrence Rogers retiring there after 3 terms.
So it's like you never really know what's going to happen.
It is unclear what
Exactly.
sort of machine Anthony Germain inherited there as a Liberal candidate. Right now, about a little over halfway through, he is down by 570.
Like,
and here
what
in
I'm
St. John's
seeing right
East, where
here
Joanne Thompson, the cabinet
is
minister,
not
and
that,
Dominic, as you
dude,
see
this
by
is a
the blue star
12%
next to her
margin
name.
of error. That is a
She has
massive error.
1,360
Like that
vote
specific
lead
riding,
over
yes.
David Brazel, but look,
Yeah.
fewer than one.
But,
of the polls
whatchamacallit,
reporting there's 60 of
this-
197 polls. So that's the situation there. You've got a
what am I
4-3
gonna say?
split in Newfoundland and Labrador. You
No,
got
this
21-11 split in
trend
Atlantic Canada.
tells me
Roughly.
one
The
thing,
Conservatives
that
are sort of where they
we
want
will
to
not
be
know
in the area where they
minority
want to have the kind of growth.
minority
The Liberals
government.
are
We might
down.
not know till
If
Manitoba
the
now.
Conservatives and
If
the
if
Conservatives
things are
Canada
flipping
don't
back
get
and
this
forth like
voted
that, they
simple
might
side
not
at the
call
federal
a minority
headquarters.
government
It's good that you and Catherine were
until
working
like
out
10
that,
p.m.
the guest
Central
reports there
Standard
because of
time.
the block room when this
We
is
might not know the
We got lots
majority
of-
until
I did want to go
Alberta.
back to something you said about advanced polls.
Unless they
Because
just
I know
totally
lots of
messed up
questions
Atlantic
about it.
Canada.
So just so people
Dude, I also
know,
think it's kind of hard
every
to pull
poll
Atlantic Canada
can
because let's be
decide
real,
when
how
they count the advanced votes. So
I don't think
you
many
can
people are
choose
picking
to
up the
count
phone
them
out
2
there, you
hours
know?
ahead of the poll closing if you
Yeah,
want,
I feel
or
that.
you can wait till the very end. So some of the things that you're talking about may or may not be reflected here.
Right, and so here's the thing. I'll give you an example, all right? So obviously, I am paying attention and texting with people who are in Newfoundland and Labrador. This has been lost by the Liberals. We have projected that Don Bradshaw has been defeated in long-range.
I am
races.
munching on
Tearing
these
over the
cheesies. I'm
peninsulas,
so
which we
sorry.
just showed, that
Chat's
is
witnessing
not
me just
called
go through a
yet. I'll just
munch
bring it
fest
back
on
up
these
to show
fucking
the numbers.
cheesies.
Look, you can see this. It's about a 600 vote lead, 170.
Hey guys, welcome to the
170
stream,
polls
whoever's
reporting.
joining right now.
The campaigns have in every
We're going to be
vote
here
counting
all night
location, or
until
just
they
about
call the
every
election.
scrutineers, who when the votes
So,
are counted
welcome,
there,
welcome.
They call the headquarters and tell them. You're hearing from
I
the
may
Liberals
have to
saying,
like
"Hey,
leave at some
scrutineers
point,
telling us,
depending on the
you know,
election
the numbers are
results
better than what has already
from
been
Montreal
reported."
and Ontario.
So information flows
Just
at
to like
different
take
times.
it
So
all in
times
on my
of
own.
provincial
Might have to
by-elections,
listen to some
when we
Creed, you
knew
know
a
what I mean?
candidate had won, just what
I'm
you're
just
able to
kidding.
get from the different
Bro's going to
campaigns,
get
well
drunk and
before
listen to
elections
Creed
NLA
and
was
just
able to
cry
call
in
it.
his
Just
room.
the scrutineers called it in so fast, they write it on the wall in marker, and that's how you know what's going on. So,
But yeah,
it
we're
is going
chilling, we're
slow.
cracking open cold
There is
ones, we're having a
definitely
good
some
night.
anxiety in the Liberal camp. There is some excitement in the Conservative camp.
Dang, so we might be
There is a
coping.
lot of
338
blue
was
on
way
the board
off.
right now in Atlantic Canada.
338 was way off in Alberta. I mean, sorry, in
So, just to show you one last
Atlantic.
One last thing, because we got time.
That's why I'm
You
like,
can see,
that's now,
this is
that's
the
why I'm
change,
like
right?
predicting
Right
like,
now,
yo,
South Shore St.
Conservatives
Margaret's,
could win.
That was Rick Perkins won
But
that
I
in
don't know.
2021. Right
Like,
now
this
it's
was a
red.
vote
You know,
projection,
so there
too.
is some
Like,
lead
it's
changes bouncing back and forth.
338
And
can
what's
be off by a
interesting is more
lot.
polls have come in, Rosie. When you look at the
Like,
vote share,
4-point
it's like
lead for
48,
Liberals.
44. It's starting to move up. The Liberals are at about 50%.
But also, this
now
was
overall.
Liberal
The
incumbent, so they gave them that Liberal
is
incumbent
that
bonus
ADP vote that
in
lets
the
them run
polls.
up the
Yeah.
score in safe Liberal seats that they were going to win. And so vote inefficiency comes
Like,
into play.
odds
And
of
also
winning
some of the
32% still. Like,
NDP voters. More
it wasn't
that trade unionist thing
insane.
than
But yeah, we
urban
might be coping
progressives, right?
tonight.
The sort of people who might
We
switch
might
to the
be. We'll
Conservatives
figure out
if
soon.
They could be union members who
But it'll be
lived in
fine.
Clarenville
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Also,
Like,
while this is running for a bit,
Jason Kenney was just
I am going
something to watch for sure.
quickly
Okay, let's go over
reset
back
my
to
camera
Immigrant.
angles
It
and
is a
stuff
very good night for
to
Wayne Long, the
match
three-term but about
when
to be
people are coming over.
four-term MP for St. John.
Word. I'm gonna
Faces. He
go
has
talk to my dad about
increased
the
his
election.
share of
I'll
the
be right
vote
back.
in that
sounds good.
riding by 20 percentage points. Our provincial affairs reporter in New Brunswick is Jacques Poitras, and he is with Wayne Long in St. John. Jacques.
Yeah, hi, Ian. I'm here at Wayne Long's headquarters with the candidate, Wayne Long. Wayne, tell us, you were the first MP
When
to
the
call for
fellas
Justin
get
Trudeau
here,
to
this is gonna
resign
be the
last
angle.
year.
I was.
How did his resignation change the election campaign?
Totally turned it around. I mean, people sadly were tired of Justin Trudeau. They wanted a change. So Mark Carney came in, new vision, economic leader. You'd argue one of the best economists in the world. And I think that, you know, Canadians looked for leadership. Canadians knew the threat we were under with respect to Donald Trump. And Mark Carney was a difference maker. I heard it door after door.
And the tariff
Like
issue
literally, I'll
itself,
have to probably
how did that
unplug this. No
change
wait,
things
can I
here
unplug this?
for
Yeah, I
you
can.
for the riding?
It's wireless.
I mean, I don't think it's any secret that St. John
Yeah, I'll
is the
probably
most
have to
impacted
keep this
city in the
unplugged.
country. So, you know, whether it's Moosehead Breweries or Cook Agriculture or the Irving Conglomerate or Crosby Molasses, every business that employs thousands of people in this riding were impacted. So they were looking for leadership. They looked to Mark Carney. I think Mark was somewhat of a blood pressure lowerer for the country. When he spoke, people listened. People wanted to hear what he had to say. And again, I heard it door after door. It's a great night so far. Lots of votes to be counted yet, though. So they're not putting anything in the bank yet.
Okay, well, the CBC says you're elected, so congratulations.
I'll take that.
So yeah, chat is the audio still good? Still sounds good?
Declared elected by the decision desk. Ian, back to you.
Yeah, Sean, thank you very much. And Rosemary, maybe it's worth reminding people that when our decision desk projects a winner, that is a significant step for them. It's not something they do lightly.
No, Wayne Long can take that.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so that still works like that. So this is just the mic.
Quite ready to celebrate yet. Catherine Pellis.
The Wayne Long decision desk. Not ready to make that decision yet, but the CBC decision desk has made some more decisions in Nova Scotia. Got a few ridings projected elected to tell you about, and then also some interesting races to watch. Halifax, there we go.
My seat will be up here, guys, on the couch there. I wish I had more mics to hook up to this receiver. I only have the one, sadly.
To the NDP number, the NDP in
But yeah, this is going to be the setup once they all get here soon.
It's been a pretty healthy competition, so not a great sign for the NDP in this particular riding. We're going to look at a couple more.
It's never going to be a good sign for the NDP, let's be real.
Fisher projected re-elected in Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Let's move on
so
to
yeah.
Sackville, Bedford, Preston, where Braden Clark is projected elected in that riding. And here is an interesting riding to watch.
Oh my, yeah, Nick. Nick, we're coping. Nick, I'm coping on the left right now when it comes to this look right here. That's not good for Fundy Royal. That's fine. That's fine.
Is in the lead. That is
also this conservative? Okay, that's not flipping. Fredericton, Ontario is not. Yeah, Fredericton's not flipping. St. John's not flipping. It's called.
Yes, there she is.
Sean Fraser's down.
Well, we're calling it leading. Chris D'Entremont.
If Sean Fraser doesn't get elected, that might be crazy.
Ago and spoke to his supporters, so he's obviously feeling confident.
However,
that he already thinks that he's won.
I think this one's going to take a while before they call it.
The fisheries were an important issue in this riding, which we talked
Liberals
about
up over here.
At the top of the show. He was also
Liberals
talking
down
about
over
how
here.
now he's waiting to see how the rest of the results shake down
Yeah.
in Nova Scotia. And as you and your colleagues were mentioning earlier, things are flipping back and forth in some Nova Scotia ridings. So the polls are coming in
Central
really
Nova
fast.
flipping
We'll
back and
probably
forth is
know
kind of
some more
crazy.
just in the next few minutes here, but as it stands, it's not clear if and how many Conservatives from Nova Scotia might be heading back to Ottawa. Catherine.
Okay. CBC's Taryn Grant in Acadianapolis. The Chris D'Entremont decision desk moves with much more certainty than the Wayne Long decision desk.
We have not called that one at this stage, but Wayne Long can relax. Chris D'Entremont, not quite yet, but things are looking good. But we're going to stick with our own decision desk, if that's okay. Couple numbers just to keep in mind here as you look at the bottom of your screen with the Liberals leading or elected in 22, Conservatives 10, and the Bloc Québécois on the board, of course, just because of that one.
I'm starting to get worried. Paz, don't worry, bro.
All right, I'm gonna
Still
bring
got an
everybody
entire
to
night
the
to
end.
go.
So they're all busy away, like talking to people, messaging people, writing
Like,
columns, all the things that they do most of the time.
If the Liberals choke this,
Althea, you
it is entirely the Liberals'
traveled a
fault,
little
though.
bit and you
I just
talked
want to
to
say
lots of
that.
people.
Like, it's entirely the
Is there anything
Democrats'
that
fault
stands
that they
out
choked that election down there.
in terms of what we're
But
seeing?
until we start getting into the Ontario, the
NDP
Quebec,
is third in every single
which
contest that we have looked at, that we have data for. And one of the things
not for another half hour or so.
and the Liberals was that we don't actually have
until we
a
start getting
model that
polls
can
reporting from Ontario, Quebec,
because we
we have
haven't
no idea.
had a
No idea on
two-party
anything.
race in a very, very, very long time. And so while they think that they're doing well, or they think that they, well, are hoping that they would be doing better, they're not sure how things might break down. There is also questions about, not so much in Atlantic Canada, but in Ontario and British Columbia, how three-way splits might work. Because the Progressives have been galvanized by the Liberals to vote for Mark Carney. But in some ridings where there are NDP incumbents, or where the NDP has done typically better than the Liberal candidate, the Progressives are not sure who to vote for. And so there's the potential that the Conservatives are elected in those ridings. So there's a lot of different things happening. The parties have been doing IVRs in addition to their modeling, trying to figure out what the support might look like. But it's clear,
Nick,
I think, that
they might have just messed up Atlantic Canada. Who's to say?
if this plays out the way that it is, this is not
But
what they...
we'll see.
But that speaks to really the story that we've been trying to talk about through the election, that if it's a two-party race and the NDP doesn't perform, and we'll see whether that continues, that becomes very difficult for us to know where that support's going to go and how that's going to shake down, because there are blue-orange races just as there are orange-red races.
But just to echo Althea's point about the difficulty of modeling this, we may emerge from tonight with both the Liberals and the Conservatives over 40% of the vote.
Yep.
You know the last time that happened?
Hit me.
1930.
Okay.
Okay, so this is...
None of us were alive then.
Exactly, so I hasten to add. So that makes these things, I think, very difficult to model. There's the usual difficulties
We'll be back in one sec.
Polling, let alone modeling, which we may find are greater than we thought. I think it's also bedeviled by the fact that I think there was really two elections that went on this thing. There was the election of the first half of the campaign, which was, it's all about Donald Trump. NDP voters stampeding to the Liberals, stop Trump, etc. It's all about leadership. Mark Carney having decided advantage over Pierre Poilievre. But as the Trump thing seemed to recede, only because he wasn't fueling it every day with the same intensity or frequency as he was before, you could see greater focus on time to get rid of this bunch, time for a change.
Cost of living.
Been in too long, cost of living. And you could see it. I mean, I was a skeptic at first about the closing of the polls. I'm not a skeptic anymore. There was a lot of closing, and there may have been more closing in the last weekend than was apparent even to the pollsters. And that's one of the things we're going to test to the degree that we're reading anything into Atlantic Canada. But that will be one of the things is how much of that
first member joining the stream, joining the live in a few minutes.
People who don't usually vote.
Yeah.
So that's the potential for a surprise here.
Yeah. I have about 2 minutes before I need to reset, Chantal. The other factor, though, is that the issue of the leader's favorability, right, as we're looking at the modeling here. And Pierre Poilievre never overcame that issue in terms of favorability and likability.
6 months ago, those Liberal numbers in Atlantic Canada would have looked miraculous.
Yes.
And the share of the vote, which at this point stands over 50%. So clearly we're into a two-party battle, as we've seen from the beginning. But it is breaking somewhat in the Liberals' favor. Now, I'm not saying that what we're seeing here we can replicate and apply to Quebec, Ontario. No. That it's much too early for that. But it's really interesting to see those numbers. They're really high. I mean, both main parties have increased their vote share significantly. Yes. And I do believe that this two-way battle, we will see more of it as we move west across the country. And like my colleagues, I do not have a template for this kind of polarization between two parties.
Just to give people an idea of what we're talking about here, Liberals right now at just over 51%. Conservatives at just over 48%.
I'll come down and get you guys.
All the NDP is at 4.5%. So that gives you.
I need to go grab them from downstairs. I will see you in a few.
This is a two-party race, and that the other parties are struggling to get support. And indeed, the Bloc Québécois, the only other party on the board right now, but we will expect to see a lot more of that to change. At 9:30 Eastern, of course, 266 more polls close, and we will start to see the results of those coming in just a few moments' time. We are getting ready for another important moment, and that's because many more of you are joining us at this hour. It is Monday, April 28th. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are live from the atrium of the Toronto Broadcasting Centre. For 36 days, federal leaders did their best to sell their visions of the future to Canadians. It all comes down to this. I'm Rosemary Barton. It is election night, and this is Canada Votes.
Tonight, a remarkable race in a remarkable time is brought to a close. Canadians will choose their next government as the country's economic future comes under threat.
My message to President Trump is knock it off.
I think this is the biggest crisis of our lifetime.
Donald Trump's tariffs, a major campaign issue, but not the only one, as voters search for solutions to the housing crisis and cost of living.
We cannot afford a fourth Liberal term.
I'm fighting for a strong economy. It will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
A record number of people voted in advance polls.
It's an important election.
It feels like it's a bit of a turning point.
More cast their ballots today. Now their choices are revealed. This is Canada Votes 2025. And as we're saying, we've already had a lot of results, but there are a lot more to come. In 30 minutes' time, we will get results from 266 more ridings, a huge amount of data and a huge amount of votes from Quebec all the way over to Alberta and two territories. That round of votes will come fast and furious, and things will start to look a lot clearer in terms of the direction of this country going forward. You can see there, though, at the bottom of your screen, that is where we are at now, with Atlantic Canada results coming in. 22 leading and elected for the Liberals, Conservatives at 10, and the Bloc Québécois at 1, and that's because only one Quebec riding has closed at this hour, and that's in Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Okay, we do want to show you one person who was re-elected handily tonight, and that is Dominic LeBlanc, re-elected in the riding of Beauséjour, as I said, handily for Dominic LeBlanc, of course, a cabinet minister under Mark Carney right now, and there he is tonight. Dominic LeBlanc, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your re-election.
Hi, Rosemary. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. First of all, I want to ask you about where the Liberal Party is at coming out of Atlantic Canada here. Leading or elected, we've got you at 22, the Conservatives at 10. Those weren't quite the numbers that we understood that the Liberals wanted to see at this stage of the evening.
We've got... Are you guys going on this stream at all?
I think that's fair, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted. I've been looking at some of the results in some of the New Brunswick or Nova Scotia ridings, and there are still a lot of polls.
I can put the camera on the couch.
Tells me often,
the camera's on the couch now.
Slow to come in, or the ones where
we start kissing. Welcome to the casting couch. Also, this is the only mic that's connected to it, so they can only hear you if you're talking into this. But they can see you if you're in view of the camera, which is the couch right now as well. Yeah, so
that there's going to be a government. It could be a majority government, but we'll see as we get into the heavy numbers in Ontario, Quebec, and
basically,
like British Columbia.
Hey, isn't that the guy for our riding in Winnipeg South?
Well, we've been talking a little bit about
it's a Winnipeg riding. I don't know, but yeah.
Shaken out so far.
Welcome. How are we doing tonight?
One thing the polls were right about is this is a two-party race.
I'll turn the camera. I'll keep you off it for a second.
Just over 4%.
In what?
How difficult is it then, Dominic LeBlanc, to kind of project where that might go across the country, given
you
how
never know.
The Liberals are performing?
You never know with that, especially.
It has to do with my rights to be like.
So that's a question, Rosemary.
Yeah, this has got to do with a lot of that. Like I don't know how into defending that Pierre is, but
the NDP, the Green Party, not to pick up a lot of support in Ontario, in British Columbia. Even in provinces like Alberta, Manitoba.
Yeah, sure. There was a clip right after Trump said that, like, when you're born, that's what your biological sex is, that's what you have to be. Where a reporter asked him, like, what do you think about Trump's new policies on gender? And he's like, well, I'm a man. I was born a man, and I believe that there's two sexes. But he was like, something like, well, what do you believe on gender? And he's like, well, I'm a man, and there are women, and that's what I believe. It's like, come on, dude. The past 20 years, we've had studies on this, and people are still rocking with two genders, two sexes. It's old news. Old news, indeed.
Like Ontario or even British Columbia.
I did notice
he's on Discord, but he's muted right now.
Is that an expectation, a real expectation for you tonight?
Yeah, I think he said he's talking to someone right now, but he's muted. He's been here a little bit in the call. He's been commentating and drinking PBRs, so thunder's down the PBRs. So
I think it's realistic, but we have to wait for the.
Oh yeah, I've got some Alberta genuine draft in the fridge, and I've got like some Chinese spirits, some whiskey up above the microwave.
Shouldn't you be at a party at this stage of the
Yeah,
evening,
go crazy,
right?
go crazy.
I am back, mate.
Yeah, just go crazy.
I'm back.
No problem.
I stayed here at my residence for an extra 10
I was talking to my dad.
And now I'm probably gonna drive
Just don't
too
steal
quickly
all the
to get
Albertas.
here, because I've got people waiting there, so thank you for noting that.
Okay, well, we can confirm that you're on your way in just a moment. Dr.
Yeah,
Pson, nice to speak
we've got
with you.
Chinese. This is the cream of the crop. The Chinese 56% spirit. That's the, yeah. It smells like gasoline. That one. I gotta be real. It smells. The spirit of Mazedong. The spirit of Chairman Carney for the election.
He cuts his hair and he's got like the fucking monk haircut. Chairman Carney.
So a few things on that. You see this.
Are you ready for the Canadian Cultural Revolution? That's what's happening. That's what woke means. That's good. I like that. Chairman Mark Carney with the most milquetoast liberals. Hell yeah. Mao Zedong loved neoliberalism.
Mao Zedong really loved neoliberalism. Famous neoliberal Mao Zedong. Famous neoliberal Mark Carney. But yeah, no. So far we've got Nick Ingleson's also in chat too. Yeah, we've got a few other people here too.
And the Discord.
What else? Yeah, so far at the moment, conservatives have flipped from liberal to conservative. But it's Atlantic Canada. And I'm depressed because, see that like nub at the end of Quebec there? That is supposed to be Bloc Québécois, and it's not. And listen,
they don't usually lose. They have like a very steady fan base. They are very much like I am French, I am Québécois.
I'm a part of that fan base.
I guess they're scared of
just kidding.
Yeah, but Québécois is interesting because I know they at least used to be a little bit more conservative in their values. I'm not sure if they flipped, but I've always considered Bloc a bit more centrist, maybe leaning right. No, I could be completely uneducated on that point. I don't consider I am French, but I don't deal with French people. Yeah.
So watch for that in terms of.
He's not claiming Bloc citizenship. No Bloc citizenship here. Wicked. Wait, what's somebody texting the group chat already? Paul's coming. Dude, I want to hear Paul's opinion on Mao Zedong. But yes, at the moment, the last vote, yeah, very interesting to see what's going to happen. Very excited, not excited.
I feel like at 9 o'clock I may dip out and just like do this shit on my own because I feel like it's going to be very tough for me, man.
Shit, I didn't think about that. Well, no, because I don't have, I have one, but Tommy has it. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the one I have. I could have put the Yeti up. I could have put it on the stand here. Could have just put the stand on the edge of the table there. Oh well, oh well. Here, Dylan, you have anything to say to the people?
Who, me?
What up, party people?
Yo, Dylan, what's up, man? It's Thunder.
Because it is the home of the auto sector,
boy,
the manufacturing sector. It is the most vulnerable
I got nothing.
of the country.
I voted like a good citizen for Chairman Carney. No. No.
25 mark in Atlantic Canada.
NDP, baby, NDP.
40 they need to be at 80 in Quebec because they need to hit the Manitoba border at 135.
Bad manners. Bad manners.
Northern Manitoba, there's going to be a fight in the Winnipeg area where you can see St. Boniface should be fine.
Oh, there we go. We're back on
I can see y'all.
That's not a very surprising turnout at all. That's why I didn't really care. There's not very many. There's a couple of like ridings in Winnipeg that are like can turn on like a whim, but most of them are pretty set, either like Liberal or NDP. And then there's like one or two that are conservative.
Focused on the Winnipeg Center.
Yeah.
Like, Winnipeg Center is like so close.
No, there's more there to
League
conservative.
Gazan.
That would be where they hope to gain.
But like
Winnipeg, the city is mostly Liberal NDP.
But if this continues,
Yeah,
as
and I
the
feel like,
Liberals
but Winnipeg
underperform in the
Center, that
has more
one
votes come
seat
in, they get
is
back
the one that I'm
closer to the
really
status
after,
quo.
like, because I love
You
the
pick up ground
exam,
here and pick up ground here.
but
There's
I
a
feel
chances for
like
targets for
it
Independent
might
and
turn
Liberal.
liberal.
And
I
the
feel like it
other
might
one
turn
could be
liberal.
riding
Yeah.
on British Columbia. But they just got one more seat.
That
on the
that
question,
makes like
and that is
complete
because
sense.
The CBC Decision Desk has projected elected Joanne Thompson in the riding of St. John's East, the fisheries minister in the Mark Carney government.
We have 3 contentious ridings in Winnipeg, all of which I am very excited to see what happens in, because these ones, I feel like the way it's going right now, we might not know who's forming government until it gets to Manitoba. So Manitoba, Winnipeg could actually be like a deciding factor in the election.
Has held on to her seat, but actually had no reaction.
We have wheat and we have, I believe, peat. Those are the two, and potash. Yeah. Yeah, clean water actually that we steal from the natives. It's true. That's real. Hopefully, fuck.
Wait, so what's going on CBC? I'm hearing like
The one
yelling
mic
and-
scenario situation's gonna get so annoying so quick. It's a podcast. Yeah, a talk radio show. Talk radio. Yeah. We do. We need the fancy Rogan mics. Oh, is this oh, god damn it, sometimes my camera just freezes on this stream. I don't have a car. Paul, yeah, go ask Paul to drive you and go. How far do you live? Oh, what? Oh, wait.
Why haven't you projected Joanne Thompson elected yet? We're going to change the channel, is what they were threatening to do. That's not why we did it. The numbers just got to the point that we could.
There's a little delay, just a delay between us saying it and it appearing on your TV screen. But that also nice to see when people get excited to win. Adrian is going to, as we get closer to the polls closing here, in many ridings. You've got a big one, and you're going to give us a sense of what we should watch for beyond the trends there that David was talking about.
Yeah, rolling up the sleeves, 122 seats to keep an eye on. Given what David was just saying, Rosie, about the pressure, definitely the Liberals want to pick up places that they won in 2015 and then lost subsequently. Places like Peterborough. They lost.
Sorry, did you say chuck the GoPro in the freezer?
The incumbent former radio show host. Redistribution makes this one a little bit more of a potential pickup for the Liberals.
Okay. Does it? I mean, we'll keep it on for right now. I think it'll last. It'll last, right? Also, I didn't check if Thunder's back yet, because I haven't muted.
I'm here.
Oh, Thunder is back. Okay, I'll unmute.
I'm here. I've been here for a while.
Hold up. This again. Okay, sorry, Thunder. We had you muted over here. Welcome back, Thunder. We can hear you now.
Carney was there almost as soon as he became prime minister.
I'm here.
Thunder's here. Woo. Or sorry, I guess the stream could always hear you, Thunder. We just couldn't hear you in the room. So if you were talking over the past little bit, we couldn't hear you, but stream could. So
I'm
yeah.
trying to get some friends to deliver some cigarettes, so I don't have to go to the store and get them.
Try to get people to deliver him cigarettes.
Yeah, dude, I'm in the Inner Lake, man. It's hard. It's tough out here.
What up, Thunder?
What's up, man? How's it
Getting some
going?
cigarettes on demand or what?
Trying to, at least.
Oh, man. Yeah, story of my life. Tough out there.
Yeah, it's tough out here, man. I don't have a license, so it's like, yeah.
If you are wondering what's happening in your riding, the polling has
We're in it together. Chairman Carney's going to light the way for us to all have unlimited
I
cigarettes.
feel like at
Don't worry.
9 o'clock, I may back out of the stream and just like focus on this shit on my own. I feel like I'm gonna have a really emotional, like, emotional night.
The West with a sample of what
Some
we
big
might
steaks
see
at home, eh?
Edmonton Center.
No, some big steaks over here, man.
Yeah.
Big steaks.
From a cabinet minister, you'll recall
I'm just rambling here. Graham gave me. I'm just stuck there. Leaving me to dry out here, man. I'm just like, yeah, no, tough night. Go NDP.
Never giving bro open mic again. Bro's not allowed open mic after a certain amount of dab pen heads. How about that weather, right? Somebody in chat had a message retracted. I didn't even get to read what it was.
Votes started making plans to go to Ottawa.
Probably.
Judicial recount.
He lost by 12 votes.
Wonder if I can see it
Now
here.
he is back. Redistribution in this
On the
instance
stream
favors
thing.
The bloc, but the Liberals have a start. Natalie Provost, known for her,
He said Pierre for something, but I can't tell.
vestige of the
Well, let's see if I
orange
switch to this,
wave
maybe.
in Quebec. The
I don't
only
know.
NDP MP in
Pierre for
Quebec
something.
is Alexandre
Oh, wait, maybe if I
Boulay.
switch to the Chairman Carney, now it's going to be up against a black background. I'll be able to read it. Pierre for a change. Oh, he literally just said that, and then the message was retracted. So, no, I think Thunder probably modded him. Yeah, I gave Thunder mod. I gave Paul mod. Paul's been in chat before. He hasn't been in today, but I gave Thunder mod and I gave Paul mod. And I gave one other guy in here mod.
They said that they are optimistic that Alexandre Boulay will keep his seat here in Rosemont La Petite Patrie, but they are not liking what they are seeing, as you just mentioned.
Oh, the Pope.
Really good
Maybe.
night for
I don't
the
know.
NDP out east.
I think they're.
Feeling it here, but they say
Why did I
that
get so loud for a
in
second?
Montreal, they feel like they will keep this seat because when they went
Bro,
out to
my
try to
window was
talk
out
to
on
people
camera
in
half the
riding,
time. People
they
couldn't
said
see
that
out my
people
window.
are giving positive feedback.
No. Wait.
That they are hearing the most is the
Don't get
housing
rainbowed on my
crisis
thing. Dude, I don't think the 9 people in here right now are going to do that, but they're chill. They seem like pretty chill people.
handle, and he's going to make sure
But
that
yeah.
he holds anyone who is elected
Time until next polls
accountable
close.
at,
So wait,
Parliament
Manitoba, that's
when it
Manitoba, I think,
resumes.
right?
Catherine?
Thank you very much for that.
Our polls should close at 8:30 our time.
And Rosie, you know, if the
Well, that's when
NDP
voting
remains focused on
stops, I
party status
mean.
tonight, that is one of the seats that they would expect and hope to hold on.
Yeah,
But I don't think we're getting.
That is important if you want to have money and
I
opportunity.
think next
inside
is
the
like
House of
Quebec and
Commons
Ontario
and,
results.
Get to be part of committees and have questions and all those kinds of things.
Oh,
So
yeah,
we'll
yeah.
look at that as the night goes on.
Yeah, like
Ian,
sorry, the
as
polls
you mentioned
close,
off the
but
top of the show, we talked
we don't
about
get the
that
results
tragedy in
yet,
British
right?
Columbia,
The
how it
polls
affected
won't
the
start
last day of
reporting.
campaigning, at that
But dude,
Philippines
this is
State
crazy on
Festival,
this one.
11
Central
people
Nova
dead,
has
more
Sean
than 20
Fraser, who's the
people
current
injured.
like housing
The city just
minister,
really grappling
losing
with
his
such
seat
a
at the moment.
shocking event, coming at this joyous,
Like, yeah,
this
this shit's
joyous
insane.
community event in Vancouver, obviously affecting the campaign as well, and had become kind of a part of the campaign on that last day of campaigning.
But that's okay, chap. We are here to stay woke. We are the woke mob. This is the woke mob right here. We are the woke mob.
On seat change, none at all.
Bro, we can't. Like half the things that you guys say, it's not picking up. So the gain on this thing is not very good for a lav. It's a lav mic. It's not the best.
In terms of
But
among the liberal
whatchamacallit?
conservative count. In a riding like Portland, Coquitlam, if you look at the redistributed results,
Sunder's still
in that
gone. Did he
riding,
leave?
35%
I'm here. I'm
is
literally
what
here.
the
I'm just
NDP
literally just
had
listening
in
to you.
Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
literally high right now. I'm literally just really high right now, and I'm just like in the background.
Did you say you're high right now? Why is everyone high right now?
Because we live in Canada, my friend. Justin Trudeau voted for that shit.
Said he's listening to the white boys.
And Justin Trudeau.
Take a look at the Ladysmith. There, the
Yeah,
Liberal
listen,
Party
they
was the
haven't
NDP,
talked
was
enough.
just over
That's how it
29%
has
vote.
to
The
go.
Conservatives at
Alright, what do you want me to
26.5
talk
in
about? I'll
third
talk about
place,
anything
not the
right now. I'll
Liberals,
talk your
but the
ear about
Greens
any
with almost
topic
26%
right now. Give me a
of the vote.
topic.
So again, in
You
a
put me on
world
the spot,
where
man.
the,
Can't do
the
that.
NDP ends up losing 10 percentage points, 15
Thunder's
percentage points,
perfect.
then
Thunder's
all of a
perfect
sudden
world,
you wonder,
Dylan
does that
says.
go to the Conservatives? Does it
What
all go to
perfect
the
world? There's no
Greens?
perfect world,
that,
motherfucker. I'm
it's
living
really
literally in a riding that's gonna be conservative.
No, that's based. That's based.
There is no perfect world, but what's your envisioned perfect world?
My perfect world would just the like the election results tonight, but only in Manitoba the Interlake goes red. That would be my dream. If the Interlake went red.
To what happened there. I know the neighborhood very well. And so
No, there's too many farmers out there.
Exactly, that's what I mean. So that's why I'm like
Block Interlake.
Yeah, thank you. for
Block
that.
Interlake.
And we are trying to reflect a little bit what's going on in Vancouver because
No
Lindsay
idea.
Duncombe talked about how people were voting, but they're also voting with
I,
this weight on them.
am
Lindsay, you're in
genealogically
Vancouver.
French.
Give us a
I
sense
am
of,
not. I
what
don't
they're doing
speak
and
that
what is
guttural.
happening there right now.
I don't speak that
Cat
shit
puke.
either, man.
People are so
Yeah.
overwhelmed, Rosie, by
Backwater.
the shock of this, the sadness, the grief, the
Yeah.
loss, the anger.
I can
And we
say
started ever since about 7 o'clock this morning,
je ne parle
and
pas français,
people
which
just
just means
keep
I don't
coming,
speak French.
And they're laying down flowers, they're lighting candles.
Please
It
don't
wasn't
speak French in
thought.
my
I wanna
vicinity.
just show you
No
what's
French in
up.
this
Right
building.
now, it's
The Bloc
after
Quebecois is
lunch,
not
after
getting
school,
elected
and people
in this
are
building.
lining
We are anti-block now. Block majority dreams are over. What'd you say, Thunder?
Fuck, it's over. The block dream is over.
The block dream is over. Only 2 votes for block right now? Crazy. Global only has them winning 1 seat at the moment. Rest in peace, the Jesus Christ, dude. NDP's only at 4% right now.
That they want to care particularly about the Filipino community in this city. This was,
No.
as you mentioned,
NDP 4% at the moment. That is
and it all just went
brutal.
so tragically wrong when 11
Time until next polls close. 9 minutes.
There are 16 people who remain in hospital.
9 minutes, cake. Next cake. Sick. I'm opening my next beer.
How many beers deep are you, Thunder? Aren't you guys
let me
happy you
check.
came over?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go.
Thank you for speaking to us from Vancouver. I wanted to make sure we talked about that because I know a lot of people in British Columbia with heavy hearts again still today.
Just playing Oblivion alone, watching the global news stream.
We'll see if it gets mentioned again at all tonight. Obviously, they did continue to campaign, but the campaign
They're talking about Oblivion off camera.
had a lot less energy, perhaps.
They're talking about Oblivion.
Nerds. Address 2 things as they were unfolding.
Thunder, I did not hear a word you said.
I just said fucking nerds.
Yeah, no Oblivion talk on my stream. All right, we do politics here. We do smart things here.
Because the polls are going to close in under 10 minutes. 2 party leaders this time are in the nation's capital, both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre.
Chat, you cannot hear what they're saying, and that's good. That's
We got
good.
7 minutes. We got 8 minutes for this next polls close. 8 minutes for next poll close. 8 minutes. 8 minutes next poll close. 8 minutes next poll close.
Let's start with the
Thunder, go get the beer.
Pardon?
Do you have your beer yet or no?
I have beers around here, but I'm running out. That's why I'm kind of getting a little anxiety. I'm like, well, shit. I kind of underestimated my
ability to drink beer?
Yeah, dude, I didn't realize how stressed I was going to be.
Then his language changed, and he talked about.
No, it's
I'm on my
valid.
last one, friend. I'm on my last one, and then from here it's probably just gonna be like me sobering up. Probably just gonna be like,
You're gonna get
my
drunk.
last one here, and
Yeah, dude, you should not be sober on election day.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I'm anxiety. I'm like, fuck.
Whoa. He threatened to drink all of the Chinese liquor and vomit in the bathroom. They threatened to. God damn it. Bad. I switched up. I slip. Thank you.
His message about what's at stake this election, and for him,
No forgiveness. Only. Remember what I said? Remember what I said in that thing? Woke or else. If you ain't woke, get the fuck out. We only like the woke here.
Ashley Burke, thank you for that. You are in Ottawa.
What is your take on Pierre saying he wants to end the woke?
I think it's pretty dumb because he's the woke.
I don't think he could define it.
It's people like me and you. He's talking about people like me and you, like literally.
Yeah, I think he just wants to
And we're not
attack
even that woke.
like
We're not even woke. Like we're just like wanting what's best for human beings.
human beings with empathy. I agree.
Yeah.
It's I think it's mainly a scapegoat for issues that are caused by. I'm gonna go on a socialist rant, but I think queer people and people of color, immigrants, are a scapegoat for issues that are mainly caused by late-stage capitalism and issues that arise from that. It's a symptom of the downtrend in capitalism's ability to give people
Late-stage capitalism, baby. Late-stage capitalism. That's where we're at.
It's no longer able to support the working class because of how much the billionaires have absorbed over time.
Yeah.
Too real? Did I Kid Cudi the situation?
You said
I think I said when I started this stream, the quote was, "We are here to do 2 things: have a chill time and let anyone with any opinions talk and chat, Like that, like Nick's been talking in chat, supporting the Tories. Other people have come in supporting Conservatives. I've been talking to them, getting their opinions on things. And also to instill a sense of class consciousness into everyone. also to spread class consciousness and to spread the ways, to spread values. I am here to spread values. To show you my values.
My favorite policy of Carney's that's class conscious. Let's relieve some of those taxes on the rich people. How about landlords some breaks? Quotations from Chairman Mao Tse-tung.
We are here to instill a sense of class consciousness among the people. Me and Chairman Carney will save this nation.
And if you want a sense of what this is about, certainly for the candidates and the teams watching this race,
time for a segment we haven't done in a while.
What has been happening, and you can see
a segment we have not done in a while. Dylan, do you know what that is?
What?
A live reading.
We're doing some live readings of quotations from Chairman Carney, Mao. Chairman Mao Carney.
They're so easily mixed up.
Yeah, I mix Chairman Carney and Chairman Mao up all the time.
I do like how on the polling they have like all of like the tiger parties, like Green and like PPC, but they don't have the Communist Party.
No.
On the TV.
No, they're not letting the Communist Party in. Who's calling me? Paul. I think Paul's here. Does somebody want to grab him? Dylan's volunteering his tribute.
I'll be right back.
Paul. You're being back? Okay. I'm putting my mic back on this. All right. Who is ready for some quotations? Oh, I guess I should let Paul know. Dylan's coming down. Hello, sir. Dylan is coming down. Dogs sitting in the parking lot over there. Okay, he's down there. Dylan's coming down to the door.
Oh yeah, you can see him.
Hey, all right, see ya. He's the first one to do it. He's the first one to start. That's my book stack. But yeah, all right. Live reading of quotations. Communism is at once a complete system. This one's too long. The socialist system will eventually replace the capitalist system. This is an objective law independent of man's will. However much the reactionaries try to hold back the wheel of history, eventually the revolution will take place and eventually triumph.
This is a good one. I've read this one.
You've read this one? You fuck with that one?
Oh,
State Revolution. He's reviewing my books back there. I have more, they're just not here. What else do we got? The serious problem is the education of the peasantry. The peasant economy is scattered, and the socialization of agriculture, judging by the Soviet Union's experience, will require a long time and painstaking work. Without socialization of agriculture, there can be no complete, consolidated socialism. Yes. And then he killed all the farmers. Wise words from Chairman Carney, Mao. Wise words, I say. Mao Zedong Carney. Chairman Mao Zedong Carney. Wise words from Chairman Mao Zedong Carney.
A little known fact.
They're cousins or something.
Carney is actually Chinese.
Carney is like Tim Walz. He studied abroad in China. Remember when,
this is way down by about 4 percentage points. By the numbers, it's all gone to Jonathan Rose.
He actually studied Chinese.
People's Party vote in this riding. The Bull Arms
was it? I don't think Tim.
The Hibernia project. There's an oil refinery there. So
yeah, exactly.
People and,
no, I think Tim Walz
was
a teacher in China.
So the NDP collapse is more that blue-orange thing rather than the orange-red. So that's how it's playing out, at least right now.
That's what Jason Kenney was warning us about.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good. So good thing to keep in mind as we we get ready to bring
Tim Walz' communist wife.
This is where the
Tim
votes
Walz,
will
he's a
certainly be
communist.
counted now.
He's a communist, Tim Walz. Tim.
Polls are gonna close,
He's
between
a communist.
Quebec all the way to the Rocky Mountains.
Justin
and
Trudeau.
territories.
Governor
This is where
Trudeau.
your say will start to determine who is going to form government as we come out of Atlantic Canada.
Governor
You can see the
Castro
results are at the
of
bottom
Cuba.
the screen. Polls now close in much of the country.
Little Cuba, little Governor Trudeau. I was just saying these at this point. There's no intelligent thoughts here,
Ontario,
other than
Manitoba, Saskatchewan,
Okay, wait, hold on.
Alberta, the
Polls.
Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added
This
to the
is
count.
all right. It's election
Many
time.
of these are key
Fuck
battlegrounds
Atlantic
of
Canada.
election.
The real
Places
election
will
begins
need to
now.
win to form government.
We have a new member joining.
Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at where we
Fuck,
are right now.
fuck
Coming out of
everything
Atlantic
else that
Canada,
happened
the
tonight.
Liberals leading
This
and
is
elected
the
in
real election
22.
begins now.
The Conservatives with
266 seats open.
We're not going to talk too much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding.
Tom
in
Scott
Quebec, but there
sweep.
is
Tom
one
Scott
riding
sweep.
where Grock is leading, and that's in Guest
Tom
BC,
Scott is
and
getting
then,
in. He's finally getting his
this
seat
is
that he
not
deserves
exactly the
after
way the
all these
Liberals wanted
years.
the evening to start. It's an
So,
encouraging sign
welcome,
for the
Paul,
Conservatives,
welcome.
but remember, it was just 3 months ago
Have
that
they?
the Liberals thought that they were
Also,
kind of
Thunder,
hopeless,
I don't
not
know if
only
he's still here, but I'm
forming
just gonna hang
government,
up
but
Discord.
certainly in
Just 'cause
losing
there's
a
4
lot
of
of
us
seats
here
in
now.
Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that
Hey, he
we've
was
seen
gone.
after Mark Carney took over.
He also said he was going to leave at 9.
There are two
anyway,
ridings
half an
in
hour,
New
so.
Brunswick right now where our decision
Welcome,
desk
Paul.
is not in a
What's up?
position where it can project a win.
Yeah,
and
polls are
one of
closed
them
in Manitoba.
Is Miramichi Grand Lake. We
Yeah,
told
just
you
throw
at
it
the
there.
beginning of the evening that
How's
this
it
could
going,
be
Paul?
close. It is the one riding.
The mic
that
only
4
picks up
years
my
ago
voice,
flipped.
so
In that case, from the Liberals
if you want to
to
be
the
on it.
Conservatives, the lead has gone back and forth, and as you can
Good,
see,
good.
just
Welcome. Your hands are so
472 is the lead.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Mike
Dylan. He was
Dawson
outside. When he
over
was calling me, he was
Lisa Harris.
outside down
And the
there.
other one I want to show
I
you,
didn't see him.
which is
He's
still
like,
in
"Hey, yo,
play,
I
is
see you," and I'm like,
Restigouche still a lead here for.
I recognize that jersey. That's that guy.
You know, one of the interesting things. when you
Paz
look
is
at the numbers
stressed.
here from Madawaska,
Yeah, this is the
that
real
the
election,
Liberal
Paz. This is where it
candidate is not the
begins.
incumbent.
This
It's
is where the
performing
real
at
election
same
starts.
Level that Rene Arsenault did the last
Yeah,
3 times.
now we get
It is
to,
the conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time, and so relatively close.
He's in
Closer, I
Gimli,
think,
yeah, he's in Gimli.
Rosemary than a lot of people expected. So these are the 2 ridings in New Brunswick, which are still at this point in the evening in play.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in at issue, if I can, just for a moment.
I'm still streaming over
to get
here,
a sense,
but I'll keep
Chantal,
it
of what you're
over
going to
there.
watch for
Like,
now,
it's just a
as
picture.
so many more polls have now closed.
Yeah,
Obviously,
as long as it's
what
over there,
happens
yeah.
to the
So yeah,
block
I will
vote,
still be live over here
whether
reading
it's
chat
going
and
to be
such.
down, as was predicted, or whether
The white,
Bloc will
did you say
hold
them the
its
white
ground.
Kai
They only have
Cenat?
numbers for, Guest
Sometimes I
BC
gotta
because
stop
there
repeating
are
what you
not
guys say
enough
over there because you guys are saying the dumbest shit.
because
I've got a little
a
entourage here
section
watching
of the
me.
riding is
What's Kai
actually
Cenat's entourage
on
name?
the same time zone, in
The
same time
Sidemen.
zone as the
All right, we need guys. We need some smooth beats. All right. The Wob Canoe rap. Wob Canoe will save us. Chairman Canoe will save us next election. Chairman Carney this election. No, I'm not answering that question on the stream. I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied into submission.
I'm going to come back to you, Andrew, in just a minute, but Ian's got some results because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah, counting super quickly in Battleford's, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes.
So yeah,
counted,
let's
and there are a couple
review.
of things that are notable about the results to this point. First of all, this is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win. She has already, and her vote share in 2019 was 78%. In 2021, 69%.
NDP he's talking
It's
about.
even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range. And one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this
Liberals
riding. A lot
are
of
very much
conservative
centrists,
supporters
yeah.
there. And I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part
No,
of the
old school.
Mississippi
And Republicans are
official
just
river riding.
Germany
The fact
in the
that it's
40s.
now moved in redistribution,
My
Rosemary, is
favorite
good news
country ever is
potentially
know, Germany in the
for
40s.
Liberals.
My
It
favorite
makes
time
that,
period in country
more
ever.
likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And
Yeah.
the Liberals have not won a seat in
And
Saskatchewan.
of course, to fight it,
since,
you must go to the Bernie Sanders
2015.
Fight Oligarchy rallies.
Conservatives have won
You
all
must
of the
attend the
Saskatchewan
AOC
ridings in
Bernie Sanders
2019
Fight
and
Oligarchy
2020.
rally and buy the Fight Oligarchy merchandise, chat. That is how we fight. That is how we fight Elon
Let's
Musk.
start with a new riding, Les
Yeah, we have to vote
Pays d'en Haut, where you can see, Rosemary, this
That's
is
how
an
you win,
area,
guys. You
yeah,
win by
with
voting in the
multiple
two-party
reporting,
system. Remember,
but based on redistribution, this is an area we'd expect to go
guys.
block.
I think
The
we have
Liberals
too
have a
many
candidate
parties
a
in
little
Canada.
higher in the riding who's
I
given up a
think
little
this
bit of name
NDP. It would be
recognition.
much
Let's
much
move on
better
to
if we just
Sous-Sous
had the
Pierre.
NDP become more
This is a
liberals.
bloc
The
conservative
Liberals are the
line, so
natural
interesting to
governing
see
party
the
of Canada,
Liberals
as you
in the
know.
middle of that mix, but again, only one poll reporting. We will move on to Terrebonne.
You're
where the
analyzing my
bloc
fridge.
incumbent, now Sinclair
I got a lot of
Daniel
things
is in
there.
the lead, and another really exciting riding to watch in this province.
What's your fridge
A
review?
three-way race in Three Rivers, Trois-Rivières. Now, the Liberal candidate in
tight
this
fridge.
case was actually
I think
someone
it's a good fridge.
parachuted in candidate
Yeah, in the
from
fall, I'm
Outaouais,
going to school
Yves
for
Levesque,
political
former mayor
sciences
in the
and
area,
economics.
and René Villeneuve,
Oh
the
shit,
Bloc
we're
candidate
making
who is the
money.
incumbent here, actually had to have surgery for cancer in the middle of the race. It is a riding that we've seen a lot of the leaders visit.
History?
Very dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah, I was talking to our colleague Louis Blouin today, who says that none of the parties
Hell
know
yeah,
what's going to happen
that'll be
here.
fun.
And to be fair, it is a riding that I have visited several times covering federal elections.
Oh.
Always a little bit hard to read. Andrew, what are you watching for now as more polls are reporting?
That actually is kind of true.
Keep an eye on.
It is real.
There's been two things
Every good
happening.
socialist does know
Focusing on how the race has
economics.
been tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals. There's also
Chairman
been
Willman.
a bit of a pop-up in the Bloc support. to
No,
Quebec
just
in the last
Willman.
couple weeks of the campaign.
The
And
will
why
of the
that's important,
chairman.
you know, first past the post and everything's on such a
The
nice,
will of the
small,
chairman.
small
Yeah,
level
they're in the fridge.
differences in the popular vote
The will of the
between
chairman.
changes
That
in
is what we will call.
What was really
That is what we
working
will
for the
speak
Liberals
for you.
when they were projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the
Thunder's
Bloc and
Thunder's
the
chatting.
Bloc
Let me back in.
were equally divided.
Thunder, I
And
need
that's
to
an
keep
ideal thing
I
for
can't
the
have both
right.
the audio
If
from
the
my
Bloc
TV
starts
and the
getting ahead
audio
of the
from my
Conservatives, then that,
computer
you know,
playing out
puts seats
loud.
in-
So
in
it's
Liberals.
hard. It's like impossible to
Similarly,
hear
in
you
Ontario,
on the thing.
you know,
But in chat, I'll
these
still
is-
reply to you and
we're
stuff.
not to
Like it's
say the
impossible to
national
hear
numbers don't
you
mean that much, it's
over
regional.
the
Well, the race has
Discord.
been tightening in Ontario as well.
Like when
In
there's four of us in
Ontario,
this
the votes-
room.
the
So
seats have
I had
traditionally
to let
been
you
so
go. I'm
closely
sorry.
fought that a relatively small
But you are
tightening in the
still
popular vote
you are
again can
still
mean, quite a
the
few
literally
swings in
like
seats.
only
So
mod who's here
we'll
right
have
now.
to see
So
whether- how much of that
yeah,
tightening
because
was done and how much
Paul, get back to work. You're supposed to be modding right now.
Althea, I'm going to come back.
You're supposed to be modding the chat right now, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie.
I did. I gave you mod.
What everyone is looking for
Yeah.
in a province.
I don't know
like
how it
Ontario is a
works, but
flip,
I gave you
and
mod.
in some very early results, we're starting to see one. Let's begin with
I think it's the
Algonquin,
same thing.
Renfrew, Pembroke. Now, one poll of 262, a lead of only 5, but
too
keep
much
in
effort.
mind, Cheryl Gallant has held on to.
Wait, get better what?
The Conservative Party.
I
has
can
held
chew on
to this
both.
riding since 2000.
Thunder,
Cheryl
you can't
Gallant
be
is a
saying sucks
longtime MP.
gay in chat. You're the mod, Thunder.
You're not seeing a lot though in the early
Why did I
results.
let this guy
Let's
mod?
look at
Why did I let him mod?
Leslie Lewis there. That's a sizable lead already. 737.
Never let him
Only 5 of 266.
It's not.
Polls are reporting going very fast there.
I don't. The Thunder does
One
not
more
mean
to
that
look
in
at,
that
if
way.
we can. Dalton. Sorry.
I'm
Jason
always sweating.
McKenty.
I'm always sweating. I'm always sweating.
One poll, but already.
I'm
a
always
lead of
sweating, sir.
1,000 over the Conservative.
Everyone is,
That
sir.
You know,
Not surprising.
no,
for
I was about
David
to say
McKenzie.
it's been a liberal riding.
Thunder,
since
I'm sorry.
1988.
John Doe
And
mod
he got
the mod
into cabinet
revolution.
for the
No,
very
no,
first
mods are
time,
not mod. No
this-
revolution. I will demod you.
The mod revolution.
No, we're not doing the mod revolution. The mods will not be unionized. I will break your union. No. Listen, I'm a fake socialist, all right? I'm going to sell you merch.
But that this is a riding that both
The peasant mod rebellion. I'm sorry, I'll be better now. Thunder, I don't care. We're fucking with you.
incumbent MP and Doug Elson, who
but that was
used to be
funny.
MP for this riding. So we're going to keep a close eye
love it.
on this through the evening. The other result we're getting right now from Manitoba is riding.
The mod revolution shall never
Sam
happen.
Mazur. He is the incumbent MP there. He's won the last
Oh,
two
yeah.
elections
Oh.
with huge
Why is his
margins.
face
So
like that?
Even though it's early there, this is probably an indication.
Terry
of how
Hayward
riding
and
will
Maxwell.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Let's just
Are they reporting Manitoba now?
in terms of where we are tonight, as we've said, most of the polls in this
We can see who's leading.
closed. British Columbia, of course, and Yukon.
The block?
But as we
Yo! What did I say? What did I say? What did I say, chat? Block majority. Black majority. NDP. Yo, first NDP. First NDP. First NDP. Who is it?
You should head to our website. We'll have it open as you're listening to us. cbc.ca/results is where you can find that.
Yo, where are they leading? Yo, it's the Northern Ontario one. They're leading again finally. I thought they were gonna I thought they pulled conservative heavy.
It is up to every polling station.
But they're leading right now. I mean, it's only the first 57 votes, but okay, we have the first votes coming in from Winnipeg as well. Winnipeg West is leading conservative right now. Ooh, Winnipeg is like what I care about the most. But yeah, Winnipeg is leading conservative right now. The first votes coming in.
Polls close, and you've also been joined by
I don't know. Nick was saying that earlier. Nick, allegedly he already won $3,000, but I don't know how. On Polymarket or something. Yeah.
But I still find the results out east really interesting. That's the fact that Sean Fraser is struggling to hold on.
Please, I need to buy beer.
This is a seat
Beer and oblivion.
Pierre Poilievre actually visited just last week and had a big rally with Elmer
Beer and oblivion. First NDP seat.
And what you see
Yeah, well, I think it just means they're leading at it. Yeah, projected first seat. Projected first seat. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna slightly.
So come and vote or lend your vote to the Liberals and Mark.
I'm gonna throw myself at the top.
With your values. At least that's the Liberals' pitch. And you're seeing that pitch clearly is not working in Central Nova, and that coming out with those two huge figures in that riding may have made a difference. At the same time, you're seeing South Shore St. Margaret's, which is traditionally a very conservative seat, possibly flipping Liberal, which is also quite interesting. And
I think we're just gonna keep it on the screen most of the night.
For both parties, because the Cape Breton-Canso Antigonish seat, there with the candidate that was running, the Conservative candidate, is the former provincial finance minister. And that is the kind of riding that Conservatives needed to win if they were.
Hey, we got an NDP projection lit. Who's still here? Nick's still here? Nick, have you just been silent in chat the whole time? We got one NDP projection. Let's go. One NDP. Two NDP. Two NDP. Who? Chairman Singh. Chairman Singh. Oh my God. Sorry, riding the ups and downs of poly buying and selling. You can buy and sell it it's not like a it's not like sports betting. You can buy and sell it multiple times.
I think that most
what?
That this trend
you can. Oh my God. Oh, okay. That's so stupid.
So to see them being competitive,
I've been here, bro, for like 10 hours. Oh my God, yeah, you've been here. Oh yeah, I guess you have been in the whole stream. Yeah, Chairman Jagme, dang, how are you not exhausted? Dude, I have sugar-free Red Bull. Sugar-free Red Bull in the fridge. And Alberta Genuine Draft Classic. Dude, Nick, have I never, it's not, it's a, yeah. What you said, it's a stock, not sports betting. Yeah,
what I referred to earlier as the GTA Metro Belt, that 905 swath of like nearly 50 constituencies that have a tendency to vote monolithic. But if you get, if the NDP collapses that, and if these soft NDP voters don't actually show
I looked at it earlier,
or many of them actually go to Mr. Poilievre on that appeal to blue collar trades and working people,
shorts,
you could actually see the Conservatives, I think, splitting the 905 or even winning.
So I'm guessing
that region.
So like
that would make for a very long night.
Would you all?
Yeah, I think it is. The amount of yap that's come from you today, bro, needs to be studied, man. Produces unlimited saliva.
Okay, too soon. Okay.
You keep hydrated with that alcohol.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, dude, I'm keeping hydrated. I got my fuel here. My Hawkins cheesies.
Have done worse.
There's my dinner.
Atlanta Canada they did last time when they got a minority. Yeah. So if Atlanta Canada is any kind of indication,
Hey, those are steaks. Those are steaks. Do I have raw milk in my fridge? Oh my God. I was like, that'd be crazy if I did.
Early results. Let's just emphasize
Thunder says he got beer deli. What is, wait, deli? What?
earlier that this was the riding that was
decided by 12 votes in a judicial recount last time around. Patrick O'Hara is back. He told my excellent colleague on the House, Emma Godmere, that he has been thinking about this race every single day since last time around. He's up against the Liberal star candidate Nathalie Provost. Let's check in Berthier-Masquinongé. The interesting name there that Canadians are going to remember is the NDP candidate, Ruth Ellen Brosseau, known to much of the country as Vegas Girl, because in the time of the Orange Wave in 2011, she went to Vegas during the campaign, but things have changed a lot for Ruth Ellen Brosseau. She lives in the riding now. She is a farmer. They, in fact...
Dude, I'm on hour 8 hours and 45 minutes. 8 hours and 45 minutes. Bro is drinking Alberta. Nick says, bro is drinking Alberta beer and eating Cheetos. Confirmed Trump supporter. Yo, Trump. Honestly, a fair call out. Yeah, guys, this whole time I've been lying. I've been a fake socialist. This whole time I am lying for views. I'm not even a bread tuber. I'm just a liar.
But the Bloc really want to hold on to this seat. François Blanchet went all the way. This is a northern riding. He went up to visit it
to try
to give Roubaix a bit of a boost. So again, this is another riding.
Which riding are they still leading? They're still leading Kenora.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Just eating like a hog? Yeah, dude, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today.
In order for the Liberals to reach majority tonight, they need.
I'm hungry as hell, dude.
Seats. They are not on that path so far. The Conservatives, though, needed to gain 44.
Hamilton right now.
So I don't think anyone is on that path so far. It's early.
It's a night of early results, Rosie. Let's face it. We still have some seats called
Hamilton Center.
Canada. So look, right now there's
first one is Hamilton West. John Paul is still leading. NDP is the incumbent, right?
Only 5 of the advanced polls, and there's still like 20 more advanced polls to come.
I think Hamilton was like one of the only that's still.
We've been talking about the Atlantic for a while. Let's look at where
Hamilton Center's toss-up NDP Liberal.
Now that Quebec to the Rockies is open, right now it's a hodgepodge. Just to show you, for example, look, this is the island of Montreal. The battleground is the North Shore and the Shore Shore ridings. It's all gray. This is like the big chunk of seats that's going to determine a lot of the storyline tonight. So. You're looking at the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen. The big ridings.
Listen, chat. Yes, I'm drinking Alberta beer and eating Cheetos.
Let's go to Ontario and let me
all right.
A pretty good example
and sorry, not Cheetos. Hawkins Canadian cheesies. Okay. Very different. Very different. Hawkins Canadian cheesies. Very different.
Is that belt that Jason Kenney was talking about, Mississauga
and
up in the York
chat, you don't understand. Listen, I was born in Winnipeg, all right? I was born in Winnipeg. Sad story. Listen. I was born in Winnipeg. I was born in Winnipeg, chat. You cannot take the little bit of hick I have in me out of my blood, all right? I'm a white boy from the suburbs of Winnipeg. I will have a little bit of yeehaw in my blood. I will have a little bit of hog in me, okay? It's the wheat, he says. I got the wheat in me, okay? I just got the Alberta genuine draft in me. Is what I got. Okay.
So it's still very early in terms of being able to draw any firm conclusions about where this is going. Same thing as Saskatchewan. Nothing.
Canola, yeah, I've got canola flowing through my veins, not blood. Just canola oil.
Look at where this is.
I've got canola oil and Red River water flowing through my blood.
That is a conservative riding historically, and so you got to keep that in mind. Here in Calgary, where it's expected to be the battleground, where the Liberals
right, I want to be watching Alberta too.
2 conservative seats reporting at this point in time. Similar thing in Edmonton.
Well, no, dude, the polls say Blueberta is not happening this year. It's not going to be Blueberta according to the polls. The polls say the entirety of Edmonton is a toss-up between Liberal, NDP, and Conservative, and like half of Calgary is a toss-up.
That's the riding where the airport is. If the New Democrats win that. Nobody knows anything about this election, and everyone is.
They just said that a lot of people are mad at Daniel Smith, and that's why the toss-up. But yeah, that's true.
As we've been saying, so early results and
yeah, the provincial government there has not been doing well.
As you can see there at the bottom of your screen, 11 minutes.
But yeah, no, Edmonton. I swear, if Blake Desjardins loses his seat, I'm gonna lose it.
To start to get a sense
this
of
one,
the story so far.
this seat, Edmonton Griesbrook. I need,
for the Liberals,
dude.
39.7 for the
yeah, interesting toss-up. NDP NDP conservative. I swear if Blake loses his seat, I'm going to lose it. Blake is so cool.
So far, right? And this is
Dude, look at a picture of Blake. I searched him up earlier to glaze him. But look at this guy. Tell me that's not just a chill guy.
That dude looks chill. That it is to the expense of the Bloc.
I know, he's chill as hell, dude. He's Alberta's only indigenous MP right now.
Encouraging for the Liberals. That would mean that they would come out
Yeah.
of Quebec.
Yeah, dude, tell me this fit. Look at this fit. Look at that fit, bro. Tell me he's not chill. He's clean. Clean. This guy's chill as hell. I think it is. He's the indigenous MP. We're rocking a bolo tie for the NDP. If this guy loses his seat, I'm going hog wild. Yeah, that's when we riot. No, if he loses his seat, that's crazy. But also, I do think if Pierre loses, what's going to happen is the next convoy is not going to Ottawa, it's going to the Orange Island in Edmonton. I think Alberta convoyers are going to go to Edmonton, Strathcona, and burn it down. Because I think they're tired of the one Orange Island in all of Alberta that's been orange for years. Everyone in the room is just, hold out, wait, we'll save you. There's no help for Edmonton Strathcona, dude. Edmonton Strathcona is gonna be like a Tesla car park in France. that's what's gonna happen. Yeah. Strathcona is the new Stalingrad. Yes. On the river. What is that? On the river.
Helena Jazik was the incumbent.
Hey, yo, Mike didn't pick you up there.
217 you already have for the police officer.
No, dude. I remember earlier I said the name of one of those two places that is in the conflict, the one that's getting G-worded. I said the name of it and I dropped 10 viewers. I was at like 25 viewers. I dropped 10 right after I said the name of it. And then I never recovered since.
I guess it's been a conservative NDP race basically in the past with Liberals in third.
Like at one point I was like
here with Chris Sutton, who's a
30 viewers averaging.
Millwright Council. He's got a lead of 42.
Oh, sorry, I gotta put it back on the CBC stream.
Polls reporting. But that whole
CBC stream.
Border relations, it wraps itself around Windsor. You can imagine the tariff conversations that have been happening there. No one knows that better than Chris Ensign.
Oh my God.
Who is joining us
NDP
now.
one right now is still.
Adrian, the tariffs top of mind. Talking to voters here today in Windsor West, the riding I'm in right now, where the NDP are hoping to secure Brian Massey's seat as the long-time incumbent. Voters were telling me that who is going to battle Donald Trump in these conversations and negotiations.
Yo, what the hell?
Is top of mind. That threat.
There's a hold up. There is a rural Alberta riding that's leading NDP right now.
You mentioned in Essex.
No, it's right north of Red Deer next to the thing, but it's only the first poll reporting. First poll reporting, it's leading NDP right now. Leduc, Wetaski win.
Slim majorities or slim.
Yeah, it could just be, but
in that riding, and so what we see in Windsor Essex is
yo, Orange Berta, Orange Berta, Orange Berta, Orange Berta. See, listen, that's how you know I'm an NDP fan. I'm eating the Cheetos for the NDP, not for Trump. Okay. Listen, I'm eating the NDP. I'm eating the Cheetos for Orange Berta.
The battery plant that came here that is promising more than 2,500 jobs for vehicles built in Windsor. Well, people are starting to wonder what
we still don't know if it's going to be.
Once this
like they'll call it probably soon for the majority, or sorry, the minority. But we don't know if it's going to be majority or not until like all of Ottawa, Toronto, Quebec report. Like it's going to be a while before we figure out if it's going to be a majority or not. No, I think it'll be sooner than that. Like now that all these polls are open, like I think there's like 250 seats. Like it's just BC and Yukon that polls aren't open.
Redistribution suggested
that
the Liberals had a chance to pick this seat up. Have a chance.
BC's hella conservative right now. It's losing all its NDP seats.
In the county, and
the polls at least say that the NDP in BC is crushed. Like Jagmeet's losing his seat according to the polls. Dude,
MLA, both
look at how bad Jagmeet is polled to lose it.
and we are going to be watching this riding very closely because
whichever
able to win this riding, it would be their first win, as I mentioned before, since Ralph Goodale won
Burnaby
in
Central,
Regina,
look.
Wisconsin back in 2015.
Jag meets Burnaby Central.
Ian, I can tell you that at this hour, more than 1 million votes have been counted. And
Libs
obviously
and the
the counting
cons.
continues.
I think he's
Of
out.
course,
I
there
think
were
he's
also
fully
more
out.
than 7.3 million of you that
Jagmeet
voted in
and
the advance polls, but lots of
no.
lots of,
Jagmeet's going to join the Revolution Party.
some of those results that you're seeing here at the bottom of your screen. Take a look. Those numbers
House
are
of
leading and
Commons.
elected. So the Liberals are leading and
House of
elected in
Commons.
80 ridings at this stage. Conservatives
Parliament.
56. Bloc on the board
Same
with
thing.
11. NDP with just 1, where they are leading and or elected. And remember,
There's
we
one
gave those
chatter that
numbers
keeps bullying me
before.
because I'm
If the
eating
Liberals
so
were
late.
trying
Yeah.
to form a majority
Fucking-
government, they needed to pick up 18 seats.
No, John Doe said I'm
Conservatives
eating like a
needed to
hog.
pick up 4.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm hungry. What do you want me to do?
So those not all confirmed, but that is the trend that we are seeing.
A guy. Sorry, so Paul just asked, who's John Doe? I don't know, man.
We're going to start with the first projected elected in the province of Alberta by the CBC decision desk.
Yeah, I mean, it's a guy who subscribed to me, but I don't know who they are. Hence the name John Doe.
That big smile on her face because she is the first conservative that the CBC decision desk says has been elected to her seat.
Green Party, more, what do we think? More or less seats than leaders? What do we think?
Amarjeet Sohi, former
They have
Liberal
2 leaders
cabinet
right
minister
now.
for Justice Trudeau. He was defeated. He ran for mayor of Edmonton. He won. He has stepped away from his mayoral duties to run in this seat. But it is worth noting it is a new riding. And if you look at what the numbers say from the 2021 election results, this is a riding that should go conservative.
No, that
right
makes
now.
sense. That makes sense to the PPC guy.
Is in that riding. Let's move on to Edmonton Northwest. Billy Moore, and this is the candidate the Conservatives are certainly
Chat, room. I have a Thunder update. Thunder says he got the beer and smokes delivered.
To have in their caucus. Finally, in left.
Rhea says bring smokes. Can you Uber courier menthol cigarettes? Can you Uber courier to us? Thank you, Thunder.
He was endorsed by the provincial NDP former
Christian
cabinet
Heritage
minister,
Party
Shannon
getting
Phillips.
votes.
So no NDP provincial cabinet minister endorsing a Liberal candidate.
No picture,
also,
though.
Rosie, provincially, Lethbridge's 2 ridings, Lethbridge West, that went NDP.
Okay.
So
I gotta
perhaps
put
some
these-
movement here, but
gotta put
Rachel
these
Thomas
away.
definitely has some reason for enthusiasm as well. This is
Them
serious
Cheetos are too damn good.
Another strong
Okay,
member
the
of
second,
Conservative caucus.
I say
Anyone
10
else
minutes
weigh
or
in there
15
on
minutes after we figure out who the
Michelle
majority is, I
Rosengarten
end
winning
stream.
re-election, the first Conservative re-elected in Alberta.
Yeah, well,
Because
Not surprising.
Not surprising that any of those
9
folks are
hours,
well in the
Jesus
lead,
Christ.
And I think it's a confirmation at early stage that the strong conservative support in Alberta is holding.
Thunder says he got his
Well,
redneck
candidates
friend
as
to
well. You
deliver.
just saw
Nice.
Billy Moore on the
No, not
screen.
monetized. I was thinking of doing it on
Worked very
Twitch,
closely with him as premier.
just
He was
because
chief
Twitch is
of
way
the
easier to make
Enoch,
money on
Cree
than
First
YouTube.
Nation, and really a
But
significant leader in economic development.
YouTube, I would
for
get
First
more
Nations
people
in Western
watching.
Canada. He, together with Ellis Ross,
'Cause starting-
former chief counselor of the Haisla First Nation out in the BC West
Yeah,
Coast
it's harder
Canada.
to start off viewers. Also, YouTube is
With
more
those two
accessible to
elected,
people
you
who
will
follow me on
see two
Instagram
very
than
strong
Twitch's.
voices
So yeah.
So
Trans
First Nations to
rural
not just
Uber.
to say no
Yeah.
in consultation, but to say yes.
Thunder got
to
the
responsible
Thunder says he got his redneck friend to deliver, and John Doe's being like
one of the
Uber in
interesting aspects of this
rural
campaign has
Manitoba.
been
What?
energy
I was like,
has
yeah, you're right.
not been a
You got me
dominant,
there.
but a significant issue for
Also,
the first time
NDP
ever.
still one
And you
seat.
may end
What?
up with some very strong pro-resource development First Nations leaders in the next.
I'll check right now.
Because of Donald Trump, really, that's why we're
Where
talking
did it
about
go?
it in a different way than we had before. Okay, thank you for that,
It
Jason Kenney.
is
closing
no,
in
it's
British
just
Columbia in
it's just
over,
Leduc.
2 minutes,
It's
which
just the
will add
one.
another
They're only leading that one
British
seat in
Columbia,
Alberta.
another 44.
That's the
votes
only
to our
NDP
count, and which
lead
will
right
mean that
now.
all polls are closed right across the country. That happens
But I
at
mean,
10
to be
p.m.
fair,
Eastern.
Hamilton hasn't called.
343 seats, remember, because there has been a map that has been
Oh yeah, that one
redistributed.
is no, it's just a
172 is the magic
different
number to
camera
get
with a
you to
gimbal on it.
majority
But the
government. We
focus,
are
I think
not
I
able to
broke
get
the
anywhere near
autofocus on it, so
any
it's
of those
constantly out of
things yet,
focus.
because results
So I
are
haven't
still
used it in a
coming
while.
and Adrian has some.
I need
Well, you're
to
not
get it
kidding about
fixed.
them coming in fast. Rosie.
Told you.
All right,
Not
let's look
anymore.
at some
That's like
important
4 or 5 years
ridings
old.
that we've been talking about all night. Let's start with Peterborough
Yeah,
because this
had a
was,
good
has
run.
always
Brought it to
been
Europe with me.
a
Brought it
riding,
to
historically a bellwether, the trend in 2021. when
Michelle Ferrari. The quote is, "Oh, that lady looks racist," for Michelle Ferrari. What? It's Peterborough, so definitely racist.
Let's look at the next one here.
What do we think of Michelle Ferrari? What do we think of Sandra Cobena? Racist or not?
So this
Newmarket
is the
Aurora.
second slimmest margin.
Mr. They Ontario.
Look at what is happening.
Senior Ontario.
Lead of 227, just two of 212.
Oversharing is an ADHD response. Over explaining simple
things.
To look at. This is important. This is Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake. So this has gone back and forth a little bit between the Liberal
Tony
and the
Baldinelli.
Conservative this evening. Only 3 of 202 polls reporting just a lead.
I gotta say, his name ain't lying. His name ain't lying. Thunder says AFK. What?
Definitely smaller.
Is my thing frozen again? No, it's not. What? Thunder, what do you mean AFK? Oh, why is he? It's like, why is he announcing that he's going AFK? I guess that's fair. Have fun with the cigarettes, Thunder. Have fun with the crying, as allegedly the Conservatives make the greatest comeback ever.
Even after the polls are closed.
It is 7 p.m. Pacific. Polls are now closing in the westernmost parts of this country. There are 43 ridings in beautiful British Columbia and 1 in the Yukon.
That means that polls have closed right across the country. 343 polls reporting. And British Columbia, aren't you excited? We haven't called government yet. That rarely happens to you. So guess what? Your votes are going to matter here as we get
Maybe I got a carbon tax
where
rebate.
this is going to go. Let's give you an indication of what we're noticing already, and that is the change in the share.
National Meme Board has not updated.
Off now at this stage. Well,
Sean Fraser. Oh my God.
To be clear, is a very good score.
Sean Fraser coming out of retirement to lose his seat.
Has been unusual, and you can see the NDP and the Bloc not performing
Jesus.
where they normally would be. That too has been the story of this election.
Guys, Sean Fraser came out of retirement and might lose his seat.
Let's go through this.
He came out of retirement as a Liberal. He was going to retire, and he came out to run again. And now he might lose his seat to Bryce Jenkins.
Block down 11. That would
I mean, yeah.
be devastating.
But like, it's a 200 vote gap.
NDP down 1.
200 vote gap. Jesus Christ! Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's a crazy stat. Nick, it's looking good for the Libs right now. I got to be real.
18 seats. They are 1 away right now in our projections.
I think as it's going into Ontario, it's looking good.
That at this hour, and a lot of it
Krista Freeland's leading her seat.
Quebecois. Let's go now to Catherine.
Yeah, let's try to look a little bit closer.
Wait, Big Nick,
story is the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. Let's start with
yeah.
the big picture in the
Nick is not voting NDP.
The Liberals up 14 seats.
Oh.
Down 11. The Conservatives.
In chat earlier, Nick said
Quebec,
he
but
would
again,
rather vote
these are still
NDP than
relatively
Liberal.
early numbers. Let's dig into some of what we're seeing in the province.
Because he said he was a provincial NDP federal Conservative voter.
This it's on the island of Montreal. This is part of
average Ontario voter votes for Justin Trudeau and Doug Ford.
One in that
Yeah.
The Liberals have a star candidate in Claude Gay for the president of IBM Canada. Right now, he's reporting he's in the
All right, looking at Winnipeg again. Okay, Winnipeg right now we have.
And in the lead, the Liberal candidate Felix Dion. I believe he's a councillor in Granby.
West is still leading Conservative, but it only has 3 out of 191 stations reporting.
In that area, the former director,
Winnipeg North has their first reporting, and it's Liberal. Winnipeg Center has their first reporting, and it's Liberal.
In second, so all again, Rosie. You know,
no, in Winnipeg. Oh, there? Oh, sorry, right. They have a different stream up. Sorry, my friends have the CBC stream on my TV, and I'm just doing the different things over here. 2 seats. 2 seats. Where are we leading? Where are we leading?
And the Bloc
I gotta find it.
Looking projected to lose as many as 11 seats. That's pretty devastating.
It's Northern Manitoba. Churchill, Kiwa, and Churchill, Kiwa. I can't pronounce it. Churchill. Nikki Ashton, keep your seat, please. I think Nikki Ashton was also projected to lose her seat by 338.
I don't think I was around because
The woke liberals. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Nick. Okay. So the polls from northern Manitoba are a 1-point gap. It is NDP currently, but it's a 1-point gap leading for liberals in the polls. Yeah. So northern Manitoba could go either way. Winnipeg Center also a 0-point gap. Could go liberal or NDP. 0-point gap in Winnipeg Center. Leah Gazin is the incumbent as NDP. Whatchamacallit? Transcona, Elmwood. NDP right now could go NDP or Conservative. And the other one in Winnipeg we're watching is Kildone and St. Paul, which is 2 points leading for Liberals, but Conservatives hold it right now. So those are the 4 in Manitoba that we care about. Apparently Winnipeg West is supposed to have a 13-point lead for the Liberals, but right now the 2 polls that are reporting Conservative.
Because we're still a lot of seats and a lot of polls, but
I yapped too much and now everyone's quiet.
They're ahead in
Oh, they're just opening Twitter.
And if that is true, that the Conservatives are going to suffer in Quebec, that I think speaks to some of the choices that Pierre Poilievre made.
All right, what is the dawn of
But we will talk more about that as results firm up. Ian has some results though now.
Yeah, let's look at your home province, Manitoba, and in particular 3 ridings in Winnipeg that are reporting results right now. This one would be
Bloc
if
Majority!
the Liberals were able to get it through the night, a pickup. I'm laughing because
No, it's Bloc minus 12. Bloc Majority!
Besides the fact that it's an NDP incumbent is in second place, is that the Raul Walia, 23 years old.
I can look at it.
Here in the old days.
Was it Winnipeg Center?
2024. Remember then?
Animal protection.
For the Liberals at that
Yeah,
point.
Animal Protection Party.
The candidate, he expected to be possible that he could go to Ottawa.
Bro, I'm not saying that party name. What's up?
Let's go now to Winnipeg West and see what's happening.
That's your party, Dylan. You should go.
4
is
in a lead, not a huge lead. Doug
Dude,
Ilson,
we're so down bad.
I think these 2
Some of
very well-known politicians.
Dude, we're still leading Leduc. We're leading Leduc by a lot.
So another one we're going to be looking at very closely. And in Winnipeg North, no surprise to see Kevin Lamoureux, the incumbent.
Calgary Nose Hills Conservative, guys. It's over.
Interesting is that if you look at the percentages last time around, the NDP was in second.
Whoa! What are we doing in Battle River? What are we doing in Battle River, Crowfoot, NDP? Whoa! Orange Berta!
And this is early, I know. It's not by the Liberals.
Yo, orange in. Listen, we told you, Edmonton Strathcona. Help was on the way. Help was on the way, Edmonton Strathcona.
It's fascinating to me to see change in support between the NDP and the Conservatives.
Yeah, Kevin Lamoureux hugely popular.
No, we might actually. They might call the the minority soon, but the majority they'll wait until they actually get fully called seats. The minority they would call soon, though.
We might well be in for a long night as we get through all of these results and track towards being able to project.
Well, never mind. She's saying we're in for a long night.
Nova Scotia for just 1 riding, Rosie, one that we knew was going to be a real scrap tonight, but we've got a
it is very close in a lot of ridings. Like the fact that NDP are leading in some random ass ridings because of vote splitting, fighting in between the Conservatives and Liberals. Like the Conservatives and Liberals are fighting so hard in Alberta that random NDP votes are slipping through and making it look like NDP's leading. That's what, yeah. Like
the NDP did not run an official candidate in this riding, so there will be questions, I think, about what happened to that vote. Although when you look at the NDP vote across the board, it hasn't been all that substantial across the country, Rosemary, so perhaps that won't have been that much of a factor. But nonetheless, Jessica Vinceland.
What's the user? What's the username?
That's a significant flip. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to show you
Ugly
a board right
Blender.
now to try and explain where we're at and what you should be watching for as the results continue to tick in from polls right across the country at this stage. This is
Election
where the Liberals are right now. They are leading. They're elected in 100.
The balls are out of the piss. Where did he say this?
Piece of that. That is the pink seats that you're seeing there. Those are incumbents. Those are the seats.
I work at a polling station. We've been incinerating ballots out the back in an Elections Canada branded fire pit and replacing the boxes with the ballots for Communist Party of Canada.
Talking about does give you an advantage, but if they were to win that,
these are the real
pass
patriots.
The 172 they need to get
to a majority. So they need to hold those leading and elected in 123 that you see on your screen. They need to hold the 51 incumbents that are there, and then they're on their way.
My repost is Chairman Carney approved this message.
So far tonight. But again, many close races, and we're watching some of those. And I think David Cochran wants to talk to us.
The comment, NDP is having a rough night. Listen. Just let us be depressed in private. Oh, okay, Sean Fraser comeback. I love Sean Fraser. Sean Fraser comeback season. Wait, what? Where'd Sean Fraser comeback go? Refresh. Sean Fraser comeback? Sean Fraser comeback? Sean Fraser comeback! Sean Fraser, my GOAT, needs to win this. He's winning. Dude, it's a 23 vote difference in this riding right now. Yeah, and that's the housing minister too. Like a top tier liberal is 23 votes split. Like this is why when I say, chat, everyone go out and vote, no matter where you are. It could mean like anything. Do it. Go vote.
Government that the polls have been suggesting was available for them in this election, and it's a similar situation in Ontario. We're starting to get things populated. You're seeing a lot more red getting there in the GTA. But
did you vote, Paul? What? You could have voted today.
And when you go into southwestern Ontario,
man.
We are seeing red in Windsor, red in London, and
yeah, Paul was voting NDP, guys, so it's fine.
I'll show you one last thing before
Paul, who are you going to vote for? NDP, Liberal, or Conservative?
The urban centers are where the
he was going to vote for Markey.
Majority is going to live and die.
What neighborhood are you, Paul?
From Winnipeg, so still a lot to come in the big cities of Canada. Rosie?
Thank you very much for that,
By
David
Lindenwoods?
Cochran, and some news for all of you.
Where are you, Winnipeg West or
Canada,
Winnipeg
get ready.
South?
Our CBC News decision desk is ready to make a call.
Lindenwoods. Hold on, I'll hide it. I'll hide it and mute it. Do you know your postal code? I'll mute it.
It is not yet clear at this hour whether it will be a minority or majority because of some of those close races we were talking about. This marks a fourth Liberal mandate. Very rare in Canadian politics, but the Liberal Party led by Mark Carney has pulled it off. A stunning reversal. A Liberal comeback.
Projected Liberal minority at least. Liberal government.
You're looking live there at the Liberal Party headquarters right now.
Pierre Poilievre will not be Prime Minister. Yeah, Pierre Poilievre will not be. Liberal government. The Liberals form government, chat. Chat, we have it live right here. Liberals form government.
Okay, remarkable, as we said, reversal in political fortunes for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, so Pierre Poilievre is projected to not be the Prime Minister of Canada.
Made this incredible comeback, remarkable comeback, and is going to
Conservatives could still get a minority.
with someone who has never been elected to public office before. We're waiting on results from his riding tonight. Mark Carney, the 24th Prime Minister, will now be the 25th Prime Minister as well. Let me show you how it happened. Here is the
Libs are winning. Yes, Thunder. Pierre Poilievre will not be Prime Minister. Mark Carney is next Prime Minister of Canada.
Which, again, we've been saying in a regular election would have been a remarkable share of the vote for them. But the story really in what's happening with the other parties on the board there, the Bloc and the NDP,
Mark Carney will be the next Prime Minister of Canada.
Let me show you the seat change
Mark
that allows
Carney will
us
be
to
the next Prime
call
Minister of Canada.
for a Liberal government. 23 seats are
Get the
leading
Chinese
and
liquor
elected,
out,
and the Liberals
brother.
are up. The Conservatives
Everyone,
down
get the shot
5,
glasses,
the
get the
Bloc
Chinese
down
liquor.
12 at this stage, which, as Chantal was saying, was not out of the realm of possibility even for people inside the Bloc, but would be very disappointing for them. And the NDP now down 6. The NDP right now on your screen only leading or elected in 2 ridings. Remember, you need 12 to get official party status. I'm going to go over to David to give us a sense of how we got here.
Well, look, it's a bit of what we were, at the risk of repeating myself, but that's going to happen a lot on election night. There are 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. We said the path to majority for the Liberals was 25. Right now they sit at 23, and I can tell you, this riding in Terra Nova, My buddy Terry Roberts is at the watching party for the Conservative candidate. He says the air has gone out of the place because the advanced polls are coming in and the lead is shrinking. The Liberals might get to 24, not the 25. We said they needed for a majority, but that gets them a little bit closer. We go into Quebec, you see a lot of red in a lot of places, and you're going to see even more red in the island of Montreal. Right now, we had said that the Liberals needed 40
at least
seats
a
in Quebec
Liberal
to be on the path to a
minority
majority.
government.
They're sitting at 42, and Montreal and the North Shore and the South Shore haven't populated. Down to 40, I'm told. It's changing in real time. But still, the areas where they're strong is still needs to come
liberal
in. And that is a sign of hope for them. This is why you can see a minority government is almost certain at this point, or is certain at this point, and a majority government is still very much in play. Let's go into
Prime Minister of
Ontario.
Canada,
Let's go to
chat,
the key
will
focus, one
be
of the four big
Chairman
pillars for the Liberal
Mark
governments
Carney.
that have been elected since
Chairman
2015.
Carney is
You
the
still
next
see a
Prime
tremendous
Minister of
amount
Canada,
red,
chat.
certainly in the city of Toronto and in the areas around it, punctuated with a little bit of blue right now. The latest numbers I had is that the Liberals are at 56 seats and they're up 2 seats in Ontario. They're now at 63 seats in Ontario. We had said they needed to be at 80, so they're tracking towards that because a lot of these seats that will fill in over the course of the night. History and polling tells us
The
that
spirit of Mao Zedong, you might need a chase for the spirit of Mao Zedong.
Manitoba. The Liberals are currently sitting at 4 seats. We had suggested.
What? Yeah, that's clean. Did you ask if I wash my dishes?
Give me a lawyer.
Yeah, I'll do half. I'll do half.
That's a double, so do a quarter. Yeah, that's a.
There you go.
God. Okay, pour a little here. Yeah.
This is also a double, I think.
Oh boy. Take it easy on me, man. Good boy.
All right. Here you are. Here you are. All right. Before. Wait, hold on. Mute this for a second. Turn this back on. Okay. Everyone. Chairman Carney is the next Prime Minister of Canada. Get in the shot. Get in the shot. Where is it?
Damn, y'all, you're loving it. Every time a mother
canoe. Chairman Carney, next Prime Minister of I thought that was going to be so strong. They know what they're doing. Cheers, cheers, cheers to Chairman Carney, next Prime Minister of Canada. Where is it? Where is it? I need Chairman Carney is our Prime Minister of Canada. Long live the LPC, long live the Liberal Party of Canada, long live Chairman Carney. He will bring our world. Hammer and sickle on the maple leaf flag, baby. Hammer and sickle on the maple leaf flag. Cheers, Chairman Carney. All right, back to the stream. Now we see if it's a minority or majority. Yes. All right.
Point,
Long
and that's
live
partly
the
why, as
chairman.
David.
You heard the reaction here in the room, Rosie. People erupted. They were cheering. They are excited. Just moments before that, we were talking about how they were feeling. People are still cautiously optimistic. People in the campaign, they want a majority government. And as you just mentioned, they're thinking, could it come down to BC? They're hoping that as the results come in, it'll become a bit clearer, but that's what they're waiting for. This, as you mentioned, is one of the most dramatic reversals in political fortune that we've seen in recent Canadian history. Just last year, the Liberals were tanking in the polls. Justin Trudeau, after he left, Mark Carney came in and turned things around.
It can't be a conservative minority at all now
on
because
the
it's a
spot
liberal
during this
minority.
campaign, learn how to be a politician. We've seen him have
liberal
to try to figure
majority
out
is
how to
170
navigate
something.
photo ops. And over the campaign, we've seen him get more comfortable with that.
If they get above 172, it's liberal majority, which means Chairman Carney can enact his full will, and in which case I'll be taking another shot.
Or not. 45 days he's been
I will
Prime
too.
Minister.
When
and now
Chairman
Canadians
Carney
tonight
gets
have
his will, I will be
that they
taking
want
another
him
shot.
to stay on
The
and lead this
mandate of
country.
heaven.
After he's really been hammering home his message about
if Chairman Carney gets
who is best to deal with Donald Trump, Rosie?
Okay, Ashley Burke.
The mandate of heaven, if you will.
Where there are a lot of happy people there
mandate
tonight.
of heaven.
We'll see how happy they are because we still have to call what kind of government Mark Carney is going to lead, a minority or a majority. But we should remind you that
Emperor
a
Carney with the mandate of
mandate
heaven.
like this, incredibly rare in Canadian politics. The last time was from 1993 to 2006 under two leaders.
The Mark Carney Empire begins.
Some similarities
I love the music.
here
Thank
again
you.
because this is happening with
Chat
two
loves
different
Chat loves Red Sun in the Sky.
But it is also that Mark
Okay, I
Carney
need
has
to
succeeded
clip
in
that.
doing what John Turner and Kim Campbell could not.
You are
That
right.
is,
Yes.
become the new leader of a very unpopular government, get a boost in the poll. That's all par for the course. But to hold that lead long enough to not go in that portrait gallery as someone about
It's
whom
very
the
cool. It's
kids
very,
ask,
very smooth.
Who's that
guy?
person?"
Yeah.
Right. That
Yeah, I think
is
so.
quite
I
an
think it's
achievement when you go back 4 months.
Yeah.
To where we were. This is not the election night that anyone
Yes, chat.
imagined.
Tell me what you guys are thinking about
And
the,
I'm guessing it's not the election
state of
night
affairs
looking at
now
those
with Chairman
numbers that the
Carney
NDP
being in
imagined
power.
either, or the Bloc.
No, pretty
We are
devastating
saved-
numbers. And we'll
we are
come back to
saved
them, but I
from
wanna
Pierre
get Arif
Poilievre's
Irani in
tyranny.
Because you are a former Liberal cabinet minister. Still happy
Yes,
with that
we are.
decision not to run, are you?
It's made with what?
I'm very happy with that decision, as is my family. But,
I bet,
but
I
I'm
bet.
also equally
What is
delighted with
sorghum?
what's transpiring. I mean, what we've seen is something that is truly quite remarkable. And I think what I'm really proud about tonight is
I don't know if
Canadians
you
how
picked that
strongly
up
they
on the
came out to
mic,
vote,
but
what's been motivating
what is
them,
sorghum?
but also
Some kind of
just really
fucking
discerning
plant?
in
I don't
making
know.
choices based on what's on offer.
We
An
needed the
individual with a
directional mic.
business
We should have gotten the
background who
directional mic.
navigated two world
Next
economies
time, next
through difficult
time.
crises, and you had another politician who was
Next
frankly
election.
still offering catchword phrases and running an election as if we were back in November or December. Things changed. Justin Trudeau is no longer around. The consumer carbon price no longer around, and Donald Trump entered in a big way.
Yeah.
And we saw other conservative politicians in this country pivot, like provincially, Doug Ford in this province.
Whoa,
we saw an
racist
inability
Paul
for
again?
a pivot on the part of Pierre Poilievre. And I think
Again?
we're seeing the results. People have decided that they want mature professional leadership.
Someone
and
played
that's what they're
Joyner
getting with Mark
Lucas. I'm
Carney.
not
And I
racist.
think it's
Paul
a
would
really
love
important
that
time
song.
for Canada because there's a lot of hard
Okay.
work to be done.
Dream Chaser, Libs are back, boys, gals, and MBs. Yes, they are. Dream Chaser, John Doe. Maybe maybe Carney will ask Jagmeet for advice, so the NDP voice will still be heard. Jagmeet can be Mark Carney's official advisor, like how Carney was to Trudeau. Jagmeet will be to Carney.
would not
We are
have
saved
happened
from a
without Donald
housing
Trump,
and
I don't
environmental crisis getting even worse.
if Mark
Thunder,
Carney had
I'm
simply
drunk
come
now.
in and said, well, I'm changed. I'm a new prime minister. I'm not sure that
Based
would have been
Thunder,
enough to carry
based
the day.
Thunder. He's drunk and
I'm
he's
not
happy.
sure
Thunder,
if
you don't
Trump
need to
alone
cry
would be enough
tonight.
to carry the day, though. I
No.
think it's the combination of
I need to find the exact
so far as the
timestamp.
first part of the campaign in particular focused on Trump as the issue and therefore focused on leadership and the relative qualities of the two-party leaders, that was clearly to Carney's advantage. But I think probably what put him over the top was he was also enough change for enough people.
Right.
He wasn't on its own, it wouldn't be enough change, but the two things together, I think, was enough to put him over the top.
Althea, what do you make of the win?
I agree with everything Andrew said, but I would add, basically, it's New Democrats that have handed Mark Carney the ability to become prime minister, remain prime minister. And for them, the fear was, Donald Trump, but also Pierre Poilievre. They decided that they really feared Pierre Poilievre more than they feared another Liberal government. And so they've basically abandoned their party in droves and possibly handing Mark Carney a majority government. So it's not, you guys should send the NDP a thank you note.
I think progressive voters in my riding of Tayek on Parkdale Park, and good luck to the team there, but I think progressive voters really had to make a difficult decision, and that was simply that in the face of what the country is facing, we need to select a prime minister and a government. That's more important than anything else. That relates to the CBC, that relates to protecting linguistic rights, that relates to protecting human rights. And you had a choice between somebody who would empower Donald Trump and somebody who would confront Donald Trump. That's the choice that Canadians have made tonight, and I think they made the right choice.
Okay, and the NDP sitting right now at 7, leading or elected. Let's get some more information about how we got here, how we were able to call a Liberal win tonight. Catherine Cullen's got some of those results.
Yeah, and obviously, Rosie, part of this picture has to do with Quebec and what has happened with the Bloc Québécois. So let's take a look. The Liberals up 12 seats, yes, one of them coming from the Conservatives, but most of that, the vast majority, at the expense of the Bloc, again, based on the numbers that we're seeing early. Let's see where it's happening. We're going to take a quick zip around the suburbs of the island of Montreal. We're going to start in Thérèse de Blainville, and you can see here the Liberal candidate in the lead. Let's go to Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. We're going to stay on the North Shore. And again, the Liberal candidate with the Bloc Québécois incumbent in second. We'll head down to the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. And again, yes, the Liberal candidate in the lead with the Bloc incumbent in second. That pattern being repeated both north and south of the island of Montreal. Liberals looking like they're going to gain at the expense of the Bloc. That's a big part of what's happening tonight.
And we'll look at more. We'll look at more of those results as they firm up, and we can project elected. Ian Hannah-Mansing's got some of those right now.
23:30 minus.
Yeah, so not
12:30.
projected elected, but still interesting trend lines. And let's start with Churchill. Kiwanutuk Aski. Nikki Ashton has been the MP here for the NDP since 2008. In 2015, she almost lost to Rebecca Chartrand. There was a difference of 3 percentage points, and right now, early, but still, when you look at those numbers, fairly significant lead at this point for the Liberal candidate. This is Kildonan St. Paul, one of the Winnipeg ridings, and Raquel Dancho is the incumbent for the Conservatives. She's won 2 elections in a row. Thomas Naking's a relative newcomer. Hard to find information about him, but he was acclaimed as a candidate when the polls suggested there was little chance of winning, and right now he's in the lead there. And let's just look at Regina Wascana. This is interesting. It's super close. When I started speaking a few minutes ago, Jeffrey Walters was in the lead. The big question in Regina Wascana for a lot of people is the number of times the Liberals won there. Was it Ralph Goodale that was the factor, or was it Liberal support? And a lot of people wondering what's going to happen there tonight. As you can see,
I think I made the highlight.
But the Conservatives are in the lead in Ralph Goodale's old riding.
Okay, Adrian, you've got some results too.
Certainly. Catherine showed you some seat changes. I'd like to show you some vote changes in Ontario. Why don't we have a little look at this? So Liberals up 9.5 percentage points. Conservatives also up 9.0, but look at the NDP down 12.7. That is where the votes are largely coming from. So what does that look like?
Guys,
Let's
NDP
start with
5,
Sault Ste.
NDP
Marie.
5.
Algoma. This is a riding that Terry Sheehan is ahead by 428.
They are.
Interesting, because the Liberals only picked it up by 247
Guys, any day,
last time.
NDP
Still just
majority might
35
come, right?
287 polls.
That's a nice
We
guy.
move on to the Bay of Quinte. This is a riding we've been
where's
keeping an
NDP
eye on. The
leading?
Liberals picked it up in 2015.
NDP
They wanted it desperately because this is the sort of
Oh my
riding they
God.
need if they want to get a majority. They've got a lead of 193, which
Le-
is 15
Leah
polls
Gazin is not
reporting.
looking.
And the last one, which is a big
Jamie,
one.
because
for,
I'm not Jamie.
uh,
I'm the
Fortress
streamer.
Toronto,
Wait,
if you will,
you're
who's
Jamie, if
Western
anything.
Church and Toronto St.
Oh my
Paul's,
God, they're hitting me
with a
with
lead
Jamie.
of
Can you pull this up?
701.
Jamie?
She lost
Who am I
that
going
to
up?
Dawn Stewart in July by just 600 some votes.
Fuck
So
no.
they're catching on that.
Guys, we need
And
a
remember, that
Joe
is part
Rogan
of
on the
story.
left.
Thank you, Adrian. That is part of the story here, is that a lot of these ridings are still close, and that's why we
Carney,
cannot
baby,
yet tell you
Carney.
what kind of government.
So guys, now we are
is still
waiting to
close, and
find
that's why
out.
we cannot yet tell you what kind of government.
We are
Mark
now
Carney
waiting to
will
find
lead,
out
but yes,
if it is
in
a
case you missed
majority
the big
government or a
moment,
minority
the
liberal
Liberals have
government.
secured a
Majority
fourth
will mean
mandate
that Mark
led by
Carney's
Mark
mandate of
Carney, who is
heaven
at
will
this
go
stage
forever,
waiting to
and
see
that the
if
red
he
sun
be
will never
elected in
set
his own
upon this
riding.
great empire. This great empire.
Ferrani, what are you hearing from your
The red
Liberal
sun
friends?
shall never set upon the Carney
Are
Empire,
they thinking
upon
that a
the
majority is still within
British
reach here? What are they
Commonwealth
saying?
Empire.
Obviously,
It will
majority
return.
is
The
an
Canadian
aspirational, that's what
Commonwealth.
We would like to have you heard Dominic.
No,
talk
the
about
Canadian
that.
Commonwealth will
Earlier.
return under
I mean, we
Chairman
know where
Carney's
the party
leadership.
was, prior to Christmas. We know where we were in early January. The fact that it's been such a remarkable swing is a testament
Hopefully soon.
to optimism. It's a testament
sad
to
that the
Mark
Pope
Carney's
died, I gotta
leadership.
be real.
But again, it's a testament to Canadian voters. And I
This
think,
Pope was
when I
good.
think back about what's really changed in the last little
Francis
while,
was so based.
I
I
think
miss
if you're looking at
Francis.
somebody, you need to stand up to an American threat that is as
Hell yeah.
clear and demonstrative. as Donald
Didn't
Trump.
he also say
And
like
you
the
have
F
somebody who's
slur, but all the
posturing
gay
themselves
people
that
kind
they
of were
want
like,
to
hey,
be
wait, he
that
kind of
person.
said that with
Pierre
like,
Poilievre,
he
who shows
kind
an
of said
inability
that
to
like a
stand
little
up to
like
Preston
we
Mary
liked it.
and
He sent
Daniel
it a little.
Smith.
He
I
sent
think
it a
you
little. He
know
said
you
it a little
don't have the right
cunty. Like it was
individual.
like, oh,
We have somebody who
okay.
still continues
All
to
right.
speak in three-word slogans. as
Oh,
opposed to
oh
presenting
yeah,
an
yeah. I
accurate
guess
plan,
yeah. Sometimes
an
I like
outlined
say that
plan, a
word. People
professionalized
like,
plan. You don't have the
Thunder
right picture.
McCavey, fuck the
Canadians
Commonwealth.
have
You know what,
realized
valid.
this.
I guess
And as
we
I
are
said
all
earlier on the show,
minus
I think
Paul in this
Quebecers
room.
have realized this.
Wait, am I the only
Notwithstanding
white person in this room?
linguistic notwithstanding concerns about
Am I the only
French
white
and race,
person in this
those are all
room?
very valid concerns.
Goddamn.
But when you're facing a
I'm the
threat
only-
of
yeah,
that
I'm full white,
size
I'm
from
pure.
an American neighbor, you need to put that aside. and vote in terms of selecting a leader.
That was the
That's
joke.
Canadians
That was
have
the
done. Our
joke.
colleagues are all keen
Oh my
on
God.
securing a majority.
I'm getting
Majority
clipped.
government
Getting
would
clipped
allow
out of
us to have that
context.
strong
Getting clipped out of
mandate that
context.
that Prime Minister Carney is seeking to effectuate the change that we need to see to grow the economy, to build the
thought you were
collaboration,
French.
to diversify our trade partners, and to continue to
Oh.
make progress.
Althea made a little bit of a
Louis-
squint
Louis
there,
Riel's-
winced a
Louis
little bit
Riel
as you
and
spoke,
Carney.
so I'm going to let her talk before I get some more results.
Well, I was going to say on the whole, like who we should give a testament to
Hey,
is
it's me,
all the
Louis
liberal
Riel. It's kind of-
backbenchers who tried to get Justin
kinda burns a
Trudeau to
little
leave. Chrystia Freeland, who finally, frankly, knifed him. If Justin Trudeau had not left, there is no way we would see the results that we were
Because like I
seeing
feel like
right now,
I'm expecting
even
it to be
with
good
Donald
now,
Trump
but
in
it's
the White
actually still kind of not.
So there's other people
lots of
who
things going
helped
on. Yeah.
create the
I think it
scenario
would have
that
been
we
better
find
as
ourselves
a
in at the
shot.
moment.
I
And
gotta be
also,
real.
pretty soon people won't be able to vote, so you don't need to convince them to vote for the Liberal Party.
Yes, you've already won.
The red sun setting on you.
We're just waiting to see.
The red sun shall never set on the Canadian Empire.
It's hard to shake it off.
51st state, more
I
like
think
more
Ian
like
has some early
14th
Yeah,
province.
in British Columbia, as we've
The
said,
territory's
the
provinces
Conservatives,
now.
Liberals,
Actually,
and
no,
NDP
we have
done
13
well
provinces
there. They
and
certainly
one
did well there
territory.
in 2021,
14
and so there's a
provinces.
lot of
Alaska
potential,
gets
particularly for the
provinceship.
Liberals and the
The rest,
Conservatives
the
to
lower
pick up
40,
seats. Let's look at some
48,
early results
49,
with some
they're
potential changes.
territory.
North Island, Powell River, this has been a stronghold for the NDP, and right now
No, we
in the
give
lead
those
there.
independence.
So we'll keep an eye on
Based
that. Let's
Puerto
take a
Rico
look
independence,
at, in the interior,
Cayman
South
Islands
Means, South
independence,
Okanagan,
what
West
else?
Coast,
Marshall
again,
Islands,
relatively
Guam
close,
independence.
but this is
It all
going
becomes
to be a pickup
Hawaii
for conservatives
independence.
getting onto this.
We are going to free
Helena
Hawaii.
Conans is
The
a,
mandate of
former
heaven.
professional
Mark
tennis
Carney has
player
the mandate
and
of heaven.
competed in Wimbledon and at the U.S.
Yes, she
Open.
is.
I did not know that, and I find that really interesting.
That is a stereotypical.
And, South Surrey, White Rock,
There's no ammo
obviously
in it.
really low numbers. We just wanted to show this to you because it would be a change if this were to
practicing his
hold.
Call of
And
Duty.
interesting, Ernie Klassen was acclaimed
doing his idol.
as the candidate. I think we're seeing a lot of that across the country, right? Where candidates who were acclaimed when maybe nobody else really wanted the nomination. I'm not sure if that's what happened there, but some of those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay, yeah. Once we figure out if it's a majority or
All right,
minority,
let's have a look at someone who is having a difficult night, but at least his own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. He has won handily in that riding, but he is probably not enjoying the evening so far, given where things are tracking for the Bloc. Remember, at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats, and right now they're tracking towards 23. We'll continue to watch some of those numbers because, as we've told you, the vote is changing. It is close still in many, many ridings across the country. And that is why we are waiting to tell you whether you have a minority or majority government. Rafi Bouchikanian, I can see you there. Yves-François Blanchet has been elected. We have Decision Desk has projected him elected, but not a strong evening so far for the Bloc Québécois. What are you hearing?
It is not, and you'll forgive me, I was just turning around to try to figure out who they were cheering there. There have been a lot of cheers for people you'd expect to get elected, like Yves-François Blanchet and a couple of others, like Alexis Brunel-Duceppe, like a stalwart of the party, but this is not the results they're looking for. 23 seats, I mean,
less
that's
lighting, less harsh
kind of
lighting.
a number where
It's very harsh.
if the Liberals get a majority, that's not a great night for the Bloc Québécois. They're trying to cheer up here. They're trying to be,
The mandate of heaven.
enthusiastic.
We're just
They
watching
did
the
have
clip.
one major win. We were talking about Gaspésie earlier. Well, they won that riding. Radio-Canada announced that
Chairman Carney.
they project a win for Alexis
It's
Deschamps,
Chairman
that star
Carney's
candidate, who would be taking
Ben
that riding
Shapiro
from
got
Diane de
reviewed this.
Boutillier, a Liberal who has been there for a while. And
Canadian
the
left
crowd
is
erupted
corrupting.
into enthusiastic cheers here when that happened. So that was one that's a take from the Liberals. So that's a real reason.
I mean, it's a
for
little
them to be
darker, but I
happy,
actually kind of vibe with it.
For the rest of it, I mean, they're really just sort of trying to hold on to hope. We've got a little bit of a show here. They keep inviting
Counterbalance lighting from the
incumbents.
outside. I
or
actually kind of like a
candidates
dark
to come
light
up and
room.
talk to the crowd. There's an MC asking them all sorts of questions about, how did your campaign go and what do you think of Yves-François Blanchet's messages and
Liberal
they're just sort of
majority,
trying
the
to
mandate
hold on
of
to hope.
Carney has the
Okay,
mandate of
Rafi
heaven.
Bouchikanian, thank
Liberal
you so much
majority
from Montreal.
soon.
We will be back to you, of course. Perhaps we
The
can
mandate
show
of
how the
heaven.
vote share in Quebec
God's
changed.
greatest
Let me know when we can
soldier,
go to that.
Mark Carney.
But I'll go to
Is Mark Carney? Is
Chantal,
Mark
I
Carney
think,
a
if I
trans
can.
kid?
Yves-François Blanchet. This is his third
I
election.
thought
if I'm not mistaken.
the conservatives
probably
doxed his
is
kid because he's a
feeling,
trans
better
kid.
when he compares his fate.
No, I think
to
they definitely
what
tried
could
to
be
dox his
happening to
child,
the
but I
NDP.
forget why they tried to dox
I don't think
it.
anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. A lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to lend our vote to the Liberals because of special circumstances. But it wasn't a judgment on the Bloc Québécois that they were making. Now, that being said, what also created this dynamics, in Quebec in particular, the only province where Pierre Poilievre never led the pack, was always in third place, was this notion. At some point, the Bloc surged, not because the Bloc was doing so well, but because a lot of Quebec voters looked at the numbers outside Quebec and thought to themselves, the rest of Canada is about to elect Pierre Poilievre. We don't want him. So we are going to build a wall by voting for the Bloc. And of course, that wall crumbled the second that Justin Trudeau left and the polls showed that Mark Carney had a shot at winning.
Well, then they built a wall.
Right-wingers tried to expose Sasha Carney.
They're looking at 40 seats, and it looks at this point in the evening like they're going to get better than that.
Okay, some other good news for the Liberals at this hour. Let me show you who has just been elected as a member of Parliament for the very first time, and that is Mark Carney,
very
Canada's Prime Minister. This is his first time running for public office.
Somebody in chat says yes, his kid is
tempted
trans.
many times, but never decided to go for it. And this time,
the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven.
Won handily in his riding of Nepean.
Nepean. Oh my God, yes.
I have this
Mark Carney elect.
Prime Minister's riding was in
Nepean. I know.
I'll go find that for you. But Mark Carney winning his own riding tonight. That is the first time.
I don't think he'll speak to the. I don't think he'll do a speech. And wait, we have to watch the speeches.
Not only be Prime Minister, but be elected as Prime Minister.
Wait, oh my God!
Wait,
has Pierre
conceded
yet?
That is Liberal headquarters, where they are waiting for more
yet?
information, obviously, about how this evening is going to unfold and what kind of government they will celebrate tonight.
Pierre's been radio silent for 5 hours.
I'm beginning to think Mark Carney's never going to be the finance minister at this rate, because that was always the rumor on his entry into Canadian politics. I want to go through sort of where the Liberals are at this stage, to support the reason why we have projected a Liberal government, and to show
they have
why
not said anything on Twitter
for
6 hours since the
I'm going to go all the way
polls
back
closed.
to Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, we can swear. I don't care if you guys swear.
This is Terra Nova and the peninsulas. This has been a
the only thing that I ban in
chat
is slurs. That's it.
It's now down to a 20
that's the only thing I ban.
This has been happening in a lot of the ridings.
No. If you're like out here, if you're on this side of the camera and you have the pass, say it. But if you're on that side of the camera, I don't care. Don't say shit in chat.
Chewing up that conservative lead and getting now within less than 30 votes.
Using the power of the
We saw that happen in Central Nova, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser
fuck Mark Carney. Markiplier E.
He's moved into the lead, and also in
Markiplier E is the
in
power.
Miramichi Grand Lake, where the advanced polls have
God,
put the Liberals into the lead there.
So
the Liberals
I need to see what the too big to rig guys on
with
Twitter are
24
saying.
seats that they held as the 32 in Atlantic Canada. They're back at 24 with a chance, if Terra Nova flips, to get it to that
Daisy
25
Media, what's
that we
he
talked
saying?
about on the path to majority earlier. So still a chance for them to hit the threshold here. We'll go into Quebec, where the last I checked, because the numbers are changing soon, they were at 42 seats.
What does
They're now
Rebel
at
News Online say, chat? What does Rebel News Online
Quebec,
say?
13 of them pickups. And look at this. We're still
they're
waiting
talking
for a
about
little bit
menstrual
of data
products
on
and
the island
men's
of Montreal, only really in
washrooms.
one riding.
They haven't
conservative,
started talking
leading on the
about
island of
anything
Montreal
related
right
to
now
Mark Carney.
in the riding of Mount Royal. So we'll have to see where that goes. But either way, the Liberals at this point in the night, with still a lot of votes to be counted, are ahead of the 40 vote threshold they needed to be at in Quebec. Now, Ontario, a lot of votes being counted, slightly different story. They are at 69
That one would
seats
not
of the
do well on
122. They are down
Watching
seats
conservatives
right now.
cry and
You're
throw
seeing
up.
some movement
Liberal
here,
government.
in the
We
GTA
did it,
seats
Joe.
that have
We
been the
did
stronghold
it.
of the Liberals.
We did
Oops, I
it,
didn't even
Joe.
click on Kitchener, but they're doing well.
Oh
in
my
Kitchener.
God! It's been 5 years
there's only
since
about
the
11%
first
of the vote
Kabbalah
counted in Ontario.
government.
And again, this is going to be a
Guys,
pattern throughout
I'm saying it right now.
They are
The
believed,
American election was
widely
rigged. It was
by all the
Kamala's
campaigns. We've heard this from conservatives as well, to have outperformed their opponents in the advance vote, and in a lot of cases that comes in last. So while they're at 150 seats
what is
there
the
right now,
wait.
the last time I checked, there were still about a dozen seats that we were waiting on results for that all the campaigns believe are going to go Liberal. So you can bear that in mind as a reason why we have not yet ruled out the possibility of a Liberal majority government. In Manitoba, we had set the threshold at 6 for them to be on the path for majority. They're right at 6 right now. They've got 2 pickups. They're leading right now in Winnipeg West, which was a Conservative seat. They are not leading in Winnipeg Centre, but they've also
whoa! Winnipeg Centre. What are they doing?
It's NDP, baby. In Saskatchewan.
Wait, is it called?
One.
Is it called
All
fully?
they needed was 1. Well, guess what? It looks like they have 1.
Please tell me Leah
They're
Gazin's
leading
back.
right now
Please
in
tell me Leah
Desmeke.
Gazin's
That's Buckley
back.
Boulanger, as Ian was telling us.
I love Leah Gazin. Some NDP in BC is actually kind of surprising right now. No, I think they might. Blue Berta. Oh wait. Oh
Within
right. I need to watch
48 hours,
Blue Berta.
You could be
Blue Berta
eligible
might
to get
end.
rid of up to 80% of those debts.
For some reason,
All you have to do is
CBC's
apply
election
to check if
results
you're
are
eligible.
saying-
Click the button below this video right now.
No, Calgary.
Fill out the short
Calgary,
questionnaire on the next page,
that makes
and that's
sense.
it.
Calgary
You're on your way to
Confederation.
debt-free. Your case will be reviewed
Dream,
by a
are you still in
licensed debt relief
chat?
specialist
Dream
from
Chaser?
your home province. Our
Dream
experts
Chaser,
are
if you're
licensed
still
by the
here,
federal government to
how's Calgary
negotiate debt
Confederation?
settlements with your creditors. They can negotiate a lower total amount of debt for you. Maybe you're paying $600 or $700 a
webpage is
month.
down?
How would
Oh
it
my-
change if you were
okay, so
only
the
paying
web- the
$200 or
map for,
$300 a month? That leaves the rest of your cash for you to spend on your family, kids, holiday gifts, or even
Leah
save for a
Gazin is
vacation or
leading.
new car.
Kildonan
Click the
and
button
St.
below
Paul.
right now.
It doesn't
Fill
load
out the
for me.
short
I
questions on
already
the
know
next
the
page
results.
and see if
Thunder.
you're eligible for a debt relief program in your province today.
CBC.ca. Is CBC itself loading?
Sucks about not having Netflix is not being able to watch.
Which is a seat they hold on the Lower Mainland.
Yes. Okay. So let me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there a joke there that I missed that I was supposed to?
Yeah, I was talking about deltas and deltas, you know,
okay,
like sort of
sorry.
thing. Don't worry.
I got a lot of people
Liberals
talking to me.
will
That was a
form the
funny
next
one. Thank you.
government. Nice. Where is the?
There are 47 ridings still where the vote is under 100. So that gives you a sense of why we are still holding off in determining
Well, that's projected at the
what
moment,
kind of
so yeah.
government this is. But as David rightly points out, it is still possible, and we'll show you more about that in a moment. And just because I have a lot of good colleagues who heard me,
Yeah, the CBC
only other
election
Prime
live
Minister to hold a
results
seat
is
in
not
the Ottawa
loading
area
right
was
now.
John A. MacDonald.
It's down.
So,
Yeah, it's down.
Mark Carney.
So I can't see.
becomes number
there.
2. Ian, over to you.
Oh,
So
what's r slash
interesting
Winnipeg
things
saying?
happening in British Columbia.
R
in
slash
terms
Winnipeg's
of the
going
vote.
crazy.
Let's look at the vote change so far in the province of British
Yo,
Columbia.
post
and
a
you
link
see
to the
both
stream in R slash
Conservatives and the
Winnipeg.
Liberals up. Liberals up by 50
Yeah.
percentage
I actually
points.
didn't do
and
any
who
of
is
that. I should
down,
have done
well,
that
no
already.
surprise. The NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because if you look at what happened to the NDP support there, at least as of right now, it was 18% in 2021. It's down to 2.7%.
I think they only move your car if it's
and
snow.
it seems to be
If it's
going to
snow
both
out.
the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals
Wait,
right
what?
now in the lead, the incumbent in second place.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
I know
take a
that
look
guy.
at Okanagan
I've
Lake,
heard of him.
West,
I've heard of
South
my competition.
Kelowna. There, the NDP support has gone
Yeah,
from
I didn't load yet.
18.9
That's still
percentage
down. Okay,
points
so,
to
I will not
5.5.
see
Now,
if,
super early, but still interesting to note and to keep an eye on. And now Richmond East, Steveston. This is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19%
Well, also, I don't post. I haven't
2021
posted on
to
YouTube in a while. Like most of my following is
both the Liberals and Conservatives up. It looks like the Conservatives in Richmond East, Steveston
A
might
reel
be
for me?
benefiting more from that drop
Like,
in
I posted
NDP
it?
support than the Liberals are. But throughout British Columbia, we said this hours ago. I mean, maybe it was yesterday. I'm not sure.
My
But
YouTube
anyway,
shorts are gonna be
hours
first
ago.
We haven't been here since yesterday, to be
Feels
fair.
that way,
Yeah, I
though.
know.
Anyway, what would happen to NDP support? Would it drop?
And,
It seems to be
election
doing
watch
that in
party.
British Columbia and in a province where
No, you'll be
the Liberals and Conservatives are so competitive in so many ridings. Who will benefit the most from that? Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's get another part of that story, and that's to look at whether a majority is still possible here as we wait
Pierre
to
loses on
make a
riding.
firm
I
call on
can't
what kind
see
of
Carleton.
government
I cannot
Canada
see
has
Carleton
chosen.
right
So here
now
you go again.
because
This is back
CBC
to
is
the House
down.
of Commons. All those red seats there, leading and elected. So that gets you up to
Yeah,
157.
I cannot see
now
because
we're going to add
CBC's map
incumbent
is down.
to
I can
come.
look at
Those are
globals,
the
but
pink seats.
globals
That
does
is
always
9. So they
skew a
need to
little more
hold the
conservative for
157 they
their
have, gain 9, and they are still
Yeah,
under
global
6,
skews their
not
map a little
quite
more
reaching
conservative.
A majority so far.
Where
with numbers.
CBC,
But let me give you another little piece of information
CBC isn't
that is
skewed.
relevant as we think
Yes,
about
it
whether
is.
this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 24
Global is
of those,
projecting at
the Liberals are in second place, meaning that there is
PP
still a
loses a seat.
possibility that they could flip some of those ridings
At the
and
moment,
indeed
at the
get
moment,
over
Bruce
that threshold
Fanjoy is
of
leading
172.
according to
And
Global.
that also tells you why we're not saying anything just yet,
Global
because there's a
says
lot
at the moment.
Still in flux here. It's possible,
go
but it's
crazy.
getting a little bit harder for
you
the
can also
Liberals to
take the
get there,
generics,
and they're
too, if
going to
you
have
need.
to work a lot harder in these other ridings and these counts in order to make it. Let's go to Adrian now, who has
This
some
is
results.
this is
You're
Alberta
talking about
genuine,
tiny
Jeff.
margins,
There's
you're
also
talking about areas
generic in there.
the Liberals want to
Oh my
flip.
God,
Let's
dude,
look
this
at some
this
of those.
liquor
Let's
makes
start
me
with
is making me
Kitchener
like I
Centre.
poured way too much in
You
this
are
glass.
not seeing
I'm
green on the
slurring my
map
words.
on the
Back in
bar at the
fridge,
bottom
smooth again.
because Mike Morris is trailing by 33. Just 3 out of 213 polls
Ugh.
reporting, but it's a very thin.
The
Rosie's
Chinese
been
liquor is
talking about.
hitting.
Let's look at another one, Hamilton Center again.
I saw from Global, the Liberal HQ, and they
the
had a
NDP
screen in the
wanted to hang
back with
on to
Pierre
that.
down. They were cheering.
Liberals are leading with 55,
yeah, no,
just
they,
55.
it's
One
insane.
last, another one that's tiny margin.
Global
that is Niagara South,
is at the moment
and,
saying Pierre is
that is
down
a
in
riding
his
that
own
would have flipped to
riding.
the Conservatives in redistribution.
It says that
the
Fanjoy is
Liberals
leading
are
by
holding it with
177
just
votes.
22. Only one poll reporting there.
I want to see
So,
Sean Fraser is
some of those
back
early
up.
results
Okay,
we've
Sean
seen, some of
Fraser
those
is
tight
back
places.
up.
Oh, I
in
think you've got
Nova.
one more. Elected.
So it was just
Look at
Eastern
that,
Canada.
and that's
It was
a big
literally
one to miss.
just
That is Leslie Church,
the only
projected,
flip
elected in
has
Toronto,
been
St. Paul's. That was a rematch against Dawn Stewart.
Newfoundland.
That lead,
Newfoundland flipped to Liberals and the
1,840.
Conservative.
She lost that by
And so far, that's all I've
647
kind of
votes.
seen
In
being
that
flipped into
by-election that
Conservative.
started everything that's happening right now. You can
The
draw a
Newfies.
direct line.
Okay, so for
between that
Calgary,
and
where
this.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
that loss, that
Dream
by-election
Chaser,
loss was part of what
I
got
wish CBC
Liberals
was loaded.
upset
CBC
with
is
Justin
more
Trudeau
accurate
and
than
starting to
Global.
speak more
But
openly
it says
about how
that
he needed to leave. A lot of Conservatives thought that
Yeah.
by-election win
Calgary
was an
Confederation
anomaly.
is by
And
5
indeed,
votes at the
Liberals
moment.
have taken
So
back
Calgary
that riding
Confederation
tonight
is
with
still
Leslie Church.
close.
Let's have a
Calgary
look at
McKnight is
Conservative
close. Calgary
headquarters
Center
now
is close.
and see what's shaking over there. Also in
Let's
Ottawa.
look at Edmonton. Okay, see, this is how I know Global is wrong. Edmonton, at least one riding in Edmonton will be yellow. At least one riding in Edmonton will be orange. So that's how I know Global is not predicting
back in
right.
January, 25 points ahead. They are waiting to see whether they can hold the Liberals to a minority, which would be something to celebrate for them, but we are waiting to see more. I should also tell you that we are waiting for results to come in from Pierre Poilievre's riding.
No problem.
They've started to
Okay,
come
there's
in.
still hope.
Remember,
Yeah, there's still hope for
he
you,
and his
Dream
riding
Chaser.
is
I got a
up
guy in
against,
chat who's from
91,
Central
I believe, other
Calgary,
candidates.
and his riding was
But
polling
as you can see there, this is only one
exactly
poll
the
reporting.
exact same for
The
Liberal or
Liberals slightly
Conservative.
ahead.
So I said his riding will be one that I'll
The
watch and
expectation
talk
would
about
be
a
that
lot.
Pierre Poilievre
'Cause-
would win, but there was
yeah,
some concern expressed
he literally
about how that
he's
long ballot initiative, which is a
what did
protest
Dream say
movement
was? He's
to
like
try
an
and protest
immigrant
the
from
first past the
Venezuela,
post system that we have
and he's like
would affect this.
he got like
Obviously,
his
Elections
girlfriend
Canada
to
has
go
been
out and
counting
vote.
those ballots for a very long time.
like
They got
it's
special
actually like
dispensation to start much
have hope
earlier
for
in the day.
Calgary
David's got a long
Confederation
ballot
because
with him.
Global.
Rosie,
Of course, you have a prop.
Because
Global
we
is
have an
skewing
arts and
it a
craft
little bit.
division at Power and Politics, we had a replica. This is the ballot
Yeah.
we're dealing with.
Yeah.
In
it's,
Carleton,
this
right?
riding,
This is what the longest ballot. This is what 91 names look
this is the
like,
polls,
right?
so.
And you gotta do this to
this
kind of
one right here
find
is where he's
Pierre
from.
Poilievre. He's right there.
Yeah, Calgary
by the way,
Confederation
on the
was polling
ballot. Bruce
one
Fanjoy,
above
the Liberal,
the,
is right there on the ballot. But just look
Hello
at the
from
sheer
Winnipeg, Dream.
girth of this
Everyone
thing,
here is
right?
wishing
just
you good
look
luck.
At this. 91 names. So you got to
Yeah,
get
Paz,
this.
I don't
you
know why
gotta
it's
write
not
it, you got to
loading.
fold it
I
up.
think it's
They got to
just way
stuff
too
it
many
into,
people
I
on.
don't know, a mailbox as opposed to a ballot box.
Also, if
And there
Thunder,
were
Paz, and Dream are
43,000
in the
of
chat,
these
and the fourth
cast in
person is me,
advance
did
vote,
Nick
right?
leave?
So that's already
Or
in
is
there
Nick
in the
still
system.
here?
That's why they got that special dispensation.
He was
to
here
go
for 9
early.
hours. He might have
So
just turned
while
it off
we may
when
know that the Liberals are going to form government, we don't
be
yet
lost.
know what
Yeah. So
whether it's going to be a majority government or not. Those by-elections that
Oh my God!
this happened in
The
Toronto,
ballot.
St. Paul.
The ballot.
We hosted a by-election special there, and with LaSalle and Maribyrnong.
That's the
2,
ballot
3,
in
4 o'clock
Carleton.
in the
Pierre
morning
Poilievre's
before you got
riding.
results. Now, with a leader and a seat on the line, may go faster, but they had to
Yeah,
count
the longest ballot
tens of
initiative hit them.
thousands of these.
Yeah,
That's the challenge.
I do have to say that those numbers that we saw there
Yeah.
with a liberal
I
advantage,
think they've been doing
it's
it
because the
since
advance polls, were
since
counted
Justin
first
broke his
for that
promise
riding,
on
so let's not,
reforming.
no one's going to suggest
They
here
they
that
used to do it in
that's
liberal
the
ridings, but
direction
this year
this
they
is
did
going
it
to
in
take. Reef, you wanted to
this.
say something there?
Like
Well,
their
I
last
think
time they
if
did
you
it
know,
was
Cynthia,
the
you showed
Ben
that
Carr
photo of
by-election in
the
Winnipeg
folks
South
in the
Center.
conservative.
Yeah, like
conservative,
Dylan, the by-election
room.
here
And
like 2 years
the
ago
concern that
for
I have
Jim
is
Carr
actually what it's going to look
dying
like
and
that
Ben
first
Carr
conservative
running.
caucus meeting.
The
What I'm getting
longest
at,
ballot
Rosemary, is
initiative
that
ran it
and
terms
they
of
had like 60
the expectations
names
were quite
on the
large
ballot.
on the part of
in
Pierre
Winnipeg
Poilievre's
South
caucus, that he
Center,
would deliver
there's
them
60
into
independents
government. Minority
running.
or majority, but he would deliver them into government. They have this legislation that we
big
deal with all the
protest
time as
group
parliamentarians. First act of a caucus is to decide on the Michael
Tom
Chong
Scott,
private
Tom
members
Scott.
bill
Yeah,
about,
Tom Scott's
about what
great.
we're going to do.
And Andrew Coyne's ready for this conversation.
But
Tom
it's an
Scott's
interesting
got
conversation
my
because I
vote,
just
baby.
think what we've seen after
I
consecutive
want- I
elections
need
is
my
Andrew Scheer
CBC
turf,
map. I need
Donald
my
O'Toole
CBC
turf.
map.
So Pierre
I need
Poilievre
my
is concerned with
CBC
his
map.
caucus and the expectations. And I would hear
Because
about that on the floor
my
of
global map
committees,
is saying that Kildonan's going to
I would hear about it on
Rachel
the floor of
Dan
House of
show.
Commons. People measuring the drapes on their future ministerial offices.
And
That
that
has
says
not happened
it says that
tonight.
Elmwood's
There's
going
gonna
to
be
call
unhappy
it. But
conservatives.
also my
Sure,
global
but
is
let's
saying
see,
that Leah
you know,
keeps
if he
Winnipeg
improves
Center,
the
which I need.
Conservatives'
I need Leah to keep
results
Winnipeg
from
Center.
the last vote, which was 128 with redistribution. He's
Okay.
at 133, 134 here.
This is
I don't know.
Global's,
It's possible that some people will
my-
want to
the
let
area
him,
that we're currently
you know,
in right
he
now is
could say
Winnipeg
this
South
is
Center.
a partial victory.
Winnipeg
if he
South
holds him to a
Center is
minority.
going to be
I don't
Ben
know.
Carr. He's
like,
going
I'm
to
not-
win
I'm just saying,
by a
Andrew, you went
slide,
in, and then I
and
gotta
that's
go to Catherine.
unfortunate because
Okay.
Ben Carr is one of reminder. Ben Carr is one of only 3 Liberal members of Parliament who, during the vote in March of 2024, voted no to a ceasefire in place that I cannot name because I will get shadow banned.
Bettered Stephen Harper.
Exactly.
The other question is,
Ben Carr is the only
he's got
one that
such a
voted
lock on the
against a
base of the
ceasefire. Ben Carr is the only one
you
that
really take
voted
out even if the
for
caucus
the
decides
continued
the
murder
caucus might
of
turf, I mean,
children.
the base
So
might vote
remember
him back
that.
Okay,
But Rosemary,
Remember
in terms of
that.
the base of the party, it's the inability to stand up to that base in Alberta that has cost him this election.
Ben-
You can
Winnipeg
also-
runs off
Daniel
vibes.
Smith, I think that's
Let's talk about this
actually what's
after.
happened.
Let's talk about it after. I do want to spend
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah.
We're not
To
going to
Zi-
write off
I can say
anyone because we're not
Zionist.
at that stage in the evening.
I think
at
I
all.
can say Zionist.
Catherine Cullen, apparently you have a guest.
Well, Winnipeg,
Yes,
Winnipeg
we're first
a lot
gonna
of
just talk a
Winnipeg
little bit about what is
liberals are
going on
Zionist.
in
Yeah.
Quebec before we get
Yeah,
to,
but like
Vanessa Lee, our colleague on the island of Montreal.
Yeah,
Let's
but the
start by
thing with
taking a
Ben
look at
Carr
what is going
specifically
on
is
in
the
LaSalle,
only
Lamar,
reason why he has any sort of traction at all is because his dad, Jim Carr, who was a
In fact,
little
we are
more
gonna go to
moderate
Vanessa
than
Lee right
Ben.
away.
Ben's
Let's
Ben's
get
a
to the
little
good
more
stuff.
right
And
than
there
Jim.
you
I
are,
met Jim too.
Vanessa
Jim
Lee
was a nice
on the
guy.
island of Montreal, I believe.
Yeah, always dirty glasses. Ben Carr is his son. So Jim Carr died. They had a by-election, and Ben Carr won. His son.
And this is a very
Ben Carr is right. Ben Carr is a very right liberal. I would say Ben Carr should be a conservative, but ran liberal.
the Quebec lieutenant, most recently responsible for Parks
Wait, hold
Canada
up.
as well as
For
Canadian
half a second, it
cultural
pulled that
identity.
there was an independent
Mr.
getting a
Guilbeault,
seat.
Congratulations on your party's
Have a safe drive,
win.
Paul. Good night.
How are you? What's going through your mind right now? Because your riding is still too
But
close
yeah,
to call.
the only reason Ben Carr's, if I ever meet Ben Carr, I will look him in the eye and call him a nepo baby because he is. He is a nepo baby. That
very early. We're very grateful that
Yeah,
Canadians
that seat-
have
that-
decided to give us another mandate, and we feel honored and
11
we will
away
work
from a
hard
liberal
for
majority.
Canadians.
And
We're
I gotta
asking for a
say,
strong government because we know we have tough days
bloc
ahead, certainly with the
majority
US
might be
administration and
over.
President Trump.
Chat, I gotta
We
be
know it's going to
real.
be complicated, so the
I
stronger
don't
the
think we're
Canadian
getting
government
bloc
can be, The
majority.
more united we are, the easiest it's going to be to face.
What do you think made the difference?
What, you don't want
in
bloc
this election
majority?
that Canadians have voted for another Liberal government, and how
No,
confident
the
are
thing
you
about
that it will
bloc
be a
is
majority government?
they're so left wing on so many like economic socialist policies, but then the second you get into anything that has to do with like civil liberties, they're like old school French. Yeah, they're French Catholics. They're French Catholics who have like
Someone who has experience on the
yeah,
world stage.
French Catholics are literal communists, except when it comes to people's rights.
Anything else than work on Parliament
Also,
Hill in
I'll turn the
Ottawa.
camera away. You guys aren't on camera
They
anymore.
felt he was the right person for what's coming
not
ahead
for all the
in
time,
the
but like
difficult times we have ahead of us.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Catherine.
Vanessa Lee in Montreal, and Rosie, worth noting, Stephen Guilbeault's riding, it was Gilles Ducep's old riding. It's gone bloc in the past. It went NDP. Even in 2015, Ellen Laverdiere kept that riding. That's right. Right now, though, Stephen
Knights of
Guilbeault,
Columbus?
46% of the vote, still early numbers.
Okay. And you can
Like,
see there at
why?
the bottom of your screen, we have
I don't
still
get
not
it.
made a call about what kind of government Mark Carney will be leading as the 24th Prime Minister. 162 seats leading and elected for the Liberals, 138 for the
Yeah, they're just
Conservatives,
insane.
24 for the
Oh,
Bloc.
I
10
the CBC
leading or
back up.
elected
Okay,
for. I
CBC's
just
back.
believe-
CBC's
I think
back.
they're just leading, but maybe leading and elected for
CBC
the
back.
NDP. You
Okay.
need 12 to
Winnipeg
form official
Center
party
is still
status.
looking
The
like
Greens,
as a-
oh, look, they just popped up. It seems like every time I mention them, they
Elmwood
just appear.
Transcona is
Leading and
looking
elected in
conservative
one.
flip,
Remember
which
that
will
the
be depressing.
count,
I love
the number
Leela
that the
Dance.
Liberals are still hoping to get
Rachel
to tonight
Dancho is looking like she
172.
might
That
keep
would
her
give them a
seat
majority
in
government
Kildone and St.
and,
Paul.
of course, the ability,
But
the
also,
mandate
these are
to
early.
implement
These
their
are early.
agenda
The only
much,
one that is
much
called in
easier than if
Winnipeg
they're going
is
to have to
Winnipeg
work
North
with another
with
party.
Kevin
but what we're seeing
Lamoureux
tonight
winning
is
for the
really the
Liberals in
story of
Winnipeg
what this
North.
election
North
has
End,
been.
North End staying
Largely
Liberal.
a two-party race, and
Yeah.
the collapse of the
Central's
Bloc
not
and
called
the
yet.
NDP's vote.
Central is
right now.
leading for Liberals.
I want to talk maybe a little bit about popular
vote
vote and whether
Okay,
it matters
to
here. I'm
the
just looking at
Saskatoon.
I'm just looking at our
Saskatoon. It might be
dashboard.
blue.
The Liberals are at
Blue Saskatchewan.
44.7%.
I
The
stuttered there.
Conservatives
Blue
at
Saskatchewan.
40.6.
Minus
And I
Northern
would just note
Saskatchewan,
that-
which is the
that,
res.
you know, these
Minus the
numbers are
res, it's
so
Blue
big,
Saskatchewan.
right? They're so big.
The
compared to
res
what
is
you would
the
normally
res will
see
never be blue.
in an election. 2015, for instance, Justin Trudeau
Okay,
won his
so
majority with
only one poll is
39.47%
reporting for
of
like
the
a lot of
popular
these
vote. That is,
Edmonton
I guess,
places.
just because we're in this two-party
But
race. Is that
at the
how I
moment,
should read
Edmonton
that,
is
Chantal?
looking conservative. All
Yeah,
conservative
you should
at
also
the
wait
moment.
to have
Yeah,
the full
at the
score.
moment.
Yes, of course.
Also,
what you're
those
getting
two-
is a lot of those Alberta conservative votes that are.
Also,
kind of
remember those
pushing
two
their-
ridings
raising
in
the numbers,
Alberta
for
that I
the
thought
lib-
that I
for
was
the
saying
Conservatives. But
Orange
having
Berta?
said that,
They are both
yes,
fully called for
it is-
conservatives now.
Both numbers are
No,
way too high for the
It
kind.
was a little
And
blip.
that's
Okay,
why
so Dream, if
when
you're
you
still
look
in
at
chat,
the seats and
it
the
is a
possibility of
5-vote
majority
difference.
government, it's really hard
Dream,
to
no,
have a
different Dream.
minority
Dream is
government
the
if you
guy
do
from
not have a
Calgary.
strong third party
Yeah,
presence.
Dream Chaser 64. Yeah,
And at this point, yes,
Dream
the Bloc
Chaser.
looks like it's
It is
gonna
a
get
5-vote
23,
difference right
24
now
seats,
in Calgary
but
Confederation.
still, we're used to parliaments where minority rule
Holy shit!
means
Well, the
many
thing is, they'll
parties
call
that
it a
have
liberal majority before they
an
reach that
official
point.
party status.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
at this
so,
point,
it's like if they
that's
think it's a
not
liberal
where we're
match,
going
they'll
tonight.
call
So I'm
it.
curious to see how the night unfolds.
I think they still
I
need
noticed
more
there are
from.
still loads of places where the vote is barely being counted.
Well,
Yes,
there-
there are
that's
probably half a
polling
dozen
right now.
places
Polling
where,
for
no, 2 dozen
11.
places where it has barely been counted.
Right now,
Worth
Green is
remembering here that
only.
six,
Oh my
I think
God!
6
It's
of the last 8 federal elections
6
have
votes.
produced minority governments, right? The last
Dude,
majority
it's a
government we had,
three-way
of course, was
race.
Liberal in 2015.
It's
And
a
with
100-vote
parties with
three-way
official
race for
party
Kitchener
status, we
Center
look
for
like we're
Green,
going
Conservative,
down
and
to
Liberal.
3. I don't really believe
It could
there
go
are
either way.
loads of new Democrat votes hidden in those uncounted votes.
No, we might get
Greens
to
are
4.
conservatives, but they like climate.
Does that
That's it.
concern anyone?
The Green Party
that there
on
is
every issue,
fewer,
minus
like,
like Israel
less
Palestine, which
representation
is
of parties
very
inside the
interesting.
House of
that-
Commons in
sorry,
terms of what that
minus
means for
minus
democracy, Andrew?
I think it's like
it's a
say it
good
3
thing or
times.
bad
I'm
thing
banned.
on its own. I mean,
But
again, you
yeah,
get
thank
the
you,
issue
thank you,
of
thank
how
you.
representative is the popular vote in that
Minus the
regard.
Middle East,
How well
minus the
represented is
Middle
it in
East,
terms of
Green
number of
Party
seats?
is
But ultimately,
like
the
conservative on
elector's gonna
every
decide
economic
whether they want
policy.
to have a multiplicity of parties, or maybe in the present circumstances.
They're
That's the
neutral, I
question,
think.
Is this a one-off?
I
or
think
does
they're
this
very
represent
neutral. Like a lot of Greens are
greater
like.
degree of change. We've seen the NDP written off.
Yeah,
before.
neutral
They
is not
come
enough.
back.
They're
We've
like
seen
they're
the Liberals
supportive,
written
but
off before.
it's like
Yeah.
the
The
thing.
Bloc-
They're
so
not
these are enduring
anti-racist,
brands,
but they
and,
aren't
the wheel
racist.
goes
If
full
that makes
circle, and
sense.
they may come back.
Like, do you get that a little bit? Sorry, I got a pan so it's back in.
On the NDP.
Yeah.
they
Like they're
went
not
from
actively
no party
fighting
no
racism,
official
but they
party
aren't
status
racist.
In '93 to.
Yeah. Like Greens are like very like.
Later, I admit, but they still at some point they have
Yeah.
presence.
If we're
across
using the
country,
stupid left-right
from
spectrum,
Atlantic Canada
the
to
furthest
BC,
right
including
is
Quebec.
conservatives,
That
or sorry, the
possibility
furthest right is
still there. Do
PPC,
not
then
assume
conservatives,
that,
then Greens,
a
then
victory
liberals.
For the Liberals tonight is necessarily.
Nah, I'm only
a
talking about the big
liberal
six.
reign
Christian
for all
Heritage are
time.
just nationalists.
At some point,
Christian
the
heritage
seeds
or
of
Nazis.
change will come back, and they might have a better chance.
Well, Christian
to
heritage are the, they're the ones who want to bring back the res
The
schools.
one thing I think we should be looking for
Like-
is not just, will they get over the majority, will BC put them over the top, but also how will the Liberals do in
let's look
Western
back at
Canada?
here.
One of the things people have been very worried about, some
Give me the
people,
mic.
is will this,
One more
will
mic.
another Liberal victory cause Western
We're getting a
RIA
RIA review of the election so far. It's been me for a while. What does RIA think?
In BC and Alberta.
Personally, I think
looking
conservatives
pretty
are
close to
leaning
what the
too
polling
far
numbers
into
were
American
suggesting, and the polling
politics.
numbers are saying
And as
the
our
Liberals are
chat
gonna do
should
better, at
know,
least in the popular
Americans
vote in
are
those
feeling
provinces,
very
for the-
much
better than they had since
they're
1968.
leaning in
So,
towards a
that
fascist
should
oligarch
hopefully put
kind
some
of
of the-
system,
dampen down some of
where
the sort of
the oligarchs,
attempts
that
to
is, the
portray this
billionaires,
as
are
the
able to
West being
buy
shut out
votes
yet again.
We'll
and
see.
buy
We'll see. Last word to you,
bills,
Althea.
basically. You have
Just a
Elon
few
Musk
things. So
who's
on
whispering
that
in
is
the ear
something
of
that the
Trump
Liberals
and
were quite
JD
concerned
Vance.
about, which is why
And
Mr.
it really
Carney
feels like that
spent
with
the last
Pierre
day
Poilievre,
going to
with
Saskatchewan, going to Alberta
like he's
to make that
he's
case,
friends
to
with
hoping to grab,
a lot of
to grab
lobbyists
seats that they
and
otherwise did not
high up
have.
people
I
in
think
Loblaws
it's
and
not
some
a
of the
thing
larger
about
grocery
democracy.
companies.
If there are no
He
parties,
has
smaller parties
investments. I
think
believe he has
it's
his own
just if the balance of power is
business
with Bloc Québécois,
in
it is an
private,
opening for the Conservatives to say
private
that it's
real estate,
an illegitimate
backing up
coalition,
landlords.
much like they did
You
in
have things like that, and
2008,
it's really
which
leaning
basically
into
means that we will
American
have
conservative
another
politics.
election. But it's
Something
not a
that
coalition.
Canada really
It's
hasn't
just a
been
one
into
party helps another.
prior
Right,
to
but
maybe
how-
2016.
I mean, they framed the last
and you have
supply
this
and
like
confidence
the
agreement as a
conservatives wanting to
coalition, just like it
privatize
is
about to
healthcare,
sign this
and
confidence agreement.
there
Of course
are
not.
issues with LGBT youth and things like that, banning books. It's a strange time to be a Canadian, I think, with how politics are going on the conservative side, whereas people are leaning. The average Canadian, I think, is leaning more towards the center Liberal Party just to protect themselves from the Conservative Party, and that is your Rhea update. Back to Graham.
Graham is back, and Graham would like to report happily that even though it's only 1 out of 266 polls in the riding of Carleton that are reporting actively right now, that one poll of 266 is currently saying Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal member of the Liberal candidate for member of Parliament, is leading Pierre by 182 votes. At the moment, it is one poll. Reminder, it is one poll, and that Carleton is minus. Before Pierre Poilievre, Carleton was Liberal, but it's voted for Pierre. I think 5 elections in a row now they've elected Pierre Poilievre. So, but they were Liberal before, and with 182 votes, only one poll reporting, but at the moment it is a Liberal lead in Carleton. At the moment, Pierre Poilievre is losing his seat in the House of Commons at the moment. And
if he loses party and
Jesus Christ. No.
No, that would be so.
He's just a party member, right?
Yeah, then he just becomes a party member.
Well, it's the same with Jagmeet Singh. At the moment, Jagmeet Singh is also losing his seat.
That's fine. I don't like Jagmeet that much.
Jagmeet, okay, listen, hear me out. Jagmeet, I think Jagmeet did good. I think he did really bad at campaigning for the party.
Yeah.
But what he did good was, I genuinely think he did make good decisions.
That's exactly, that's why I don't like him though, because campaigning is such a big part of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, no,
Dude,
okay, as a party leader, not good. As a politician, good. Yes.
I'll agree with that. Yeah.
As the leader of the NDP, not good. As a politician, like if his job is just to get the NDP more seats.
The green is Waterloo, Cambridge.
Yeah, the green is just getting whatchamacallit. That's the one seat they might retain, and it's not either of the leaders. It is Kitchener Center.
Kitchener, yeah, Waterloo, Kitchener.
Kitchener Center is the one green. But dude, the Kitchener Center, 100 vote difference between Liberal, Conservative, and Greens.
Yeah.
100 votes between the 3 parties.
That, I have to say, is a beautiful area of Ontario.
No, look at this. 800 for Liberals, 800 for Conservatives, 800 for Greens.
Wow.
Like, that is going to be a tight race.
Votes?
Lee, welcome back. How's your night, Lee? Are you happy that Pierre has lost? Chairman Mark Carney is going to be the Prime Minister of Canada. Pierre Poilievre will not be Prime Minister of Canada. And bloc majority might still happen. I'm kidding. Bloc majority might not happen. But yeah, no. I think... I genuinely think what Jagmeet Singh should be remembered for as he loses his seat and is
eventually ejected as the leader of the NDP party. I think that Jagmeet should be remembered because without him, we would have had, hear me out, without Jagmeet still fighting for it, we would have had an election in November. If Jagmeet did not hold on for as long as he did to that supply and confidence agreement, then we would have had an election in November, and Pierre would have won a majority.
Oh, 100%. Actually.
Without Jagmeet Singh, we would have had Pierre Poilievre as our prime minister from November. Jagmeet Singh keeping the supply and confidence until the Liberals had a lead in the polls. He did that. I think he literally said he sacrificed his party for the betterment of Canada. I think he said that out loud. Like, I think at one point he said that. Yes, it's bad. Like Jagmeet. Yes, in the Toronto Star, to stop Pierre Poilievre, I put Canada before the NDP. Jagmeet Singh tells the Toronto Star, I put Canada before the NDP. As a leader of the NDP, you can't do that. But as a politician, valid.
Yeah, I gotta give him credit for that.
Yeah. I really hope, because he's absolutely going to be ousted by the NDP. Absolutely going to be ousted as the leader. But I hope that they remember him. It's like Thanos looking at Tony Stark. I hope they remember you.
Yeah.
That's Carney looking at Jagmeet. I hope they remember you, Singh.
What's his name? The last NDP prime minister was really fucking good.
We never had an NDP prime minister. You're talking about Jack Layton, though.
I am talking about Jack Layton. He wasn't NDP. He was Liberal.
He wasn't prime minister.
Oh, was he minority?
Minority leader. Leader of the opposition.
Yes.
Jack Layton had Riz. That was it.
We needed like a Jack Layton type guy. Jack Layton was fire. I fucking love Jack
The
Layton.
thing with the NDP was, the NDP, if we look at the polls, I want to bring up the polls from the past. Can I do that on 338? That's the question.
The thing
All
is,
federal polls.
Every liberal I've ever talked to has been like, I would vote NDP, but they just can't leave, and it's like.
Yeah, right here. If we look at the polling trends, at this point, if the Liberal fall off meant a little bit of an NDP rise. At one point, the NDP could have overtaken the Liberals and become the official opposition in the House of Commons. Could have become the official opposition. Jagmeet did not vote for that no confidence. He instead sacrificed his party so that the Conservatives would not get a majority government. I think he will. I do think he knew what he was doing when he did that.
I do think so too. From what you're educating me on, it does seem like
at this point he could have. There's a point in the polls where it's Liberal 21, NDP 19. That's right before Trudeau resigns.
And with Trudeau resigning, we could have taken over. Yeah.
Well, no, not even with Trudeau resigning.
Trudeau is so unliked, though.
Yeah, if in November, or sorry, in October, if they voted with the Conservatives and for no confidence, in October, Conservatives were calling a no confidence vote. I think they called 6 no confidence votes in the government. And every time the NDP said, no, we still have confidence in the Liberals, even when the polls were like this, 43 for Conservative, 22 for Liberal, 18 for NDP. Even when the polls were like that, the NDP supported the Liberals and stopped a Conservative majority win.
It's interesting there because you can see when like American tariffs and like shit came in there.
Oh,
too,
yeah.
With the CBC drop off.
Well, yeah, 2025, because Trump would have been elected in, is it November 7th?
November, yeah.
So November 7th, if we go to 11/7, 11/10 right here.
Oh, and the election.
Yeah, this is the American election right here.
He got so depressed.
Hassan got what?
I was
Oh, so
during the
depressed.
American election,
Oh,
he was like, yeah, fuck,
it was so
dude.
bad.
It was, and I just like started playing like Fallout. I was just like, fuck it.
No, Hassan looked like he wanted to shoot himself.
Trans girlies in fucking America, man.
Yeah, but no. At this point right here, Trump gets elected around here. CPC 42, Liberal 24, NDP 18. His name's You're thinking about Parmesan. But no, right after Trump gets elected, conservatives shoot up in the polls. January 2025 hits. Trump says tariffs. Trump starts attacking Canada. The polls drop and everything flips. The NDP falls off. The Bloc falls off. Every party falls off but the Liberals and the Conservatives.
Yeah, Trump kind of fucked the Conservatives.
Trump fucked the Conservatives, and I think Jagmeet knew that was going to happen.
Whoa, hold on. Look. Lib 156, Con 146.
It is closing in, yeah.
But no, it's still going to be a Liberal government with this projection.
Yes, but it's like, is it going to be a Lib majority?
Lib majority, maybe. Maybe not.
I'm hooked, man. I'm locked in straight up.
I am too. Like, it could be anything. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. Chat, what do we think? Also, why do I still have this poll going of who's winning? I don't know why I still have a poll going saying who's winning. Mark Carney won. Only 5% of people in my poll voted for Bloc majority, and I'm disappointed in that. I expected more from you.
Bloc the French.
No, Bloc majority. Bloc majority. You don't get it. You don't get it.
I have to say, as someone who's French, that's a horrible accent.
Bloc majority. Black majoritaire. Majoritaire? I know. I know. Does Carney... Next poll.
The difference between this. 2794, 2781. That's Vancouver. Yeah, but the NDP's let down Vancouver hard.
How do I spell heaven?
There's a lot of
H-E-A-V-E-N?
Indian leaders.
Yeah.
I think it has a lot to do with like India as a country being very fascist as it is now.
Yeah.
Especially with the recent stuff with Pakistan. I gotta say it. Not like a white person. Pakistan. But yeah.
For Pakistan.
Listen, even if they don't support me as a queer, I support them as an independent.
All right, my next poll in chat is: does Carney have the mandate of heaven? Glory to the World Economic Forum or no?
It sucks because that word feels very overused. But like it's a
Chat, what do we think? Mark Carney is the Prime Minister of Canada.
It's a modern fascism, which is not great. Especially with the policing of art in people's bodies. It's like you have America. You have America basically parroting early Nazi Germany with their attack on the genderqueer. First, like the Nazi Party had with the Sexist Institute, the Weimar Republic, and then eventually you had the attack of the immigrants,
That's crazy. Bloc losing a seat. Bloc losing an incumbent seat.
That dude's name is Zoltz.
They only have a 6-point lead right now, or 6-seat lead.
Oh my god, Bloc is losing incumbent seats to Liberals.
Dude, conservative is. I don't like how they're creeping, man.
Yeah, no, it's creeping up.
I can confidently tell you the Conservatives are not forming government. Conservatives are, at this point in the race, Conservatives are going to be the official opposition. Pierre Poilievre will not be Prime Minister. However, we do not know if this is going to be a Liberal majority or minority government.
I would prefer majority. Yeah. Real. Even though I don't fucking like the Liberals.
Wait, well, a liberal minority would mean that at this moment he would have to form government with the assistance of the Bloc Québécois. But hear me out. The Bloc Québécois, at the moment, that's what it would be. Unless the NDP picks up a few more seats, like think about it. To get to 172. Well, it could. There's three ways this goes. Liberal majority, liberal minority, but it's with the Bloc Québécois, or liberal minority, but it's with the combined NDP and Green Party. Yes.
I wanted to make a video about the rise of fascism in America.
Mm-hmm.
Would you want to butt in on the video?
Absolutely.
Sweet.
I'm down with that.
Okay.
Absolutely. I have a lot of papers I've written on that, actually.
I've been reading a lot on it. My plan is to buy the it's a book that got banned in the States about fascism.
Mein Kampf. I'm just kidding. No.
On authority or whatever.
I know what book he's talking about.
Yeah, I want to read it.
The Mandate of Heaven. The Mandate of Heaven, Mark Carney. Has the Mandate of Heaven. Hold up. Wait, hold up. Give me 1 second. Let me get my not biased reporter hat. This means I am a centrist and I am not biased. So this means the media will treat me normally if I wear this hat.
Like I was saying, I should have brought I have Capital by Karl Marx. I should have brought that. Hey, your nonpartisan hat?
This is my nonpartisan hat. My nonpartisan hat. Yeah, go crazy. Do you want to grab me a generic? Let me put my non-partisan hat on. I'm officially now non-partisan. Listen, I just think Trump's... I think we should be the 51st state now. I don't know. Actually, let me put my actual real non-partisan hat on. Sorry, 1 second.
So you don't want to reach.
My real non-partisan hat on. Now, if you ask me, I really think that Alberta would be doing way better if we made Red Deer an independent state. Now, hear me out. What if we take, chat, listen to me. What if we take just this riding here, just this one riding, this one riding of Red Deer, Manitoba. And have you ever heard of a microstate, chat, similar to Liechtenstein? Chat, have you ever heard of Liechtenstein, chat? I think the solution to all of this is we take Red Deer, Alberta, and we give them their independence. Now, and we take all this blue here. You see all this blue? We just push it right into Red Deer. Red Deer, take all the blue around the nation and put it in Red Deer, Alberta. What do you think, Chad? What do you think? Red Deer independence. Red Deer independence. My nonpartisan hat on. This means I am a neutral, unbiased reporter. What do you think, Chad? Red Deer independence. It already is a charter-free zone. Chat, what do we think? Red Deer independence, guys.
I started doing my native accent because I was native.
Red Deer independence movements are rising, chat. Red Deer independence is back. Rhea, I need your opinion on this. What do you think of giving this one riding in central Alberta, Red Deer, if you've heard of Red Deer, Alberta, Red Deer, Alberta, the known charter-free zone in Canada, the Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms does not apply to Red Deer. That is a joke. It does apply there, but Red Deer likes to pretend it doesn't. So, what if we took Red Deer, Alberta, and gave Red Deer independence as the 51st state, and deported all of the conservatives to Red Deer?
My opinion is we should give away Red Deer as an American state and take some of the liberal majority middle states, what do they call it? Midwest. Some of the Midwest leftist states. I think Milwaukee is one of them. Wisconsin, I think, is one of them. We should take Tim Walz. That should be the trade. It should be Tim Walz for Red Deer.
You want to comment on the current state of the polls?
Current state of the polls, Conservatives are 4 ridings behind Liberals, and I do not like that. I am a little spooked. Let's be honest here for a second. I'm a genderqueer person. I like having my rights to be free as we are, and conservatives have unfortunately gone towards, actually not unfortunately, have kind of predictably gone towards this conformist ideal of how human beings should be. And it's really depressing, as it has never really been a Canadian ideal. We're now 2 points away with 154 and 152 for conservatives, and it's just, I want me and my trans brothers and sisters and they, thems, and NBs to keep their rights. And it's depressing to see this conservative lead up, mostly caused by American propaganda and American ideals, with the liberal, like as we see here, with the Liberals only holding 43.1% of the majority vote. It's very saddening to see happen in Canada. And I'll pass you back to Graham.
Mark Carney has the mandate of heaven. Listen. We let Rhea is the emotional heart here, and I listen, I've drinking too many beers today. Mark Carney has my mandate of heaven, and let me tell you.
Oh, day off there. Yeah. I gotta buy you more on someday. It's a good one.
Yeah, I literally just saw this.
This is all I have to say, chat. This is all I have to say. I actually kind of want to read Mark Carney Values. I gotta be real. Mark Carney Values does kind of seem like a good book. Has anyone in chat read Mark Carney Values?
It's really good. Yeah. If I get a ton of money after I get my bachelor's, I'll buy it.
What does the Dawn of Vaughn have to say? Congratulations. Oh yeah, Dawn of Vaughn already has a Carney Hope Corps edit. Hold up. Let me mute this.
Pull it up, Jamie.
Jamie, pull up. I just realized I had this muted the whole time. Jamie, pull up the Carney Hope Corps edit from. Hold up. Here, I need some live reactions to this edit here.
Do you want me to cover it?
Congratulations. Mandate of heaven.
He does have the mandate of heaven, but I gotta say, Justin Trudeau was...
We are so back. You're so right, John Doe.
John Doe, based.
John Doe is based. It's poily over!
Hell yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Chad, it's poily over.
We're only 5 ridings ahead, but it's fucking poily over.
Donna Vaughn, I'm stealing this image and making it the thumbnail of the stream. This is me asking for your permission. Thank you for your permission. Donna Vaughn, this is now the thumbnail of the stream. Customize. Wait, hold up. Where is it? Upload image to be the thumbnail. It's poily over. It's poily over is now the thumbnail of the stream. Thank you, Donna Vaughn, for yet again being the funniest Twitter user in Canada. Donna Vaughn is so funny. Oh my god. Is he from Vaughan? He is from Vaughan. His user is at Steve Del Duca fan. I don't know who Steve Del Duca is, but this guy is clear. Look at his banner, Rhea. Look at
it's based as hell.
It's based as hell. He's got, I don't know these
Marx,
guys.
Engels, Lenin, and then Mark Carney.
Wow.
Oh, this is Engels? Okay,
Yeah,
I knew Marx, Lenin, and Carney.
I
But
know all my communist brothers.
Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Carney is the bio. This guy is the GOAT. Carney is going to be the new age. Okay, but yes, chat. It is so over. It is so poorly over. 92. Okay, hold up. Listen. The CBC says 154, 151. Realistically, right now, it is 92-81, actually.
It has 157, 148 now.
What's up? Oh, 157, 148. Yeah, but the actual elected is what we're worried about. I'm worried about the actual elected. If we think about the elected, hold on, let's turn the volume back on for the CBC background.
If you look up Steve Bell.
To be a liberal government, what are your feelings about that?
You know, at least it's not a conservative
So,
government, and we showed in the
92
past that
elected,
we can negotiate with the Liberals
liberal
and get
MPs right now,
concrete
81
results for
elected
Quebecers like dental
conservative
care.
MPs,
So we will continue
15
that kind of
Bloc
work in Ottawa.
Québécois,
It's not
one
going to be easy,
current
but I don't know
elected
what
New
will be the end of this evening.
New
It's
Democrats
quite
have currently
exciting.
secured
What do you want
exactly
Quebecers
one
and Canadians
riding,
to
and that
know
riding
now that you are
is-
going back to the House of Commons to
I'm
serve
trying
them?
to find that riding.
No, I will be there to talk for their
Guys, I'm
their
struggling to
issues,
find the
grocery,
New Democrat riding
housing,
that was
the cost of living. We will
Where is
continue to
it?
fight for working families, and we will have a close look on the Liberals and Mr. Carney.
So you are happy, your fans here are happy, your volunteers are happy. What is it like seeing your party not do so well tonight, though?
It's difficult. It's a rough night for the NDP in general. We'll see at the end of the evening. But it was difficult from the beginning because of Mr. Trump changed everything. But we will continue to be there for Quebecers and Canadians.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Okay.
Back to you, Catherine.
The NDP hold a riding in Montreal, chat. Chat, the NDP hold a riding. The NDP
believe
are
as of
holding
right
their riding
now,
in
Mr.
Montreal.
Boulouris is
Okay,
the
wait, one
only
sec.
actually projected elected NDP candidate in the country. There are obviously a number of races where they're leading, but that's the only one the CBC's decision desk has said is a go.
Okay, so again, at the bottom of your screen there, 156 to 149, but those numbers keep bouncing around back and forth, and that's because we still have so many ridings where we do not have a projected elected, and that's what's going to happen
It's a
until we
goated
get
book.
things a
I
little
haven't
more
finished it
solidified.
yet.
As David was pointing out, some of the numbers in Ontario may shift a bit still.
Edward is
with
the
advanced
goat.
polls being
Nick, you know
counted
Edward's
and
height,
what
right?
have you. So we might be in for a long evening here. It is late already, but we might be in for a lot longer. Chantal, it looked like you wanted to say something there.
I'm looking at the what's available for Carleton.
Yeah.
You talk about Ontario ridings not being, there
Ooh,
are
okay.
not that many.
Yeah,
polls
imperialism has
counted.
existed throughout society
ahead of
and
time.
throughout
So
the
that it
history of
doesn't
the
skew
human race.
the commentary and the results, and kind of gives you a more stable basis for what's happening.
Dude,
Right,
I'll
because
trade it. I'll
again,
trade it. I need to
Carleton
finish
and
that though
Carleton, where they
first.
have 91
Yeah,
people
just throw it on the
ballot,
table
they
or
were allowed to
something.
start counting those votes 6 hours ahead of time. Advanced polls in the rest of the country, it's 2 hours ahead of time if the returning officer wants. It's up to each returning
Dude,
officer to make
my
that decision,
I don't
and
think
that's
my
why things are
parents know
a
because
little-
I
a
told
little
my
sticky right
parents
now,
that
I would say. Okay, what
when
am
I
doing
read
here?
I
So I'll
read
show you-
political
oh, here we
books.
go. This
They
is
got me
Carleton
a
here.
the
As
Time
Chantal was just
magazine with
saying,
Elon Musk on the
lead
cover.
of 1400 for the
I got
Liberals.
this for Christmas.
But that could be all those.
This was in my
advanced
Christmas
ballots. That is very
stocking.
possible if they were counted first. Yeah, and only 10 polls reporting. So
Well,
we're
the thing
nowhere
is, when
near,
I was growing up, I was a
calling
Musk head. I
anything
gotta
in
be
that
real.
riding, but that is why things are so.
Oh,
not
no,
just volatile, but they are
I think if you're I'm looking back on it now, and he wasn't cool. He was never cool, but he was just really good at catering to autistic people.
And the counting has almost well, if not
Yeah.
completed. At least the picture
Like
is a lot
if you
clearer
were an
there.
autistic guy who really loved trains, if you were to train autism, growing up you loved Elon Musk because he was like, I'm gonna build Hyperloop, I'm gonna go to space. That is train autism.
Percentage points, but kind of only a moral victory when you consider that is not really translating into a significant change.
Hold up. While I take a piss, you're gonna get Rhea Wilman's rant on Elon Musk.
Is significant because it'll be the first time that they've done this since 2015, and the seat
It's
we're talking
okay.
about, and we've mentioned it many
No,
times
that's your.
tonight,
It's not your
is
fault.
in
It's
East
just
Churchill
phonetics,
River.
brother.
Buckley Bélanger is
I go
going
by
to
Rhea.
Ottawa. He's been a provincial
The thing is with
Liberal. He's
Elon
been a
Musk is he
provincial
used to be that like
NDP,
one cool
MLA.
billionaire
He
to a lot of
ran
like young
unsuccessfully
autistic kids
for the Liberals
and
last
young
time
like
around.
crypto bros
Redistribution
like back when
changed this riding,
Bitcoin wasn't
and made it
popular,
look a lot more
and
favorable
he
for
had
the
he had
Liberals,
like the
and of
fucking
course the Liberals
flamethrower door.
won there.
Take us to Mars, dude.
This is a
And
province that
then
does not have a
he
truly
slowly
urban
just became.
riding. So the ridings
I
include
don't
the
think.
suburbs and the
I think
city
he was
core. Makes it
pretending to
difficult
be kind of
for,
left wing for a
the
while,
progressive parties
or at
to,
least
beat the
centrist,
conservatives
and then
look
he
at Andrew
slowly
Scheer's former
started this like.
conservative leader, no surprise
But
that
dude,
he's
what if
won
like
Regina Capel
actually
by a
trans
huge
people were
margin.
bad,
And
including my
Regina
daughter?
Capel is
What
where
if
the
like
CBC's Adam Hunter
actually
is tonight.
the
Adam, I
Trump
know
was
you're
good?
an
I'm
expert
politically
on
neutral,
things
by the way,
political
but
in
Trump is actually
Saskatchewan,
good.
So you can take this in any direction
And he just
you
started
want.
out on
What's
this
the
like
headline tonight
pathway
in
leading
Saskatchewan?
towards like crypto bros, AI bros.
I think a crack
like that.
in the
This
blue
kind of like
wall
neo-tech
for the
fascism,
Conservative Party.
as
They held
as I
with
was
that share
talking
of vote you
before.
showed Ian very
And
impressively, but
it's
the Liberals
just
gaining
really
that seat
interesting.
in the north is not insignificant. They'll be happy about
not
that.
interesting.
Here in
Interesting
Regina, they
really
were
isn't the
hoping to
word.
pick up some steam.
It's
Maybe Regina
almost
Wascana,
like
Goodale's former seat. That didn't come to
it
pass
makes
as
you
of yet.
become
And he
cynical
showed us
and
Andrew
jaded to
Scheer's
see
results.
these like people that
no
you used to
surprise
look up
there.
to
Andrew Scheer winning for
become
the
these
8th
like
time. The class of
jaded.
2004
I
coming
hate
in
the
at the same
gays.
time
I hate
as
anything,
Pierre
any social,
Poilievre. As
any
24-year-olds,
social
we're waiting to
systems
hear from Andrew Scheer,
where
who'll
it's
be
like things we
speaking with
need.
us, we
Like if you
believe,
look at any country in
momentarily.
Europe, or you look at any
of the NDP in
study done in
Saskatchewan
the
tonight?
past 20 years, we see that social programs
Yeah, Ian,
and
it's a bit
queer rights and
surprising
everything
and
have done
disappointing,
well
I think, at the same time for the
to
NDP because they
empower
did so
the
well in the
lower class
provincial
people,
election,
the workers, the
putting up
proletariat,
a big fight in that
as
provincial
communists would
result,
say.
really increasing
And
their
it's
seat
just
count. But that
it's
didn't
a big
translate federally.
letdown to
The
see
federal and,
someone with a lot of
provincial
influence
NDP aren't
become
really
that.
aligned.
Even though
and,
he is a
that
big
showed,
piece of
think,
shit, I have to
tonight
say
in the
I did
results, that
respect him at one
13%
point,
drop in the share
right?
of the vote
And
for the
you have to come to
NDP,
terms
very
with things like that.
significant. And the Liberals picking up a lot of second places across the
From
province.
do
which
you
is
want
a
me to take
surprise
the
here in
hot seat?
Saskatchewan.
All right, Adam Hunter, thank you
If I'm
very much
yapping,
for giving us the
yapping
lay of
with
the
my
land
Jets
in
hat.
Saskatchewan. Rosemary.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. Let me show you what's
It's
going on at
it's
the
just
bottom
interesting
of the
to
screen
see.
there.
And
that is a whole lot of nothing
and
definitive,
he has become
basically.
this kind of oligarch of
157
America,
leading elected for
where
the
he
Liberals,
whispers in the ears, as I
149
said
for the
before,
Conservatives. The bloc sort of
into
sticking
Trump
around that
and
number
Vance,
now that
and
most of the counting is done.
it's a
In
complete
Quebec,
destruction
the NDP at
of
10 and the
a
Greens
democratic
at
voter
1, and I
system.
believe that's Sandwich
You
Gulf
can't
Islands at this
have
stage. So
the most
we
elite
are waiting
portion
to be
of the
able to give you a
population
better sense of
whispering
what
in
kind
the
of
ear
government
of the people who
Mark
are in
Carney will
government,
lead in
because
his,
that is
new
it
mandate,
just
where he
leads
is an elected
towards
prime minister,
an
not just one who
oligarchical
won,
authoritarian
leadership.
system.
That is Liberal headquarters,
Especially, yeah, go
where
ahead.
there was a lot of excitement earlier in the
It
night.
is a little
when it was
burnt, so it'll
declared that
taste
they would
gross.
form government, but right now they are
And
waiting to see
especially
what
as we
exactly
have with this,
that means.
what I think is like a modern,
And I guess we're on there
almost like
too. So Ashley Burke, let's hear from you. I think you have a guest with you.
this on YouTube.
I do, and there's a lot of people in the room watching these election
Sending
results really
people
close,
to
nervous about
camps
whether or not
outside.
it'll be or a minority government. With me is David
Okay,
Lametti,
cool.
the former Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. He left the government last year. He's a longtime friend of
Yeah.
Mark Carney.
Okay, cool.
Been providing
He's sending people to
advice
camps,
throughout his campaign.
as we know.
Many. Can you just talk about how
By
you
the way,
feel seeing the results coming,
Thunder says,
especially
"Let me
a
back
projection
in
for the first
Discord."
seat in Saskatchewan?
I think he wants to
I'm really
chat
happy
with
that
me
Mark Carney
maybe
will
about
continue to be Prime
politics.
Minister of Canada. I think that's critical. I'm really happy
Grandma's
that in
got
the
this.
riding I used to represent, Claude Gay has won that riding back for the Liberal Party.
Don't even have
And I'm glad that
he
Bucky
doesn't even have it on
Belanger
dark
has
mode. I
won
gotta
a seat
say,
in
that's a red
Saskatchewan. I think
flag
that's
here
critically
from
important
Raya.
for
Let's
government's
chat with
credibility
Thunder.
to be
Let's
able
see what he has to say.
have support
He
in all regions of
is
the
that
country.
I
So
don't know
I'm
your
really
pronouns
pleased about
actually.
that.
So
Obviously, there are a lot of close races that we would want to see the end of. Hopefully, our numbers will go up a little
Thunder,
bit when
please
the
hop
advanced
back in
polls come
general and then say your
in
pronouns. I don't know your
Ontario and other
pronouns.
places. But look,
He, him.
if you had asked me in December,
Graham says he, him, so I will say he, him.
if these numbers were possible, I would have said no.
I'm curious
with
what
Mark
Thunder
Carney
has
in
to say.
place, we've got these numbers, we've got government, we can serve
I've only
Canadians,
met
we
you
can
once at a
stand up
Party.
Mr. Trump. There's so much we can do that we couldn't do last November, last December.
Right now, do you still think the Liberals can win a majority tonight?
Okay,
there are a lot
I'll
of tight
continue
races
yapping.
left. A lot of really tight races in Ontario. We'll see
Hell
more
yeah.
tight races in British Columbia. We still have to wait and see the advance polls. So let's see what happens.
And in America, we have
know we're gonna get government.
an old writer. I
hope
can't
that,
remember the.
that government is a strong
Unfortunately, I can't source this writer, but he said
About the state of politics in Canada.
fascism won't come
There's
to
division out there, and we
America
need to work We need to work as a country.
And send me an invite. What is
Thunder, you're in. Go on Discord. There you go. He's in. He's in now. I was like, Thunder, what do you mean send you the invite? You're in the thing.
Thunder, speaketh.
I realized
Wait,
that
I
I
can't
was
hear you.
dumb. I was on my iPad and I'm like balancing between like two phones, so it's like, yeah, here I am. How you going, guys?
It's okay. I want to hear what you have to say. You seem very excited to speak.
Here we go. Here we are. Honestly, I've been a bit away from the last election. I've been talking to my father about this, so I've been a bit away. So what I can tell from my screen here, up in Cam Morton, we got Liberal 156, Conservatives 148, Bloc Québécois 25, Democrat 10, Green 2. The Greens are back where they once were. Not sure if they're going to gain another seat after that. Probably not. They're probably just going to keep the same seats they were back in fucking British Columbia. But, hey, here we are.
Graham would like to know the PBR count.
The PBR count is actually, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're going on 11.
10. There we go, buddy. Hell yeah, that's an election beer seat.
It's election night. Like, it's an election night. Like, come on.
PBR
Like,
is
we're
getting
on a
10
live
seats
stream.
in Parliament this election.
Thunder, would
and
you
then
like to...
I'm getting one seat in Parliament. Look up on the screen. I've been running for Winnipeg Center. I'll be running against Leah Gazan. We're about to win. I'm just kidding.
Thunder, would you like to have a chat about the growing ideals of fascism in America? Because that's what I've been talking about.
You know what? I would love to talk about that because that is something that has been on my mind for many months. Well, let me start this off. Let me start the one conversation that every single Canadian has been worried about. We all know about the greatness effects of annexation from the United States, and as a Canadian who is very, 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 very open to being Canadian, what is your opinions on Trump's thoughts to annex our country, even though we are a democratically elected country, even though tonight. And I know that a lot of the Liberal government's platform has been, directed towards, the Trump government and what they're doing. What is your opinion on that?
Okay, Graham has a second.
And also, here's another bit of trivia.
Here's another bit of things going.
West Territories, although he grew up mostly in Alberta.
Calgary.
Next, let's have a look at. Okay.
Carlton. Fuck. No. Where to go?
Every week,
oh my
I
god.
get
Oh my god. I
hours
just
back
lost.
while
I'm so
working
stupid.
less.
I just
My
lost
secret,
it.
an AI
Get your
tool
secret out of here. Get your secret out of here.
Leader of the Bloc Québécois.
Damn it! I missed it.
And
I missed it. Okay, no, we're rewinding.
Which is a surprise.
I need to see this.
I'll continue after.
Thunder will talk more after. I just need to see this.
May indeed.
What do you need to see?
At the moment, Thunder, at the moment, the riding of Carleton, which is Pierre Poilievre's riding, the leader of the Conservative Party, he is down almost 2,000 votes.
Holy
at
shit!
The moment,
we gotta stay on stream for this. We gotta stay on stream.
Yeah,
for this. So
at the moment,
2,000.
He is down almost 2,000 votes. Yves
So
Francois Blanchet also
He's gonna
retains
lose
his
his
thing.
riding.
Jagmeet Singh and Pierre Poilievre are both going to lose their ridings at the moment.
Actually giving me time to think.
Dude, that's crazy. That is the most insane election result we've had so far. Pierre Poilievre's going to lose a seat. Jagmeet's going to lose a seat. We're all screwed. Well, actually, we're not screwed, but, I put my whole votes into Mark Carney. But, damn, dude, I feel really bad for Pierre because he's been campaigning hard. Like, he's been campaigning hella hard.
I gotta be real, Chief. As someone who's queer, I do not feel bad for him.
This is in the riding.
I do not feel bad for him either.
Yo, wait, hold up. That's another banger.
My gosh, that is a huge margin. 20,000
That was another banger I just saw.
Oh, shit.
Elizabeth May winning her riding right now.
Elizabeth May won her riding. So the Greens got one seat so far.
No, she's
got
winning.
two.
She's not elected.
Little success for him tonight.
Okay, cool.
In his own home riding.
A lot of fantastic interruptions with great news here on the Graham
Yeah.
Show stream.
I think that this election election
winning
is
her
going to be
riding is
one
a
of the
good
most
thing.
interesting
If she
elections
wins.
of our time. I think that like it's going to be a liberal majority, liberal minority. But like I think it's good. We got the Greens in. We got like a little bit of Democrats in House of Commons. You know, shit won't go down really, but the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois will band together, which means conservatives probably won't be able to pass much legislation because
Any
liberals in the
legislation.
bloc will be like I don't know, like at this point, like I don't know, like the blocks are cool. I like the blocks just because they're like I don't know, they're just with anyone that's not popular. I feel like the bloc would not go hand in hand with the conservatives. You know what I mean? They just their differences are a bit too much.
The PBRs have voted.
Yeah, dude.
I got to say something to chat real quick, Thunder. Chat, there's a bunch of new people that have joined right now. There's a bunch of new people in here right now, so welcome. We are just waiting to see if this is going to be a Mark Carney majority or if it's going to be a liberal minority with a Bloc Québécois coalition.
I just feel bad for.
We are waiting to see what is going to happen in this election. It is still a very tight race in a lot of ridings. Jagmeet Singh might lose his seat. Pierre Poilievre might lose his seat. There are a lot of leaders of federal parties who are at risk of not being members of parliament, which is insane. That rarely happens in politics. Usually leaders of seats,
especially Canadian politics, that has never happened in years. This is something that is unheard of. Like back in Stephen Harper's
Graham
days,
is now looking at the
you
TV.
would have never thought that conservative lose their seat to a liberal.
Sorry, usually
and
when
now
the camera pans to Rosemary Barton, she's about to announce something important.
What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern.
Something important is about to happen
Polls have
here.
all been closed since 10
Something important is about to
o'clock
happen.
Eastern.
When's the next? When
the camera pans to her, usually something
gets shift around a lot because of the way this election
Holy
has
shit,
unfolded,
man.
really being a race between the two
Thunder,
main
shut up.
parties.
Thunder, shut up.
That is where we're at.
We're quiet here.
Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into.
Okay, it's some bullshit. Fuck it.
It's Chrystia Freeland. Nobody cares about Chrystia Freeland winning her riding. It was obvious she was gonna win.
We're about
literally fucking 10,000 ahead. Fuck this liberal bitch.
I thought she was about to win. I thought Rosemary
Giesbrecht-
was about to announce
Edmonton
majority or
Giesbrecht-
something. Sorry, Thunder. My bad.
A remarkable turnaround.
All right, now let's get back
Edmonton,
to.
Giesbrecht, we got to
They talk about
Edmonton, we
America
won.
annexing Canada.
I look back to where we were.
How do I meet
as
that?
recently
Oh yeah,
as
no, I got it.
Or turn
Figured
the
it
volume
out.
on it, yeah.
Okay, let's get back. Thunder, about 5 to 10 minutes ago, you asked me about America annexing Canada. And I have to say, I'm not a very nationalist person. I don't think I lean towards socialist and communist policies. I don't think a lot of
me neither.
socialists and communists are super nationalists. But when it comes to things like this, you really don't want to see Americans come in with their
When it comes
more
to things like
fascist
this,
values.
when it comes to our election, I'm going to say one thing. When it comes to our Canadian election, hell yeah, I might as well call myself a nationalist because I am Canadian. I'm 100% Canadian. I only call myself a nationalist when it comes down to the election. After that, yeah, my views may change quite a bit. And that's just with any mature person. Your views, and if you're going about life in a way that you're open to new views and new things like that, election night isn't going to be your all-time your all-time end. And to me right now, and I'll be honest with you, I always used to be conservative. Let's be real. I always used to be conservative, but in the last election I voted New Democrat. But opinions change and policy changes, and now, I turned from NDP to conservative. Now I'm back to liberal. It's all over the place, and I think that's the most beautiful thing about Canada, is that we live in such a country where that your political views, you can do whatever you can change. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's the most beautiful thing about Canada, in my opinion.
I agree with you. I when I was much younger, when I was in high school, I was very well, I'm fiscally conservative, but socially liberal. And then as I grew up, I was like, well, I'm very liberal, and then I became NDP, and then I became
Yeah,
very, very
that's exactly how it
socialist
is for like. I
within
feel
the
like
past
that's
few
how it is for
years.
every.
Can I include one thing?
I feel like
And
that's how it
Graham
is
has
for
something to
every
say
young
real quick.
person.
Thunder.
I want to say one thing about nationalism in general. Nationalism is actually, I personally believe, okay as a philosophy, as long as that nationalism doesn't involve nationalism combined with a egotistical supremacist view of
Yeah,
nationalism.
exactly.
Nationalism
Exactly,
is
Graham.
okay if you're. It's okay to be proud of your nation. It's okay to be patriotic. When it's not okay
Yeah.
is when you start believing that your nation is better than every other nation.
Exactly. And I
That
think
is
I
100%
with
agree.
Graham 100% on that.
It is okay
I'm
to
a
be a Canadian
I'm a
nationalist as long as that
Canadian.
Canadian nationalism doesn't involve racism, doesn't involve other things. We
Yeah,
need to start
exactly. You know what? I
bringing
think
back
Graham has a good point on that.
patriotism, but in a safe, protected way. I think it's okay to be
Exactly.
patriotic about being Canadian. Damn, the views dropped off when I said that.
I love being Canadian. As an Indigenous person in this country, I've grown up to the hardships of being an Indigenous person in this country. But recently, you know, I think that the only thing, like at this point, I think that it's going to be a hard opinion at this point. But at this point, Indigenous issues are never going to be resolved. We've gone
Yeah.
so far into a realm that I don't think that as much as you'd want, as an Indigenous person myself, I've really wanted this all my life. But I think it's just a certain reaction you have to have that, you know, being an Indigenous person, you gotta choose something. Whether it's liberal, conservative, blah, 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 NDP, you know, I think that it goes back to the point that I think majority of Native people, you know, this is the hard opinion, but I think that Indigenous people like myself, you know, I think that look at me, I have moved out of the reserve and I'm back to where I'm supposed to be, but I'm voting Liberal. And I think that this should be a good influence to get the Indigenous people to get out and vote.
Yeah, I agree. I'm also I look white. I'm white passing, but I'm also Indigenous. My
That's the
grandfather.
same thing for me. I look white. I'm white passing, but yeah, I'm the same way.
We're in
So,
the same boat then,
understand.
brother. We get it.
Yeah, look at the thing now. So Liberals at 164, Conservatives at 146, Bloc Québécois, Black majority is at 23. Damn, I feel bad for
Jesus,
Jagmeet
yeah.
though, man. I really love Jagmeet Singh. He's a really good leader. And if in a perfect world, I really think that Jagmeet Singh would be such an amazing prime minister.
I agree with you.
But
Yeah.
they just don't have the right votes.
Well,
man,
the
and I
issue
just
is with modern.
I wish they did.
Yeah, I wish they did too. But with modern politics, Jagmeet Singh is just not the politician for
Yeah.
how modern Canadian and like North American politics are. He just kind of ends up losing.
He's a
in
great
that
guy.
aspect
He
of
has
things.
great ideas, but I just feel
Amazing
bad
ideas,
because,
yeah.
like amazing ideas, like just like how Wab Canoe has amazing ideas for our province of Manitoba. But there's just some things you just cannot control. So
Yeah,
and that's
there's
just
plenty
you
of
got to
things. Yeah.
that's just what you have to accept with oh shit, did Christina Freeland win her riding in University Rosedale? Is that what's going on right now? Christina Freeland won. I'm just looking. Oh, Christina Freeland! Christina Freeland won.
Nice.
Yeah.
Listen,
she's our old
what I'd
finance
say
minister.
as a genderqueer Indigenous person is I would much prefer a liberal majority, even though I would prefer a like my like
I would really like
my
that is
utopia is like NDP
Yeah.
or Communist Party.
Like, see, the thing is for
A
me,
liberal
is like
majority
liberal,
is
like,
nice.
I feel like a liberal minority would be nice. You know what I mean? I love the liberals, but I don't want everything that they do passed, right? I really want some sort of opposition. I don't like the conservatives, but I feel like it would be really nice to have some sort of opposition with the liberals, with the liberal government. I feel like I don't know, like the Liberals are very
This one's in YouTube,
centrist,
so 10 seats away.
like liberal rights. Like at this point, I feel for Canadian politics, the Liberals run towards the right, and yeah, I don't know.
I understand what you mean. I think I'd prefer
But
like
I voted for the Liberals. I voted for the Liberals.
yeah,
You know
fair.
what I mean? So,
I
whatever.
think I am personally. I think I'm further left wing, which is we
Yeah.
can like that's like not. I'm not
I'm
gonna
way
hate you for
further
that, right?
left wing, but just where I live right now, I live in the Inner Lake riding. So the next thing under
Yeah.
conservative is liberals. So like I kind of had to bite a bullet type thing, just
I know
because of
what you
just
mean.
where I
Yeah,
live.
actually, yeah.
Yeah, it was like a strategic vote. Otherwise, I would have voted NDP, but the NDP where I live had no chance. But I feel like tonight I want to follow the polls, eh? I feel like the Liberals are not far behind the Conservatives from my riding. And I'm looking it up right now. And
Yeah.
I don't think like honestly, I really think like because my constituency is very, very conservative. But the
Yeah.
Liberals have
Well,
had a
it
good
includes a lot
lead
of
where
farmers and like that, like typical like
yeah,
lower
and
middle
like I don't
class
think
working.
the Liberals are gonna like the Conservatives obviously gonna win.
Yeah.
But when I look at the charts and I realize like I'm really predicting that the Liberals will just not be far behind, and that gives me hope for next election.
If I may go on a little bit of a tangent, that is
Go
it's
ahead.
something that you're bringing up is something that's historically known well. A lot of like more right wing authoritarian fascist leaders go for the lower middle class because of how middling it is. You can't identify with workers. You can't identify with the rich. So they idealize with these lower middle class, these petty bourgeoisie, as they were.
Yeah.
Thunder, may I?
And like for me, man, like where I'm from is I'm from the Inner Lake riding, right?
Yeah,
So like
Thunder,
James
may I?
Bazan.
Selkirk
The one
Interlake
thing that I
Eastman is
don't-
called for James Bezin by 10,000 votes.
Which is fucking lame.
10,000 votes. Okay, I'm about to drink more now. Fuck that.
I know what you mean.
That's
61 conservative.
I thought
But
that-
I will say, this is the highest percentage as far because like as you know, I go out to Gimli a lot. I've watched the polls in Selkirk Interlake Eastman. This is the highest the Liberals or any party other than the Conservatives, as far as I know, have ever performed in Selkirk Interlake Eastman in the past 30
Exactly.
years.
So
I'm
that
gonna
gives us
one
hope
up
for the next
Graham.
election. There's always gonna be a next
Okay,
election. So
these are the two ridings that I'm.
you know how is we're about 10,000
Holy
votes
fuck, if
votes off,
Winnipeg
eh?
loses our seat.
I'm gonna
Okay, so
one up
what's going on
Graham
with
for a
what's going on
second.
with- What's going on with Winnipeg right now? What's going on with
Winnipeg's
Winnipeg?
mostly liberal with one NDP, and then two ridings are fighting conservative.
Tell them that Leah Gazin won her seat in Winnipeg Center, your former riding.
Thank God. I'm glad she won her seat back. But what about
You're Interlake Indigenous?
Yeah.
Me too. I'm I don't know if you know the res, but I'm Panay Mutang. It's also Interlake.
I'm from Fisher River.
Oh shit, that's close. Holy fuck.
We cousins?
Probably.
Probably, bro. That's crazy.
Holy
bro.
fucking cousins, eh, brother?
Fucking cuz, hey, how's it going?
Hey, you're too white to say that, bro.
Dude, man, this is crazy. This has been the funnest night of my life.
You can't say that, bro. It's fucking uncle, bro.
Listen, that's the only accent I knew growing up. Right?
I know that's the only one you do.
Listen, bro. Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, what is the prediction? So Mark Carney, do you think it's going to be a majority or minority? What do you
I
think?
personally think it's going to be a minority, but it's really a toss-up. They're at 162. They're 10 away.
I really hope it's a minority.
Also,
I hope it's a majority. I hope it's majority because I'm
like for liberals.
For liberals, yeah, because of how friendly they are to queer people. That's it. It's
Yeah,
mostly
I
like
get
a
that, I
single
get that,
issue
yeah.
thing for me. If I had to bring other issues
Yeah.
in, like I would probably say differently, but
also, man,
Yeah, no, I understand that. You got to have your own views. Like for me, for me, it's either Liberal or NDP. Like honestly, whatever riding it is, like I obviously knew my riding would be conservative, but one could only hope.
Well, you have to let your voice be heard.
Also, news: Elizabeth May retains her seat from Saanich Gulf Islands. She is going to be, at the moment, the only member of the Green Party in Parliament as.
So they lost their other seat, eh?
Their other seat in Kitchener Centre. Their other seat in Kitchener Centre is currently a toss-up between. The Liberals are out of that race, in my opinion. It is a toss-up between the Conservatives and the Greens. The Greens, however, the Greens and the Conservatives are very similar. I gotta be real. Unfortunately, the Greens, like they're not homophobic, but they're not actively fighting. You know, if that makes sense. Like
laissez-faire, as it were, laissez-faire.
When it comes to the Middle East, the Greens, in order of parties.
I'm gonna take a piss.
Yeah, hold up. I'm gonna hop back on. All right, to chat. In order of parties, the most important thing to me, I'm not a single issue voter, but I would say I'm a single issue propagandist. Whereas there's one issue that I will propagandize and criticize any politician for not being what I prioritize on. That issue.
What we can agree on is Pierre Poilievre's going to lose tonight.
Pierre Poilievre's seat currently is he's losing it. It's close, but he's losing it at the moment.
That is music to my ears.
That is amazing.
Music to my
sorry, Thunder,
goddamn
one
ears.
second. Give me 1 second, Thunder. Sorry.
Sorry.
The most important thing to me in this election, by far, is the state. And at the moment, we don't have many viewers right now, so I'm mostly doing this for a clip. So Thunder, just give me 1 second of like, actually,
no worries.
Yeah, just like mute yourself until I tell you for 1 second, because I'm gonna do this for a clip rather than live.
All right.
Where is it? I'm going to Streamlabs, new scene. In this election, hold on, let me take this fucking hat off. We're not wearing the cowboy hat for that part. All right, in this election. I gotta be real. Most of the candidates, if you're a single issue voter, that's okay. I am not a single issue voter. I am, in fact, a.
Can you explain what a single issue voter is? Because I do not know.
A single issue voter is someone who votes on one issue only. Sorry, give me 1 second, then. Give me 1 second to do this clip.
Okay.
Yeah. So. I know. Nobody's letting you do this clip. All right. So. The issue that I care about most in this election, I gotta be real, is the current ongoing state. And because there's no viewers here anyway right now, there's a low amount of viewers, I can say these words and it won't fuck with my viewer. The current state in Palestine. At the moment, there's a ongoing genocide in Gaza at the moment. And the Liberal Party of Canada has not been...
ceasefire.
You Thunder, I gotta give me 1 second. Give me 1 second to clip farm. Give me 1 second to clip farm. Sorry.
Hold up. Will you pull up the stream again? I'm just.
Yo, the Libs, dude, the Conservatives are 2 seats up behind. The Conservatives are 2 seats.
Give me 1 second, Thunder. Sorry. I did you Thunder for. I got a clip farm. I can post it on my Instagram. I'm sorry. There's one major issue in this election, in my opinion. And that is the ongoing Gaza. So, votepalestine.ca was a initiative that has supported me and that I have supported throughout this election. And if we go to their website right now, I'm going to look at every single member of parliament that has been elected that is in support of this. Because the liberals are not in support of votepalestine.ca, let's be real. Take action now. Candidates. The candidates that have pledged. Oh my god, I need a list, please. This website is... all right, let's go to Alberta. Candidates that have pledged action. NDP, 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 Green Party, Green Party, NDP, Green Party, NDP, Green Party, NDP, NDP, Green Party. Blake Desjardins winning his seat, I believe. He is in support of Palestine. Green Party, NDP, Green Party, Green Party, NDP, 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 Green Party, NDP, 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 Liberal. One Liberal in Edmonton Griesbach is in support of Palestine. Green and Red Deer, NDP, NDP. By far, you know, once I end stream, I'm like the most I might do is go to like a bar nearby, like Leo's or something, for some drinks after or something.
I'm fucking vibing, dude. I'm good. I like being on camera.
Party report card. All right, let's look at the party report card. By far, the NDP and the Green Party are the only two parties in Parliament right now who are actively in support of Palestine. And when I say actively in support, the NDP, nationally, Jagmeet Singh, has gone out and talked about the ongoing genocide and has called it a genocide. He's one of the only party leaders that have done that. Elizabeth May and John have not spoken about it as a genocide. However, they are, you know, somewhat in support of it. The Bloc Québécois also being a, you know, on the Islamophobia side, the Bloc Québécois is not good. But on the fact that they are, you know, Quebec nationalists and really only care about Quebec, they're in support of Palestine because they don't genocides nationwide. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you right now is that the NDP and the Green Party are the two parties who are actively working towards a ceasefire in Gaza and to the end of the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the West Bank and to the liberation of Palestinians. These are the only two Canadian parties who are actively involved in this. So, well, the NDP did not call for a ceasefire originally, and they called Hamas terrorists. They have since changed. And during both of the federal leader debates, Singh directly challenged leader Mark Carney on his unwillingness to call this a genocide. During both federal leaders' debates, Jagmeet Singh challenged Mark situation in Gaza a genocide. Mark Carney did not do that. Jagmeet Singh did. So Singh losing his seat is not a good thing. When I tell you, no matter the Conservatives or the Liberals, no matter who gets elected between the two, this genocide will continue between the two of them. You go out yourself, and you make a difference on your own. There are tens of thousands of Canadians every week, every day, actively protesting and up to this genocide that is going on. Tens of thousands. And all I ask is that if you see a protest happening, and that's all I ask. If you see an opportunity to pressure your members of parliaments to speak out against this genocide that is going on, to pressure your members of parliament to send any sort of aid, humanitarian aid to Gaza, I support and I urge you to do so. So, as the CBC projects a Liberal government, I would just like to remind you of that my boy Terry Dogood from my own riding here, not in favor of Palestine personally. He's not in favor of Palestine, but yeah. Remember, there are people's lives on the line. People's lives are on the line at all times. There's an ongoing genocide, and you can do something about it. You can pressure your member of parliament. You can pressure your government to speak. You can pressure your government to act. That is all I have to say on that matter. Welcome back.
And there was when I babysat there, I was like
here. Can you hear me?
Hello, Thunder. Welcome back.
Okay, cool. I'm here. Yes, I was listening to in that that past what you just said about the NDP government. I'm with you on wholeheartedly, 100% on that. Gaza and Palestine, this is something that immediately
Gaza
needs
is
to be
Palestine.
looked over. Yeah, that's what I mean. Palestine, this is an issue that immediately needs to be looked over soon, and it pisses me off to the point that I don't understand why that this is not a main issue in Canadian politics, and especially British politics. And we understand why it's not a main issue in American politics, because we understand why. We all know the difference, because the United States government is literally backed by the Israeli government. But I think that in Canada, we need to really take a hold on what's the word, exterior influence from other countries and other governments.
Called for another little bit for the majority. I think they want to make sure it's clear. But yeah, no, Thunder, you're absolutely right. Can I, Rhea, can I get your opinion by any means? And I want your opinion on Gaza, Palestine, and the ongoing genocide as an Indigenous person in Canada who has also committed genocide against its own people.
Sure. Let me tag in there.
Because there is Indigenous as well, so.
Party, and I follow him. But as even though I'm white passing, as an Indigenous person in Canada, it's really hard to see what's going on in Gaza.
Is it ever?
Sorry, you're saying?
Sorry, I just said, is it ever to see what's going on in Gaza? Like, you just go on Twitter, you go on Facebook, you go on Instagram, and you just see like just the sheer amount of destruction that the Israeli fighter jets just like drop on random villages. Like, that is something that I just cannot get down with.
The disabled, the women.
Like, you're dropping bombs on disabled children, and you're making these people's lives harder. And it's to the point where I cannot even like comprehend the fact that liberal governments all around the world just want to support Israel. And like, yeah, I get it. You want to be
the weapon investments make them money, right? It's
the weapon. It's the military industrial complex.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just, we're giving money to Israel. We're giving all these weapons to Israel, and we just are supposed to sit back and act like it's not fucking happening. It's fucking happening. Like, right now, as we speak, as this election night is happening tonight, our military and our comms are sitting in South Australia, and we're still taking targets to bomb certain Palestinian villages. Like, right now, as we speak, I bet you right now, our government right now, as we speak, as we have this election night, we are bombing Palestinian villages. We are helping in that sense, at least. And that is something that I cannot get behind.
I agree. And if you'd allow me to interject, it's
sorry. Yes.
I think no, you're good. You're good. I think in a modern context, if the previous genocide among Indigenous people, especially in the 1600s, 1700s, among the land grab towards the west. Graham says, the one who apologized. But if this were to happen in context, it would have been the same thing as they're doing it to Gaza. And I think a lot of people don't get it. I've seen even.
But all I'm saying is, what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in Ukraine, that could easily happen to us. People living in Manitoba, Montreal, Toronto, Saskatchewan, Alberta. Like, we are next door neighbors to Russia. And if they're going to send missiles to Ukraine, what makes us think that they're not going to send missiles to us? You know what I mean? And at that point, I think that we need to, like, whoever is government from now on, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Liberals, and the Liberals have promised for more strengthening of our military. That is something that I think, like, I am not a big war person. I don't believe in war. I think that war should be the last option. But in this climate,
I agree.
that Russia is invading Ukraine, and Russia obviously wants to invade other countries, especially they want to invade the state of Moldova. They want to
Moldova,
they want
Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, stuff like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
And look at us in the Arctic. They're playing with us every day. Their fighter jets are coming into our airspace. Their ships are coming into our airspace every day. We're in a constant fight of pushing them out. And I think in this sense that if the liberal government happens, even if the conservative government happens, I think that whoever wins, I truly believe that our military presence and like look me, like I'm saying this as a complete NDP person. I'm a complete NDP voter from the beginning, but I believe that from now we have a big threat. We have a big threat coming because Russia's right above us. On the map it doesn't look like it, but if you look at a proper map, Russia's right at top of us. And I think that we need to invest more into our military, to a certain extent, and I think that would be good.
Yeah, well, it's a different idealization between fascism and the current more socialist government of Canada. Even with the Liberals not being as socialist as they probably should be, it's the land gain with America wanting Greenland and the southern provinces.
Yeah, like to be honest, America
wanting
only
the northern
wants
territories.
us.
Well,
Yeah.
Russia would want because they want the northern territories because of we have diamonds, we have
Because
oil up there,
of the
stuff like
gas,
that.
because the gas and the oil, the natural resources, and they
Yes,
want
and
the rest of
diamonds.
us. Because Canada has the most amount of fresh water, and in the next 30 to 15 years from now, water is going to be the hottest commodity on this planet.
Well, specifically
And
because of the
that is
oligarchs
why that is why we need to defend Canada, because at any point America or anyone who feels that they're more powerful of us, like that is the main reason why we need to upgrade our military. Because like look, we used to rely on the United States. We cannot rely on the United States anymore. We need to rely on ourselves and our European partners. And as soon as we do that, we'll be able to defend ourselves and also be able to make a good living for our, soldiers and everything like that. For right now, it's a bit fucked up. We don't really know what's going on. I don't really know what's going on. Who even knows what's going on? But I feel like we need to meet that NATO point, and we need to spend a lot of money on our military. But where are we going to get that money from? That's where I'm wondering. Like, where are we going to get that money
tax
from?
breaks to billionaires would probably be
Yeah, and if the conservatives got in, we would never have a military because they would give tax breaks to the billionaires and millionaires. You know
Exactly,
what I mean? And Pierre Poilievre has said that like that is not something that, but in his campaign, and you look at his whole ordeal, like he's gonna sell us out.
Well, if I may interject, one of his ideas was to basically open up land in northern Ontario and stuff like that to sell
but when
to
you open up a
billionaires
land,
in America.
but like here's the thing. Is stop right there. When you open up a land in northern Ontario, there's going to be reservations and communities out there.
Exactly.
And conservatives just think that they can pull through and fuck all these people over.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There needs to be some sort of what's the word? I don't know the word right now, and I really want to know the word. But the fact that Pierre would legislation, like they would just screw up. That's the reason why when Quebec wanted to leave, we had the what's the called the Oka crisis. We had the Oka crisis.
The Oka crisis, yeah. I've read a lot about
Quebec
that.
tried to leave, and the Quebec government tried to leave. But the reserves and all the indigenous people was like, this is our land. We signed a treaty. We cannot leave. Quebec decides to leave, but hey, we are here. We are First Nations. We are part of Canada because we signed those treaties with Canada. And that is the main reason that stopped the harp. It was actually a Manitoba man. It was a Harper. Harper, what's his name? It was a guy from Manitoba, and he literally stopped Quebec from becoming its own independent nation. All for me, I was like, I understand that Quebec wants to be their independent nation, but I understand that would be great if in a perfect world Quebec would be amazing. Like Quebec as their own independent country would be dope, but that'll never happen because their economy is so intertwined with us. They're a province, and they want to act like they're not. But they're literally a province, and they rely on us. And I think that I would really love for Quebec to be independent. Like I think that would be amazing, but it's just not something that I think is going to ever happen. I don't think that is something that is ever going to happen in Canadian history.
Yeah.
The Bloc Québécois will never secede from Canada.
I don't think it would
And
be
I think
a good idea either because of the position that they're in.
Yeah, no, and they said that if they were to leave, they want to use our dollar. They want to use our money. I at that point, if they want to use our dollar and our money, it's not a good. I think that I think as Canadians as a whole, we've all understood that Quebec is a very vital part of Canadian culture.
Culture
and I think that
resource-wise as
I
well.
think that I think in Canadian culture, we just need to understand that Quebec is different. They're different. We may not like them, but they're different. But I'll still go there and visit them. You know what I mean? And I think
Well, that's the thing
Quebec
too.
is
A lot of different countries have that different cultural aspects in different sections of the country. America has that. Germany has that. France has that. It's just different sections of the country with a different cultural majority. It's
Black
normal,
majority.
really.
Black majority.
Sorry, give me 1 second, Thunder. No. Conservatives did keep on attacking women. Acceptable. And
sorry.
A fucking hog whack. People attracting Canada's liberal center. Say it's the Conservatives killed their own chances. I genuinely do think Carney ran a horrid accountable for this win. If we majority government, we need to hold them accountable. We need to hold the Liberals accountable, make sure if they don't, vote them out. So it is what it is. But this is coming from a leftist conservative. Can't hear properly, bro. Breaking up. Oh shit.
Here, I'll let.
All right, yeah. Let me hop back in. Thunder,
let you get in there.
Thunder, we might be calling it soon too. All right, let's see. All right, I am back on the stream. Let's sound like.
So did you know that
Sorry, Thunder.
Really in the bathroom.
Everything.
Can anyone hear me?
Again, sorry.
Hello.
I'm disconnecting. Okay, yeah, so Discord. For a second. Okay, so keep Discord off right now. Back to just us. We have been live for 11 hours and I do want to stay live. Hopefully this is a majority or minority government. That is the goal.
if my computer doesn't freeze me right now. Now good. Yo, Thunder. Yeah, we're keeping Discord off for right now, Thunder. Sorry. Just because there's been issues with it, and it started lagging out the stream. I guess other people in chat, it didn't work. But yeah, it's good now. Thunder, thank you so much for the comment. In streams, we will have you on more, Thunder. Because in upcoming streams, I want to have like people I want to have like a set here kind of thing. Like people can come by. Yeah, with better mic.
I have my mic as well, so.
Yeah, I need to get my mic from a lot of people are voting for no on the does Carney have the mandate and poll. People are voting no on that. Yeah. So yeah. So far a total of 1,800, which is an app in record. We have 10 currently live with us right now, or 11 people, 13 people. Halton Easton, close. Let's take a look at Halton Easton. Is the stream actually properly, or is this lagging? Oh, the stream is either frozen or I had it paused. Muted still. Let's look at. Where'd you say Brampton and Halton East? I don't know where Halton East is. Bad lost his seat. Remember that cool guy with the mustache showed you earlier? He lost his seat. Yeah, he lost his seat. That's depressing. Maybe we're wrong in Calgary. It is like Calgary Confederation is 200 votes. Calgary Center is just under 1,000 votes. Calgary McKnight is just under 1,000. In GTA next to Brampton, okay, yeah, like Calgary, there still might be a red Gary, but it looks like there might the Orange Island, Blueberta, Edmonton, Strathcona stays, and I am very sorry to Blake Desjardins. He was a and
it's incredibly close to a Liberal, but I don't know if they're going to make it.
I think they might. Elmwood Transcona flips. Elmwood Transcona loses Leela Dance, sadly, which she was amazing. Kildone and St. Paul, Rachel. So we only have half of Winnipeg. We might lose one seat in Manitoba this year. It's looking that way. Okay. Halton East and Brampton. Milton East, you mean? Or Halton Hills? Halton Hills is 300, Liberal Conservative. Brampton with 100. Yo, I'd be back. Paul, I cannot.
Is not a surprise for Conservative.
Yeah. Immigrants. I talked about this earlier in the stream before you were here, but in my opinion, the majority of immigrants that come to Canada are very conservative.
Yeah, well, especially when you have immigrants coming from very fascist countries like India.
Yeah. Like if you have like Modi voters.
It's very fascist as well.
Yeah. Like a lot of people, a lot of immigrants are very right-wing leaning.
Yeah, well, super right-wing, super fascist. Right.
At the moment.
Yeah. And it's a tough topic to cover. Graham, as a white dude.
Yeah.
It's a very tough topic to cover.
Oh, it's a tough topic to cover. Yeah, that of course. Okay, so with the leading right now, the minority. Every single riding Canada is officially reporting data. So the data we have on screen is every single riding reporting in Canada, reporting who they are leading and who they have elected. It is projected to be, but if the numbers as they are hold, it will be a slight Liberal minority with a Bloc Québécois split. Which is honestly, I know some people, I know Rhea does not like that. I personally do think that is my best case just because that's the majority. Yeah, I just don't think it's the Liberals with majority. Carleton is 2,000 votes. Reporting. So Carleton is still too close to call. But at the moment, Pierre is losing his seat in Carleton. It is very funny. And there's at least like 100 votes going to the independent candidates of the movement for the longest ballot initiative. A couple hundred. Mark Watson still beats them out, the Green Party candidate. But it looks like the majority of the votes are going either Liberal. Of Burnaby Central, gotta be real, Jagmeet Singh is losing his seat. Jagmeet Singh is losing his seat in this election. Yeah.
I've been to Burnaby, very much a middle class, lower middle class area.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's something where you're gonna lose votes to conservatives or liberals.
Yeah, you lose votes in more wealthy areas. You'll send me an invite for voice. Thunder, no more voice tonight. I'm probably logging off in a sec. But yeah, I gotta be real with you, chat. We might not know the outcome of this election until tomorrow. Because I don't think they are going to project Liberal or Conservative. Sorry, I don't think they're going to project Liberal minority or majority until the majority of the polls are fully reported. Like, it's too close to call. We might not know until tomorrow. We might not know until tomorrow if this is going to be a majority or minority Liberal government. So, on that note, some of the ridings, it's unbelievable how Conservatives lost a 20-point lead from January to April within 4 months. It's not unbelievable. That's unbelievable that Conservatives lost a 20-point lead. Did you see the campaign they ran? Did you see Trump got elected? The campaign they ran until Trump got egg prices are high. Eggs are for immigrants. That was the campaign they ran. Track and not act like Junior Trump up until there's been campaign dedicated to creating an anti-hate crime task force to hunt down anti-Semitic protesters. Who do you think, anti-Semitic rioters. Who do you think anti-Semitic rioters are? He means by anti-Semitic rioters is who he wants to hunt down. Protesters. And campaign of task force and funding these to hunt down and report Palestinian protesters, similar to what somebody in the United States is doing right now to its own citizens. That I wrote a while night because I think I'm going to close out tonight. Your minority, because it might take another 2 hours until we figure out if this is a majority. We're almost Yeah, the fucking grind. We've been live for almost 12 hours. What I have to say is, Pierre Poilievre's full platform has been live for 3 weeks now. Sorry. Pierre Poilievre's full platform has been live for 2 weeks now. And it is actively threatening to arrest people speaking out against the genocide in the state of Israel. On page 11 of his Stop the Crime, he said clearly that he will protect places of worship and stop anti-Semitic riots with tougher sentences and penalties for masked rioters. I just wonder who these masked rioters he out are. On page creating an anti-hate crime task force to implement threat reduction measures, which I'm going to take the liberty of meaning intelligence profiles of individuals task force to then hunt down and arrest. His base of are the ones who waved red swastika flags in Ottawa 3 years ago. And personally, I don't think he wants to arrest his most valued campaign staff. We can assume that this task force is going to be used to find and hunt down student protesters in support of Palestine, who he calls masked rioters and has called masked rioters in many of his campaign speeches. These masked rioters, in fact, are peaceful protesters, mostly students, who are fed up with our government's continuing support of a genocide. Now a man who very soon, but is not, going to be leading the government, wants to profile and arrest them. I understand it may be hard for some people to take time to learn about the history of a conflict happening across the globe. So instead, I challenge you to think of your neighbors, your friends, and your children. Tens of thousands of people across Canada have taken to the streets to speak about this. And you might know someone who has, someone whose kid has, maybe your own child has. Tens of thousands of Canadian citizens have spoken up and have said their piece on what is happening in Palestine. Will you sit back and watch while those who grasp at power threaten to take those people you know away from you? Will you choose to comply when they show up at your door asking questions? Will you put yourself at the mercy of these task force men who are simply following orders? And if you choose this ignorance, this silence, how long do you think it will be before they come for you next? The choices are clear to me. Stay quiet and watch the mechanisms of your own oppression, or stand up and fight for everyone's liberation. No one is free until all of us are free. Free Mahmoud Khalil. Free Kilmar Garcia. Free Palestine. Thank you all so much for tuning into the stream today. At the moment, we do not know if the Liberals will hold a minority or majority government, and we might not know until tomorrow morning. So we are going to end the stream here, and we are going to remember the words that I've said, and we're going to take that advice and hopefully hold our new Liberal government accountable. We should hold them accountable for their actions, because I genuinely do not believe they will say anything about what is going on in Gaza. I genuinely believe they will continue to break their own arms embargo and send money and guns to Gaza. Not to be held by Palestinians, but to be held by the IDF, or the IOF, the Israeli occupying force there. So, On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, and good night.